Year 1511 of the Haiyuan calendar. In the East Sea within the waters near the Goa Kingdom. Upon the boundless expanse of sapphire waves a Navy warship with a massive dog's head carved upon its prow cleaves steadily through the surf riding the sea breeze. On a deck chair Garp lounges in a lazy sprawl, fingers pinching half a packet of leftover senbei, his thoughts preoccupied with the two brats Luffy and Ace whom he has not seen for an entire year. At that very moment, an overwhelming, tyrannical, invisible aura suddenly sweeps in from afar. Garp abruptly tosses aside the senbei in his hand and snaps upright, his gaze turning instantly grave as he locks firmly onto the direction from which the aura surges. He murmurs under his breath, "Conqueror's Haki, is it?" He immediately turns toward his adjutant Bogart at his side and casually instructs, "I'll go take a look first. You keep the warship following behind." Before his words have fully fallen, Garp bends his legs slightly, then his body launches skyward in a sudden burst. Stepping upon the air with moonwalk, he streaks away like a ray of light, tearing through the sky, darting at high speed toward the source of the erupting Conqueror's aura. Time rewinds to a few minutes earlier. Inside the dim, damp hold of a slave ship, a suffocating stillness prevails. Qin Yue slowly opens his eyes and surveys his surroundings. In the corners of the hold, people are huddled together in dense clusters. Men and women, the elderly and the young alike. From toddling children to adults in their 40s and 50s, all have their hands and feet bound in coarse rope. Their expressions are numb with despair, eyes hollow and lifeless as they curl themselves tightly into the corners, vainly seeking a shred of pitiful safety. After slightly calming his emotions, Qin Yue covertly uses his bound hands to feel inside his trouser pocket, quietly producing a shard of stone with edges and corners sharp as a blade. It is the contingency he secretly set aside yesterday when he was captured amid the chaos. One day earlier he had crossed into this unfamiliar world. When he awoke upon a stretch of beach, his body had already become that of a child of 8 or 9 years old. Before he could make sense of his situation, he stumbled upon a group of slave traders returning after gathering supplies. They had sacks slung over their shoulders, whips and clubs at their waists, exuding a menacing, murderous air. At first Qin Yue intended to step forward and inquire, but when he saw the slave traders drop their bundles and charge straight at him brandishing clubs, he instantly sensed danger and turned to flee. Yet having just awakened, his body was weak, and in the frame of a child he lacked strength. After only a few stumbling steps, he was brutally struck down to the ground. In that chaotic moment of falling, he silently clenched a stone fragment and slipped it into his pocket without a sound. Pulling his scattered thoughts back, Qin Yue notes that for the moment no slave traders are guarding the hold. He immediately tightens his grip on the sharp stone and lowers his head, quickly rubbing and sawing it against the rope, little by little cutting through the coarse bonds around his wrists. The instant the knot snaps apart, he does not recklessly spring up to flee. Instead, he remains seated obediently where he is, curling his body as the other slaves do, feigning the same numb, vacant state. At present, he is unarmed with only a single stone for protection. Any rash move would merely alert the enemy. He must patiently await the perfect moment. Just as Qin Yue silently schemes his way to escape, a mess of dragging, uneven footsteps sounds from the stairway at the entrance to the hold, accompanied by a loud, drunken bellow. "TCH, a bunch of useless trash. They think they can drink with me. They're nowhere close." Qin Yue lifts his gaze. A slave trader staggers into the hold, swaying with drunken heaviness, cheeks, flushed, steps uncertain. Every few strides he lets out a boozy hiccup, a pungent stench of alcohol pouring off him. The moment Qin Yue sees him, a glint flashes in his eyes, an opportunity. The slave trader keenly senses a gaze fixed upon him. His bleary eyes swivel, landing squarely on Qin Yue's unwavering stare. Seeing that it is only an unremarkable brat staring at him, the man, still riding the high of his drinking victory, suddenly feels the urge to boast. He totters toward Qin Yue, muttering incessantly, "Brat, what are you looking at? I just drank those guys under the table. Once we sell off this batch of slaves, I'll make a fortune. Then I'll run off, find a cozy little town, open a tavern, and have good wine every single day. Ha ha ha, hick." Gazing at the man before him, immersed in fantasies of wealth and utterly defenseless, Qin Yue's lips curl into a cold, mocking line as he thinks to himself, "Keep dreaming your daylight dreams. You don't have the life for it. Slave traders deserve to die." Once his resolve crystallizes, Qin Yue's body explodes into motion. His right hand clamps the sharp stone, and he drives it fiercely toward the slave trader's throat. The slave trader is bending down to continue his bragging when, caught completely off guard, his pupils constrict sharply. Before he can utter even half a cry of alarm, the jagged stone has already torn through flesh and pressed against his vital point. Just as he tries to open his mouth to call for help, Qin Yue's left hand clamps hard over it, and with that leverage he drives the man down, slamming him onto the floor. With his mind dulled by drink, throat injured, and breathing impeded, the slave trader's limbs go weak. He cannot muster even the slightest strength to resist. He can only stare, wide-eyed despair flooding his gaze as he looks up at the youth above him, feeling his life ebb away bit by bit. Maintaining his hold, Qin, you can feel clearly beneath his fingers the man's body shifting from slight spasms to rigidity until the rise and fall of his chest ceases entirely. Only after confirming that the slave trader no longer draws breath does Qin Yue slowly release his grip. Warm viscous blood stains his fingertips, carrying a sharp metallic stench. He hesitates, not at all, crouching down to quickly search the slave trader's body. Soon he fishes out a pirate short knife from the man's waist, roughly the length of his palm. The blade is not particularly sharp, yet compared to the stone, it is far more serviceable. Its handle is wrapped in coarse cloth strips that fit snugly into his grip. Qin Yue tightens his hold on the short knife. Beads of fresh blood still cling to its edge, gleaming with a cold sheen in the murky gloom of the hold. He rises to his feet, letting his gaze sweep over the slaves still curled motionless in the corners of the hold. Some keep their heads bowed in numb resignation, others steal fearful glances at him, yet none dare make a sound, let alone approach. Qin Yue does not linger, nor does he spare extra thought for these people. He knows all too well that he can barely protect himself. Even if he could save one, he could never save them all. Moreover, these people have already had their courage to resist ground away by despair. Even if he freed them, they would only become a burden upon him. Drawing back his gaze, he lightens his steps and walks slowly toward the stairway where the slave trader entered, every footfall painstakingly cautious, afraid of rousing any other potential guards. He pushes open the wooden hatch at the top of the hold, and a wave of salty sea air laced with alcohol rushes over him. Qin Yue pokes his head out cautiously, surveying the deck above. His heart tightens involuntarily. Across the deck, 7 or 8 slave traders lie sprawled in all directions. Each clutches an empty wine jar in his arms, wine stains drying at the corners of their mouths. They snore like thunder bodies reeking of heavy alcohol. Clearly they are dead drunk and long past any vigilance. Qin Yue steps slowly onto the deck. The sea breeze brushes his cheeks with a hint of coolness, yet it cannot dispel the steely resolve in his eyes. He understands that this is his only chance to escape. Once these slave traders wake up, trying to slip their grasp will be nigh impossible. He hesitates for but a heartbeat. Then Qin Yue steels his heart, tightening his grip on the short knife. His footfalls become feather-light as he steps one after another toward the nearest slave trader. Imitating the method he used moments ago, Qin Yue bends down slowly. His left hand gently seals over the man's mouth, preventing him from waking in his stupor and crying out. His right hand clenches the short knife. Taking advantage of the man's complete lack of defense, he draws the blade cleanly across the throat, his movements crisp and efficient, devoid of the slightest hesitation. Warm blood spatters onto Qin Yue's wrist. He remains utterly unmoved, releasing his hold and watching as the slave trader's body twitches faintly a few times before falling completely still. Immediately thereafter, Qin Yue repeats the process, moving from one collapsed slave trader to the next across the deck. With each victim he approaches, his actions grow more practiced. Left hand over the mouth, right hand with the blade. He grants not a single one a chance to awaken. The chorus of snores on the deck gradually fades away, leaving only the faint sound of blade cutting through flesh and his own steady, unwavering breathing. He shows no mercy, no softness. In his previous life, he had already understood the cruelty and cold-blooded nature of human traffickers. They abduct people, destroy families, and stain their hands with blood. Now in this unfamiliar world, these slave traders treat lives even more lightly, selling countless people as mere cargo. Their deaths are no loss to the world. When the last slave trader collapses into a pool of blood, Qin Yue slowly straightens. His entire body is spattered with gore, and the short knife in his hand has been dyed crimson. He stands at the center of the deck, facing into the sea wind. His eyes sweep alertly across his surroundings. Only after confirming that no living enemy remains on the deck does he allow himself a slight breath of relief. Just as Qin Yue relaxes a fraction, the tension in his fingertips easing slightly, a coarse shout suddenly booms from the lookout tower high above the deck. "Hey, George, it's your turn on watch. Stop slacking off." The shout crashes through the dead stillness of the deck like a bolt of thunder. Every hair on Qin Yue's body stands on end. A chill shoots from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head as he thinks inwardly, this is bad. There's still a survivor. When the man in the lookout hears no response from below, his tone grows impatient. He raises his voice again. "Hey, George, don't play dead. With their lousy tolerance, there's no way that booze knocked you out. Get up here and take over the watch." His words fall into silence. Still not a sound rises from the deck. The slave trader in the lookout, Hans, leans out farther, squinting as he peers downward. At first his face carries a touch of impatience, but when he finally discerns the scene on the deck, his complexion turns instantly ashen. His eyes bulge round in disbelief. He rubs them hard and looks again. All across the deck lie his comrades, strewn in disarray. At the throat of each runs a dark smear of blood, dried stains at the corners of their mouths. None show the slightest sign of life. Ah! Hans shudders violently, shrieking, "Captain! We're under attack! We're under attack!" With a thunderous crash, the wooden door of the captain's cabin was violently kicked open, sending splinters flying. A gruff, impatient voice rang out, "What enemy attack? Hans, you bastard, still daydreaming." Before the words could finish, a small, slender figure suddenly darted out. Qin Yue gripped the bloodstained short blade in his hand, and using the momentum thrust it fiercely toward the throat of the man emerging from the captain's cabin. Rock, the slaver ship captain. Rock, whose mind was still hazy with alcohol, was jolted awake by the sudden killing intent. He instinctively recoiled a step, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. Before Qin Yue could withdraw, Rock raised his right leg and delivered a powerful whip kick that slammed into Qin Yue's body. Bang! With a dull thud, Qin Yue's small body flew like a broken kite several meters away, crashing heavily onto the wooden deck. The short blade slipped from his hand, clattering to a stop somewhere unseen. After delivering that blow, Rock finally came to his senses. Cold sweat poured down his back, soaking his clothes. He jerked his head up, glaring fixedly at Qin Yue on the ground. His voice trembled with disbelief and rage. "How dare you?" His gaze swept over the crew members lying in pools of blood, lifeless. His words caught in his throat. He clenched his fists until they cracked, teeth grinding. His eyes burned with a desire to devour Qin Yue. "You little bastard. Did you do all this? Did you do all this?" Qin Yue raised a trembling hand to wipe the blood from his lips, his chest heaving heavily. He slowly pushed himself up from the deck, his gaze unwavering as he stared straight at the enraged Captain Rock. His voice was hoarse but firm. "Yes, I did it. What a pity you dodged that strike just now." Hearing Qin Yue's calm admission, Rock's fury erupted completely. He charged toward Qin Yue with long strides, his massive fist whistling through the air, aiming to crush the boy's head into pulp. Qin Yue, enduring the intense pain throughout his body, dared not be careless. He instinctively rolled sideways, narrowly escaping the heavy punch. Boom! A loud crash. Rock's fist smashed into the spot where Qin Yue had stood, shattering the hard wooden deck into a dark hole with splinters flying. Qin Yue looked back at the bottomless hole, his pupils contracting sharply. His heart sank again, and he couldn't help thinking, what kind of world is this? Someone can punch through such thick planks. While Qin Yue's mind wandered for a split second, Rock's other hand came sweeping toward him with fierce force. Qin Yue, having barely regained his balance, was unable to react in time. The slap struck his cheek, sending him flying again, crashing heavily into the mast at the center of the deck. A dull thud. A wave of sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After two heavy blows, Qin Yue's body had reached its limit. He slowly lifted his head, his vision beginning to blur. Watching Captain Rock approach step by step, each footfall like a weight on his heart, Qin Yue struggled to get up, but his legs refused to obey. No matter how hard he tried, his lower body wouldn't move, leaving him limp on the spot. Sensing his desperate situation, Qin Yue's lips curled into a self-mocking smile. His voice was weak but tinged with defiance. "Haha. I never thought I would die in a place like this." Rock reached Qin Yue and saw the boy laughing even in this state. His anger surged even higher. He barked, "You little bastard. You're about to die, and you still dare to laugh." As his words ended, Rock raised his right leg and delivered another whip kick aimed at Qin Yue. Qin Yue's body flew again, crashing heavily under the stairs of the captain's cabin. He curled up there, every bone feeling broken, pain unbearable. He opened his mouth slightly and murmured, "I won't accept this." Rock, approaching, heard the murmur and paused, surprised that the boy on the verge of death still clung to life. He frowned and asked, "What did you say?" Qin Yue slowly raised his head. His previously blurry gaze turned exceptionally sharp. His eyes locked onto the approaching Captain Rock, and using the last of his strength, he roared, "I won't accept this." Before his words faded, a vast, overwhelming pressure far beyond human imagination burst forth from Qin Yue's small body. An invisible force, like a silent tsunami suddenly roaring, swept across the entire slaver ship deck, carrying the finality and dominance of a conqueror. The wooden planks trembled under the invisible pressure, emitting faint creaks. Scattered, empty wine jugs were hurled into the air, shattering on the ground as liquid and splinters flew everywhere. The ropes on the mast were pulled taut like bowstrings, humming with vibration. Even the sea breeze seemed stirred by this aura-churning foam that crashed violently against the ship's hull with dull thuds. This pressure, like an invisible giant hand, gripped the hearts of every living creature on the deck, carrying a soul-deep intimidation that plunged everything around into dead silence. Captain Rock, who was approaching, was the first to be engulfed by this conqueror's haki. His furious expression instantly froze, pupils shrank to pinpricks, muscles uncontrollably stiffened, breath became labored, cold sweat streamed down his face, soaking his shirt. He trembled all over, unable even to lift his arm. His face was etched with bone-deep fear. His lips quivered as he muttered, "What is this aura?" The moment he finished, the pressure disrupted his chi and blood, his vision went dark, and he fainted on the spot, crashing onto the deck. Hans on the crow's nest had witnessed everything. Before he could recover from his shock, the residual force of the Conqueror's Haki surged upward, flooding over him like icy water. He felt a loud buzz in his head, darkness before his eyes, ears filled with ringing. All strength drained from his body. He couldn't even hold onto the rail. He instantly blacked out. His body lost balance and fell headfirst toward the deck like a broken kite. Crack! A sharp sound of breaking bone echoed eerily in the silent deck. Hans' neck snapped, his body twisted, and all breath left him without a single struggle. Qin Yue stared at the scene before him, then looked down at his own hands, his face full of disbelief. He murmured, "What happened? Where did this power come from?" He turned his gaze with difficulty toward Captain Rock lying on the deck. He saw Rock's chest still rising and falling slightly, clearly just unconscious, not dead. Qin Yue's heart tightened. Despite the intense pain and exhaustion, he forced himself to move, wanting to finish the job to prevent Rock from waking up and retaliating. His lower limbs were still numb. He could only use his arms to drag himself inch by inch toward Captain Rock. Passing a slaver's corpse, he struggled to turn sideways, using his mouth to pick up a short blade from the man's belt, then continued crawling. Finally, he reached Captain Rock. Using the last ounce of strength, he plunged the knife clutched in his teeth into Rock's throat. Warm blood splattered onto his face. Qin Yue struggled to lift his head, watching Rock's chest gradually stop moving until there was no more breath. Only then did he relax a little. The moment his taut nerves finally released, the intense pain flooded back like a tide, coupled with the extreme fatigue from releasing that overwhelming aura. In an instant, his consciousness was swallowed. Darkness engulfed his vision. He fainted instantly. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, he vaguely saw a tall figure appear before him. The figure wore white suit trousers and shiny white leather shoes, tall and straight, yet the face was indistinct. Qin Yue's consciousness plunged into complete darkness, no longer able to discern whether that figure was friend or foe. Time flows swiftly. 2 years pass in the blink of an eye. On the slope of Kolbo Mountain, a wide clearing echoes with the dull sounds of impact reverberating through the forest. Each thud carries immense force, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Qin Yue, dressed in a simple training vest, reveals his toned arms, still bearing the edges of youth, methodically practicing his punches against a towering tree, as thick as 2 people embracing. His movements are crisp and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary flair. Each punch strikes with a whistling wind, landing heavily against the rough bark, delivering force that is both steady and swift. With each punch landing on the trunk, the tree trembles violently, brown bark flakes cascading down. The trunk is already covered in numerous punch marks, some areas even dented inward, revealing the glossy hardwood within. Qin Yue's forehead is dotted with fine beads of sweat trickling along his jawline and dripping into the soil beneath, creating small wet patches. Yet his gaze is resolute, his dark eyes firmly fixed on the trunk, the speed of his punches unwavering, each strike as steady as a mountain, showing no sign of slack. "Hey, Qin Yue." A clear, slightly mischievous voice of a young boy suddenly breaks the tranquility of the forest, instantly interrupting Qin Yue's rhythm. Qin Yue pauses for a moment, slowly retracting his fist, his forearm slightly sore and numb. He wipes the sweat from his brow and turns to see a small figure in a red vest, wearing a signature straw hat, waving excitedly as he hops towards him. It's Luffy. Seeing Qin Yue stop training and turn his head, Luffy immediately halts, placing his hands on his hips and tilting his head back to flash a dazzling grin that almost blinds, his voice clear and urgent, filled with youthful exuberance. Qin Yue. Makino says Ace has excelled in his etiquette lessons today, and we should celebrate with a feast at the tavern. Let's hurry, or Ace will gobble everything up." Upon hearing this, Qin Yue's lips curve slightly upwards, warmth blooming in his eyes, as he gently nods, saying, "All right, let's go. By the way, Ace has been learning etiquette with Makino for a few months now, and he's finally showing some progress." Luffy, upon hearing this, instantly bounces ahead, taking light steps down the mountain, while pouting and murmuring with reluctance, "But I just don't understand why Ace is learning this stuff. Every day it's nothing but strange formalities. He even spends less time training and hunting with us. It's not fun at all." Hearing Luffy's childish complaints, Qin Yue's smile deepens, and without voicing a rebuttal, he silently follows behind, his gaze resting on Luffy's bouncing figure as his thoughts drift away into memories. Unknowingly, he has already been in this world of pirates for 2 years. He recalls 2 years ago, after he had fought with all his might to defeat Captain Rock on a slave ship, he had completely exhausted himself and fainted, only to awaken in the thieves' den of Kolbo Mountain. Beside him sat the stern yet caring old man Garp and Dayton, while Ace and Luffy curiously observed him, their eyes filled with wonder, stealing glances at him from time to time. It was from that moment that Garp took him in, allowing him to live alongside Luffy and Ace, training in martial arts with the old man, hunting in the woods together. The despair and loneliness he once felt had long been quietly washed away by this warmth. Lost in thought, Qin Yue's pace slowed, his gaze slightly vacant, completely unaware that Luffy had already come to a stop ahead. Luffy turned back, noticing Qin Yue lost in thought, even pausing his steps, and shouted loudly, "Qin Yue, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you moving?" The clear shout jolted Qin Yue back from his memories. He abruptly looked up, realizing that in just a moment they had arrived at the entrance of Makino's tavern, where the wooden sign swayed gently in the wind, and the aroma of food wafted enticingly from inside. He gently shook his head, smiling as he said, "It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered when I first arrived in Windmill Village." Luffy, upon hearing this, immediately displayed an expression of realization, vigorously nodding his head without asking further. He reached out and grabbed Qin Yue's wrist, pulling him eagerly towards the tavern entrance. Then he swung open the wooden door and shouted boisterously, "Makino! Makino! I brought Qin Yue back. Can we eat now?" As the door creaked open, the warmth and aroma of food from inside the tavern rushed to greet them. At that moment, Makino was emerging from the kitchen, carrying a large plate of shiny red braised pork. Upon seeing Luffy pulling Qin Yue in, her eyes brightened, and she smiled warmly, replying, "You're just in time, I just brought out the last dish. Qin Yue, take a look. I made the braised pork using your method from last time. What do you think?" Qin Yue's eyes lit up at her words. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of braised pork to pop into his mouth. The tender meat melted between his teeth, savory and flavorful, rich, yet not greasy, with the sauce soaking into the meat, exactly the familiar taste from his memories. After savoring it for a moment, he slowly swallowed, turning to the eagerly awaiting Makino, and sincerely complimented, "Sister Makino, you're amazing. This is so much better than what I made." Makino's face immediately blossomed with a gentle smile, her brows curving into a crescent moon, her tone filled with joy. "Really? Thank you for the compliment. I was worried it wouldn't suit your taste." The two chatted about cooking tips for a few moments, with Qin Yue casually suggesting a few points about controlling the heat, and Makino listened attentively. After a while, Qin Yue suddenly remembered the purpose of today's meal. Glancing around the tavern, he curiously asked, "By the way, Sister Makino, where's Ace? Isn't this feast prepared for him?" Upon hearing Qin Yue's question, Makino immediately slapped her forehead, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face, and she shouted towards the stairs leading to the second floor, "Ace, come out. Qin Yue and Luffy are here." Hearing Makino's call, Qin Yue paused, and even Luffy, who had already picked up his chopsticks and started eating, stopped mid-motion. Both their gazes turned towards the staircase. Ace appeared dressed in a clean shirt, standing tall, walking down the stairs with an exceptionally dignified demeanor. Upon reaching the dining table, he slightly bowed to Qin Yue and Luffy, formally performing a standard greeting, his tone carrying a hint of deliberate seriousness. "Mr. Qin Yue, Mr. Luffy, welcome. Thank you for coming. Please have a seat." Qin Yue and Luffy stared at Ace, who exuded an air of nobility and was markedly different from his usual self, momentarily stunned, forgetting to move their chopsticks as the atmosphere in the tavern grew awkward. Ace looked at the two in their dazed state, showing no response. A faint blush of embarrassment crept onto his originally composed face, and he could no longer maintain his formal demeanor, shouting at them, "Hey, what do you two mean by this?" Seeing Ace abandon his formal act and return to his usual self, Qin Yue let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest with a smile, teasingly saying, "Now this is more like it, Ace. I thought someone had taken over your body or something." Luffy quickly swallowed the meat in his mouth and chimed in, "Even though I don't know what taking over means, I think Qin Yue is right. You were acting so strange just now." Hearing the two tease him about his serious etiquette training, Ace's embarrassment was instantly replaced by anger. He could no longer maintain his serious demeanor, frowning as he raised his fist and quickly approached Qin Yue and Luffy, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You two bastards. Dare to mock me." Seeing Ace charging over with a raised fist, Luffy shrank back in fright, hastily retreating while yelling, "Help. Makino, Ace is going to hit me." Nearby, Makino, who was leaning against the table and watching the fun with a smile, quickly stepped forward to gently intervene upon hearing Luffy's cry for help. All right, you three, stop it. Qin Yue, Luffy, you two have gone too far. This etiquette was learned by Ace for you." Quickly apologized to him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue and Luffy exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed gone too far with their teasing, promptly putting away their playful expressions and looking at Ace, whose face was still unhappy, respectfully lowering their heads to apologize. "Sorry, Ace." In truth, Ace only intended to symbolically teach the two a lesson, venting his embarrassment. Hearing Makino intervene, he never intended to really hit them. Now seeing their sincere apologies, his expression softened a bit. He lowered his fist, crossed his arms, and feigned aloofness as he glanced at the two, his tone still carrying a hint of reluctance. "I'll let you two off this time. Next time you dare to mock me, I'll make sure to beat you both." Makino observed the trio, finally calming down, a gentle smile gracing her face as she clapped her hands to announce, "All right, enough of the antics. To celebrate Ace's successful completion of his etiquette course, let's eat." No sooner had the words faded than Luffy eagerly pounced on the dining table, seized chopsticks, and stuffed a large piece of braised pork into his mouth, mumbling, "Delicious," indistinctly. His hands never paused, and the food on the plate diminished at a visible rate. Qin Yue and Aic also sat down one after another. The braised pork, fresh fish, and vegetables on the table were completely devoured by the three. Machinua sat nearby, watching them tenderly, occasionally refilling their glasses with juice. Before long, the three had eaten until their bellies were round. Luffy patted his bulging stomach, contentedly slumped back in his chair, and looked at Aic and Qin Yue with sparkling eyes. He proposed earnestly, "Hey, Aic, Qin Yue, how about setting sail together with me and becoming pirates? Aic as first mate and Qin Yue as the cook." Aic, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, leaned back in his chair. Upon hearing Luffy's words, he shook his head without hesitation and refused bluntly, "No, didn't we already agree? When we turn 17, we'll each set sail independently, not following anyone." Qin Yue had just taken a sip of juice when he heard Luffy asking him to be the cook. He immediately spat out the juice, quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and silently complained with Luffy's appetite, "If I become his cook, I'll be exhausted within a month. Better let future Shan Ji bear this burden." Thinking this, Qin Yue slowly shook his head and declined tactfully, "I don't want to. Cooking for you every day would waste too much time, while I still need to train in physical combat. Moreover, cooking is just a hobby for me, though I don't have the skills of a chef to satisfy your great appetite." Hearing the successive rejections, Luffy's smile instantly collapsed, and a hint of clear disappointment flickered in his eyes. But after just a moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightened. He leaned close to Qin Yue and asked expectantly, "Qin Yue, do you mean that as long as you don't have to be the cook, you're willing to come aboard my ship? Right? That must be it." "Great." Qin Yue looked at Luffy's excited expression, helplessly rubbed his forehead, and said with a mix of laughter and tears, Hey, Luffy, I never said that. Speaking of which, it's been 2 years since I came here, and I really haven't thought about what to do in the future." As he spoke, Qin Yue raised his hand, looked at his calloused, yet powerful fist, and his tone gradually turned resolute. "I only know that I must continuously push myself to become stronger. On the slave ship 2 years ago, I was helpless and at others' mercy. I never want to experience that again." Hearing Qin Yue's words, the originally lively tavern instantly fell silent. Aic and Luffy both fell silent. They all knew the despair and pain Qin Yue had once endured. For a moment, they didn't know what to say to comfort him. Machinua also dropped her smile, her eyes filled with heartache. Sensing the heavy atmosphere in the room, Qin Yue quickly forced a smile and waved his hand to ease the awkwardness. "Why is everyone so quiet? I'm not trapped in the past, though I just genuinely don't know what to do in the future. Don't be so serious." Aic glanced at the dejected Luffy, then at the feigned ease of Qin Yue. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "In that case, Qin Yue, why don't you just set sail with Luffy? His goal is to become the Pirate King. If you follow him, maybe you'll find your own goal along the way." Luffy heard Aic's words and instantly revived, full of energy. His eyes gleaming, he leaned in front of Qin Yue and nodded vigorously, "Yes. Qin Yue, come aboard my ship. Even though you don't know your goal, yet I'm the one who will become the Pirate King. Leave your dream to me. After all, the Pirate King is the freest person in the world." Looking at the two sincere faces before him, Qin Yue felt a warmth in his heart, and his eyes slightly moistened. Just as he was about to respond, a vigorous cough suddenly came from behind the three. This cough was extremely familiar. The hairs on the back of the three stood up instantly, and a cold sweat broke out on their backs. All the previous enthusiasm and dreams vanished in an instant. They stiffly turned their heads slowly, only to see Kapu standing at the tavern entrance with a grim face, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His eyes glared fiercely at the three, and he growled through gritted teeth, "I just heard that you three are going to become pirates, right? Luffy, Aic, Qin Yue." The moment the words fell, Kapu's fist as big as a rice bowl came whistling through the air, crashing heavily toward their heads. Bam! 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 3 dull thuds resounded in succession. In the next second, Qin Yue, Luffy, and Aic were lying flat on the tavern floor with huge lumps on their heads, their minds dizzy, and stars swirling before their eyes. Qin Yue rubbed the lump on his head, feeling his head buzzing, and couldn't help muttering in complaint, "I didn't say I wanted to be a pirate. Why do I have to get hit too?" Beside him, Luffy, still dazed with stars in his eyes, seemed to vaguely catch the keywords pirate and together. Without thinking, he mumbled, "Didn't we agree? You'd set sail with me, Qin Yue. We promised." Lying beside them, Aic heard their careless exchange and immediately pressed his forehead, sighing with exasperation, "Can you two use your brains for once? The old man is right here. Haven't you had enough beatings?" At Aic's reminder, Qin Yue and Luffy snapped out of their daze. They looked up abruptly, only to meet Kapu's fist raised once again. "Still trying to argue in front of me?" Seeing Kapu's fist about to strike again, the three shuddered in fright. They immediately rolled in different directions. still trying to argue in front of me. Seeing Kapu's fist about to strike again, the three shuddered in fright. They immediately rolled in different directions, barely dodging the powerful blow. After rolling to a stop, the three didn't dare linger for a moment. They scrambled to their feet and bolted toward the tavern door, without looking back, even ignoring the pain on their heads. Kapu watched the three brats actually dodge his fist. The anger on his face subsided a little, replaced by a hint of interest. He flexed his wrist, took long strides, and chased after them, shouting, "You little brats, don't run. Stop right there and taste Grandpa's love fist." Running between Qin Yue and Aic, Luffy heard Kapu shout from behind. While sprinting desperately, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "No. Grandpa's fists hurt so much. Even though I'm a rubber man, it still hurts. And I definitely have to set sail and become a pirate. The three of us promised, and I won't give up." Hearing Luffy's words, Qin Yue broke out in a cold sweat and almost slipped and fell. He quickly turned his head and shouted at Kapu behind, "Sir, please let me explain. This is all Luffy's idea. I never agreed to be a pirate." Kapu heard that Luffy was still unreformed, still shouting about becoming a pirate. He let out a low shout, "Shave." Before the words faded, a sharp whoosh sound cut through the air. Kapu, who had been far behind the three, instantly vanished from his spot, and in the next second abruptly appeared behind them, his speed leaving nothing but a blur. Before Qin Yue, Luffy, and Aic could react, Kapu's fist fell again like a sledgehammer. Bam! 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 After three dull thuds, the three were knocked to the ground once more. The lumps on their heads swelled even bigger. They grimaced in pain, their strength for struggling greatly diminished. Looking at the three whimpering brats lying on the ground, Kapu nodded in satisfaction, the gloom on his face receding a little. He then bent down, grabbed each of them by the collar with one hand, lifted them like kittens, and dragged them toward Mount Kirbo. While dragging the three, Kapu laughed heartily with a full voice, "Ha! Let's see if you still dare to say you want to be pirate. All of you train well with me and later become Marines with me." Before long, a rumbling sound came from deep within Mount Kirbo. The dull thuds of Kapu's fist smashing rocks during training mixed with the alternating screams of Qin Yue, Luffy, and Aic, as well as Kapu's hearty, yet intimidating laughter echoing through the entire forest and reaching far down to Windmill Village below. In fact, whenever Kapu returned from Marine headquarters, this scene would repeat over and over. Over time, the villagers of Windmill Village got used to this. Occasionally, hearing the commotion from the forest, they would just smile, shake their heads, and mumble, "Mr. Kapu is training the three brats again," then continue with their own work without any surprise. Time flew by. Year after year, 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. The three brats, once full of youthful innocence, had grown into upright young men. Their strength had soared under Kapu's rigorous training, and the dreams hidden deep in their hearts became ever more steadfast with the passage of time. The harbor of Windmill Village was exceptionally lively, yet tinged with a faint reluctance. The morning sea breeze carried a salty chill, brushing over the wooden pier and stirring up fine spray, which lapped against the rocky shore with a rustling sound. A simple yet sturdy little sailboat lay quietly moored at the shore, its hull scrubbed, spotless, the sail neatly folded along the gunwale, awaiting its owner to embark on a brand new voyage. Ace stood at the bow, his figure far more imposing than 4 years ago, the youthful naivety shed replaced by a composed and resolute expression between his brows. He still wore his signature red coat, the collar slightly open, revealing the sleek line of his neck, with a short sword at his waist, his companion through years of training. He raised a hand to adjust his collar, his gaze slowly sweeping across the shore, before finally settling on Qin Yue and Luffy, a faint yet warm smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Qin Yue stood in the middle of the pier, clad in a black outfit, his posture straight, his aura calm and restrained. For years of rigorous training had sharpened his gaze, making it keener and more resolute, the calluses on his hands thicker than before, marks of his daily punches and hunts. He looked at Ace on the bow, his face expressionless, yet deep in his eyes lay an inescapable reluctance, for this was the companion who had grown up and trained side by side with him for 6 years. Luffy stood beside Qin Yue, much taller than 4 years ago, but still carrying that same impishness and purity. The straw hat remained on his head, its brim slightly worn, bearing witness to his growth over the years. The usual mischief was gone from his face, his brows were slightly furrowed, his lips pressed into a straight line, his hands clenched tightly into fists. There was reluctance in his eyes, but also a hint of yearning. "Ace." Luffy spoke first, his voice carrying a barely perceptible choke, yet he still straightened his back with effort. "You have to be fine. Don't forget our promise. When I turn 17, I'll set sail too, and when that happens, we will definitely meet on the Great Sea." Ace smiled at this, nodded, his voice steady and firm. "Don't worry, Luffy. I won't forget. You two also need to train hard and not slack off. When you set sail, don't let me leave you behind." His gaze shifted to Qin Yue, his tone softening slightly. "Qin Yue, I'm counting on you to look after Luffy. That kid is impulsive and prone to trouble." Qin Yue gave a slight nod, his voice calm but resolute. Don't worry, I will. You too, when you're out at sea, be careful about everything. If you encounter trouble you can't handle, don't tough it out alone. Whenever you need us, we'll come find you. He said no more sentimental words, yet this simple instruction carried the bond and concern of 6 years spent together. Ace grinned, said nothing more, turned and walked to the stern, untied the mooring rope, gripped the oars, and slowly pushed off. The little sailboat, carried by the sea breeze, drifted away from the shore, slowly heading toward the distant ocean. He stood at the bow, turned to look back at Qin Yue and Luffy on the pier, waved vigorously, and his voice came clearly and firmly on the wind. Qin Yue, Luffy, they'll be waiting for you on the great sea. Luffy immediately waved both hands and roared, Ace, fair winds. We will definitely meet on the great sea. As he shouted, his eyes reddened slightly, but he stubbornly held back the tears. Qin Yue slowly raised his hand and waved toward Ace, his gaze fixed on the receding sailboat until it became a tiny speck on the horizon, vanishing from sight. After watching Ace's sailboat disappear completely on the horizon, Qin Yue and Luffy turned and walked back along the pier path. On the way back, Qin Yue's observation Haki suddenly stirred, perceiving something unusual. He tilted his head slightly, cast a glance toward the direction of the seaside cliff, then turned to instruct Luffy. Luffy, head back to the training ground first. They'll go and come back. Seeing Qin Yue acting strangely, Luffy felt a little puzzled, but didn't ask. He nodded firmly and replied, got it. They'll be waiting at the training ground. With that, he turned and ran toward Mount Kalubo, his straw hat swaying gently in the wind. On the other side, atop the seaside cliff, Garp sat cross-legged on the edge of a rock, one hand propping up his chin as he gazed into the distance in the direction Ace had departed. In his eyes lay a faint reluctance and concern, his usually cheerful smile gone, and the aura around him had grown much quieter. Light footsteps came from behind. Garp didn't turn around, his tone carrying a hint of appreciative tease. Not bad, brat. You've already mastered observation Haki enough to sense even this old man's presence. Qin Yue walked to the edge of the cliff, stopped, and smirked at Garp, teasing back. Naturally, look who taught me. I wouldn't dare slack off with the old man's guidance. Hearing this, Garp's expression brightened considerably. He turned and glared at Qin Yue, chiding with a laugh. You rascal, always so smooth-tongued. After the laughter, his gaze returned to the sea memories of Ace, Qin Yue, and Luffy from childhood to now flashing before him. He let out a soft sigh, his voice lowering. Of the three, you're the most steady, the one who gives this old man the least worry. Seeing Garp sighing, Qin Yue's smile faded. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Old man, with your strength you could have stopped Ace from going to sea. What? He left the rest unsaid, but the confusion was clear. He didn't understand why Garp, who always wanted them to become Marines, would let Ace pursue the path of a pirate. Garp didn't answer immediately. He kept staring at the sea, his gaze distant and complex. The wind lifted his coat, and he remained silent for a long while, as if recalling the past or pondering something. After a long pause, Garp slowly turned and pointed to the rock beside him, signaling Qin Yue to sit. Qin Yue complied and sat down quietly, awaiting Garp's answer. When Ace and Luffy were little, I trained them, taught them, hoping they'd become Marines when they grew up. Garp's voice was a little hoarse. You probably know something about Ace, right? His father is the pirate King Roger. That kid has been shackled by that identity since he was young, criticized and ostracized by others. His lifelong dream has been to make a name for himself, to break free from his father's shadow, and to prove to everyone that he is not Roger's appendage. He is Port Gasti. Ace. Garp paused, then turned to Qin Yue, his tone softening. Before you came, those two trained hard, but they never had a strong conviction to become true powerhouses. They just endured with sheer grit. After you arrived, they were influenced by that relentless, unyielding drive of yours, and their training became more active, no longer half-hearted. I've already taught you all the 6 powers in Haki. As long as you master them, even if you can't dominate this sea, you'll at least have no problem protecting yourselves. Garp slowly stood, brushed the dust off his pants, and once more looked out at the endless ocean. His voice was filled with the hope and concern of an elder. You've grown up now with your own thoughts and dreams. As your grandfather, I have no reason to forcibly stop you from pursuing your own lives. I only hope that no matter which path you choose, you will stay true to your heart, not stray into crooked ways, and not become the kind of person you once despised. With that, Garp didn't give Qin Yue a chance to speak. He turned and walked toward Mount Kalubo, his stride steady, his silhouette tall and upright in the sea breeze and morning light, yet tinged with an indescribable loneliness. Qin Yue sat on the cliff's edge, watching Garp's receding figure, then looking out at the sea. Garp's words echoed in his mind repeatedly. Time flowed on, and soon 2 months had passed since Ace's departure. After taking his annual leave, Garp returned to Marine headquarters. Boom, boom. A succession of thunderous roars came from deep within Mount Kalubo, shaking the leaves of nearby trees and causing the ground to tremble faintly. At that moment, Qin Yue was practicing his punches against the mountain wall. His black training clothes were soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to his tall, muscular frame. Every punch he threw carried immense force. His fist slammed into the hard rock, which instantly shattered, fragments flying. Not a single mark remained on the surface. After 6 years of rigorous training, his physical techniques had reached perfection. He wielded the 6 powers, shave, iron body, and others, with consummate skill. His observation haki was also honed to easily sense presences within hundreds of meters. But armament haki remained elusive. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp it. Every attempt to condense power ended in dissipation, unable to coat his fists and feet. Qin Yue withdrew his fist and looked at the cracked mountain face. A flicker of irritation passed through his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He knew that mastering haki couldn't be rushed. Garp had once said that armament haki required harmony between mind and strength to be truly understood through relentless training in the face of adversity. He walked over to a blue stone and sat down, picked up his water flask, and took a few gulps. His fingers gently traced the calluses on his palms as he thought of Ace before his departure, silently wishing in his heart. He hoped Ace would have smooth sailing on the sea and that he himself would soon master armament haki, so that when the critical moment came, he could protect those he wanted to protect. Just then a panicked voice came from behind him, filled with extreme urgency and distress. Something terrible has happened. Qin Yue, Qin Yue. Qin Yue rose from his seat and turned around only to see Dayton rushing toward him in a panic. The cigarette she usually kept dangling from her mouth was gone, her hair was disheveled, her clothes wrinkled, and her face was etched with anxiety and distress. Even her steps were unsteady, clearly from running a long distance. A chill settled in Qin Yue's heart as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He strode forward, quickly steadying Dayton as she nearly collapsed, his voice urgent, yet composed. What's wrong, Dayton? Catch your breath and tell me slowly. Don't rush. Bent over with hands gripping her thighs, Dayton panted heavily, her chest heaving violently, her face pale as death. It took a long while before she regained some strength, her voice choked with tears as she stammered, Luffy has been captured by pirates. With that, Dayton lunged forward, her hands gripping Qin Yue's shoulders so tightly that her nails almost dug into his flesh. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her voice full of pleading and despair. Qin Yue, please save Luffy. Garp has returned to Marine headquarters, and Ace has set sail. Now you are the strongest one in Windmill Village. Only you can save Luffy. Upon hearing Dodon's words, Qin Yue's face darkened instantly. The aura around him turned icy and sharp, a piercing chill flashing in his eyes. His hands clenched involuntarily, knuckles cracking audibly. Without the slightest hesitation, he gently patted Dodon's hand, his voice firm and unwavering, carrying an undeniable strength. Don't worry, Dayton. Leave it to me. As his words faded, Qin Yue exploded into motion, his figure vanishing before Dodon's eyes like a phantom, tearing through the air, leaving only a faint breeze and Dayton still trembling and weeping in place. Meanwhile, at the port of Windmill Village, what had once been a bustling dock was now shrouded in gloom. The air was thick with the brutality of pirates and the terror of the villagers. A towering pirate, a giant of at least 2.5 meters, stood with bulging muscles, arms as thick as a grown man's thighs, a gruesome scar running from his forehead to his jaw, and eyes as fierce as a starving wolf. He gripped Luffy's neck with one hand, hoisting the young boy, still not fully grown, high into the air. Luffy's feet kicked futilely, his hands desperately clawing at the giant's wrist. His face flushed crimson, and his breathing became labored. Not far away, the villagers of Windmill Village were hemmed in by a dozen pirate lackeys, each armed with long blades and short clubs. Their faces were savage, their eyes contemptuously scanning the huddled crowd. Every so often they prodded someone with their clubs, forcing the villagers to retreat step by step. Fear and helplessness filled their faces, but none dared to resist. Let me go, you damn pirate. Luffy mustered all his strength, flailing his fists uselessly against the giant's arm, while shouting hoarsely, his voice raspy from suffocation, yet still brimming with unyielding defiance. The giant pirate, far from angered, simply grinned, revealing yellowed fangs, and let out a hoarse, sinister laugh. He slowly loosened his grip on Luffy's neck and let him fall heavily to the ground. Luffy stumbled to his feet, rubbing his sore neck. Seeing that Vincent had truly released him, a spark of stubborn fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He instantly assumed a battle stance, feet shoulder-width apart, fists clenched, and roared at Vincent, Goma Goma no. Pistol. Before his words even died down, Luffy's right arm stretched backward to its limit, veins bulging slightly, as the unique elasticity of the gum-gum fruit tensed. Then with a sudden rebound, his fist shot forward. The fist whistled through the air, aimed straight for Vincent's chest, moving so fast it left only a blur. Vincent watched the incoming punch, his sneer twisting into a more amused expression, his eyes filled with contempt. He let out a disdainful snort, planting his feet firmly. In an instant, his right hand was coated with jet-black armament haki, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Before Luffy's fist could reach him, he raised his hand and caught it precisely, gripping the powerful fist with ease. Ugh, it hurts. Luffy immediately felt the piercing pain in his palm, the hard sensation of armament Haki. He cried out in pain, quickly flexing his muscles to yank his fist free from Vincent's grasp. Rubbing his reddened knuckles, his eyes showed no sign of retreat. Once again, Luffy assumed an attack stance, his eyes locked on Vincent, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Goma Goma no, rocket!" This time he didn't use just one arm. He stretched both arms backward, making them thin and long, storing immense elastic energy. Then with a powerful thrust, he brought both palms together and slammed them at Vincent. Seeing this, Vincent's amusement faded slightly, though contempt still lingered. He decided not to take the hit. With a slight flex of his legs, the stone slab beneath him cracked into fine lines. His figure darted sideways like a ghost, narrowly dodging Luffy's double palm strike. Luffy's palms struck the empty air, missing their target, and slammed heavily into the ground with a thud. A deep pit was blasted into the earth, sending shards of rock flying. Before Luffy could retract his attack, Vincent closed in. His fist, again coated in jet black armament Haki, lashed out with a sharp gust aimed straight at Luffy's cheek. The speed was too fast for Luffy to react. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Luffy's cheek was instantly dented and bright red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping down his jaw and splattering onto the giant's hand. The immense force jolted Luffy's entire body. His raised fists drooped and his eyes grew dazed. Yet even so, he gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the giant with no sign of surrender. The trapped villagers on the shore saw this scene, their hearts tightening with anguish and worry. Unable to contain themselves, they cried out in unison, "Luffy!" Their voices were full of concern. Many villagers had reddened eyes and instinctively tried to rush forward to save the bullied boy. This little brat, who bounced around Windmill Village all day shouting about becoming the Pirate King, had long become a cherished figure in the villagers' hearts. But the moment they stepped forward, the pirate lackeys blocked them. The pirates brandished their long blades and short clubs, snarling menacingly, "Stay back, all of you. Anyone who takes another step gets cut down." The fierce tone carried an undeniable threat. The sharp edges of their weapons gleamed coldly, forcing the villagers to retreat in fear. All they could do was watch helplessly as Vincent bullied Luffy, trembling with desperation and rage, crying out in despair, powerless to intervene. The giant, satisfied with the limp Luffy in his grasp, slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the trapped villagers. He bellowed in a coarse, arrogant voice laced with threatening authority, "Hey, you worthless trash. Contact that old man Garp. Tell him I've captured his grandson. He wants him back. Use Black Bear Lake to exchange. Tell that old man not to play any tricks or try to muster troops. Otherwise he'll crush this brat right now." As his words fell, his grip on Luffy's neck tightened. Luffy's face turned even paler, his breathing more strained, and his struggling weakened. Village Chief Slap stood at the front of the villagers, his already wrinkled face now etched with deep gravity. When he heard the name Black Bear Lake, his eyes widened in shock, pupils contracting violently. His body trembled uncontrollably as he raised a shaky finger toward the giant, holding Luffy, his voice barely a whisper of disbelief. Black Bear Pirate Captain. The Black Bear Lake with a bounty of 180 million berries. Are you? Bruiser Vincent with a bounty of 125 million berries. Upon hearing the chief's words, one of the pirate lackeys stepped forward with a smug grin, sneering at the chief. "Oh, you old man sure know your stuff. That's right. This is our Vice Captain Vincent. You heard our Vice Captain, didn't you? Hurry up and contact that old man Garp to hand over our captain. If you waste even a moment, we'll massacre this entire Windmill Village." Ha ha. As the pirate's words ended, the other lackeys chimed in, their coarse laughter and fierce shouts mingling. The cacophony echoed across the port, making the villagers tremble in fear. Some couldn't help but sob, but they clamped their hands over their mouths, afraid to make a sound that might provoke the vicious pirates. Vincent glanced down at Luffy, whose breathing was growing faint. A cruel smile tugged at his lips and his voice turned even icier. "You have 1 hour. Either contact Garp and agree to our terms, or watch this brat die before your eyes. Then we'll deal with each one of you." No sooner had Vincent spoken than a sharp swoosh sliced through the air so fast that no one could react. The next instant, a formidable figure appeared before him. Before Vincent could make out who it was, an overwhelming force slammed into his chest. Vincent's massive body flew backward like a broken kite, smashing through a wooden fence, then crashing into 2 low houses. With 2 dull booms, the earthen walls collapsed, raising clouds of dust. Everyone in the port froze, staring at the sudden development, too stunned to breathe. The pirate lackeys' arrogance and mocking grins were replaced by disbelief and terror. Their blades and clubs clattered to the ground, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The trapped villagers also stopped, their sobbing eyes wide with bewilderment and shock, instinctively craning their necks to look at the figure that had appeared. As the dust from Vincent's crash settled, everyone finally saw the figure clearly, a tall, upright silhouette, exuding an icy, formidable aura. His body was well-trained, compact, and powerful. He wore black pants and black shoes, a white training vest clinging to his back, revealing distinct muscle lines. Sweat soaked the collar, but did not make him look disheveled. His hair was slightly messy, and his dark eyes were filled with intense gravity and cold fury fixed on the direction where Vincent had fallen. The pressure around him was suffocating. At this moment, Qin Yue was slightly bent over, carefully supporting Lu Fei's arm as he lifted him off the ground, contrasting sharply with the icy aura surrounding Lu Fei. Leaning against Qin Yue, Lu Fei took a while to catch his breath. The wound on his cheek was still oozing blood, yet his bright eyes remained fixed on Qin Yue, urgency lacing his tone as he shouted, "Be careful, Qin Yue." At this moment, Qin Yue was slightly bent over, carefully supporting Lu Fei's arm as he lifted him off. Qin Yue nodded slowly, the gravity in his eyes deepening further. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of Lu Fei's mouth, his movements tender, yet his tone unwaveringly firm as he turned to Lu Fei and instructed, "Lu Fei, go to Grandpa the village chief and deal with the other pirates first. Leave this guy to me." Seeing Vincent being sent flying into a pile of rubble, the villagers, who had been filled with fear, instantly breathed a sigh of relief, joy slowly creeping onto their faces as they thought the crisis was over. But when they heard Qin Yue's instructions to Lu Fei, their smiles froze in disbelief. How could Qin Yue suggest continuing to fight when Vincent had just been thrown away? Before anyone could ask, a hoarse, excited cackle came from the direction of the rubble, where Vincent lay, cutting through the dust and resonating throughout the port. "Kid, you really gave me a big surprise. Now it's my turn." As soon as the words left his mouth, a powerful aura erupted from the rubble and Vincent's figure vanished from the spot, in an instant, moving so fast that only a blurry afterimage remained, not even stirring the dust. Almost the moment Vincent disappeared, Qin Yue's eyes suddenly sharpened. His years of training and observation Haki activated fully, making his senses acutely aware of Vincent's movements and the fluctuations of his aura vividly reflecting in his mind. "Here he comes," Qin Yue hissed, gathering his strength as he maintained his stance. His right fist, imbued with tremendous force, swung decisively toward the empty space before him. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the wind from the punch stirred the air, raising a cloud of dust. As everyone focused, they saw Vincent's figure reappear before Qin Yue, also throwing a right fist that collided fiercely with Qin Yue's punch. Their fists met with immense force, creating ripples of energy that sent surrounding debris tumbling. Vincent wore a sinister grin, his eyes filled with amusement and surprise as he stared hard at Qin Yue. "I never expected you, kid, to have mastered observation Haki." As everyone focused, they saw Vincent's figure reappear before Qin Yue, also throwing a right fist that collided fiercely with Qin Yue. He suddenly exerted force with his arms, the dark armament Haki enveloping his fists with a cold metallic sheen as he swung them down towards Qin Yue's chest, his roar deafening. "So what about armament Haki? Can you still withstand this, kid, eh?" Using observation Haki, Qin Yue clearly sensed the overwhelming force and icy aura of Vincent's punches. He gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes, not retreating an inch as he raised his left fist to collide violently with Vincent's. Bang! Another deafening thud rang out. This time the force was even more overwhelming, the shockwave forcing the nearby villagers to stagger backward, while the pirate lackeys were left trembling in fear on the ground. Everyone looked up in unison, witnessing Qin Yue being struck back by Vincent's punch like a kite, with a broken string crashing down heavily onto the rocks at the shore. With a loud thud, the rocks shattered, debris flying as Qin Yue grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yue slowly propped himself up against the rocks, rubbing his numbed fist as waves of excruciating pain radiated from his palm. His expression grew heavier as he fixed his gaze on Vincent, not far away, contemplating inwardly, how could such a master of armament Haki appear in this remote region of the East Sea? His strength is so formidable. Damn it! At that moment, a thought suddenly sparked in Qin Yue's mind. Since a strong opponent has come to him, instead of being on the defensive, he might as well seize this opportunity to fully awaken his armament Haki. With that thought, the heaviness in Qin Yue's eyes vanished, replaced by a burning light. He fixed his gaze on Vincent, his aura sharpening once more, and then shouted, "Soru." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Yue's figure vanished from the spot, utilizing Soru to its utmost, leaving only a blurred afterimage. In the next second, he reappeared before Vincent, his right fist carrying a whistling wind smashed fiercely towards Vincent's chest. Vincent's expression changed drastically, clearly not expecting Qin Yue's speed to be so fast. He had no time to think as he crossed his arms covered in armament Haki, tightly blocking Qin Yue's punch. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as Vincent was pushed back 2 steps by the force of the punch. The wooden bridge creaked underfoot, nearly breaking. He steadied himself, ready to mock Qin Yue for lacking strength, but suddenly realized that Qin Yue had once again vanished from his sight. Not good. Vincent cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to turn and defend, a sharp gust of wind rushed past his Without time to react, Qin Yue's flying kick struck fiercely at his side, the immense force erupting in an instant, sending Vincent's massive body flying again, crashing heavily onto the stone road with a resounding boom. Grimacing in pain, Vincent quickly scrambled up from the ground. Just as he turned to look in Qin Yue's direction, Qin Yue's fist appeared before him close enough to see the determination in Qin Yue's eyes. Vincent had no time to think and crossed his arms, still coated in armament Haki, to block this blow. A tremendous sound echoed through the port, the stones beneath Vincent's feet instantly cracking with numerous fissures before collapsing entirely. His body was forcefully pressed into the ground by Qin Yue's blow, half of him sinking into the rubble as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. A glint of sharpness flashed in Qin Yue's eyes. He intended to press the attack and eliminate Vincent entirely, but at that moment his observation Haki suddenly sensed a chilling aura rising from below. Vincent's foot, not trapped in the ground, was now covered in dark armament Haki, and was kicking fiercely towards his abdomen. At such a close distance, Qin Yue had no time to evade. He gritted his teeth as his muscles instantly contracted, activating the iron body technique from Soru, making his body as hard as steel, intending to endure this fatal blow. Bang! A massive sound erupted as Vincent's kick struck Qin Yue's abdomen. The overwhelming force exploded in an instant, and Qin Yue felt a piercing pain in his abdomen as his body was uncontrollably kicked into the air, flying backward. Qin Yue flipped in the air, barely stabilizing himself, unable to suppress a curse. Damn it, that really hurt. I must never harden my body against armament Haki attacks again. Just as Qin Yue grumbled to himself, his observation Haki alerted him once more. Vincent's figure had appeared behind him, his fists still covered in armament Haki, mercilessly striking towards his back. Qin Yue's heart tightened. Without time to think, he quickly spun in midair, crossing his arms to block in front of him, taking on Vincent's blow. Bang! Once again a muffled sound rang out, and Qin Yue was sent flying, crashing down to the ground like a heavy boulder. Boom! The ground shattered beneath Qin Yue, creating a deep indentation as debris and dust flew into the air. Struggling to rise from the crater, Qin Yue's arms were now covered in bruises, and even the slightest movement sent sharp pain coursing through him, with more blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Not far away, Vincent approached slowly after delivering that blow, his expression equally grim, blood at the corners of his mouth, his chest heaving vigorously, clearly showing that the previous exchanges had drained him significantly. However, the malice in his gaze toward Qin Yue only intensified. Qin Yue struggled to maintain his stance, kneeling heavily on one knee as his knee struck the ground with a thud, kicking up some dust. He gritted his teeth, the pain from his bruised arms, piercing blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth, soaking into the dirt before him, blooming into dark red flowers. Yet his gaze showed no sign of retreat. His dark eyes burned like flames, fixated on Vincent without a trace of wavering. In his mind, the sensation of being struck by Vincent's armament Haki fist replayed repeatedly, the tremor in his bones, and the stinging pain in his flesh felt as vivid as if it were happening right now. Meanwhile, the words of Grandpa Garp teaching them about armament Haki echoed slowly in his ears. Perceive the momentum and beliefs within your body and attach them to your form. So that's how it is. Qin Yue murmured in his heart, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. When I first heard it, I always felt that concept was too abstract. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't gather the energy. But after this real battle, I finally understand. Thinking this, Qin Yue slowly lowered his head, looking at his calloused fist still stained with dust and blood. He clenched it abruptly, knuckles cracking audibly, and felt the energy within him begin to stir, surging toward his fist. An unprecedented sense of weight gradually spread from his palm. Vincent on the opposite side had no idea what Qin Yue was thinking. In his eyes, Qin Yue kneeling on one knee with his head down was a clear sign of surrender and defeat. He bared his teeth in a vicious sneer, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and trudged forward with heavy steps, his voice hoarse and fierce. Surrender won't save you. Kid, you've seriously pissed me off. Today you'll die right here. Before his words faded, Vincent suddenly thrust his feet into the ground, accelerating instantly. He raised his fist coated with armament Haki and swung it with a howling wind straight at Qin Yue's head, determined to crush this boy who had repeatedly provoked him into a bloody pulp. Nearby, Luffy had already dealt with the terrified pirate lackeys. The childishness on his face had vanished, replaced by tense anxiety. His gaze never left the duel between Qin Yue and Vincent. When he saw Qin Yue kneeling motionless and Vincent's armament-coated fist about to land, Luffy could no longer hold back. His eyes turning crimson, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qin Yue!" Even as his shout echoed, he dashed with all his might toward Qin Yue, his small figure radiating an unprecedented urgency. Even knowing he was no match for Vincent, he showed no hesitation. Qin Yue was his most important partner. He could not stand by and watch him get hurt. Vincent caught a glimpse of Luffy rushing over and sneered, his tone dripping with contempt and cruelty. "Ha ha, useless brat. With such weak skills you dare to meddle. Once I finish this one, you're next. Then I'll crush both of you little punks together and give that old man Garp a huge surprise." As he spoke, Vincent had already closed in on Qin Yue, his fist covered in pitch-black armament Haki mere inches from Qin Yue's head. The fierce wind ruffled the loose strands on Qin Yue's forehead. Seeing this, Luffy's heart leaped into his throat. He mustered every ounce of strength and let out a heart-wrenching. That scream carried the utmost panic and determination of a young boy. In the instant it sounded, an immense, invisible force far beyond ordinary imagination erupted from within Luffy's body. It was Conqueror's Haki from the depths of his bloodline, sweeping like a silent tsunami that instantly engulfed the entire port of Windmill Village. The pirate lackeys who had just collapsed and not yet recovered were the first to be struck by this Conqueror's pressure. They felt a deafening buzz in their heads. Their vision darkened, their souls felt clutched, all strength drained from their bodies, and without even a groan they fainted dead away, losing consciousness entirely. The villagers not far away were also shaken by the sudden pressure, their vision going black as they crumpled to the ground and passed out. Vincent, who was about to smash Qin Yue, froze mid-motion, his fist hanging in the air. The vicious sneer on his face solidified, replaced by sheer disbelief and terror. His muscles stiffened uncontrollably, cold sweat streamed down his cheeks, soaking his back. Even breathing became a struggle. The only thought in his mind was, what is this energy? He slowly turned his head, staring stiffly at Luffy charging toward him. His eyes were full of incredulity, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He simply could not believe that this unremarkable brat also possessed such terrifying Haki. Meanwhile, Qin Yue's internal energy had reached its peak. He had finally mastered armament Haki, and pitch-black armament instantly coated his entire fist, gleaming with cold metallic luster and carrying a heavy, formidable force. He was about to raise his fist filled with all his strength and strike Vincent when he suddenly felt a familiar, yet overwhelming energy sweeping in from Luffy's direction. It was Conqueror's Haki, exactly the same as the energy he had unconsciously released on the slave ship 6 years ago. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki acted like a key, instantly igniting the dormant Conquerors within Qin Yue. The next second, Qin Yue's body erupted with a tremendous Conqueror's Haki resonating with Luffy's. The two invisible forces collided and intertwined in the air, generating a destructive pressure that swept across the entire port. Even the sea breeze churned violently, and waves crashed against the shore rocks with thunderous roars. Vincent stood precisely at the epicenter of the two Conquerors' streams. The twin pressures, like invisible giant hands, clutched his heart and crushed his soul. A sharp pain shot through his head, his vision went black, blood surged in his chest, and a coppery taste filled his throat. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. He struggled to lift his head, propping himself up weakly. His gaze was unfocused, yet filled with extreme terror, fixed on the two youths emanating Conqueror's Haki. His lips quivered, and in a faint, incredulous whisper, "Monsters. These two boys are real monsters." Vincent, severely rattled by the Conqueror's Haki, was already delirious, his eyes only madness and murderous intent. He let out a sudden roar, once again coating both fists with armament Haki. Pushing off the ground, he charged at Qin Yue like a demon, babbling, "Die. All of you die." Feeling the Conquerors surging within him, and looking at the black armament on his fist, a sharp glint flashed in Qin Yue's eyes. He grinned and mused to himself, "I really should thank this guy. Not only did he help me fully master armament Haki, but he also accidentally awakened Luffy's Conquerors. By the way, is this guy from the Beast's Pirates?" Though the thought crossed his mind, Qin Yue's movements never faltered. He suddenly stomped the ground, letting out a low shout, "Shave." His figure vanished instantly, leaving only a blurred afterimage. He pushed the 6 powers technique to its limit, appearing in front of Vincent in the blink of an eye. Vincent, already dazed, never expected Qin Yue to attack so suddenly with such astonishing speed. He stood frozen, confusion written all over his face, having lost sight of Qin Yue. But Qin Yue, thanks to his refined observation Haki, had already locked onto every move Vincent made and could pinpoint his location even with his eyes closed. He shouted toward Vincent to thank you for teaching me armament Haki. I'll make you my first test subject. As his words hung in the air, Qin Yue appeared behind Vincent, his fist coated with even denser armament Haki. With immense force, he slammed it toward Vincent's head. Hearing Qin Yue's voice, Vincent instinctively turned his head, but before he could make out the figure, what met his eyes was Qin Yue's fist wrapped in pitch-black armament, already an inch away. Already deranged, Vincent, upon seeing Qin Yue had also awakened armament Haki, completely lost his mind. He laughed hysterically, "Haha. It's all fake. Impossible. How can you have armament Haki too?" Oh, but before his laughter faded, Qin Yue's fist slammed into his head. Boom. A thunderous crash. Vincent's head was caved in with a deep fist imprint. The power of the black armament exploded, spreading from his head throughout his entire body. His laughter cut off abruptly. His eyes bulged, the expression of madness and disbelief still frozen on his face. The massive body driven by the force of Qin Yue's punch was hammered deep into the hard stone pavement, only half his torso left exposed. He was completely lifeless without even a twitch. Qin Yue slowly withdrew his fist, the armament Haki fading. He looked at Vincent, now embedded in the earth and devoid of life, and let out a soft sigh. His Conqueror's Haki also receded. His legs gave way, and he stumbled back a few steps, leaning against a rock, behind him panting heavily. The battle just now, combined with awakening armament Haki and erupting Conquerors, had nearly drained all his strength. Not far away, Luffy's Conquerors gradually dissipated. He staggered to Qin Yue's side, his face full of concern. Quickly supporting Qin Yue's arm, he asked urgently, "Qin Yue, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Qin Yue saw Luffy's worried look, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He shook his head, his voice hoarse, but with a hint of a smile. "I'm fine, Luffy, thanks to you." He paused, his gaze landing on Luffy full of approval. "I never expected you to awaken Conqueror's Haki too." Luffy scratched his head, a simple grin spreading across his face. He rubbed the back of his head, a little embarrassed. "I don't really know what happened. When I saw that bastard about to hit you, I couldn't help but shout, and then a strange power surged out." The sea breeze gently swept through, dispersing the stench of blood and dust from the port. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the dock and driving away the earlier gloom. Qin Yue looked at his companion Luffy, and then at the villagers before him, his eyes filled with determination. He had finally mastered the armament Haki and now possessed enough strength to protect those he wished to safeguard. The vast ocean seemed to reveal a broader vista to him due to this battle. Just then a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dock, accompanied by the rugged shouts of mountain bandits. Dayton rushed over with a group of bandits, each gripping a club and wearing expressions of anxiety and panic. Her gaze quickly swept across the chaotic port, her expression tense, clearly having run here in a panic, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen consequences. Her eyes searched the port rapidly, soon locking onto Qin Yue and Luffy leaning against the rocks. Her pace quickened as she rushed towards them. Her eyes scrutinized them from head to toe, her urgency hard to conceal despite her attempt to appear calm. "Luffy, Qin Yue, are you two little brats all right?" Seeing them covered in dirt with some minor wounds, yet exhibiting clear eyes and steady breaths, it was evident they were fine. Dodon's heart, which had been in her throat, finally eased, and she let out a long sigh. Her tense shoulders relaxed completely, and her tone shifted to a proud demeanor as she pouted, saying, "Humph, as long as you two little brats are fine, you really don't make it easy for me to worry." As her words fell, she unconsciously glanced around. Upon seeing the villagers and pirate lackeys sprawled on the ground, her brow furrowed, and she turned to Qin Yue, asking, "What happened to them? Are they all lying on the ground pretending to be dead?" Qin Yue, noticing Dodon's prideful, yet caring demeanor, smiled slightly, understanding her concern, but choosing not to address it directly. He calmly explained, "They're just knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki. They'll wake up shortly." Hearing this, Dayton finally set her mind at ease. The urgency on her face faded, and she instantly adopted the demeanor of a mountain bandit leader, loudly reprimanding the bandits behind her. "What are you all standing around for? Get moving. Bind these pirate lackeys tightly, and keep a close watch. Don't let them wake up and cause trouble. Check on the villagers too. If anyone is hurt, help them to the side to rest." The bandits responded in unison and quickly scattered, each fulfilling their duties. Time passed slowly, and before long half a day had gone by, with the sun gradually slanting to the west, casting a warm glow on the stone path of the dock. Those villagers and pirates who had been knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki began to wake up one after another. As the villagers regained consciousness, they were still somewhat dazed. After a while they remembered the battle, and upon seeing the unscathed Qin Yue and Luffy, they exchanged looks of relief and joy for surviving the ordeal. The pirate lackeys, upon opening their eyes, found themselves tightly bound together with coarse ropes, feeling weak and powerless. Looking at the villagers standing around and the vigilant mountain bandits, as well as Qin Yue and Luffy leaning against the rocks who still exuded a fierce aura, they quickly understood. They had lost, and they had lost miserably. The once fierce pirates now had their arrogance completely stripped away, replaced by resignation and fear. No one dared to struggle or shout. Their heads hung low, and they remained silent, their eyes filled with despair. Village Chief Slap leaned on his cane and slowly walked to Qin Yue and Luffy, carefully examining them to confirm they were indeed unhurt. A relieved smile spread across his face as he let out a long sigh. "That's great, that's great. As long as you two are fine." As he spoke, the chief turned to the villagers who had woken up and said loudly, "It's good that everyone is awake. Let's first clean up the battlefield, keep a close watch on these pirates, and then go home to prepare a meal. We must properly reward Qin Yue and Luffy for their efforts today." The villagers responded enthusiastically, their faces filled with gratitude as they immediately took action. Some cleared away the debris and blood from the battlefield, some watched over the bound pirates, and others hurried home to prepare food. The once chaotic port gradually returned to its former liveliness and order. Before long, the delicious aroma of food wafted out from the villagers' homes, and village chief Slap, specifically, had the food brought to Makino's tavern. A large table was filled with fresh fish, fragrant roasted meat, soft rice, and the desserts personally made by Makino, all of which were Qin Yue and Luffy's favorites. Qin Yue and Luffy were already starved and sat down to eat heartily. Luffy grabbed roasted meat with one hand, his mouth stuffed with food, mumbling enthusiastically about how delicious it was, his face filled with satisfaction. Qin Yue also didn't hold back, eating, while gradually regaining the energy he had expended during the earlier battle. After satisfying their hunger, Qin Yue set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and his expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on village chief Slap. He couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Chief, I have some questions. Where did this group of pirates come from? How could there be pirates in the East Sea who master armament Haki?" Village chief Slap, upon hearing this, saw his smile gradually fade. He nodded as if he had anticipated that Qin Yue would ask this question. He slowly stood up, retrieved a neatly folded newspaper from the tavern's counter, and handed it to Qin Yue with a heavy tone, saying, "Take a look at this, and you'll understand." Qin Yue took the newspaper with confusion, slowly unfolding it, his gaze falling on the headlines, studying it. The newspaper prominently featured news about the Black Bear Pirates, stating the Black Bear Pirates returned from the New World and were unexpectedly encountered by the Navy hero Garp while passing through the first half of the Grand Line. A fierce battle ensued, ultimately resulting in Garp successfully capturing the pirate captain Black Bear, while his deputy brute Vincent managed to escape with a small number of crew members amidst the chaos, and has been missing ever since. Upon reading this, Qin Yue's pupils contracted slightly as he quickly connected the dots, silently pondering. So that's it. This Vincent is the vice captain of the Black Bear Pirates. Their arrival at Windmill Village was not a coincidence. They came seeking revenge. With this realization, Qin Yue gently lowered the newspaper, his expression growing graver. He glanced at Luffy, who was still blissfully devouring roasted meat, completely unaware. After their meal, the villagers continued to busy themselves with clearing away dishes and recounting the recent dangers. Qin Yue stood up to bid farewell to the chief and Makino, following Dayton, Luffy, and the bandits back to Corbo Mountain. The sunset elongated their shadows, and the sea breeze still carried a salty humidity, but Qin Yue's heart felt heavy with a question swirling in his mind. How did this group of pirates know that Luffy is Garp's grandson, and how did they find out Luffy was in Windmill Village? His brows furrowed, his steps slowed, and his fingertips unconsciously rubbed the thin calluses on his palm as he pondered, could it be that someone from Windmill Village leaked the information? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Qin Yue immediately dismissed it without hesitation. Having ruled out the possibility of a villager leaking information, Qin Yue's gaze gradually sharpened as a thought quietly emerged. There are only two possibilities. Something has happened with Old Man Garp. Perhaps there is an insider from the Black Bear Pirates within the Navy who leaked Luffy's identity and whereabouts, or maybe the world government wants to replicate another's effort. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the situation was complicated. Qin Yue immediately stopped walking, turned to Dayton, who was a short distance ahead, and spoke urgently, yet with a hint of steadiness. "Dayton, lend me the den mushi. I need to talk to the old man about something." Dayton paused, glancing back at Qin Yue's serious expression without asking further. Though she usually acted carefree and was prone to anger, she recognized Qin Yue's steady and cautious nature. If it weren't for something significant, he wouldn't be contacting Garp with the den mushi at this time. Without a word, she pulled out a den mushi from her waist and tossed it to Qin Yue, waving her hand impatiently with a bit of a proud admonishment. "Here you go. We'll head back first. Don't talk too late, or I won't leave the door open for you." Having said that, Dayton grabbed hold of Luffy, who was still mumbling about wanting more dessert, waved goodbye to the bandits behind her, and led the group ahead toward Corbo Mountain, leaving Qin Yue standing alone, holding the den mushi. Qin Yue rubbed the cold shell of the den mushi with his fingertips, showing no hesitation as he pressed the call button. Brew, 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 brew. Click. With a soft sound, the den mushi successfully connected, and Garp's energetic, yet slightly worried voice came through. "Dayton, what happened again?" Hearing Garp's familiar voice, Qin Yue's tense heartstrings relaxed, suppressing the gravity in his heart as he responded with a steady tone. "Old man, it's me. There's something important I need to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Garp's tone softened considerably, filled with concern. "Oh, it's Qin Yue. Just in time. I'm on my way back to the EC now. I'll be at Windmill Village in half a day. Just tell me what's going on." Qin Yue did not hesitate any longer and immediately relayed the incident of Vincent leading the remnants of the Black Bear Pirates to attack and attempt to capture Luffy, to coerce him into releasing along with his suspicions. He informed Garp of the possibility of an insider in the Navy or issues within the world government that might have led to Luffy's identity and location being leaked, laying everything out clearly. After explaining everything, Qin Yue held the den mushi, quietly waiting for Garp's response. After a moment, Garp's heavy yet somewhat resigned voice came through the line. You really are sharp to have figured that. Don't worry about this matter, I will handle it. After a pause, Garp's tone suddenly turned severe, carrying an authoritative weight. However, after I return this time, you all must train harder. You are fine with solid martial arts and have grasped the armament Haki, but that brat Luffy actually got captured by pirates. It's simply embarrassing for me. It seems the training has been too lax. Hearing this, Qin Yue was not surprised. Instead, he nodded slightly, feeling no resistance in his heart. For him, additional training was never a burden, but a necessary path to becoming stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and those around him. However, he couldn't help but worry about Luffy. Luffy had a free-spirited nature and hated monotonous training. If he found out he was going to be doubly trained by the old man, he would probably throw a tantrum. But this worry lasted only a moment before Qin Yue pushed it aside. He recalled Luffy's steadfast declaration of wanting to become the Pirate King, and a sense of resolve gradually emerged in his eyes. Luffy, don't blame us, everything is for your own good. Having come to terms with his thoughts, Qin Yue responded affirmatively. After exchanging a few more words, he hung up the call, carefully tucked away the Den Mushi, and turned to hurry towards Corbo Mountain. On the other side, Dan was leading Luffy and the bandits back along the road. Luffy had not been idle the entire way, chattering incessantly about the food at the tavern. First declaring the grilled meat the most fragrant, then claiming that Qin Yue's desserts were the most delicious. His noisy voice made Dawn headache. But just as he was exuberantly saying, "I'll eat that much grilled meat next time too," he suddenly shuddered, his words cut off abruptly, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. Subconsciously, he wrapped his clothes tighter around himself. That feeling was very strange, as if an inexplicable chill surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, filling him with a sense of panic for no reason, as if his good days were about to come to an end. Dan, who had been annoyed by Luffy all the way, saw him suddenly stop talking and wear a dazed expression. He couldn't help but frown and turned to look at him, his tone carrying some impatience, yet hiding a hint of concern. "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Luffy slowly came to his senses, scratched the back of his head, and showed a puzzled expression, muttering to himself, "I don't know, Dan. It's just that I suddenly feel strange, as if something bad is about to happen, and my whole body feels uncomfortable." Dan rolled his eyes and slapped his head impatiently. "You little brat, stop thinking nonsense. You were fine during the fight just now, so what bad thing could happen now? You must have eaten too much. Hurry up." And having said that, he grabbed Luffy's arm and quickened his pace. The bandits behind also laughed, and no one took Luffy's intuition seriously. The night passed without incident. As the morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, the silence of Mount Kirbo was completely shattered by a loud, vigorous shout that rustled the leaves in the forest. "Luffy, old man has come to see you." Boom! Before the words had faded, a loud crash came. The not-so-thick wooden wall of the bandits' home was heavily shattered by a tremendous force. Wood chips flew, dust filled the air, and a pitch-black hole appeared in the wall large enough for Kappa's tall figure to pass through. Luffy, who had been sleeping soundly on the haystack, was jolted by the sudden loud noise. He got up groggily, his hair messy, his face still heavy with sleepiness. With bleary eyes, he slowly turned his head and looked toward the damaged wall. When he clearly saw the figure standing beside the big hole, and saw Kappa's eyes fixed on him with a hint of kindness, the inexplicable panic and trembling feeling from last night surged into his heart instantly. His drowsiness vanished without a trace, and the unease from last night flashed through his mind. So his intuition had been right. Bad things had indeed arrived. Luffy steadied himself, feigned calmness by scratching the back of his head, forced a simple and innocent smile onto his face, and waved at Kappa. His tone was as casual as if the loud crash and the hole had nothing to do with him. "Yo, Grandpa, you're back." Kappa stood by the hole, his gaze locked tightly on the innocent-looking Luffy. A smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth, seemingly gentle, but actually hiding murderous intent. He gradually clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, and an oppressive atmosphere instantly filled the air. He said nothing, but Luffy was all too familiar with those clenched fists and the undisguised expectation in his eyes. Every time Grandpa showed this expression, it meant a round of love fists was about to descend. The smile on Luffy's face instantly froze. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. He instinctively shrank back, yet dared not run away. The next second, Luffy's heart-wrenching screams came from the bandits' home. The sound was full of grievance and wailing, drifting out through the windows and echoing throughout Mount Kirbo, startling even the distant birds to flap their wings and fly away. On the other side, in the exclusive training ground deep in Mount Kirbo, Qin Yue was practicing punches against the mountain face. Each punch landed with a whistling wind, causing the mountain to tremble and debris to fly. At that moment, Kappa's vigorous shout and Luffy's subsequent screams drifted over with the wind, clearly reaching his ears. Qin Yue's punching movement instantly halted. His whole body stiffened. He subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a barely perceptible hint of relief flickered in his eyes. Then he quickly composed himself, raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself in a low voice, "All this is for your own good, Luffy. Only in this way can you become stronger." As soon as the words fell, Garp's vigorous shout, carrying a tone of unquestionable reprimand, drifted over with the wind, precisely reaching Qin Yue's ears. "Qin Yue, you little brat, you get over here too." The relief on Qin Yue's face instantly froze as if he had been doused with cold water. The hairs all over his body stood on end. He slowly stopped his training, turned around stiffly, all expression drained from his face, leaving only a look of resigned determination. He hesitantly walked in the direction of Garp's voice. Before long, the screams in Mount Kirbo changed. Originally only Luffy's heartrending wails were heard. Gradually, they turned into two intertwined screams, one full of grievance, the other full of resignation. They drifted far away with the mountain wind, even more piercing than before, startling even more birds to flap their wings and flee Mount Kirbo. The screams continued thus for the whole morning until the sun rose to its zenith and the mountain mist gradually dissipated. At noon, a campfire was lit in the clearing. Garp sat cross-legged by the fire, one hand on his knee and the other turning the grilled meat on the iron rack. The fat sizzled and the rich aroma of meat spread through the forest. On the opposite side of the fire, both Qin Yue and Luffy were black and blue with unhealed bruises on their foreheads, sitting dejectedly on the ground. The recent extra training had left them sore all over, with barely enough strength left to lift their arms. Qin Yue glanced at Garp, who was leisurely grilling meat nearby. Frowning, he muttered in a tone full of grievance and discontent, "Why did I get beaten too? And this armament Haki of mine, I feel like it makes no difference whether I have it or not. It didn't do much at all." Although his muttering was soft, it was still caught by the sharp-eared Garp. Garp glanced at him, a sly and smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Without stopping his hand from turning the meat, he cleared his throat and then spoke in a serious tone, "I am very dissatisfied with the performance of you two this time. Especially you, Luffy." As he spoke, Garp raised a hand to point at the meat on the rack beside him, his gaze falling on Luffy. Luffy was already unsettled by the aroma of meat. Now, looking at the shiny, sizzling grilled meat, his throat bobbed several times and saliva nearly dripped out. But out of respect for Garp's authority, he could only sit up straight, obediently, not daring to make any move. Seeing Luffy like this, Garp smiled. Casually, he pulled out a pair of coldly gleaming Seastone shackles from his waist and tossed them to Qin Yue's tone, leaving no room for doubt. "Put this on him." Qin Yue reached out and caught the shackles. The icy touch against his fingertips instantly told him what this was. Seastone could suppress the power of devil fruit users. Garp was going to intensify Luffy's training. He suppressed the smile rising in his heart and looked at Luffy with feigned calmness. He said, "Luffy, extend your hands." Luffy was full of doubt, but obediently stretched out his hands without overthinking. Qin Yue silently and gently locked the Seastone handcuffs onto his wrists. The next moment, the confusion on Luffy's face instantly turned into shock. All his strength seemed to be drained away, and he collapsed limply to the ground, his face filled with disbelief. "What's going on? Where is my strength? Grandpa Qin Yue, what is this thing?" Seeing his panicked appearance, Garp burst into laughter. He picked up a piece of golden brown grilled meat, took a big bite, and said indistinctly, "From now on, whenever you can stand up by your own strength, then you will be qualified to eat grilled meat. Otherwise, go hungry." Having said that, he tilted his chin toward Qin Yue, signaling him to eat together. Qin Yue hesitated for a moment, then still picked up a piece of grilled meat and began to chew slowly. Meanwhile, Luffy, lying limp on the ground, could only stare desperately at the two enjoying their meal. His throat bobbed continuously, saliva dripping uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth onto the grass beneath him. His eyes were full of longing and grievance, and even his voice sounded weak. "Qin Yue, Grandpa, just give me a bite, okay?" Garp, chewing on the meat, caught a glimpse of Luffy's pitiful look from the corner of his eye. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and he subtly signaled Qin Yue with a glance. Qin Yue understood immediately. He raised his eyes to meet Garp, and they exchanged a glance. Both saw teasing and expectation in each other's eyes. Then, as if by agreement, they stopped chewing and extended the grilled meat in their hands toward Luffy, deliberately drawing out their tone to tempt him. "Luffy, do you want to eat grilled meat?" Garp shook the meat in his hand. "If you want to eat, stand up on your own. Otherwise, Qin Yue and I will finish all this meat and leave none for you." Qin Yue also nodded, his tone full of encouragement and temptation. "That's right, Luffy. Haven't you always wanted to become the Pirate King? The real Pirate King would never be defeated by mere Seastone. If you can't overcome even this small difficulty, how can you become the Pirate King?" Their words were like sparks, instantly igniting the fighting spirit deep in Luffy's heart. Luffy looked at the grilled meat right before his eyes, then remembered his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Gritting his teeth, he fought through his weakness, and exhaustion pushed his hands against the ground, tensed every muscle, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. While roaring loudly, he slowly stood up. Grilled meat. Pirate King. Grilled meat. Pirate King. His voice was hoarse yet firm, carrying an unshakable obsession. Even though his body was still trembling slightly, and his steps were so unsteady he could barely stand, he still shouted with all his might, "I am the man who will become the Pirate King." The moment his words fell, a burst of immature yet mighty Conqueror's Haki exploded from Luffy's body, like an invisible shockwave instantly sweeping across the entire clearing. The surrounding grass and trees swayed violently under the blast. The campfire flames were extinguished instantly. The birds on distant branches were startled and scattered away, and even the ground trembled slightly. This Conqueror's Haki carried the unique tenacity of a youth. Though not as profound as that of an adult powerhouse, it possessed a power not to be underestimated. Not far away, Kappa's hand holding the grilled meat stopped midair. The mockery and smile on his face vanished instantly. First a flicker of unexpectedness flashed in his eyes, then a barely perceptible trace of loneliness passed through. That was a resignation toward Luffy's inevitable path as a pirate, a soft sigh at this fate. This loneliness was fleeting so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. In the next second, his eyes were replaced by full gratification. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted, and he gazed at the boy before him with a gentle yet firm look, his eyes hiding expectation and approval. He nodded silently as if saying, "Truly worthy of being my grandson." Qin Yue stood by, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he watched Luffy radiating Conqueror's Haki. He thought to himself, indeed his potential has never been limited to this. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The training ground of Kolbo Mountain remained lively, but the youthful boy, once slightly naive, had shed his innocence, his figure standing ever taller, and his strength had long since surpassed his former self. "Qin Yue, take this. Rubber, jet, pistol." Luffy's face flushed slightly, beads of sweat forming all over his body. His breath was steady, yet carried a powerful explosiveness, his arms stretching back like rubber bands before suddenly unleashing a forceful strike, sending a whistling wind towards Qin Yue. Qin Yue stood still, his observation Haki already silently unfurling. Every action and breath fluctuation of Luffy was vividly clear in his perception. Feeling the intense wind rushing towards him, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a composed demeanor as he tilted his body, slightly, merely turning his head. Luffy's powerful punch grazed his tousled hair, crashing heavily against the boulder behind him. With a thunderous roar, the boulder was instantly shattered, debris scattering in all directions, some even flying several meters away. "Damn, missed again." Seeing his attack fail, Luffy quickly retracted his elongated arm, a hint of frustration crossing his face, yet he was undeterred, his gaze sharpening as he launched another fierce assault at Qin Yue. Rubber, jet, machine gun." Before his voice fell, Luffy's fists rained down on Qin Yue like a storm, his arm movements so swift they left afterimages, the punch winds densely packed, almost sealing off all escape routes for Qin Yue. Yet such speed under Qin Yue's observation Haki remained as clear as slow motion. Qin Yue's expression was calm as he leisurely walked towards Luffy, his steps unhurried. Each time he sensed Luffy's incoming punch, he would lightly raise his hand, his fingertip accurately tapping against the fist. These seemingly casual movements effortlessly diffused every one of Luffy's fierce attacks, the force light, yet always perfectly dispersing Luffy's power. Watching Qin Yue effortlessly counter his attacks ignited Luffy's competitive spirit, and he couldn't help but "Qin Yue, can you be a little more serious?" With a roar, Luffy suddenly retracted both arms, quickly swinging them back simultaneously, his arms stretching to their limits, his aura surging explosively. Clenching his fist, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Rubber, jet, rocket. Qin Yue chose not to take it heeded. His feet exerted force, using the six-style Soru to swiftly evade to the side, narrowly dodging Luffy's attack. Luffy's fist slammed heavily onto the ground with a booming sound, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface, debris flying. Seizing the moment Luffy was retracting his fists, Qin Yue again used Soru, instantly shifting behind Luffy, gently flicking his finger against the back of Luffy's head, his tone teasing, "Luffy, you lost." Luffy froze, sensing Qin Yue's presence behind him. He suddenly understood, scratching his head in frustration, turning around with a defiant expression, puffing out his cheeks to complain seriously, "Qin Yue, your observation Haki is too strong. I can't hit you at all. If only I could train my observation Haki to be this strong too." Hearing Luffy's complaint, Qin Yue smiled, helplessly patting his back, his tone softening. "All right, that's enough for today. Tomorrow we set sail. It's time to prepare. Don't forget anything." As soon as the words "set sail" were mentioned, Luffy's previously dejected expression vanished instantly. His eyes sparkled, fists clenched tightly, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes. Tomorrow we set sail. Finally I can go on an adventure at sea and see Ace again." I'm going to find our crew and together seek the One Piece to become the Pirate King. Qin Yue looked at Luffy's excited demeanor, a gentle smile appearing on his face, a trace of reminiscence flashing through his eyes, as he softly murmured, "Yes, it's been 3 years since Ace set sail. That guy must be doing great out at sea." Meanwhile, in the seas of the New World, a massive pirate ship was sailing slowly, the whale emblem on the bow shimmering in the sunlight. It was the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. At the ship's railing, Ace leaned against it, propping his chin with his hands, gazing out at the endless sea, his expression distant, lost in thought, unaware, as the sea breeze tousled his hair. "Hey Ace, what are you thinking about? You look so distracted." Marco clapped Ace on the shoulder, a hint of a smile on his face. His wings fluttered gently behind him as he casually asked. Ace turned around, his face breaking into a bright smile upon seeing Marco, the distant look in his eyes fading. "I was thinking about Luffy and Qin Yue. According to our agreement, they should be setting sail tomorrow. Before long, we should meet out on this sea." Marco's eyes lit up at Ace's words, raising an eyebrow with a grin. "Oh, those two brothers you often talk about. One wants to be the Pirate King, and the other is really strong. We should try to bring them into our Whitebeard pirates. With your care and Dad's protection, they will have an easier time on the sea." Hearing Marco's suggestion, Ace's eyes brightened momentarily before he gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness mixed with expectation on his face. "Forget it. That kid Luffy's goal is to become the Pirate King. You can imagine his temperament. Even if I invite him, he would definitely refuse. However, Qin, you might consider it, but I still want them to forge their own path and create a world of their own at sea." Marco chuckled, not pushing the issue, patting Ace's shoulder. "True, everyone has their own path to follow." Ace nodded, turning his gaze back towards the East Sea, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he silently thought, "Luffy, Qin Yue, I look forward to the day we meet again on the sea." On the other side, in the Grand Line on Baldy Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the sounds of soldiers training filled the air, brimming with vibrant energy. On the stone wall beside the training ground, Sabo sat sideways, his legs dangling casually, one hand propping against the wall, while the other held a crumpled newspaper, his gaze fixed blankly on a certain spot on the paper. His expression somewhat dazed, as if the clamor of the training ground was isolated from him, a hint of subtle melancholy surrounding him. "Hey Sabo, are you slacking off again?" A crisp voice with a hint of reproach came through. Keela approached Sabo with hands on her hips, frowning at him angrily. "Why aren't you training the new recruits properly? Hiding here in a daze, what are you looking at?" Upon hearing Keela's voice, Sabo slowly snapped back to reality. There was no sign of panic at being caught. He merely lazily raised his eyes, speaking casually and insincerely, Sorry, I got lost in thought." He pointed at the newspaper in his hand, indicating for Keela to look. "I was looking at this guy. I don't know why, but he seems familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. It feels strange." Keela leaned in, curiously following the direction of Sabo's finger, and saw a clear photo printed on the newspaper. The boy in the photo wore a cowboy hat adorned with laughing and crying faces, his eyes sharp, like an eagle, a few freckles dotting his cheeks. On his bare back, a prominent emblem of the Whitebeard pirates was conspicuously displayed below, which was a line of bold text, "Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace." Keela's pupils slightly contracted in surprise as she looked at Sabo. "Sabo, you actually feel familiar with Fire Fist Ace? He's a core member of the Whitebeard pirates active in the New World. How could you have any impression of him? Could it be related to your memories before you lost them?" Upon hearing this, Sabo slowly raised his hand, adjusting the top hat on his head, his gaze turning towards the distant sky, his eyes distant and confused as he whispered, "Maybe. I don't know. Just seeing his photo makes my heart race inexplicably, as if there's something important that I've forgotten." Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. As dawn broke, the sea breeze of the East Sea gently caressed the dock of Windmill Village while the waves crashed against the rocky shore, producing a soothing sound. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. As dawn broke, the sea breeze of the East Sea gently caressed the dock of Windmill Village. Luffy excitedly fiddled with the sails, humming a tune that lacked melody, while Qin Yue carefully checked the oars, fresh water, and food, his expression serious. Surrounding the dock were the villagers of Windmill Village, each face filled with reluctance, their eyes filled with concern and blessings for the two young men. Makino hurried over, holding a bulging cloth bag, gently stuffing it into Qin Yue's hands, her tone soft, yet admonishing. "Qin Yue, this contains some jerky I've prepared. Save it for the journey, and if it runs out, be sure to replenish at the islands along the way. Take good care of yourself and Luffy." Qin Yue accepted the bag with both hands, feeling its warmth, a gentle smile emerging on his face as he nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Sister Makino. We will, and you take care too." At that moment, village chief Slap, leaning on his cane, slowly approached with a complex expression, thrusting a dark waterproof waste bag into Qin Yue's arms, his tone carrying a hint of complaint, yet filled with concern. "This is for you from that rascal Garp. He says it contains a den mushy and sailing maps of the East Sea." Honestly, you two are going out to sea to become pirates, and he doesn't even try to stop you. With that village chief slap pretended to be angry, turning to leave, but his steps were deliberately slowed, the reluctance in his eyes unmistakable. Qin Yue looked down at the waste bag in his hand, smiling helplessly, softly thanking the village chief's retreating figure. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. We will be careful. At that moment, in the shadows beside the tavern, Dayton and a few mountain bandits were hiding there, their hands tightly gripping the edges of their clothes, cautiously watching the two young men preparing to set sail, filled with reluctance and concern, yet unwilling to show themselves. She was always hard on the outside, but soft on the inside, not wanting them to see her vulnerable side. Luffy, having finished with the sails and seeing that preparations were nearly complete, stood on tiptoe and waved vigorously at the villagers surrounding the dock, his voice loud and full of vitality. Goodbye, everyone. Wait for me to become the Pirate King, and I'll come back to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy's observation Haki quietly unfolded, instantly sensing a familiar presence lurking in the shadows of the tavern not far away. He abruptly turned around and shouted towards the shadows next to the tavern. Goodbye, Dayton. Although I hate mountain bandits, I like you guys. Qin Yue carefully placed the jerky given by Makino and the waste bag handed by the village chief onto the small boat. Hearing Luffy's shout, a slight smile formed on his lips as he followed Luffy's gaze towards the tavern and gently waved his hand, his tone soft. Dayton, we're leaving, take care of yourself. Upon hearing Luffy's words, although I hate mountain bandits, I like you guys, Dayton could no longer suppress her inner emotions. The concern and reluctance that had accumulated over the years suddenly erupted, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto her clothes. She completely abandoned all sense of pride, ignoring the astonished gazes of the mountain bandits behind her, rushing to the steps of the dock, waving vigorously at the small boat that had untied its ropes and was slowly pulling away from the shore, her voice choked with emotion, yet still carrying a hint of pride. You little brats. Take good care of yourselves out there, and come back to visit when you have the time. Don't be reckless and don't die out there. Luffy, hearing Dodon's shout, excitedly leaned over the ship's railing and waved back hard. Got it, Dayton. We will definitely come back. Qin Yue also stood at the bow of the boat, gently nodding towards Dodon's figure, his eyes filled with warmth. The small boat sailed gently with the waves towards the horizon, gradually disappearing at the edge of the sea, leaving behind the reluctant villagers at the dock and Dayton, who remained on the steps silently, wiping her tears as she gazed into the distance. Luffy heard Dodon's shout, excitedly leaning over the ship's railing, waving his hand back. Got it, Dayton. We will definitely come back. Qin Yue also stood at the bow of the boat, gently nodding towards Dodon's figure, his eyes filled with warmth. Just as the two were waving goodbye to the crowd at the dock, the sea behind them suddenly surged violently, and with a loud boom, waves shot up several meters high. A gigantic sea creature resembling a massive sea eel suddenly emerged, its dark brown scales glistening with a cold light in the morning sun, and a pair of blood-red vertical pupils fixated on Luffy and Qin Yue in the small boat, exuding a chilling aura of ferocity. The two on the small boat seemed utterly oblivious, still waving goodbye to the villagers at the dock, their faces filled with dreams of future adventures, completely disregarding the terrifying sea creature. Seeing the two little bugs ignoring its presence, the sea creature was instantly enraged. It let out a deep, angry roar from its throat, then suddenly opened its massive mouth, sharp fangs glinting ominously, and lunged towards the two on the small boat, as if wanting to swallow both the boat and its occupants in one bite. Just as the sea creature's fangs were about to touch the small boat, Luffy slowly turned around, a layer of pitch-black Haki quietly enveloping his arm. He gently pressed down on his straw, had a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he whispered to the near sea, "King, finally out, bastard. This punch is for Shanks." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy's figure vanished from the small boat in an instant. Relying on his incredible speed, he leaped into the air to level with the sea creature, activating his Devil Fruit ability, his fist rapidly inflating like a giant's fist, and with earth-shattering power, he smashed directly towards the sea creature's head, roaring across the sea. Gum. Pistol. The massive fist covered with Haki enlarged infinitely in the blood-red pupils of the sea creature, its ferocity instantly replaced by fear. It instinctively tried to turn its body to dive back into the sea, but it was too late. Boom. With a resounding crash, Luffy's fist heavily struck the sea creature's head, crushing its hard skull and causing blood to spurt out, staining the surrounding sea. The massive body of the sea creature lost its strength, crashing down onto the sea like a kite, with a broken string creating towering waves that surged towards the small boat, threatening to capsize it. Standing on the small boat, Qin Yue looked at the giant wave approaching them, helplessly rubbing his forehead and softly murmuring, "This guy Luffy really knows how to get into trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yue's right fist tensed slightly, the black Haki instantly covering his fist. He suddenly punched towards the massive wave in front of him, declaring fist bone, breaking wave. Boom. Another loud bang rang out as Qin Yue's punch flattened the incoming giant wave, splashing water everywhere and the previously tumultuous sea instantly returned to calm. The small boat floated steadily on the surface as if the thrilling ambush had never happened. Luffy's arm gradually returned to normal, his figure flickering as he landed steadily on the small boat. He turned to Qin Yue, a look of admiration on his face, and exclaimed loudly, "So awesome, Qin Yue. That punch just now was too cool." Qin Yue shook his head helplessly, his finger covered in haki, lightly flicking Luffy's head. "Next time, don't make such a big commotion. On the first day out to sea, you've already caused trouble." Luffy covered his head where he was flicked, frowning with a pitiful expression. Got it. I'll be careful next time." Meanwhile, at the dock, the villagers who were still waving goodbye found their hearts racing as if on a roller coaster, instantly rising to their throats, not daring to breathe. Only after seeing Luffy and Qin Yue standing safely on the small boat with the sea once again calm did they breathe a sigh of relief, smiles of comfort appearing on their faces as they waved at the small boat again, shouting reminders for the two to stay safe. Uncertain of how long they had been sailing, a bustling island gradually came into view in the distance. At the dock, people came and went. Merchant ships and fishing boats were scattered and moored, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of seafood and the lively atmosphere of the marketplace. This is the Four-Leaf Island, Shell's Town. The scene shifted as the small boat slowly docked at the port of Shell's Town. Luffy was the first to jump ashore, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he was completely captivated by the sight before him. His eyes widened in astonishment, mouth slightly agape. He looked around in shock, unable to suppress his murmurs of admiration. "This is amazing. So lively." The bustling market of Shell's Town extended far into the distance with various stalls lining the streets. The shouts of vendors, the laughter of pedestrians, and the playful sounds of children intertwined in a lively chorus. Stalls were filled with fresh fruits, live seafood, unique snacks, and all sorts of trinkets, colorful and dazzling, overwhelming Luffy's senses to the point where he couldn't move his feet. Qin Yue slowly stepped ashore, watching Luffy's naive expression with a wry smile. He reached out and patted Luffy on the shoulder. "Stop dawdling. Let's find a place to replenish our supplies, and maybe switch to a medium-sized sailing ship. Who knows, we might encounter some reliable companions." But Luffy was already drawn to a nearby stall selling grilled meat, his nose twitching as he fixed his gaze on the sizzling meat, mouth watering as he mumbled, "Qin Yue, look. They have grilled meat. Let's go eat grilled meat first." He couldn't help but dash towards the grilled meat stall, completely forgetting about replenishing supplies and finding companions. Qin Yue watched Luffy rush out with exasperation, shaking his head and sighing softly, then hurriedly. The two had barely taken a few steps when they heard a hushed discussion coming from the entrance of a nearby tavern, the fragmented words drifting into their ears. A man wearing a coarse short shirt held a cup of wine, his tone laced with mystery as he leaned towards his companion and asked, "Have you heard about the incident at Lily's restaurant this morning?" "Huh? What happened at Lily's restaurant?" The man glanced around instinctively, his eyes scanning cautiously, as if afraid of being overheard, then lowered his voice, leaning in to whisper to his companion, "Let me tell you that second-generation heir by Remember has caused trouble at Lily's restaurant again. I heard they are going to execute the man tied up at the Navy's training ground tomorrow." "What?" The companion's face was filled with shock, unable to suppress his voice, then quickly lowered it again. "Wasn't it agreed that as long as he was tied up there for 30 days they would let him go? Why is he suddenly being executed?" The man sighed softly, a hint of regret and helplessness on his face. "Sai, can you trust anything that second-generation heir says? He has always acted on his whims, doing as he pleases. Where would he uphold an agreement?" Sai, it was hard to find someone willing to stand up against the Navy and resist by Remember. Now I'm afraid Not far away, Luffy had already reached the grilled meat stall. Hearing the discussion, he abruptly froze, the excitement on his face fading as he turned to Qin Yue, confusion filling his gaze. "Qin Yue, who is by Remember? And what did that person who is about to be executed do wrong?" Qin Yue stopped slightly, furrowing his brows, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. He vaguely remembered the name by Remember, the son of Colonel Monka from the Navy branch in Shell's Town. He had always relied on his father's power to bully the villagers. He looked at Luffy and said calmly, "Don't rush to eat grilled meat. It seems we might encounter something interesting in Shell." With that, Qin Yue slowly walked towards the two chatting men, his steps steady and his tone gentle as he spoke. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell us more about this matter? Don't worry, we come from outside and won't cause you any trouble." The man in the coarse short shirt was whispering with his companion when he suddenly saw Qin Yue approaching, startled, nearly spilling his drink. Once he understood Qin Yue's words and realized they were outsiders, his tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he sighed. "Sai, kid, you look strong and have an extraordinary demeanor. I assume your combat skills are decent, but I advise you not to meddle in this. This town is firmly controlled by the Navy, and Colonel Monka is powerful. No matter how strong you are, can you take on the entire Navy branch alone?" He pointed towards the street not far away, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness as he continued, "If you really want to know the details, go ask that little girl. Her name is Li Xiang. The Lily's restaurant I mentioned is run by her mother. She knows the most about this." Following the direction the man indicated, Qin, you saw a little girl with short brown hair, clutching a bulging bundle closely to her chest, her head lowered timidly, making her way toward the Navy base, her steps light but resolute. Seeing this, Qin Yue turned to the man and nodded slightly, sincerely thanking him. Thank you for the information, brother. As he spoke, he took out a 1,000 berry bill from the waterproof pouch given by Garp and gently placed it on the table in front of them. Consider this your drink money. The burly man watched Qin Yue's polite demeanor, unable to help but furrow his brow again, seriously warning, young man, I can see you are a good person, but really don't meddle in this. Colonel Monka and his son Byrameber are not to be trifled with. Being targeted by the Navy is a huge trouble. It won't be easy to escape then. Qin Yue listened to the man's kind warning, waved his hand lightly, saying no more, and turned to shout at Luffy, who was still standing at the tavern door. Luffy, let's go. He then led the way towards Li Xiang. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, clutching her bundle, carefully approached the outer wall of the Navy base, cautiously scanning her surroundings. After confirming there were no patrolling Navy soldiers nearby, she pulled out a wooden ladder she had hidden in the bushes, skillfully setting it up against the wall and nimbly climbing up. From her skilled demeanor, it was evident that this was not her first time doing such a thing. Inside the Navy base's training ground, Zoro was firmly tied to a cross in the middle, his head lowered, utterly still, resembling a corpse. Yet he still emanated a fierce aura, the unyielding tenacity in him enough to indicate that he was still alive, merely gathering strength in silence. Hearing the faint sound of someone climbing over the wall, Zoro did not raise his head, but shouted in a cold and urgent tone, get out of here. This is not a place for you. But Li Xiang appeared not to hear his warning, steadily jumping down from the ladder, brushing the dust off her clothes as she walked straight towards Zoro. As she approached, she carefully unwrapped the bundle in her arms, revealing several plump rice balls, still warm, a pure smile spreading across her face. Zoro, I made rice balls today, without sugar, just normal salt. You will surely like them. Hurry and eat them. Once you're done, I'll let you leave here. Byrameber is untrustworthy. He came to my family's restaurant early this morning and said he would execute you tomorrow. Zoro, who had originally been indifferent to everything, felt his body stiffen at the words, execute tomorrow. He slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Li Xiang's eyes as if trying to confirm whether her words were a lie to get him to escape. But when he saw the sincerity and concern in Li Xiang's eyes, unwavering in the slightest, Zoro fully confirmed that what she said was true, that second-generation heir really intended to execute him ahead of time. Yet he thought to himself, if Li Xiang truly helped him escape, Byrameber would undoubtedly retaliate against her family. In that case, he would be putting the innocent Li Xiang and her mother in danger, which fundamentally contradicted his principles. Thinking of this, Zoro slowly raised his head, gazing at the sky above, a flicker of guilt and reluctance crossing his eyes as he murmured, I'm sorry, Qua. I might have to go back on my word. Perhaps I will never become the world's greatest swordsman. With that, he abruptly turned to Li Xiang, his eyes suddenly sharpening, and in an exceptionally fierce tone, he shouted at her, get lost, you little brat. I don't need your pity, nor do I need you meddling in my affairs. Li Xiang was startled by Zoro's sudden outburst, her eyes instantly reddening, tears welling up, her small hands tightly gripping her clothes, yet she did not take a step back, still looking at Zoro with determination, her eyes filled with stubbornness. I'm not pitying you, Zoro. You are in this because of me. Seeing her like this, Zoro's heart softened. Just as he was about to say something more, a teasing voice suddenly came from the top of the wall. Hey, that little girl is genuinely trying to help you escape. Even if you don't want to implicate others, there's no need to be so fierce to a little girl, right? Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Zoro turned sharply towards the wall, his gaze becoming even sharper as he shouted, who are you? Take this little brat and get lost. Don't bother me. Upon hearing Zoro's shout, Qin Yue said no more, and with Luffy they leaped down. They landed steadily on the ground, walking step by step towards Zoro regardless of his continued shouts. Li Xiang stood aside, staring blankly at the two suddenly appearing figures, momentarily forgetting how to react. Seeing this, Qin Yue gently crouched down, looking at Li Xiang with warmth in his eyes, speaking softly and sincerely, little sister, don't be afraid. We mean no harm. Would you be willing to tell us what happened? Upon hearing Qin Yue's gentle and sincere words, the tears that had been welling up in Li Xiang's eyes suddenly flowed down, as if she had found someone she could rely on, and she began to sob as she recounted the entire story. It turned out that 3 weeks ago, while Zoro was dining at Li Xiang's family's restaurant, he happened to encounter Byrameber, causing trouble there with his subordinates. Zoro could not tolerate Byrameber's arrogance, and thus taught him a lesson. However, Byrameber used Li Xiang's family as leverage, demanding that Zoro endure a month of sun exposure without food or water, promising that after a month he would release Zoro and no longer trouble Li Xiang's family. Yet this morning, Byrameber arrived at the restaurant with his subordinates and declared on the spot that he would execute Zoro tomorrow, completely breaking their initial agreement. Li Xiang's words fell, and the scene was enveloped in a deathly silence. Suo Long's body bound to the cross trembled slightly, his knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with defiance and fury. He refused to die like this, unwilling to leave unfulfilled the promise he made to Guyana. Although Qin Yue had known of this plot in his past life, hearing it firsthand from those involved weighed heavily on his heart, deepening his disgust for Bei Lamaibo's tyranny and dishonesty. Beside him, Lu Fei slowly pressed down on his straw hat, his gaze resolute. As he looked at Qin Yue, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument, Qin Yue, I've decided. I want this guy to become my crewmate. Hearing Lu Fei's words, Qin Yue's lips curled into a slight smile. He had already anticipated this outcome. He turned to look at Suo Long and said, how about it, Suo Long? Consider it. Agree to become Lu Fei's crewmate, and well, let you down. Of course, even if you refuse, I still intend to free you. I can't just stand by and watch a man of integrity be casually executed by a spoiled brat. Suo Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard their exchange, staring intently at Qin Yue and Lu Fei. Hey, what do you two mean? For the sake of a stranger like me, you would go so far as to provoke the entire Marine branch. Are you insane? Hearing Suo Long's words, Lu Fei tilted his head, his eyes filled with confusion, as if looking at a fool. At Lu Fei's retort, all the reproach and doubt caught in Suo Long's throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. He furrowed his brows and asked again, who are you exactly? Qin Yue, seeing the loosening of Suo Long's expression, understood in his heart. This was solid. No one could resist Lu Fei's pure and fervent invitation. Sure enough, before Qin Yue could speak, Lu Fei's shout rang across the entire parade ground. My name is Manchi Lu Fei, and I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Hearing Lu Fei's declaration, Qin Yue smiled, and then introduced himself slowly. My name is Qin Yue, like Lu Fei, I am a newly sailed pirate and his comrade. Beside them, Li Xiang had long been stunned by their conversation, frozen in place. Upon hearing their introductions, Suo Long was thoroughly dumbfounded, revealing a look of incredulity. Though I'm grateful you're willing to let me down, as for becoming a pirate, I must refuse. Hearing Suo Long's refusal, Lu Fei blinked in bewilderment and pressed Y. I refuse your refusal. Suo Long, his carefully composed mood shattered by this, could not help shouting at Lu Fei, what do you mean by refusing my refusal? I have my own reasons. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman, and I won't go playing childish games like being a pirate with you. Lu Fei, unaffected by Suo Long's fury, scratched his head and muttered to himself, you say you're a swordsman, but you don't have a sword now. It must have been taken by the Marines, right? If I get your sword back, you'll join us, okay? It's settled. Having said that, Lu Fei gave Suo Long no chance to retort and rushed towards the Marine headquarters without looking back, shouting as he ran, wait for me, Suo Long. He'll definitely bring back your sword. Watching Lu Fei's determined retreating figure, Qin Yue turned to Suo Long bound on the cross and gave a helpless smile, his eyes carrying a hint of indulgence, as if to say, he's already set his mind on you, there's nothing I can do. After the smile, his tone turned calm, yet sharp, as he murmured, can't let trash block Lu Fei's path. Seeing Qin Yue's knowing and helpless smile, Suo Long's mouth twitched, his face darkened, as if he had swallowed a dead fly, full of complaints and exasperation, with nowhere to vent. Bitter and speechless. Then, hearing Qin Yue's inexplicable remark, Suo Long turned his head in confusion, scanning the surroundings. Aside from himself, Qin Yue, and Li Xiang, he could see no one else. He couldn't help frowning and snapped, hey, who are you talking about? The moment Suo Long finished speaking, a series of steady, heavy footsteps echoed from the direction of the parade ground gate. The sound of tap, tap, tap grew closer, carrying an undeniable authority. Suo Long looked towards the sound and saw Marine Captain Meng Ka of the Zirzi Town branch, wearing a crisp Marine uniform, a vicious scar across his face, his eyes fierce, leading a squad of fully armed Marine soldiers advancing menacingly towards them. Meng Ka's gaze swept across the parade ground and immediately caught sight of Lu Fei sprinting towards the Marine headquarters. Enraged, his face darkened instantly. He raised his hand and barked orders to the Marine soldiers behind him, bastards. How dare you run wild in my territory? Capture them. Don't let a single one escape. Several Marine soldiers immediately obeyed, stepping forward to surround Lu Fei and block his path. Running at full speed, Lu Fei sensed the commotion behind him, but did not slow down. He clenched his fists, clearly ready to strike at the Marines blocking his way. At that moment, a figure flashed past Lu Fei like a ghost, a swish sound, and landed steadily in front of the group of Marine soldiers standing before Lu Fei. It was Qin Yue. Seeing Qin Yue, Lu Fei stopped and grinned, calling out, hey, leave it to you, Qin Yue. He'll go get Suo Long's sword. Qin Yue, without turning around or answering, simply waved his hand behind him, signaling for him to hurry. The Marine soldiers, enraged by Qin Yue's casual demeanor as he blocked their way, tall and composed as if he didn't regard them at all, shouted furiously, kid, how dare you trespass into the Marine base? Die. With that, several soldiers raised their standard issue, swords blades gleaming coldly, and slashed at Qin Yue from all directions. The blades cut through the air with a whoosh, their moves vicious, clearly aiming to subdue Qin Yue in one blow. Facing the incoming attacks, Qin Yue's expression remained unchanged. He merely sidestepped slowly, his movements unhurried, managing to dodge all the sword strikes. Without giving the soldiers time to recover, he quickly raised his hand, his fingertips landing precisely on the joints of their arms. A series of crisp crack sounds of breaking bones followed, accompanied by the clang of swords dropping. The soldiers instantly felt a sharp pain in their arms, clutching them and wailing loudly. Qin Yue did not give them a chance to catch their breath. He followed up by kicking their knees fiercely. With more crisp sounds, the soldiers' legs gave way and they collapsed to the ground, their agonizing screams echoing across the entire marine parade ground, harsh and piercing. At that moment, Sualong, bound to the cross in the middle of the parade ground, watched Qin Yue's swift and decisive movements, stunned to the point of feeling his scalp tingle, disbelief written all over his face. He never imagined that a man seemingly around his own age could possess such formidable strength, taking down several fully armed marine soldiers with just a few strikes. He snapped back to reality, suddenly remembering that Li Xiang, who had no self-defense ability, was still nearby. He immediately shouted to her, "Hey, Li Xiang, hide behind me quickly." Li Xiang, trembling in fear from the fight, nodded, quickly ran behind the cross, grabbed its wooden post, and timidly peeked out to watch the battle. On the other side, Meng Ka stood at the entrance of the parade ground, watching his subordinates being effortlessly taken down by Qin Yue. He was livid, his face flushing, red veins bulging on his forehead, as he screamed at the remaining soldiers, "Useless. All of you are useless. Open fire. Turn this arrogant brat into a sieve." The remaining marine soldiers quickly snapped out of their comrades' wails, and without delay raised their rifles aimed at Qin Yue and pulled the triggers in obedience to Meng Ka's order. Bang, bang, bang. Dense gunfire erupted, a hail of bullets like raindrops burst from the barrels and shot towards Qin Yue with fierce momentum, sealing off all his escape routes. Qin Yue's eyes narrowed slightly as he activated his observation Haki. The trajectory of every bullet, every fluctuation of the air was clearly perceived within his senses. Just as the bullets were about to reach him, he suddenly opened his eyes, extended his hand, and grabbed rapidly through the air. His arm moved so fast that afterimages appeared as if countless hands were moving simultaneously. The next moment, Qin Yue, holding a handful of bullets, flung them fiercely back at the marine soldiers who had fired, saying in a low voice, "Return these to you." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of bullets cutting through the air reached everyone's ears even faster than when they were fired. What followed was the thud of bullets piercing flesh and a new round of screams from the soldiers. Meng Ka stood rooted to the spot, staring in shock at the scene before him. His pupils contracted, his body stiffened, and even his breath seemed to halt. He had seen with his own eyes Qin Yue catch rifle bullets with his bare hands, then fling them back viciously, and then saw blood burst from his own soldiers. Seeing Qin Yue casually dust off his hands and walk unhurriedly towards him, Meng Ka's psychological pressure instantly skyrocketed, cold sweat seeped from his back. He considered himself a strong figure in Zierzi town, but he could never have pulled off the feat Qin Yue had just demonstrated, catching bullets barehanded and counterattacking. This level of skill far exceeded his comprehension. He thought of turning back to flee from this terrifying young man, but as his peripheral vision caught the eyes of his fallen, barely alive soldiers, Meng Ka's heart sank. He knew clearly that if he retreated now, the prestige and power he had accumulated over the years in Zierzi town would vanish like bubbles, and from then on no one would fear him as a marine captain. At this thought, Meng Ka gritted his teeth, forced himself to steady his nerves, and a fierce, determined glint flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his steel arm embedded with a massive axe, the axe glinting coldly, and shouted at Qin Yue, mustering his courage to charge forward. He did not know the outcome, but only by doing so could he barely bolster his bravery and salvage the last shred of his dignity. Seeing Meng Ka charging toward him with reckless abandon, a faint smile of composure spread across Qin Yue's calm face, a smile devoid of fear, carrying only a trace of mockery and ease. In the next moment, he exerted force beneath his feet, skillfully employing the shave of the 6 styles. His figure flickered like a phantom and instantly appeared before Meng Ka, giving him no time to react. His clenched fist drove straight toward Meng Ka's jaw. The instant Meng Ka saw Qin Yue's smile, his heart sank, and an overwhelming sense of crisis flooded his entire being. But Qin Yue's speed was too fast, far too fast for him to even raise a defense, let alone block. Before Meng Ka could lift his arm, the fist had already smashed into his steel-reinforced jaw. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the steel guard on Meng Ka's jaw was shattered by the force of Qin Yue's punch. Excruciating pain exploded through his body, and the sheer impact sent him flying backward, a mouthful of blood spraying from his lips. Yet Qin Yue was even faster than Meng Ka's backward trajectory. His form flickered again, reappearing behind him, and he lashed out with a whipping kick aimed squarely at Meng Ka's back. Another clear crack echoed as Meng Ka's spine splintered under the blow. He let out a piercing scream of agony, instantly realizing that his lower body had gone numb and immobile. Like a kite with a broken string, his body slammed heavily onto the hardened training ground, actually embedded into the surface by the sheer force, barely clinging to life. Monka lay on the ground, his consciousness fading. He thought this would be his release, but the next second Qin Yue's steady footsteps approached from beside him. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he lifted his head with difficulty. What met his eyes was Qin Yue standing calmly before him, his gaze utterly flat, as if the one who had just delivered such ruthless blows was someone else entirely. Qin Yue slowly raised his foot and gently pressed it down on Minka's arm, the one fitted with the giant axe. Another crisp crack sounded, and the arm Monka had prided himself on was crushed into fragments under that single stomp. Monka could no longer hold back. A heart-wrenching cry of agony tore from his throat, then his eyes glazed over as he murmured, "Demon, you're a demon." Before the words faded, he fell into complete unconsciousness. After finishing all this, Qin Yue withdrew his foot, brushed the dust off his trouser leg, and slowly turned to walk toward Zoro, who was tied to the cross. He stopped in front of Zoro, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his lips as he joked lightly, "Why are you staring at me like that? Was I cool just now?" Zoro was completely stunned by the scene before him. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Qin Yue. During the fight, Qin Yue had exuded a fierce aura, delivering ruthless blows like a decisive powerhouse. But now he stood there relaxed, even joking with a smile. The stark contrast made it hard for Zoro to adjust in that instant. He swallowed involuntarily and stared at Qin Yue, his voice thick with shock and a hint of wariness. "Monster. You're nothing but a monster." Beside him, Rika had already covered her mouth in terror, her eyes wide with fear, yet mixed with a trace of admiration. She had never seen anyone so powerful, single-handedly taking down the entire Marine branch and defeating the arrogant Captain Morgan. As the scene fell into a brief silence, a familiar booming voice suddenly rang out from the direction of the Marine building, shattering the stillness. "Hey, Zoro, Qin Yue. I'm back." Both Qin Yue and Zoro turned their heads to see Luffy sprinting toward them. Under his left arm, he clutched three swords tightly, the scabbards gleaming coldly. Under his right arm, he firmly pinned a man in a deep purple suit, with a blonde middle-part hairstyle and a chin that jutted out like a rear end. It was Helmeppo. He skidded to a halt in front of them and casually flung Helmeppo to the ground. Helmeppo winced from the impact, but dared not resist, curling up and trembling on the ground. Then Luffy raised the three swords in his left hand, tilted his chin at Zoro, and said with smug satisfaction, "This guy said these three swords are yours, so I brought them all back. He tried to stop me, but I knocked him out with one punch." Zoro glanced down at the pathetic Helmeppo on the ground, his eyes utterly indifferent, as if looking at some worthless trash. He said nothing, merely turned to Luffy, his voice softer than before, and said quietly, "Thanks. These three swords are indeed mine, because I'm a three-sword style swordsman." Three-sword style? Luffy's eyes instantly lit up, brimming with admiration as he stared at Zoro, excitement flooding his voice. "That's so cool. Fighting with three swords is amazing. So can you join us now?" Hearing this, Zoro's guard and reluctance completely melted away. He first turned to glance at the composed Qin Yue beside him, a flicker of complexity in his eyes, both wariness of Qin Yue's strength and a measure of acknowledgement. Then he slowly withdrew his gaze and, looking at Luffy with solemn determination, said firmly, "Let's get one thing straight. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. That will never change. If you ever stand in the way of my goal, then I'll cut you down." At Zoro's words, Qin Yue's lips curved slightly, and he nodded in approval. He had long known of Zoro's obsession and had never intended to hinder his dream. Luffy burst out laughing, slapping his chest with bold confidence. "The world's greatest swordsman. Then you're worthy of being a crewmate of the Pirate King." "Ha ha." Zoro was visibly taken aback. He looked at Luffy's earnest yet arrogant expression, shook his head helplessly, but couldn't help the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He muttered under his breath, "You sure have a big mouth." Then he suddenly realized something and moved his arms instinctively, only to find his hands still firmly bound to the cross. He frowned and yelled at Qin Yue and Luffy, "Hey, you two idiots, get me down. Are you going to leave me tied up here forever?" Qin Yue chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. "You never said anything, so I thought you were enjoying being tied up. You get a front row seat to the show without lifting a finger." Even as he spoke, Qin Yue's movements were fluid. He lightly dragged his fingertip across the thick rope. With a swish, the coarse rope that could hold a strong man snapped clean in two and fell to the ground. Zoro's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Qin Yue with a grim expression, muttering inwardly, "Just what level of strength does this guy possess? He cut through such thick rope with just his fingertip, and his movement was so fast I couldn't even see it. His power is probably far greater than I imagined." Noticing Zoro's intense, curious gaze, Qin Yue immediately caught on and flashed a teasing smirk, quipping again, "Want to learn? I could teach you." Zoro's face flushed slightly. He neither denied it nor answered, simply turning his head away. But at that moment his stomach let out an untimely rumble. He had been tied up without food or water for so long that he was already lightheaded from hunger. Then his legs gave way, and he started to collapse. Reacting swiftly, Qin Yue stepped forward and caught Zoro steadily supporting him. "Take it easy. Don't push yourself. You're very weak right now." Just then Rika snapped out of her daze. She hurried over, her face beaming with a pure, sincere smile, as she earnestly invited the three, "Brother Qin Yue, Brother Luffy, Brother Zoro. Come eat at our house. My mother cooks delicious food. It'll be perfect for Brother Zoro to regain his strength." Helmeppo, still on the ground, watched the harmonious scene, and then glanced at the defeated Morgan nearby, trembling so hard he barely dared to breathe, terrified of being noticed and ending up like Morgan. No sooner had Rika spoken than Luffy's eyes lit up, his own stomach growling in agreement. Without hesitation, he accepted on the spot, his voice brimming with excitement. "Great, great. Food sounds amazing. I'm starving." Qin Yue chuckled at Luffy's eagerness and gave a small nod. He was indeed hungry too. With that, Qin Yue bent down and lifted the weakened Zoro onto his back. Carrying Zoro on his back, Qin Yue followed Luffy and Rika, who was leading the way, as they all walked out of the marine base. He didn't spare another glance at Helmeppo on the ground, as if he were nothing more than a pebble by the roadside. Seeing the group leave without paying him any attention, Helmeppo finally exhaled in relief, his back soaked with cold sweat and his breathing rapid. He silently thanked his luck for escaping with his life. But just then Qin Yue's voice drifted from behind him, flat and steady, yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness. "Almost forgot about you." Helmeppo froze at the sound, his spine turning icy and every hair standing on end. He tried to scramble up and beg for mercy, but before he could, a violent impact struck his abdomen, sending him flying through the air. A dull thud rang out as Helmeppo landed precisely beside the unconscious Morgan, his forehead hitting the ground and drawing blood. He lifted his head with difficulty and saw his father Morgan embedded in the earth, battered and broken. Terror seized him completely, his vision went dark and he too passed out. Qin Yue surveyed the two unconscious bodies without a flicker of emotion. He turned, and with Zoro still on his back, headed toward Luffy and Rika waiting at the entrance. Luffy was already stomping impatiently at the door. When he saw Qin Yue approaching, he waved and hollered, "Qin Yue, hurry up. I'm about to starve to death." Inside Lily Xiang's tavern, Zoro picked up the cup on the table, downed the liquor in one gulp, let out a long sigh of satisfaction, patted his belly with a blissful expression, and uttered a contented sigh. "I'm full, finally alive again." He then turned to look at Qin Yue and Luffy, who were still frantically stuffing food into their mouths across the table, and wore a helpless look, unable to resist complaining. Hey, I'm the one who was starved for 3 weeks, right? How come you two seem even hungrier than me? You ate most of this table of dishes." During his time drifting in the East Sea, he had hunted countless wicked pirates, and with the strength of his three-sword style, he once thought of himself as a strong figure in the East Sea, even becoming somewhat arrogant, believing that as long as he can. At Luffy's unabashed reply, Zoro was momentarily speechless, rolled his eyes in exasperation, then his gaze fell upon Luffy's belly, which had swelled like a ball, and asked with genuine curiosity, "Speaking of which, is your stomach really okay? Eating so much it's about to burst, isn't it?" Luffy tilted his head, looked down at his round belly, instantly understanding Zoro's doubt, and explained with a grin, this. No worries, because I'm a rubber man." Saying that, he reached out and pinched the flesh on his arm, gently pulling outward. His arm stretched like a rubber band, then snapped back with a pop, leaving no trace behind. Zoro watched this scene, his eyes widening slightly, a look of amazement spreading across his face as he muttered under his breath, "A devil fruit, huh?" After the hearty meal, Qin Yue slowly stood up and said sincerely to Li Xiang Mama, who was clearing the dishes nearby, "Thank you for the feast, Sister Lily Xiang. We ate a lot and caused you trouble." Lily Xiang Mama quickly waved her hand at this, her face still carrying a gentle smile, and replied in a warm tone, "No trouble at all. I'm glad you could eat well. Besides, I should thank you properly. If it weren't for you, Shell's town would still be oppressed by Monka and Barumeep. Thank you so much." Her face showed a hint of worry as she asked softly, "But you defeated a Marine captain and stormed the Marine base. The Marines won't let this slide. Are you really going to be okay? Would you like to rest here for a few more days and leave after the heat dies down?" Qin Yue naturally understood what Lily Xiang Mama meant. He gently shook his head. "It's fine. The Marines can't stop us. We still have a journey ahead, so we won't impose on you any longer." After speaking, Qin Yue thanked Lily Xiang Mama again and bid farewell, then turned to Luffy, who was still rubbing his belly, and Zoro, who was resting against the back of his chair, and called out, "Luffy, Zoro, it's time to go." Luffy immediately stood up. Though his belly was round, he was still full of energy and shouted loudly, "All right, let's set off." Zoro also slowly rose, stretching his stiff body. Though still a bit weak, his eyes had regained their former sharpness. He nodded silently and followed behind Qin Yue. Li Xiang reluctantly accompanied them to the tavern entrance, waved at them, and called out loudly, Brother Qin Yue, Brother Luffy, Brother Zoro, you must take care of yourselves, and remember to come back to see Mom and me often. The three turned back to wave at Li Xiang, and answered in unison, got it. We will. Soon the three arrived at the port of Shell's town. The sea breeze gently blew and waves crashed against the shore rocks, producing a rustling sound. Zoro immediately spotted the simple little boat moored at the dock. The hull was not large, looked rudimentary, barely able to accommodate 3 people, far from the pirate ship he had imagined. He frowned and complained to Luffy and Qin Yue with a look of regret. Hey, we're not going out to sea on this boat, are we? Can this thing withstand the ocean's waves? It might capsize as soon as we leave the port. Luffy looked at the little boat that he and Qin Yue had used to reach Shell's town, scratched his head, and asked back in confusion, what's wrong with it? Qin Yue and I rode this boat here all the way. It was smooth sailing, nothing happened. Zoro was dumbfounded. He raised a hand to his forehead and muttered helplessly, why did I agree to join them? Following these two is bound to be a bumpy ride. His tone was full of regret, as if he were about to turn and leave at any moment. Oh, regretting it now. Qin Yue's teasing voice came from his side. He was leaning against the dock railing, a mocking smile on his lips, watching Zoro's annoyed expression, and continued, too late. You've already boarded our pirate ship. Getting off now won't be that easy. Hearing Qin Yue's taunt, the regret on Zoro's face deepened, his brows furrowed even more, but he was unable to retort. He had indeed agreed to join Luffy and become their companion. He couldn't just back out right after agreeing. That would be too spineless. Seeing this, Qin Yue couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. He walked over and patted Zoro on the shoulder, his tone softening. Relax, I'm just kidding. I've already bought a bigger boat in town. It's not great, but it'll carry the 3 of us out to sea without any problem. Shell's town is just a small island. There aren't any good large ships here. If we want a more impressive one, we'll have to wait until we reach a bigger island. Upon hearing Qin Yue's sensible words, Zoro's worries instantly dissipated. He sighed with relief, and the regret on his face gradually faded. At least you have some sense. If we really had to go out to sea on that wreck, I would have actually backed out. Luffy laughed heartily at the exchange between the two, then leaped onto Qin Yue's newly purchased boat, waving vigorously at them and shouting, Qin Yue. Zoro stopped dawdling. Weigh anchor. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye the three had been sailing for a day. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, the azure water merging with the horizon. The sea breeze gently filled the sail, and the boat moved slowly with the current. The deck was quiet, broken only by the sound of waves lapping against the hull. Luffy lay on the deck, hands behind his head, legs crossed, casually staring at the blue sky and white clouds above. Before long he couldn't help but frown and shout to Qin Yue, who was not far away, I'm so bored. Hey Qin Yue, how much longer until we reach the next island? Qin Yue was sitting at the bow holding the navigation chart given by village chief Slap, frowning as he carefully studied the course. He looked up, scratched his head, and smiled helplessly. Luffy, don't be impatient. I haven't studied navigation, I can only judge the general direction. As for how much longer, I'm not sure either, but it should be soon. Just as Qin Yue finished speaking, Zoro's voice came from the other side of the deck, carrying a note of certainty, breaking the monotony. Hey, look over there. I see an island. Qin Yue immediately put down the chart, walked quickly to the gunwale, and turned his gaze to where, on the distant horizon, a faint green outline emerged. Though blurry, it was clearly identifiable. Luffy, who had been lying on the deck, sprang up like a shot the moment he heard the word island. His face was full of excitement as he looked around, hopping and shouting, Where? Oh, for real. Soon the boat docked steadily at the port of Orange Town. The anchor dropped with a soft clang, sending up fine splashes. The three jumped ashore one after another, their feet landing on the solid dock. Qin Yue looked around, surveying the surroundings. The dock's pier was somewhat old. Several fishing boats were neatly lined along the shore, but all sat quietly without any movement. At the entrance of the nearby town hung a faded wooden sign bearing the clear engraved characters, Orange Town. The letters were mottled, but still legible. Qin Yue withdrew his gaze and nodded lightly, saying with certainty, this should be Orange Town. According to the course, we've indeed reached the next island. Luffy had already dashed impatiently toward the town, but after just a few steps he stopped. The excitement on his face faded, replaced by confusion. Strange, why is there no one around? Qin Yue and Zoro quickly caught up, scanning the entire dock and the nearby town. Indeed, as Luffy had said, the whole of Orange Town was eerily quiet. The streets were empty, though every door and window was tightly shut. Even the sound of the wind blowing through the streets seemed unusually distinct. There was none of the usual hustle and bustle, only an indescribable stillness and eerie silence. Zoro frowned, crossed his arms, and looked around with alert eyes, saying in a grave tone, something's wrong. A normal town wouldn't be without a single pedestrian. Did something happen? Upon hearing Zoro's words, Qin Yue half closed his eyes and instantly unleashed his observation haki. Like an invisible net, it densely enveloped the entire Orange Town, meticulously sensing every aura within. Seeing Qin Yue's action, Luffy quickly caught on. Imitating Qin Yue, he closed his eyes and slowly extended his own observation haki. Zoro, watching the two suddenly close their eyes and stand motionless, looked utterly perplexed. He couldn't help frowning and asking, "What are you two doing? Closing your eyes and acting mysterious. Can you really sense something out of thin air?" Qin Yue slowly opened his eyes and retracted his observation haki. He turned to the confused Zoro and explained calmly, "This is observation haki. By sharpening the five senses, it allows you to perceive the presence and emotional changes of living things around you, and even predict danger. It's a very useful ability for adventures at sea." Seeing the curiosity in Zoro's eyes, he added with certainty, "Don't worry, I'll teach you later. This ability will help you a lot on your path to becoming the world's greatest swordsman." Zoro's eyes lit up slightly. The confusion on his face gradually faded, replaced by a look of interest. He could feel the change in aura around Qin Yue and Luffy just now. He had thought it was some strange technique, but it turned out to be such a practical ability. For someone who often crossed swords with others, it would indeed be of great use. Seeing that Luffy had also opened his eyes, Qin Yue shared what he had sensed. "I didn't feel the presence of ordinary villagers. It seems the villagers have hidden themselves. However, in the central square of the town, there's a group of pirates with very chaotic auras, quite a few of them. Also, there's one presence that's very faint and agile. Judging by the fluctuations, it's probably a thief." A thief? At this moment, in the center of the town square, the area was brightly lit. A group of pirates was gathered around a bonfire surrounded by jars of liquor and food, making a ruckus and drinking to excess. The pirates, with their rough faces and ragged clothing, exuded a menacing aura that clashed starkly with the desolate town, clearly being the culprits disturbing Orange Town. In a low house next to the square, Nami was leaning to the side, carefully pressed against the worn window ledge, peering through the cracks, intently watching the pirates feasting in the square. She had short orange hair, her eyes were lively, but there was a hint of cunning and calculation hidden within. As she watched the pirates getting drunk and staggering about, a smirk of delight crept onto her lips. Drink up, it's best if you all get completely drunk." Nami secretly rejoiced in her heart, her fingers lightly stroking the three-section staff at her waist, her gaze fixed on the treasure chests piled beside the pirates. "Once you all are passed out, I'll take these treasures and the sea charts you've got." Just then a mocking voice suddenly broke the silence of the room from behind her, interrupting her fantasies. "Miss Thief, what delightful thoughts are you having? You're about to drool, aren't you?" Hearing this, Nami froze, instinctively raising her hand to wipe her mouth, only to find it dry, realizing she had been tricked. Just as she was about to retort, a thought flashed through her mind. How could someone be behind her when she was hiding so? Without time to think further, Nami quickly turned around, her movements astonishingly agile. She drew her three-section staff from her waist, positioning it in front of her, her eyes warily fixed on the three sudden intruders. Qin Yue and his companions, her voice cold, yet slightly panicked, as she demanded, "Who are you? When did you arrive? Why are you here?" Qin Yue leaned against the doorframe, a faint smile on his lips, his gaze sweeping over the three-section staff in Nami's hands, then scanning the alertness and panic in her eyes. He said lightly, "Don't be so tense, we mean no harm. We were just passing through Orange Town, found it a bit strange, and came to take a look, never expecting to encounter such an interesting little thief here." Luffy leaned in closer, his eyes fixed on Nami, filled with curiosity, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you really a thief? Why do you want to steal from pirates?" Zoro, with his arms crossed, leaned against the wall, keenly assessing Nami, remaining silent. Nami regarded these three unfamiliar men with continued vigilance, gripping her three-section staff tightly, showing no sign of relaxing. She could sense that both Qin Yue and Zoro emanated a powerful aura far from ordinary people, while the seemingly carefree Straw Hat Boy's innocent and straightforward gaze did not seem like that of a bad person. Thus an awkward silence fell over the atmosphere, with only the sound of their breathing left in the room, contrasting sharply with the raucous laughter of the pirates outside. At this moment, Nami seemed to have made a certain decision, her gaze sharpening as she suddenly broke the silence. "Hey, you must be strong, right? How about we cooperate?" She paused for a moment, her fingers tightening slightly, and continued, "We'll go steal the pirates' treasure, and you help me distract them. Once I succeed, I'll share half the treasure with you." Qin Yue chuckled at Nami's words, leaning against the doorframe, leisurely assessing her current state. Her eyes hid stubbornness, her grip on the three-section staff tight, clearly lacking confidence, yet still trying to maintain a facade of calm as she negotiated. He silently mused, Nami at this stage is really tough and obstinate, clearly in a passive position, yet still seeking to take control. Luffy and Zoro remained quiet. Luffy scratched his head, looking confused as he turned to Qin Yue, clearly lacking any initiative. Zoro, still with his arms crossed, glanced at Qin Yue, signaling him to make the decision, as throughout their journey Qin Yue's calmness and decisiveness had subconsciously led the two to rely on him. Qin Yue felt the gazes of the two and helplessly rolled his eyes, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. What are you looking at me for? Luffy, aren't you the captain? Shouldn't you be the one to decide this? Luffy, hearing this, suddenly reacted, patting his head with an expression of realization. That's right. I am the captain. He then looked at Qin Yue with a puzzled expression, urgently asking, So Qin Yue, what should we do? Hearing Luffy's words, Qin Yue sighed helplessly, withdrawing his gaze, and looking back at Nami, his tone taking on a teasing quality. The three of us could easily take down this group of pirates. To be honest, it seems we wouldn't even need your help as a thief at all. As soon as Qin Yue finished speaking, Nami's expression froze, her composure collapsing in an instant, panic and embarrassment flashing in her eyes. She understood her own capabilities well. Her earlier proposal for collaboration was merely an attempt to secure some bargaining power, wanting to leverage their strength to obtain the treasures, but unexpectedly, they were not falling for it at all, even bluntly exposing her lack of confidence. In that moment, Nami fell into hesitation, her fingers unconsciously stroking the handle of her 3 sections. She knew that she had no qualifications to negotiate with them, but thinking of the villagers still oppressed by the pirates and the money she had yet to gather, she didn't want to retreat. Just like that, her eyes filled with conflict and struggle. Qin Yue observed Nami's conflicted and struggling expression, clearly a knowing smile tugging at his lips, as he softened his tone, purposefully teasing. Actually, the three of us just set sail and are in need of a navigator. We originally planned to find one in this town, but given the current desolate situation, we might be disappointed. He paused here, letting his gaze rest on Nami with a hint of testing in his eyes. Miss Thief, do you know any If you can help us find a navigator, we will give you half of the pirate's treasure. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes instantly lit up, as if she had seen a glimmer of hope, the earlier conflict and struggle vanishing without a trace, as she stared intently at Qin Yue, her voice filled with eagerness and disbelief. Is what you said true? As long as I can find a navigator, you'll share half the treasure with me. Qin Yue watched her expression, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, nodding gently in affirmation. After receiving Qin Yue's confirming gaze, Nami instantly let out a breath of relief, a sly and excited smile breaking out on her face as she quickly introduced herself. My name is Nami, and I am a navigator. As long as you share half the pirate's treasure with me, I'll temporarily act as your navigator. What do you think? Qin Yue immediately agreed without hesitation, a knowing smile forming on his lips, secretly thinking, little Nami still can't escape the allure of treasure. It's easy to manage. Luffy, on the other hand, was clapping his hands excitedly. Great. We have a navigator now. This way we can find more partners faster and head to the Grand Line. Upon hearing Luffy mention the Grand Line, Nami's excitement instantly froze, the cunning and joy in her eyes swiftly replaced by a hint of vigilance and panic. She furrowed her brows tightly, her voice urgent as she questioned, Going to the Grand Line? You guys aren't pirates, are you? Luffy, hearing this, was completely oblivious to Nami's change in mood, and instead nodded earnestly, hands on his hips, his tone bold and resolute. Yes, we are pirates. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and my goal is to become the Pirate King. Nami's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this, her brows furrowing tightly, her fingers instinctively tightening around the handle of her 3-section staff, the vigilance in her eyes resurfacing even with a touch more resistance. She opened her mouth about to say something. But just then a gloomy and arrogant voice suddenly came from behind Nami, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room, filled with rage and disdain. Hey, you bunch of bastards, you completely disregard me, Buggy the Clown. The others instantly turned to look, seeing the door of the low house kicked open violently. A man dressed in a clown outfit with a red nose stood at the entrance, his face grim, followed by several fierce-looking pirate subordinates. Buggy stood with his hands on his hips, his face darkened, glaring fiercely at the four inside the house as he continued to reprimand. It's one thing to make noise in front of me, but you dare to divide my treasure. Are you tired of living? Seeing Buggy burst in with his pirate subordinates, Nami stiffened, her earlier resistance and hesitation instantly replaced by vigilance. She was all too aware of Buggy's strength, though alone she was no match for him. Quickly suppressing her dissatisfaction with Qin Yue and the others being pirates, she turned to Qin Yue, her eyes quickly signaling him, filled with urgency and a barely perceptible plea for help, as if saying, handle them first, I'll go get the treasure. Qin Yue instantly understood Nami's look, a calm smile forming on his lips as he gently nodded at her, speaking with a firm tone. Don't worry, we'll handle these guys. You take the opportunity to get the treasure, be quick about it. Upon hearing Qin Yue's promise, the tension in Nami's heart eased immediately, and without hesitation, she turned and dashed toward the window of the low house. She moved swiftly, using her strength to leap over the window, landing steadily outside, quickly heading towards the direction of the treasure the pirates had piled up in the square. Seeing this, Buggy became furious, his eyes fixated on Nami's retreating figure as he roared, You little thief, trying to escape. Stop right there. Saying this, he raised his foot to charge out and intercept Nami, wanting to capture the thief who dared to eye his treasure and teach her a lesson. However, just as he took a step forward, a powerful punch struck him squarely in the face. With a muffled thud, Buggy was sent flying, crashing against two walls and getting stuck among the debris. Luffy withdrew his fist hands on his hips, looking arrogantly at Buggy as he shouted, "Hey, Red Nose. Your opponent is me." Buggy, clutching his pained face, looked up at Luffy, his eyes filled with fury and disdain as he gritted his teeth and snarled, "You little brat, who are you calling Red Nose? I see you're tired of living. Men, attack. Take down these bastards and catch that little thief." The pirate subordinates immediately took their orders, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Qin Yue, Luffy, and Zoro, shouting wildly. Seeing this, Zoro's eyes sharpened as he drew his three swords from his waist, gripping one in each hand, while biting down on one, his aura instantly expanding. "Perfect time to stretch my muscles so the journey doesn't feel too boring." Qin Yue remained calm, stepping forward until he stood before Zoro. He then slowly turned to face Zoro, whose expression was sharp, and said in a flat yet determined tone, "This is a perfect opportunity for me to demonstrate the application of observation haki, which will be beneficial for your future cultivation." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Zoro's sharp gaze was instantly tinged with curiosity. His previously tense posture relaxed slightly as he took the sword he had been biting out of his mouth, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands. His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yue, quietly awaiting his demonstration. He had long been interested in this practical form of haki and certainly didn't want to miss the chance to learn. The approaching pirate lackeys, seeing that Qin Yue and Zoro were casually chatting in front of them without regard for their presence, were enraged and began shouting loudly, "Bastards." The approaching pirate lackeys, seeing that Qin Yue and Zoro were casually chatting before the shout had faded, several pirate lackeys raised their curved knives simultaneously, the cold glint of the blades flashing as they swung fiercely at Qin Yue's back, clearly intending to launch a surprise attack and teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Sensing the fierce wind slicing at his back, Qin Yue showed no signs of panic, not even turning around. Relying on his observation haki, he deftly dodged each attack, turning to slowly introduce Zoro. "You see, as long as you master observation haki, you can clearly perceive the trajectory of your enemy's attacks, even with your eyes closed, allowing you to evade easily." With that, Qin Yue deliberately ceased to evade. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, employing the 6 styles, Soru, vanishing like a phantom from sight, leaving only a faint afterimage. Yet his voice still rang clearly in everyone's ears, accompanied by a calm explanation. When facing fast enemies, observation haki becomes even more vital. It helps you predict your opponent's actions and seize the initiative. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro saw the pirates around him instantly descend into chaos, wildly swinging their curved knives in a panic, but they couldn't even touch Qin Yue's figure. Blurred afterimages darted through the group of pirates, accompanied by the dull thuds of impacts and their wails of agony. The rushing pirate lackeys were all sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, curled up in pain. In the blink of an eye, the attacking pirate lackeys were all dealt with, while Qin Yue stood steady as if nothing had happened. Seeing Zoro's shocked expression filled with disbelief, Qin Yue approached him with a smile, gently patting him on the shoulder, his tone relaxed yet firm. "This is the application of observation haki in actual combat." Hearing Qin Yue's words, Zoro slowly returned to his senses from his shock, the astonishment in his eyes gradually fading and replaced by deep contemplation. During his time drifting in the East Sea, he had hunted countless wicked pirates, and with the strength of his three-sword style, he once thought of himself as a strong figure in the East Sea, even becoming somewhat arrogant, believing that as long as he continued to cultivate, becoming the world's greatest swordsman was just around the corner. But only just now, witnessing Qin Yue effortlessly dispatch a number of pirates using observation haki, did he realize how narrow his previous understanding had been and how small his own strength truly was. Zoro lowered his head, looking at the Wado Ikemanji tightly gripped in his hand, his fingertips instinctively tightening around the hilt. A flash of memory of his promise with Kana passed through his mind along with her image, and he recalled his previous arrogance bolstered by a bit of strength, which caused him to overlook everything. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Thinking of this, Zoro couldn't help but smile, self-deprecatingly whispering, "I almost became a frog at the bottom of a well." He then slowly lifted his head, his expression turning serious, and his resolve strengthening, as he said to Qin Yue earnestly, "Thank you, Qin Yue." Qin Yue noticed the change in his expression, understanding within, and smiled as he waved his hand, his tone gentle, yet filled with recognition. "We are already comrades. This is nothing. Once Luffy's battle is over, I will teach you the training methods for observation haki." Just as the two were conversing, a sudden loud boom echoed from a distance. The intense explosion shook the ground slightly, and dust and smoke quickly spread out, obscuring half the sky. As the explosion faded, Buggy's manic and arrogant laughter pierced through the smoke, resonating throughout the area. "Ha, you little brat, how does my buggy ball taste? Let's see how you can still act so arrogantly." As the smoke began to clear, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the explosion, where they saw Luffy, standing unharmed, his straw hat still firmly on his head, his expression showing no signs of panic. Instead, the house behind him had completely vanished. The spot where the house had stood was now a deep circular pit created by the explosion with debris and was scattered all around, looking utterly chaotic. Buggy stood not far away staring at the unscathed Luffy. His manic smile abruptly froze, his signature red nose leaking 2 streams of snot. He stared blankly at Luffy, his voice filled with disbelief as he shouted, "How did you dodge my sneak attack?" Luffy did not answer Buggy's question. Instead, he slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the enormous circular pit, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wow. That's amazing, Red Nose." Seeing that Luffy not only ignored him but also dared to call him Red Nose, again Buggy was instantly consumed by rage, no longer thinking about how Luffy had evaded his buggy ball. His anger boiled over as he shouted at Luffy, "You little brat, how dare you disregard me? Taste my true power." Split apart. As soon as he finished speaking, Buggy's body suddenly split apart, his head, torso, and limbs all breaking into smaller pieces that floated in midair like scattered parts, yet still able to move flexibly. Next, Buggy's floating hands each grasped several sharp short knives, their blades glinting coldly as they surged towards Luffy, with overwhelming force blocking all of Luffy's escape routes. Watching the onslaught of Buggy's body fragments and short knives, Luffy first shouted in surprise, then grinned, his eyes flashing with sharpness, showing no fear, as he shouted loudly, "Gum Gum Pistol." Before his words faded, Luffy's arms began to swing rapidly, like rain, the speed of his arm movements creating afterimages as he unleashed a torrential barrage of punches towards Buggy's fragments in the air. Thanks to his mastery of observation Haki, Luffy could clearly sense the position and attack trajectory of each piece of Buggy's body. Every punch landed accurately on Buggy's fragments, hitting without fail. At first, Buggy thought Luffy was just lucky during the first 2 attacks, scoffing dismissively, while still controlling the fragments to attack wildly. However, as Luffy's fists landed precisely on him time after time, each strike packed with tremendous force, the pain in Buggy's body intensified, and he couldn't help but scream. It was only then that he realized that the attack from this Straw Hat Kid was not mere coincidence. He suddenly recalled Luffy easily dodging his buggy ball earlier. A thought flashed through his mind, and his pupils constricted as disbelief crossed his face. He shouted in panic, "It's observation Haki. You can also use observation Haki." Nearby, Qin Yue and Zoro heard Buggy shout and turned to look. They saw Luffy's fists still raining down, each strike landing accurately on Buggy's body fragments, the powerful blows sending those fragments flying, while Buggy's cries of anguish echoed, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Before long, all of Buggy's split body fragments were knocked away by Luffy, crashing down like kites with severed strings onto the remnants of a house behind him. With a loud thud, the already dilapidated house collapsed and dust clouded the area once more. As the dust began to settle, Buggy's body had reassembled, returning to its original form, but he now appeared particularly disheveled. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in dust and debris, blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth, and he lay slumped amid the ruins, his chest heaving heavily, unable to lift a hand. He stared blankly at Luffy, who was still full of vigor, his face devoid of anger. Only deep confusion and shock remained, as if he had not yet recovered from the heavy blow and the impact of observation Haki. After a moment, Buggy's emotions gradually calmed down. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Luffy, scrutinizing the Straw Hat Kid. When his eyes fell on the familiar straw hat atop Luffy's head, his body stiffened suddenly, his pupils constricting as memories sealed for 20 years rushed back like a tide. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Shanks. Hey kid, where did you get that straw hat?" Luffy was caught off guard by Buggy's sudden question, feeling bewildered. They had just been in an intense battle, and now suddenly Buggy was asking about his straw hat. He scratched his head, looking puzzled, and after a few seconds he slowly took off the hat, cradling it carefully in his hands, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he softly said, "This straw hat was given to me by Shanks." Upon hearing this, Buggy displayed a look of, as expected, his eyes flashing with a mix of complex emotions, resentment, grievance, and a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. He slowly closed his eyes, involuntarily recalling Shanks' figure, remembering the days when they both served as apprentice crew members in the Roger Pirates, recalling the arguments and bonds they shared, then thinking of the subsequent disagreements and breakups. He suddenly opened his eyes, his expression turning fierce as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "So it is true, it's that bastard Shanks again." Hearing Buggy insult the Shanks he respected most, Luffy's confusion disappeared in an instant, and his expression darkened, his aura becoming sharp. He clenched his fists tightly, carefully putting the straw hat back on his head, ready to charge at the slumped Buggy in the ruins, his tone icy as he reprimanded, "You must not insult Shanks." Just as Luffy was about to charge forward, Qin Yue's voice slowly reached him from the side, tinged with a hint of mockery and understanding precisely stopping Luffy. "Oh, isn't this the apprentice crew member of the Pirate King Buggy? What's the matter? Did seeing a hat break your defenses, eh?" Upon hearing the words Pirate King, Luffy's fierce aura instantly dissipated, his clenched fists slowly relaxing, and the anger on his face faded, replaced by a full expression of confusion. He turned to Qin Yue, scratched his head, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Qin Yue, did you say he is a trainee crew member of the Pirate King? What do you mean?" Meanwhile, Buggy, slumped among the ruins, stiffened at Qin Yue's words, the hair on his body standing on end, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks, soaking his already dusty clothes. He stared at Qin Yue in terror, his pupils constricting as a storm of fear surged within him. This matter had already passed 20 years. He had deliberately concealed his past as a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. How could this strange young boy know about it? Who on earth is this kid? Qin Yue took in Luffy's confusion and Buggy's fear, the smirk on his lips growing more pronounced as he stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Buggy's pale face, continuing with a tone laced with both probing and pressure. "You and Shanks both were trainee crew members of Pirate King Roger back in the day. If the Navy finds out about this, what do you think they will do?" The Navy struck Buggy like a thunderclap, intensifying the fear on his face. His body trembled uncontrollably, teeth biting down on his lower lip until he tasted blood just to steady his nerves. He understood the stakes all too well. If he could hide like an ordinary person, perhaps he could evade the Navy's attention. Or if he had the strength to intimidate the Navy like Shanks, he wouldn't need to fear. But now he was in limbo, lacking both the patience to hide and the power to suppress the Navy. Once his identity was exposed, the Navy would surely seize the opportunity to arrest him and publicly execute him to demonstrate their authority. After a moment of silence, Buggy slowly exhaled, the fear on his face gradually replaced by helplessness. He raised his head, gazing at Qin Yue with a complex expression and a tone tinged with resignation. "Kid, you've said so much, you can't just be trying to mock me, right? If there's something you want, just say it or I'll accept it." Qin Yue, hearing Buggy's resigned tone, curled his lips into a triumphant smile, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes as he slowly spoke. "Luffy's goal is to become the Pirate King. As a crew member of Captain Roger, you should understand what this means better than anyone. At this moment, we just set sail. You don't need to do anything yet, but we will grow stronger. That much." Luffy was momentarily stunned, but upon catching the glance Qin Yue gave him, he instantly understood his meaning through the tacit understanding built over years. In the next moment, Luffy's aura suddenly surged, a concentrated and powerful Conqueror's Haki erupting forth, bearing down on Buggy. Buggy was taken aback upon hearing Luffy's ambition to become the Pirate King, his face filled with disbelief. But when the familiar aura of Conqueror's Haki enveloped him, he froze, his pupils constricting once more. He stared blankly at Luffy, the straw hat firmly perched atop his head, surrounded by a faint aura of Conqueror's Haki, his gaze resolute and fiery. This scene seemed to transcend 20 years of time. It instantly transported him back to the days aboard the Oro Jackson, watching Captain Roger exude Conqueror's Haki, vibrant and full of spirit, reminding him of the dreams he and Shanks had as trainee crew members. Buggy's eyes gradually became hazy, his lips trembling slightly, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with reminiscence and sorrow, murmuring, "Captain Roger." Seeing Buggy in this nostalgic state, Qin Yue understood that his objective had been achieved. He wiped the smirk from his face, his expression returning to calm as he looked steadily at Buggy, speaking slowly. "Buggy, don't continue being a lowly pirate in the East Sea. To go to the Grand Line sooner. In 2 years we will head to the New World. By then the Order of the Four Emperors will be reshuffled." Qin Yue's words struck Buggy like thunder, instantly snapping him back to reality. He slowly regained his senses, casting a complex glance at the determined Qin Yue. He could vaguely see the aura of Conqueror's Haki radiating from Qin Yue, then turned to look at Luffy, still enveloped in the residual pressure of Conqueror's Haki, his gaze still fiery. The pent-up resentment and regret from 20 years seemed to dissipate in that moment. In the next second, he suddenly let out a hearty laugh, the sound bright and clear, shedding all arrogance and malice, gaining a bit of the spirited demeanor he had as a trainee crew member. "Huh? I never expected that the guy Shanks who betrayed Captain Roger's expectations would have this little brat inheriting his spirit." After laughing, Buggy gradually composed himself, his expression turning serious as he locked his gaze on Qin Yue and Luffy, his tone resolute, yet somewhat defiant. "Since you all have such confidence and backbone, then this lord shall accompany you for a ruckus. I couldn't follow Captain Roger to the end back then, but this time I want to see if you can stir up a real storm." Seeing Buggy's demeanor shift from sinister to spirited, a flicker of appreciation crossed Qin Yue's eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he thought to himself, now this is the way a trainee of the Roger Pirates should be. Yet he intentionally adopted a mocking expression, snickering, "Stop pretending. With your current strength, don't even think about the New World. Even traversing the Grand Line, you'd probably be treated as mere fodder. You should focus on how to improve your own strength first. Now hand it over." Buggy, doused by Qin Yue's cold water, froze momentarily, his spirited demeanor slipping for an instant. He awkwardly coughed twice, scratched his head, and looked at Qin Yue with confusion. What should I hand over? Qin Yue lifted his chin, pointing to the large pit Buggy had blasted out, his tone matter-of-fact. Of course, the recipe and all the treasures you've plundered shall be confiscated, as well as punishment for oppressing villagers and robbing goods in the East Sea. Looking at Qin Yue's demeanor, which was more robber than a pirate, Buggy paused, but ultimately did not dare to refute it. Reluctantly, he took out the recipe for Buggy Ball from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yue, muttering under his breath, "TCH, even robbing things from pirates." Qin Yue accepted the recipe, nodding in satisfaction, but his keen ears caught Buggy's mumble, and he instantly wiped the smile off his face, looking seriously at Buggy. "What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing." Buggy hastily waved his hands, his tone immediately weakening, then turned to shout sternly at the pirate subordinates, still playing dead on the ground, "Get up, stop playing dead. Pack your things, we're setting sail to the Grand Line." "Yes, Captain Buggy." The pirates on the ground scrambled to their feet, not daring to slack off, hurriedly gathering the scattered goods. The previously lethargic atmosphere ignited a bit by the shout. Once Buggy and the others finished packing, they headed towards the port, their figures gradually disappearing at the end of the streets of Orange Town, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. After Buggy and the others left, Qin Yue glanced at the nearby house and called out, "Come out, our navigator. The promise of sharing half of the treasures still stands. You don't want to keep it all for yourself, do you?" As soon as Qin Yue's words fell, Nami walked out from the adjacent house, looking displeased, hands on her hips, her brows tightly knitted, her tone full of resistance. "Who is your navigator? I hate pirates the most. This is all a trade, do you understand? A trade." Saying this, she reluctantly tossed half of the packed treasures to Qin Yue, unable to hide the pain in her. Qin Yue caught the tossed treasures, steadily, casually shouldering them, while calmly calling to Luffy and the silent Zoro, "Let's go. The villagers in this town have all hidden away. It's impossible for us to resupply now. The supplies on the ship are enough to last until the next island." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Luffy laughed heartily, hands on his hips, his tone bold and excited. "Since that's the case, then mates, let's set sail." With that, he turned first, striding towards the port, his steps light with anticipation for the next adventure. Though Nami felt reluctant, she did not linger, slowly following behind Luffy, her eyes still reflecting her aversion to pirates. Zoro, arms crossed, followed silently, still savoring the Conqueror's haki that Qin Yue had just exhibited. Qin Yue, carrying the treasures, walked at the back of the group, his gaze casually sweeping over the tightly closed doors and windows lining the street. As they passed a pet food store, Qin Yue stopped placing the treasures he was carrying at the door, without hesitation, not uttering a word before turning away and heading towards the port. After Qin Yue and the others walked far, the door of the pet food store was cautiously opened. An old man in a checked shirt emerged, holding a snow-white puppy. He bent down to pick up the treasures at the door, looking at the retreating figures of Qin Yue and the others with a complex expression filled with gratitude and a hint of disbelief. Then the old man holding the puppy solemnly bowed to the backs of Qin Yue and the others, softly saying thank you. Walking ahead, Nami caught a glimpse of Qin Yue leaving the treasures at the pet food store, filled with confusion, but adhering to the none of my business attitude. She did not ask further. Only when she heard the sound of bowing and thanking from behind did she stop, turning to look at the old man's figure, then slowly turned her head back, seriously observing Qin Yue's calm demeanor and Luffy's joyful bouncing ahead, a trace of doubt bubbling up in her heart. Are these guys really pirates? A day later, the sea was calm, sunlight sparkling on the rippling waves as the small boat drifted slowly forward. Luffy lay on the gunwale, his eyes fixed intently on the water below, brimming with anticipation as he stared at a school of fish swimming past. Once he had locked onto his target, his arms stretched out, instantly reaching for it. With a thunderous crash, a powerful blow struck the sea's surface, sending up a towering splash several meters high. The fish below were stunned and disoriented by the sudden impact, scattering in all directions. The small boat pitched violently from the force of the blow, nearly losing its balance. Nami, who had been organizing charts inside the cabin, heard the commotion and hurried out, a hint of panic on her face. She glanced around and asked urgently, "What happened? Why such a loud noise all of a sudden?" As the words left Nami's mouth, Luffy lifted a massive fish a full 2 meters long high above his head. His face was beaming with pride as he showed it off to everyone. "Look, everyone. I caught a huge fish. Qin Yue, I want it braised in soy sauce." Qin Yue shook his head helplessly at his excitement, his tone resigned. "Luffy, this is just a small boat. There's no kitchen. We can't cook. Let's wait until we get a bigger ship." Hearing this, the excitement drained from Luffy's face. He looked at the big fish in his hands with deep reluctance, but eventually let it go, releasing it back into the sea. Then he slumped onto the deck, complaining with boredom. "Nami, how much longer until we see an island? Drifting on the sea like this is way too boring." Nami now realized that the earlier tremor had been caused by Luffy's fish catching, and her anger surged. She was about to scold him for endangering the boat, but hearing his question, she swallowed her words. She pulled out the chart she carried, examined it carefully, and said slowly, "The nearest large island is still at least a day's sail away. But there's an uninhabited island nearby. It's rumored to be infested with strange beasts that have killed many, so few ships dare to go near it." As Nami finished speaking, Luffy, who had been listless, instantly sprang to his feet, his eyes lighting up again. He stared at her with sparkling eyes and said eagerly, "Let's go to that island. Strange beasts. Adventure." Watching Luffy's enthusiastic expression, Nami helplessly rubbed her forehead, unable to resist muttering, but still quickly gave the order to change course. Qin Yue and Zoro immediately got to work, skillfully adjusting the sails and steering. The small boat slowly turned and sailed toward the mysterious, uncharted island. The scene shifted. The small boat was now securely anchored by the shore of the uninhabited island, the anchors splash, casting tiny sparkles. Luffy jumped onto the beach first, his feet sinking into the soft sand, and looked around excitedly at the island before him. The trees along the coast were so dense they blocked the sky, and the leaves echoed with unknown bird calls. There was no trace of human activity anywhere, only a primeval, mysterious atmosphere. Excitement glittered in Luffy's eyes. He suddenly raised his fist and shouted, "Come on everyone, let's go." With that, he ignored the others and strode briskly toward the forest inland, his steps light and full of anticipation for the unknown adventure. Qin Yue smiled helplessly and followed closely behind. Zoro crossed his arms, his eyes scanning his surroundings, warily alert for any strange beasts as he walked, keeping pace with Luffy into the island's interior. Nami leisurely jumped ashore and watched the three disappearing into the distance. Just as she was about to yell, "No one's watching the boat," Qin Yue's calm voice reached her. "Don't worry, Nami. There's no need to guard the boat. Luffy and I can use observation Haki to cover the entire island. If anything happens to the boat, we'll know immediately." Hearing this, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. She still didn't fully understand what Qin Yue meant by observation Haki. But since both Qin Yue and Luffy, the two monstrously strong individuals, had vouched for it, she felt at ease. She shook her head and quickly followed the direction the others had taken, muttering under her breath, "What a bunch of unreliable guys." The four of them ventured deeper into the forest. Thick layers of fallen leaves crunched beneath their feet, and the trees grew denser. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled patches of light on the ground. From time to time, Luffy's excited shouts rang through the woods. "Wow! Look! A fox with a coxcomb! Wow! Look! A pig with a lion's mane! Wow! Look! A rabbit that looks like a snake!" Nami followed Luffy's pointing finger and saw him holding a strange creature. Its body was slender like a snake, but without scales, covered in soft snow-white fur, and on its head a pair of pink rabbit ears twitched gently. Nami rolled her eyes and remarked, "Luffy, that's probably just a snake, only it looks weird." Luffy widened his eyes, examined the creature in his hands over and over, brought it close to his face for a closer look, and finally admitted Nami was right. He reluctantly set it down gently, muttering, "But it has rabbit ears. That's pretty special." Then he eagerly continued forward, searching for his next discovery. Nami and Zoro followed behind, marveling at the strange animals Luffy encountered along the way. The creatures of this uninhabited island were indeed as bizarre as the rumors said, full of oddity and mystery. Zoro remained vigilant, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding bushes and towering trees, never relaxing his guard. Just as the group moved deeper toward the center of the island, with Luffy still exuberantly looking around, Qin Yue suddenly stopped and tensed. He spoke calmly but with a warning tone toward a nearby thicket. "Hey old man, you've been following us the whole time. Time to come out. What you're holding is dangerous. If it goes off and hurts someone, that would be bad." At Qin Yue's words, Zoro instantly went on alert, drawing two of his swords and holding one in each hand. His eyes scanned the bushes sharply, his presence becoming fierce and ready to handle any emergency. Nami looked around in confusion, her eyes full of doubt. She hadn't sensed anything unusual and had no idea whom Qin Yue was talking to. After Qin Yue spoke, the thicket remained still. Only the rustling of wind-blown leaves could be heard. The person inside seemed determined to stay hidden. Qin Yue's eyes darkened. He bent down, picked up a smooth pebble from the ground, put a little force into his fingers, and then flung it. The stone shot out like a bullet, whistling with sharp momentum, and struck a large tree next to the thicket with deadly precision. A loud crack rang out. The tree was snapped in two by the pebble, the trunk crashing heavily to the ground, sending leaves and dust flying. The scene stunned everyone. Zoro raised an eyebrow slightly. Nami covered her mouth in shock. She hadn't imagined that a casual flick of a stone by Qin Yue could possess such power. Just then a panicked, pleading voice came from the thicket, filled with fear. "Wait, I surrender. Don't attack. I'm coming out right now." Everyone looked on as the bushes parted, and a strange-looking man slowly emerged. His entire body was encased in a worn wooden box tightly fitted around his torso, leaving only his head, feet, and hands free. Even more bizarrely, his hair was dyed exactly the same green as the surrounding bushes. Without close inspection, it was nearly impossible to spot him. The scene shifted. Everyone was now at the western cliff of the island. The setting sun painted the sea a golden red, and the evening breeze swept through the forest, bringing a touch of coolness. Qin Yue, Luffy, Nami, and Zoro sat on the rocks at the cliff's edge, all eyes fixed on the strange man beside them. He sat on a slightly lower stone, his earlier fear fading, replaced by a weary, lonely look. Slowly he began to tell his story. "My name is Kamen," the strange man said softly, his voice hoarse with age. 20 years ago, I came to this island with a pirate crew. We had only one goal, to find a legendary treasure. He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if returning to that time 20 years ago. We searched the island for days, but found no trace of the treasure. The crew gradually lost patience and wanted to give up and leave. But I couldn't let it go, Kamen said, his voice growing more determined. I happened to notice a raised platform in the center of the island, high up and surrounded by cliffs. I had a feeling the treasure had to be up there. So I hid it from my crew and by myself, with immense effort, climbed the cracks in the cliff inch by inch. I finally made it to the top of the platform. At this point, Kamen's face briefly showed a glimmer of joy, but it was quickly replaced by melancholy. I was right. In the middle of the platform were several treasure chests. I was overjoyed, but just then the rock I was holding onto gave way. I fell straight down, landing hard inside an empty chest below the platform, and blacked out. When I came to, it was already dark. Kamen's voice grew even lower. I tried to climb out of the chest, but it was stuck so tightly on my body that I couldn't get it off. I looked up at the platform on the cliff. There was no way I could climb back up, and my pirate crew had already sailed away from the island, leaving me behind. He looked down at the chest encasing him and gave a wry smile. I thought I could take all the treasure for myself, but in the end I was trapped by this empty chest. I never even touched a single treasure piece. For 20 years I've survived on wild fruit and the company of these strange animals. Day in and day out I've stayed here, hoping someone would come to rescue me, yet also afraid they'd discover the treasure on the top. I've just muddled through 20 years like this. After Kamen finished his story, a brief silence fell over the cliff's edge. The evening breeze gently blew at the edge of the cliff, carrying the unique, moist coolness of the seaside. Luffy calmly gazed at the despondent and regretful Kamen, speaking in a straightforward and pure tone, like a fool. Initially immersed in 20 years of bitterness and low spirits, Kamen was immediately triggered by the words, and the emotions he had bottled up for 2 decades burst forth as he erupted in anger at Luffy. "How dare you, you brat! I've worked hard to protect for 20 years, and you dare call me foolish." As the two seemed on the verge of a quarrel, the atmosphere grew tense. Nami quickly regained her composure and spoke up to defuse the situation. "Uncle Kamen, don't be angry. Let's help you retrieve the treasure." As Nami's words fell, everyone present turned their heads in unison, staring at her with incredulous expressions, their eyes filled with surprise. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Nami felt a chill run down her spine, confused and completely unaware of why everyone was reacting this way. At this moment, Luffy took the lead, seriously reminding her, "But Nami, aren't you a thief who specializes in stealing from pirates? Uncle Kamen used to be a pirate too." Qin Yue slightly nodded, softly agreeing. "Indeed, based on your style, you shouldn't let this treasure slip away." Zoro also nodded in agreement. Only then did Nami realize why everyone was astonished. Instantly infuriated by several people, she placed her hands on her hips and shouted angrily, "I know right from wrong. I only steal from wicked pirates and would never take advantage of someone in need." On the other hand, Kamen, who had been filled with disappointment, felt his gloomy eyes light up upon hearing Nami's willingness to help. All his frustrations vanished, and he looked at the others with eager anticipation, his tone excited and urgent. "Really? You really want to help me get the treasure? That's wonderful. We'll take you there right now." With that, under Kamen's guidance, they quickly arrived at the foot of the flat-topped hill where he claimed the treasure was hidden. The steep cliff was smooth and perilous, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to climb. Luffy looked up at the towering peak. Without any unnecessary words, he suddenly stretched his arms with all his strength, firmly gripping the rocks at the top of the slope. Using the recoil, he sprang up and landed directly on the summit. Kamen stared at Luffy's flexible arms, his pupils dilating in shock. However, this surprise quickly faded, replaced by the immense anticipation that had built up over 20 years. He stood on tiptoe, his gaze fixed on the summit, filled with excitement about to be fulfilled. In just a moment, Luffy appeared in Kamen's view, holding several ancient wooden boxes steadily. Kamen was instantly overjoyed and shouted excitedly, "Straw Hat Kid! Thank you. Quickly throw down the boxes." However, Luffy at the cliff top only looked down at Kamen with a calm expression, showing no intention of letting go of the boxes. Instead, he sat cross-legged with the treasure box, speaking firmly, "I don't want to." Those brief 3 words instantly extinguished all of Kamen's joy. His smile froze suddenly, his expression darkened as he stood silently, a layer of despondency creeping back into his eyes. Nami, feeling anxious and angry, shouted loudly at Luffy on the cliff. Luffy, what are you doing? That treasure is what Uncle Cayman has guarded for 20 years. Stop throwing a tantrum and throw it down. Despite Nami's pleas, Luffy remained resolute, shaking his head with no intention of relenting. Seeing Luffy's unyielding demeanor, Nami was thoroughly enraged and prepared to step forward to scold him further when someone gently pressed down on her shoulder. Nami paused, turning around in confusion to meet Qin Yue's calm gaze. Qin Yue raised his chin slightly, indicating her to look at Cayman beside them. Nami turned her head as directed and was instantly stunned. She saw that the gloomy expression on Cayman's face had completely disappeared, replaced by a look of relief and clarity. He raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears that had silently slipped from the corners of his eyes, looking up at Luffy on the cliff with heartfelt admiration. Straw Hat Kid, you are truly a good person. These boxes are empty, right? Hearing this, Nami was taken aback, staring blankly at Cayman. Zoro had already anticipated this, his eyes flashing with understanding, as if to say, I knew it. Qin Yue's gaze slowly swept over the peculiar beasts that had followed Cayman, and then looked at the empty treasure boxes in Luffy's arms. Already having a clear answer in his mind, a slight smile of realization appeared on his lips. In the next moment, he exerted force with his feet, his figure flashing, and in an instant, he jumped to Luffy's side at the cliff top. He glanced down at the several wooden boxes on the ground that had already been opened and were completely empty, then looked at the puzzled crowd below, his voice clearly resonating throughout. These treasure boxes must have once contained devil fruits. Devil fruits! The crowd exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Nami even retorted incredulously, Hey Qin Yue, do you know what you're saying? Devil fruits are extremely rare, and a single one can sell for a sky-high price of 100 million bellies in the black market. How could they possibly be left on this deserted island? Looking at Nami's incredulous expression, Qin Yue did not explain much, just gestured to Luffy, then picked up several empty wooden boxes and leaped back to the ground. Luffy also grabbed the remaining treasure boxes and jumped down with him. The two placed all the empty boxes on the ground, and Qin Yue looked at Luffy, asking, Luffy, was the rubber fruit you ate back then about the same size as the internal space of these boxes? Luffy pondered for a moment about the fruit he had eaten back then looked down to compare the wooden boxes in front of him, nodding emphatically, his face filled with astonishment. It's true. The rubber fruit I ate back then was about the same size as this box. With Luffy's confirmation, Qin Yue turned to look at the peculiar beasts behind Cayman, continuing with firm conviction, what was stored in these boxes is likely the Zoan-type devil fruits. When the treasure boxes fell here long ago, left unattended, the wild beasts on the island inadvertently consumed the fruits, which is why they appeared so peculiar now. After hearing Qin Yue's complete reasoning, Cayman first trembled all over his face, filled with shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. He stared blankly at the peculiar animals that had accompanied him for 20 years, then looked down at the empty treasure boxes he had guarded for 2 decades. The long-standing obsession suddenly dissipated, and he looked up and burst into hearty laughter, his laughter bright and relieved. So that's how it is? So the treasure I had guarded for 20 years was never empty. It was these little guys who have accompanied me for a full 20 years. Cayman laughed heartily. For a long time, the accumulated frustration of 20 years completely evaporated, and he felt light and unburdened. He slowly turned his head, looking at Qin Yue and the others before him, his eyes filled with sincerity and gratitude, and spoke gently. Thank you so much for resolving my 20-year-long knot. Come, let's go to my house. I'll treat you to a meal and properly entertain you. Hearing the words meal, Luffy's eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately raised both hands, shouting, Great. There's food. Let's have a banquet. Qin Yue looked at Luffy's eager appearance with a helpless smile, and then turned to the silent Zoro beside him, softly saying, Let's go to the ship and bring some things to spice up the banquet. The two had clear roles. Qin Yue went to the cabin to gather various spices he had collected along the way, planning to enhance the flavor of the ingredients. Zoro brought a few barrels of rum. On the other side, Luffy, who was filled with anticipation for the food, along with Nami, who planned to help first, followed Uncle Cayman towards the small house where he lived on the island. Before long, the two were ready, carrying spices and fine wine to meet up with everyone in front of the small house. Everyone sat around the stone table in the clearing of the woods, filled with wild game and fresh fruits cooked by Cayman himself, complemented by the ingredients seasoned with spices by Qin Yue, the aroma wafting all around. As night deepened, the evening breeze in the woods was gentle, and the starlight filtered through the leaves, soft and tranquil. Everyone raised their glasses, feasting on meat and drinking heartily, laughter and joy swirling around, completely washing away the solitude of this deserted island over the past 20 years. Cayman tilted his head back and took a swig of the rum brought by Zoro. The strong flavor hit his throat, and he let out a satisfied exclamation, his brows and eyes relaxed, filled with contentment. Then he took out the sweet fruit wine he had brewed alone on the island, filling each person's cup. the fruit fragrance mixed with the aroma of wine, smooth and lasting. No disputes, no obsessions, just a joyous gathering of a group of people. This simple, yet lively banquet continued until deep into the night, with laughter echoing throughout the woods. They spent a peaceful night. The next morning, as dawn broke, the morning light spilled across the sea, clear and gentle. The well-rested group packed their belongings and arrived at the sandy beach to prepare to set sail. Cayman stood on the shore looking at the few people before him, filled with reluctance and gratitude. Qin Yue, Luffy, Nami, and Zoro turned to wave goodbye to the uncle who had steadfastly kept the deserted island for 20 years. Early the following morning, gentle sunlight spilled across the sea surface and a soft breeze whispered through the air. The tranquil village of Syrup had welcomed a new day. On the streets, Usopp's slender figure darted swiftly through the alleys. As he sprinted wildly, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! Pirates have invaded the village!" His frantic cries shattered the village's peaceful stillness. The farmers working on the streets, the vendors at their stalls, and the elderly taking their leisurely strolls all wore expressions of weary familiarity, as if this were an everyday occurrence. Some shook their heads helplessly with a permanent fondness, others frowned in annoyance, having grown tired of the same old farce, and a few, irritated by the endless lies, could not help but mutter rebukes under their breath. Usopp paid no heed to the villagers' varied reactions. He kept running until he reached the village entrance, where he finally stopped, leaning over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily. He glanced back at the utterly calm, undisturbed village and grinned triumphantly. "Huh, you all fell for it." With that, he walked over to the shade of the large tree at the village entrance and sat down. Lifting his gaze to the elegant white villa atop the slope, a trace of tenderness and anticipation flickered in his eyes as he began plotting the day's story. Just then, the urgent, panicked voice of a child rang out from the direction of the beach. "Captain Usopp, pirates are here." Usopp paused, then threw his head back in laughter, his face brimming with contempt and pride. "Ha ha ha, Onion, that kind of prank is old news to me. You won't fool me." The boy named Onion sprinted all the way, his small face flushed red as he leaned over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. After several heavy breaths, he looked up, his gaze utterly sincere, without a trace of jest. "Captain Usopp, it's true. There really are pirates on the beach. I'm not lying." Seeing Onion's unprecedented seriousness, the smile on Usopp's face instantly froze, and all his mockery evaporated. Once he confirmed the boy was no longer joking, the word "pirates" crashed into his mind like a thunderbolt, turning his legs to jelly and his whole body rigid with fear. He forced a dry chuckle, his feet already stealthily sliding backward, and turned with feigned weakness. "I just remembered. I've come down with a strange disease that prevents me from leaving the village. I'm off." As his voice trailed off, he wobbled unsteadily, intending to scurry back into hiding. Onion quickly added in a loud voice, "Captain Usopp." He turned slowly, his cowardice washed away instantly, assuming the proud demeanor of Captain Usopp. He turned slowly, his cowardice washed away instantly, assuming the proud demeanor of Captain Usopp. His expression was firm, his voice resolute. "I was just joking. Usopp, pirates. All hands assemble. Let's go." Let those foreign pirates witness the might of Captain Usopp. Meanwhile, on the northern shore of Syrup Village, a small sailboat was moored securely on the sandy beach. Luffy, Qin Yue, Zoro, and Nami had just set foot on this new island. Luffy was the first to leap off the gangplank onto the soft sand, his curious gaze sweeping over the village and woodland, his eyes brimming with the excitement of adventure. Without a word, he charged toward the slope leading into the village. Qin Yue stayed behind to secure the boat, then turned to see Zoro beside him, his expression dazed and his mind wandering, clearly still caught up in his training of observation Haki, unable to calm his thoughts. Reading Zoro's mind instantly, Qin Yue walked over and gently patted him on the shoulder, his tone warm yet earnest. "Come on, Zoro. Observation Haki requires a tranquil heart. You can't be distracted." With that, Qin Yue strode forward to follow Luffy. Taking a deep breath, Zoro suppressed his inner restlessness. Ceasing his wandering thoughts, he followed suit up the slope. As they ascended, the view opened up, and they spotted a tall figure standing atop the hill. That person bore a distinctive long nose, gripped a slingshot tightly, and aimed it dead at Luffy, who was in the lead. His entire body was taut, poised to strike. Seeing the man's tense stance, Luffy put on a grim expression and spoke with feigned sharpness. "Since you've drawn your weapon, you'd better have the resolve to stake your life." Qin Yue and Zoro exchanged a glance, instantly understanding Luffy's intention, and played along with his act. Qin Yue swept open his coat, revealing a lean, well-defined, powerful physique. He tilted his head slightly, pressed his wrist, and a crisp series of cracks echoed from his bones. The atmosphere thickened instantly, and an oppressive aura spread. Zoro, meanwhile, rested one hand lightly on the sheath of Wado Ikemanji, pressing his thumb against the tsuba. A segment of gleaming white blade slid out, its icy glint reflecting the harsh sunlight, and shining directly into Usopp's eyes, a display of sharp authority. Usopp, already tense at the top of the slope, was completely intimidated by their presence. Trembling, uncontrollably, cold sweat poured down his forehead and dripped onto the dirt beneath him. Beside him, his three little followers, Onion, Carrot, and Pepper, were so terrified their legs gave way, collapsing onto the grass, their faces a mixture of anxiety and hopeful expectation as they looked at their captain. Just as the tension reached its peak, Luffy suddenly dropped his serious expression. Seeing Usopp's strained, defiant act, he burst into laughter. "You're really something. You're Yasop's son, aren't you?" The scene transitioned, and they were now inside a restaurant in Syrup Village. After listening to Luffy's words, Usopp looked enlightened and murmured to himself, "So that's it. My father is on a ship with a great pirate like Shanks. By the way, how did you recognize me?" Luffy was devouring a plate of fragrant roasted meat, his mouth smeared with grease, as he explained, "I met Uncle Yasop when I was little. He told me a lot about you, and you two really look alike." Hearing that their unreliable captain's father was a renowned pirate of the seas, Carrot, Onion, and Pepper's eyes lit up with admiration as they gazed at Usopp, their faces filled with reverence. Feeling their stares, Usopp scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Then he looked at the four eating and drinking before him, and asked seriously, "So why did you suddenly come to Syrup Village?" Qin Yue, who had been quietly listening, replied in a timely manner, "We're here mainly to restock supplies, and also to see if we can trade for a larger sailboat. We're about to enter the Grand Line, and this small boat of ours can't withstand the complex weather and dangerous." Usopp pondered for a moment and spoke frankly, "Getting supplies is easy. The village shops can handle them. But trading for a big ship is tougher. We're just a small fishing village, and we don't have the means to build a large." As he finished, Nami pointed out the window at the magnificent white villa on the hillside and suggested, "That villa looks like it belongs to a wealthy family. Maybe they can help us get a large ship." Seeing the villa, Usopp suddenly jolted, remembering his promise to Kaya. He was supposed to visit her today to tell stories and cheer her up as she was ill. He glanced at the time in panic, his mind racing. He turned to the others apologetically, "Sorry. I just remembered something urgent. I have to go. Eat at your leisure. I'm close with the restaurant owner, so put it on my tab." Before anyone could respond, Usopp shoved open the restaurant door and sprinted headlong toward the villa on the hillside. Seeing Usopp's frantic, flustered exit, Luffy scratched his head with a confused expression, completely baffled by the sudden rush. Onion, sitting nearby, couldn't help but murmur, "Captain must be going to Miss Kaya's house." "Miss Kaya?" Nami, intrigued by the unfamiliar name, turned to Onion, her eyes full of curiosity. Carrot quickly picked up the thread and explained patiently, "Miss Kaya is the owner of that grand villa. A few years ago, Miss Kaya's parents died unexpectedly. Since then, she's been deeply depressed, her heart heavy with sorrow, and her health has steadily deteriorated. When Captain Usopp found out, he started visiting her every day, telling her all kinds of adventurous tales. After his stories, Miss Kaya would always manage a rare smile." Having heard Carrot's account, Luffy swallowed the meat in his mouth, and his expression grew, admiring. "That guy is really a good man." Hearing Luffy's genuine praise for his captain, Onion puffed out his chest proudly and chimed in eagerly, "Right, even though the captain likes to brag and tell lies when it really counts, he's an incredibly reliable guy." Taking in the entire conversation, Nami's eyes gleamed with understanding. She promptly proposed, "In that case, let's go to Miss Kaya's house and ask around. Maybe she can help us get a large ship." No one objected. Under Onion's guidance, they hurried toward the Kaya villa on the hillside. As they reached the villa's main gate, the sound of a heated argument rang clearly from the courtyard. "Your father was a filthy pirate, and you've inherited those same despicable traits. All bluff and lies. Stay away from Miss Kaya. Now get out." A gentle, helpless voice interjected, "Please, Klahadore, Usopp isn't a bad person." "Miss Kaya." Klahadore's voice was steady and obstinate, brimming with control. "The master and mistress entrusted you to me before they passed. My duty is to protect you. I will not allow this lying son of a pirate to get close to you and corrupt you." Just as Klahadore's words hung in the air, a mocking, playful voice rang out from beyond the courtyard, breaking the tense standoff. Well, the famous Kuro of 100 plans from the East Blue. After all these years, how come you're hiding your name and working as a butler?" Klabarder's countenance darkened abruptly, a flicker of shadow and caution darting through his eyes before his expression smoothed back into the composed demeanor of a butler. He raised his gaze beyond the door, his stare instantly locking onto the group. First to catch his eye were the three Carrot Top kids, faces flushed with fury as they glared at him. Behind them stood a straw-hat youth with a foolish grin, yet Klabarder sensed an ominous threat from him. Beside Luffy stood a swordsman with 3 blades at his waist, and a short-haired, orange-haired girl named Nami, whose eyes sparkled with intelligence. Their auras were calm, seemingly harmless. The last figure was tall and robust, standing at least 2 meters 30 with an upright posture and clean flowing muscles. He watched Klabarder with a half-smile, his eyes holding a serene awareness of everything. A mere exchanged glance sent an invisible pressure surging through Klabarder's entire being, chilling his heart. This powerfully built man was the second person present who could pose a fatal threat to him. Clabarter gathered his composure, adjusted his expression, and spoke with forced nonchalance. Who are you? I don't know any 100-Plan Koluo. This is a private estate. If you have no business here, please leave. Seeing Clabarter dismiss them without any reason, a gentle voice of reproach came from the second-floor balcony. Don't be like that, Clabarter. They are guests, I'll let them in. Kaya's voice was tender and kind, always treating others with courtesy. But Clabarter gently adjusted his glasses, his expression earnest and stubborn, replying to Kaya on the balcony, Miss, these strangers have unknown origins. Rash hospitality is too dangerous. I am doing this for your safety. Having said that, he turned again, his gaze settling on Qin Yue, who exuded the strongest aura, and asked with distant courtesy, so have you come here for some specific matter? Watching Clabarter's deliberate pretense of calm, Qin Yue couldn't hold back a light chuckle, and said bluntly, we came to replenish supplies for our voyage, and to purchase a large sailing ship sturdy enough to enter the Grand Line. Can you manage that, butler? Hearing Qin Yue's direct demand, Clabarter's face completely darkened, his voice icy and aloof. I cannot make decisions on your requests. This matter requires private discussion. Please return to the village and wait. Once we've discussed it, we will give you an answer. Qin Yue stared at Clabarter for a long time, reading the calculations and restraint hidden in his eyes. Seeing that Clabarter still maintained his facade without any flaw, Qin Yue had no interest in continuing the charade. He looked up at Usopp, who was hiding in the large tree within the courtyard, then at Kaya on the second-floor balcony, her expression gentle, and announced loudly, excuse us, Miss Kaya. We are friends of Usopp. Let's go, Usopp. With that, Qin Yue cast a meaningful glance at the somber-faced Clabarter, then turned and signaled Luffy, Zoro, and Nami to leave. Hearing Qin Yue's farewell, Kaya smiled warmly from the balcony and waved lightly, saying softly, so you are Usopp's friends. I should have properly received you. But before she could finish, Usopp, perched in the tree, quickly interrupted. It's okay, Kaya. I'll go with them now. Next time I'll come tell you new adventure stories. With that, Usopp leaped down from the tree, landed, and cast a deep, wary glance at Clabarter, whose mind was full of schemes. Then he hurriedly caught up with Qin Yue and the others and left the villa estate. The group walked down the hillside path in silence for a while. Unable to contain his curdling doubts, Usopp finally turned to Qin Yue and asked, puzzled, Qin Yue, what did you mean by what you said back there? Who is this 100-Plan Koluo? Luffy and Nami also turned to Qin Yue with curiosity, eager to learn the true identity of that mysterious. Facing their united gaze, Qin Yue remained calm, unhurriedly reaching into his coat pocket to pull out a neatly folded wanted poster, which he casually handed to Usopp. Usopp took the paper with bewilderment and slowly unfolded it. The moment he saw the cold, familiar face on the poster, his eyes flew wide, his pupils contracted sharply, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he stood frozen, utterly incredulous. Nami, noticing his violent reaction, hurriedly leaned in to look. With a single glance, she clearly recognized that the pirate picture on the wanted poster was none other than the gentle, refined butler who had just been so protective of Kaya in the villa. Usopp's fingers, tightening around the poster, turned white at the knuckles. He gritted his teeth and read out the text, his voice trembling. 100-Plan Koluo, bounty 16 million berries. The brief sentence struck like thunder in their ears. Usopp instantly grasped the severity of the situation. He spun around, clutching the wanted poster, and dashed frantically back toward Kaya's villa, muttering anxiously, Kaya is in danger. The three Carrot Top kids watched their captain suddenly bolt, utterly bewildered with no idea what was happening. Just as Usopp was about to rush off the path, Qin Yue's calm, placid voice rang out, precisely halting his impulsive steps. What good will it do you to go back now? To die? The cold, sobering words instantly quenched Usopp's impulse. He stopped abruptly, his feet rooted to the ground, his fists clenched, and his shoulders heaving violently with tremors. After a moment, he turned slowly, his eyes red-rimmed, his voice choked with tears and helpless defiance, shouting, even if I have to die, I will save Kaya. Qin Yue stared at him with a heavy gaze, his tone still detached and unemotional, analyzing slowly, is that so? Then go ahead. According to Navy records, 100-Plan Koluo was arrested and imprisoned 3 years ago and should have disappeared by now. Yet here he is living incognito beside Kaya for 3 whole years. What do you think his goal is? He took a half step forward, his eyes sharp and piercing. In the end, either Kaya herself or something belonging to her is worth 3 years of patient concealment and playing the loyal butler for him to seize. If you rush back now on impulse, the only thing you can accomplish is to expose his identity, enrage him entirely, and trigger the crisis prematurely. Once his scheme is out in the open, he will abandon all pretense, and the first to suffer and be trapped will be Kaya. Because of your recklessness, she will die alongside you for nothing. Qin Yue's blunt and cruel words caused the air to fall heavy with silence. Nami, seeing Usopp on the verge of collapse, couldn't help but interject, Qin Yue, aren't your words a bit too? But before she finished, Usopp's hoarse voice broke in. He had forcibly steadied himself, the redness in his eyes replaced by a heavy calm and lingering fear. No, Nami. Qin Yue is right. Koluo has been lurking beside Kaya for 3 years. He must be plotting something sinister. If I rush back now and expose him in public, I'll force him to act early, and then Kaya will truly be in danger with no escape. I can't harm Kaya. Qin Yue watched Usopp's sudden realization with serene composure and said slowly, I'm glad you understand. Now you need to think carefully about how to completely unveil Koluo's conspiracy while guaranteeing Kaya's absolute safety. I can tell you clearly Koluo's strength is no match for me or Luffy. But we won't help you, unless you're willing to be a coward who depends on others forever and runs from every problem. As soon as Qin Yue finished, the 3 Carrot Top kids, Onion, Carrot, and Pepper, immediately bristled, stepping forward and glaring at him, shouting, Don't you insult Captain Usopp. He is no coward. After their outburst, they turned to Usopp, eyes sparkling with trust and anticipation, firmly believing their captain would never let them down. Usopp hung his head, trapped in a long silence of inner turmoil. His heart was torn. On one side stood Kaya's life. Any mistake would lead to disaster. On the other side, his own dignity and responsibility. If he always relied on others, he would forever be a coward hiding behind someone else. He had no certainty of confronting Koluo, and he dared not gamble on what would happen to Kaya if he failed. But when his peripheral vision caught the sincere, unconditional trust in the 3 kids' eyes, seeing them believe in him and support him despite knowing his tendency to boast and lie, Usopp's hesitation vanished. He took a deep breath, the confusion in his eyes replaced by unprecedented resolve and bravery. He met Qin Yue's gaze and declared solemnly, I understand, Qin Yue. Thank you for telling me this. I will definitely save Kaya, expose Koluo's true face, and thwart his scheme. Until then, please protect Onion, Carrot, and Pepper. Having entrusted them, Usopp turned without further hesitation and sprinted determinedly back toward Kaya's villa, his silhouette slender yet resolute. Seeing their captain charging alone into danger, the 3 kids grew frantic, tears in their eyes, and started to chase after him, to fight side by side. But just then Luffy's arms stretched out abruptly. His rubbery limb encircled the 3 kids, holding them firmly in place, preventing their impulsive rush to death. Let us go. We have to help Captain Usopp. The 3 youths struggled fiercely, their faces full of indignation and anxiety, shouting in protest. Luffy did not release them. He simply watched their struggles in silence. Zoro, holding his 2 swords, stepped forward slowly, his eyes calm and assured, and said in a low voice, Trust your captain. At this moment, he is a true man. With that, Zoro said no more, but quietly followed in the direction Usopp had taken, keeping a discreet distance to safeguard the situation. Hearing Zoro's words, the 3 kids gradually stopped struggling and fell silent, though their eyes remained fixed on Usopp's retreating form, filled with anxiety and frustration. When they noticed Zoro stealthily trailing after him, they turned in confusion to Qin Yue, who stood there calmly. Didn't you say you wouldn't help? Qin Yue's lips curled into a faint smile, and he answered serenely, Luffy and I indeed won't intervene directly, but Zoro never said he wouldn't help. Hope reignited in the 3 kids' eyes. But Qin Yue added, Don't get too excited though. Zoro has his own judgment. He will only step in if Usopp or Kaya face life-threatening danger with no other way out. Everything else depends on Usopp himself. The 3 kids didn't care about those restrictions. Knowing that someone was watching over their captain from the shadows was already the best outcome. They bowed deeply to the group, gratitude shining on their faces. Thank you. Thank you so much. On the other side, within the villa, Crocodile's mind was no longer as calm as it appeared on the surface. The sudden appearance of Qin Yue and Luffy today had completely disrupted the stable rhythm he had maintained for many years. Especially the unfathomable Qin Yue, whose eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything, instilled in him an inexplicable sense of great apprehension. He vaguely sensed that these 2 suddenly appeared strangers were a tremendous variable that could overturn his entire plan. Years of pirate intuition told him that it was not wise to linger here. The plan must be advanced. With his mind made up, Crocodile suppressed the restlessness within, maintaining the demeanor of a gentle and steady butler. He respectfully asked Koya for leave, using the pretext of going to the neighboring village to procure daily necessities, and turned to hastily head south towards the village, planning to summon his subordinates early to finalize the plan to seize assets. Meanwhile, Usopp, who had hurriedly returned and quietly crept back near the villa, happened to hide behind the bushes, witnessing this entire scene. Upon seeing Crocodile leave the villa alone, Usopp instantly realized that Crocodile must have been frightened by Qin Yue and wanted to advance his plan. This was also his only opportunity to understand Crocodile's intentions. If he waited until Crocodile's subordinates had gathered, there would be no chance to turn the tables. With an excellent opportunity at hand, Usopp took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering fear within, holding his breath and lightening his footsteps, cautiously following behind Crocodile, using the cover of trees and buildings to stealthily trail him, intending to uncover his true intentions and hiding place. As the sun set, the orangered evening glow spread across the entire sky, dyeing the sea and beach a crimson hue. The coastline south of Zilibu village was tranquil, yet desolate. The black cat pirate Zhang Ao had been waiting here for a long time, quietly standing on the beach, gazing toward. Seeing Crocodile approaching quickly, Zhang Ao immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and spoke in a humble tone. Captain Crocodile, you summoned me suddenly. Is there something wrong? Crocodile gently pushed his glasses up his nose, the warmth and elegance in his eyes fading away, replaced by cold, calculating ruthlessness, coldly stating the plan has changed. Tomorrow morning gather all subordinates to attack Zilibu village. You are responsible for hypnotizing that little girl Koya, making her sign the property transfer document to hand over the entire estate to me. His gaze swept across the distant tranquil village, his tone harsh and chilling. Once the deed is done, eliminate all the villagers in the village, leaving no survivors. This land and all wealth will henceforth belong entirely to the Black Cat Pirates. Zhang Ao immediately accepted the order, his eyes sharp. Rest assured, Captain Crocodile. The brothers have been lurking for 3 years and are fully prepared to act at any moment. But Captain, what about those 4 pirates who appeared suddenly during the day? They seem formidable. Crocodile's expression darkened suddenly, a flicker of apprehension and disdain flashing in his eyes, as he coldly replied, those people clearly saw through my identity, yet they didn't expose me publicly. It's evident they were merely passing through with no intention of intervening in this matter. All they seek are supplies and a large ship. When the time comes fulfilling their requests, we'll send them on their way without any hindrance. Understood, Captain. Tomorrow morning, we will act on time. Zhang Ao no longer asked further, solemnly accepting the order and swiftly heading towards the pirate ship, docked by the coast to prepare for tomorrow's operation. Watching Zhang Ao leave, Crocodile stood alone in the afterglow of the sunset, a sinister and greedy cold smile slowly creeping onto his lips as he murmured to himself, each word venomous, a bunch of fools. Once you help me massacre the villagers and seize the assets, I will then proceed to slaughter all of you. At that time there will no longer be the cunning pirate Crocodile, but the heroic butler Clabatel, who saves the orphan girls and eradicates pirates. Ah! The chilling laughter dissipated into the sea breeze, and Usopp, hidden in the bushes from afar, felt a chill throughout his body, his limbs instantly freezing. He had listened to this malicious conspiracy word for word, his blood nearly running cold as his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Massacre the village, seize assets, unload the millstone, and kill the donkey, disguise as a hero. Crocodile's scheme, which he had endured for 3 years, was far more brutal and despicable than he had imagined. A tremendous fear and anger swept over him, but Usopp bit his lip tightly, clenched his fists, and forcibly suppressed all noise. He understood that if he were to be exposed at this moment, not only would he undoubtedly die, but Koya and the entire village would also plunge into the abyss. As night fell, the darkness completely enveloped Zilibu village, the entire village shedding the noise of the day and falling into silence. The lights in Koya's villa were dimly lit. In the quiet living room, Meili was carefully cleaning with a cloth, her movements gentle and meticulous. Hearing familiar footsteps from outside the courtyard, Meili immediately realized that Crocodile had returned, and she stopped her actions, greeting him with a warm smile. Clabatel, why are you back so soon? I heard you went to the neighboring village for errands, and thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. However, the usually gentle and polite Crocodile remained silent, offering no response at all. His face was as dark as water, surrounded by a chilling aura, quietly holding a heavy black bag in his hand, his pitch-black eyes devoid of warmth as they fixed on Meili. Seeing him silent, and with an odd expression, Meili felt a tinge of unease, and quickly asked with concern, what's wrong, Mr. Clabatel? Is it a discomfort in your body, or did you encounter something troubling outside? Speaking of which, I am truly happy for you. In a few days it will be the 3rd anniversary of your arrival at this house. The young lady has always remembered it, and secretly prepared a gift for you. Upon hearing the word gift, a flicker of emotion finally stirred in Crocodile's lifeless eyes. He turned his gaze to the wooden table in the living room, where a beautifully wrapped glasses case, tied with an exquisite bow, lay quietly, prepared by Koya as an anniversary gift. Crocodile walked forward, slowly reached for the glasses case, and casually lifted the lid. Inside lay a pair of exquisitely crafted new glasses, elegantly styled, carefully chosen by Koya. However, looking at this kind-hearted gift, Crocodile's lips curled into a cold and mocking smile. In the next moment, he forcefully slammed the delicate glasses case onto the cold floor. Before Meili could react, he stomped down heavily with his foot, and a crisp sound of shattering suddenly rang out. The wooden glasses case instantly deformed and cracked. The new glasses inside were crushed into pieces, shards scattering everywhere. The sudden scene completely shattered Meili's perception. She was instantly flustered, her eyes wide open. The gentle and considerate butler who had cared for the young lady and everyone for 3 years was now violent, cold, and cruel, entirely a different person. She stared blankly at Crocodile, her body stiffening, at a loss for what to do. Before she could recover from her shock, Crocodile had already raised his hand to open the black bag beside him. With a blank expression, he took out a pair of black claw blades, skillfully fitting them onto his fingers. Each finger blade was embedded with a sharp steel knife, over a meter long, glinting with a chilling cold light, incredibly sharp. The cold moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, landing on the steel blades, reflecting a terrifying cold gleam instantly, plunging the atmosphere in the room to freezing point, a strong murderous intent rushing towards them. At that moment, Meili finally realized that the person before her was not a gentle butler, but a demon lurking. Her pupils constricted suddenly, and she opened her mouth to scream for help to awaken Koya upstairs. Yet it was all too late. Crocodile's figure flashed, moving so fast, he left only an afterimage, instantly closing in on Meili. The clawed hand suddenly swung out, and 5 sharp steel blades pierced straight through Meili's chest. Puffed. Warm blood gushed out in an instant, 5 terrifying bloodstains blooming grotesquely on Meili's chest. He stiffened all over, the terror on his face not yet faded. His body slumped weakly to the ground, eyes tightly shut, lying in a pool of blood, unaware of his fate. Crocodile glanced down at the fallen Meili, then raised his hand to look at the fresh blood staining the claw blades, his eyes devoid of any ripple, only extreme coldness and greed visible. He pushed the blood-stained glasses with his wrist, murmuring softly, his tone laced with mockery, "I really should thank the young lady for the gift. It's a pity that the real gift is never a pair of cheap glasses, but this villa and all the assets that Koya." As his words fell, a deep and eerie laughter slowly echoed in the empty and silent living room, spreading light. The blood stained the polished floor, the fallen Meili, and the glinting claw blades, paired with Crocodile's frenzied cold laughter, turned the entire villa into a chilling hell on earth, a terrifying atmosphere tightly enveloping the entire courtyard. In that deathly still and eerie moment, a crisp, shattering sound abruptly erupted. The floor-to-ceiling window on the west side of the living room suddenly shattered, countless shards of glass scattering inward with the night wind, followed by a sharp whistling sound hurtling straight toward Koluo's feet. Koluo reacted with lightning speed. Instincts honed from years of bloody combat made him shift his body slightly, deftly evading the sudden assault. The next second, a tiny pellet struck the ground where he had just stood. The villa's living room fell into dead silence. Koluo's every muscle tensed, the claw blades on his fingers gleaming coldly, murderous intent blazing in his eyes as he stared warily into the pitch-black window. The garden woods were utterly silent, the night wind rustling, without a single figure in sight, as if the ambush had been nothing but an illusion. After confirming no further ambush or disturbance, Koluo lowered his gaze to the pellet on the ground. He bent down and picked it up, only to discover that the pellet was tightly wrapped in a folded piece of paper. Applying pressure with his fingertips, he unfolded the paper, and the moment he discerned its contents, his pupils contracted violently, a torrent of dark fury surging within his eyes. Printed on the paper was the official wanted poster of Koluo of 100 plans, complete with his photograph and details. A bounty of 16 million berry blazing conspicuous, exposing his pirate identity that he had kept hidden for 3 years. Koluo's face instantly darkened like spilled ink, his aura oppressive enough to suffocate. His gaze dropped to the scribbled flamboyant handwriting beneath the wanted poster, each word piercing like a thorn. "Foolish butler, if you've got guts, come to the woods north of the village. If you don't come, I'll tell the Navy about your secret. Then even if you get Kaya's fortune, it'll be useless." That single sentence struck Koluo's fatal weakness. His hand clenched abruptly, veins bulging, knuckles turning white as he crumpled the paper into a ball. 3 years of patient disguise, a carefully laid scheme, all nearly shattered by this thin piece of paper. He raised his eyes to sweep coldly toward the dark staircase on the second floor, a cruel wariness and warning flickering in his gaze. A moment later, gripping his gleaming claw blades, he turned and strode out of the villa, his icy voice echoing through the empty living room, laced with blatant threat. "Your little friend who loves to lie certainly isn't well behaved. Until I catch him, you'd better stay put. If you dare run, I'll kill him with my own hands." With those words, Koluo's figure vanished completely into the night, his footsteps fading away, leaving only a room steeped in blood and chaos. Only when the garden had fallen utterly silent did a slender figure slowly emerge from the top of the stairs. Kaya's face was deathly pale, her hands trembling as she clutched a small fruit knife. She had clearly been eavesdropping upstairs the entire time. She stared blankly at Koluo's retreating back, her heart filled with fear and cold, her body shivering uncontrollably. It took a long while before she gradually came to her senses. The moment she lowered her head, the sight of Mary lying unconscious in a pool of blood, the glaring red, completely shattered her last shred of composure. The fruit knife clattered to the floor. Without heeding her fear, Kaya dashed into the living room, frantically grabbed the family medical kit, knelt beside Mary, and with trembling hands began emergency bandaging to stop the bleeding for the gravely wounded, unconscious maid. Her eyes were red, her heart a mess of panic and concern. Meanwhile, in the woods north of the village, Usopp, who had already delivered his provocative message, had returned to the spot. Under the cover of deep night, he carefully reviewed and inspected every trap he had labored over for most of the day. Taut tripwires, hidden logs, angled battering rams. Each mechanism meticulously checked. After confirming that all traps were firmly in place and would not fail, the tension in his spine finally eased slightly, and he let out a quiet, long breath. Once more, the image of Killua instantly crippling Mary in the villa flashed through his mind. The icy lethal speed, the sharp, deadly claw blades, the ruthless killing technique. All vivid and heart-stopping. Usopp's fingers gripping his slingshot involuntarily tightened, his palms sweating the weight of pressure, crushing his breath. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the fear within, and swiftly moved to the concealed ambush spot he had chosen earlier. Hiding in the dense shadow of the trees, he held his breath and focused, silently waiting for Killua's arrival. The night wind rustled through the forest, leaves whispering the silence, strangely unsettling. Before long, a tall figure slowly emerged from the end of the woodland path. The cold moonlight pierced through layers of branches and leaves, reflecting off Killua's spectacles with an eerie white gleam, accentuating the bone-chilling darkness in his eyes. His hands were those glistening claw blades, 10-meter-long steel blades hanging at his sides, murderous aura dense, as he stepped closer, step by step. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, thoroughly witnessing Killua fully armed and brimming with killing intent still made Usopp gulp involuntarily, his fear surging wildly inside. He clenched his slingshot, forcing calmness, and mustered his courage to yell at the approaching Killua, "You bastard! I can't believe you actually came. Your old man here has set up a net that'll catch even the sky. Today he'll expose your true face." Before Usopp could finish his bravado and threats, Killua's cold, indifferent voice cut him off. "I've no interest in listening to your boring nonsense." The words had barely left his mouth when Killua's figure vanished from Usopp's sight. There was no warning sound, no preparatory movement. The speed was eerily extreme. Usopp's pupils contracted sharply, every hair on his body standing on end. A life-or-death crisis instantly enveloped him. He had no time to think. Purely by instinct, he dove sideways with all his might. The moment he left his original spot, 5 razor-sharp slashes appeared on the ground where he had just been standing. Earth and stone, flying fissures, hideous. Had he been a moment slower, he would have died on the spot. And Killua's figure stood silently right behind those 5 slashes, his posture upright, murderous. He slowly turned his head, raised a hand to push his glasses with his wrist, and locked his icy gaze on Usopp scrambling to his feet. His tone carried no warmth. "You managed to dodge my attack just now. Count yourself lucky. But next time you won't be so fortunate." Before this, Usopp had already imagined Killua to be an extremely formidable enemy, yet that lightning-fast ambush still completely shattered his expectations. He realized with stark clarity that he had still vastly underestimated Killua of 100 plans true strength. Daring not to linger even for a moment, Usopp turned without a word and sprinted frantically into the dense woods. His only thought was that the traps he had set in advance would work, stopping this terrifying pirate captain. Watching Usopp flee without an ounce of dignity, Killua felt a surge of irritation and impatience. Burdened with his entire scheme and eager to reclaim control, he had no intention of playing a pointless cat-and-mouse game with a brat. Despite his annoyance, his pace was not slow in the slightest. His figure flickered, and with light, yet swift steps, he rapidly closed the distance toward Usopp's back. Just as the gleam of the claw blades was about to reach Usopp's back and capture him on the spot, Killua's steps suddenly halted, but it was already too late. Usopp seized the moment. Just as Killua was about to touch him, he triggered the mechanism behind him. A thick, heavy log slammed violently out from the side woods, crashing straight into Killua, who was close behind. The confident expression on Killua's face instantly froze, his eyes wide open. With no time to defend, he could only watch as the log smashed directly into his face. Bang! A dull, heavy boom exploded. The immense impact sent Killua hurtling backward, his body tumbling awkwardly in the air before crashing heavily onto the cold forest floor, dust flying. Seeing Killua on the ground, Usopp, who had been sprinting for his life, finally exhaled in immense relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat. In that instant when Killua's clawblade was within reach, Usopp had truly felt the threat of death. He had been nearly suffocated with terror, his heart filled with lingering dread and a sense of lucky escape. He quickly steadied himself, grabbed a heavy lead pellet from his ammunition pouch, and with nerves slightly relaxed planned to finish off Killua once and for all, ending this perilous confrontation. But just as Usopp was about to strike, Killua, who had been sprawled on the ground not far away, slowly pushed himself up and stood. His face had lost all trace of earlier irritation and disdain. The mockery in his eyes had faded, completely replaced by nothing but an abyss of cold and calm. He raised his hand to gently push the shattered lensless glasses on his nose, his jet black eyes locking onto Usopp ahead. His murderous aura condensed instantly, heavy and frigid as a deep pool. Meeting Kuluo's utterly transformed, sinister demeanor, Usopp's every hair stood on end. A deathly premonition, even stronger than before, surged through him, his scalp tingling. He didn't dare hesitate. Arm straining, he drew the slingshot taut and shouted, "Special attack, lead star." The black lead pellet flew with a sharp whistle, shooting straight at Kuluo's face at extreme speed, leaving a faint afterimage. Yet Kuluo's expression remained utterly still. He merely tilted his head slightly, his movement unhurried and graceful. The fierce lead pellet whizzed past his ear, buried itself in the tree trunk behind with a burst of wood chips, the attack completely wasted. Witnessing his ultimate strike evaded so effortlessly, Usopp's heart sank. He instantly understood the situation had turned dire. Without a second thought, he dug his feet into the ground and sprinted with all his might deeper into the woods. Watching Usopp flee again, Kuluo's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. Clearly, he had lost any patience for playing around. He stepped forward silently, his figure light, yet terrifyingly fast, claw blades gleaming as he raised his hands and pursued at full speed. This time he had thoroughly abandoned his arrogance. Every stride carried chilling, killing intent. Any bush or slender tree that got in his way was silently severed and toppled by the passing claw blades. The traps Usopp had spent half a day setting, tree mount mechanisms, hidden snares, tripwire logs, all proved useless against Kuluo's absolute strength. They were cut and destroyed along the path, every ambush rendered ineffective. Running ahead, Usopp heard the continuous sounds of snapping and crashing behind him. From the corner of his eye, he saw trap after trap, wrecked to no avail, and his heart clenched tight. All contingency plans had failed, and there was no retreat left. Only that move remained. Usopp gritted his teeth inwardly, making a resolute decision. He abandoned the futile traps, abruptly changed direction, and sprinted with all his remaining strength toward the cliff at the edge of the forest. Kuro, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, noticed Usopp's sudden change in course. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, but his pace surged even faster, more ferocious than before. Kira's fingers tightened, the claw blades gleaming with a chilling light. With a sharp, wind-splitting force, he raised his hand and slashed fiercely toward Usopp's back. An icy, killing intent locked onto Usopp. His pupils constricted in an instant, leaving him with only a single thought: too fast, utterly unavoidable. A soft, tearing sound rang out as crimson blood sprayed from Usopp's back in an instant. The sharp claws carved several deep, jagged, bloody furrows across his spine. Excruciating pain racked his body, flesh turned outward, the searing agony nearly shattering his will. But Usopp clenched his teeth, enduring the heartrending pain without allowing a single pause. His steps faltered, yet he still sprinted desperately toward the cliff, screaming inwardly, faster, faster. Seeing Usopp, badly wounded, bleeding profusely, yet still refusing to give up and desperately fleeing, Kira's face showed a flicker of surprise. He muttered under his breath, "This brat is quite troublesome." As he spoke, his impatience deepened. His figure flickered again as he resumed the chase. Moments later, Usopp's view suddenly opened up, revealing the bare edge of the cliff before him. Beneath his feet was a sheer abyss, below lay jagged reefs and surging waves, a true dead end. Usopp's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He stopped, turned slowly, and fixed his gaze on the swiftly approaching Kuro. Kuro halted a short distance away, glanced at the bare, hopeless cliff edge, and looked at Usopp, trapped with no escape. A cold, derisive smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. What? Brat worn out? Ready to give up? With that, he stepped forward slowly yet firmly, his claw blades hanging at his sides, gleaming icily, ready to end this farce at any moment. Facing the inevitable lethal threat, Usopp's face showed no fear. Instead, he shed all cowardice, his gaze resolute and unyielding. He slowly raised his hand, and from the pouch of pellets at his waist precisely pinched out 2 golden, specially crafted explosive pellets brimming with hidden power. Catching sight of the pellets in Usopp's hand and his unusually calm expression, Kuro felt a sudden surge of danger. His expression shifted, and he instinctively moved to retreat from the cliff edge. But it was already too late. Usopp did not hesitate. With both arms, he hurled the 2 yellow pellets carried by the wind precisely at the cliff's foundation. 2 violent explosions erupted in quick succession, spraying flames and flying rubble, followed by a chain of deafening detonations. The tremendous shockwave tore at the cliff's rock, instantly cracking the solid surface into countless fissures. The entire cliff lost support, collapsed with a thunderous roar, and plunged straight down toward the dark, rocky sea below, carrying a storm of debris and dust. The rock beneath their feet gave way, and Usopp, along with the caught-off guard Kuro, plummeted with the collapse. Midair, Usopp looked at Kuro falling beside him. The searing pain in his back was already overridden by a sense of relief. He gave a faint smile and whispered to himself, "This way the villagers and Kaya will be completely safe." Seeing Usopp's self-sacrificing satisfied expression, Kuro, plummeting through the air, could no longer suppress the simmering fury within him. A guttural, enraged roar tore through the night. Are you kidding me? In his fury, Kuro unleashed all his strength. He kicked off a falling boulder for leverage, propelling himself abruptly toward the side of the cliff face. The razor-sharp claws of both hands plunged deep into the hard rock, digging and viciously anchoring his entire body to the sheer cliff and saving himself from the fatal fall. Usopp, still falling, witnessed this scene from above. A wave of helplessness and regret surged through him. In the end, he hadn't managed to take down Kuro after all. Indeed, him still too weak. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, heavy with guilt and self-reproach. He murmured softly, "I'm sorry, Kaya." Exhausted in body and spirit, fatally wounded, he ceased struggling, slowly closed his eyes, and let his body fall toward the jagged rocks and churning waves below. But in the instant of rapid descent, a steady, powerful hand suddenly seized his collar, yanking his falling body to a halt. The swift plunge stopped abruptly, his suspended body frozen in midair. Usopp opened his eyes, utterly stunned, as he looked up. There stood Qin Yue, one hand casually gripping his clothes, standing on nothing but the air, stable and suspended in the night sky, without any support. In the next moment, Qin Yue's figure flickered lightly, carrying him straight upward toward the cliff top. Wind rushed past his ears as the sensation of weightlessness vanished. Usopp stared blankly at the calm, composed Qin Yue beside him, hesitantly asking Qin Yue, How are you here?" Qin Yue glanced down at Usopp, covered in blood and utterly disheveled, a look of helpless exasperation on his face. He said flatly, "You sure go to extremes, even resorting to mutual destruction. If we had arrived a moment later, you'd have been buried at the bottom of the sea today." The night wind howled. Usopp gazed at the dark, churning sea below, muttering weakly with self-deprecation, "I had no choice. I'm too weak. In a direct confrontation, I had no chance at all of taking down Kuro. I had to gamble everything with this method, and even then I couldn't finish him off." As he spoke, Usopp suddenly looked up, his expression deadly serious, eyes fixed on Qin Yue, his tone pleading earnestly, "Qin Yue, I need your help. If no one stops Kuro by tomorrow morning, Kaya and all the villagers of Ziluobu village will be slaughtered. Please help everyone." During their exchange, Qin Yue had already landed steadily on the flat ground atop the cliff, gently setting Usopp down. He lifted his gaze to the cliff face where Kuro was clambering back onto the edge, bedraggled, his killing intent surging, his eyes blazing with fury. Qin Yue spoke calmly, soothing Usopp beside him, "Don't worry, he's got someone to handle him." As his words fell, the quiet depths of the forest echoed with steady, resolute footsteps, crushing the stillness as they approached. Usopp quickly turned his head to see Zoro, lips clenched around Wado Ikemanji, a long sword in each hand, fully in his three-sword style. The blades gleamed under the cold moonlight, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he walked step by step toward Kuro, who had just climbed ashore. Alongside Zoro, Luffy walked with his hands behind his head, looking nonchalant, while Nami crossed her arms with a cool gaze. The two emerged side by side from the forest, completely sealing off any escape from the cliff. Kuro, dust-covered and just having scrambled onto the cliff top, took in the surrounding figures. Zoro's three-sword stance, the composed Qin Yue, the unruffled Luffy, and the coldly observant Nami. His taut face suddenly contorted, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Huh, how ridiculous. I endured in hiding for 3 whole years, meticulously laid out the perfect plan, and yet you brats appearing out of nowhere have completely ruined and destroyed it all." His wild laughter echoed across the empty cliff, filled with boundless resentment and madness. The next second, the laughter cut off abruptly. Kira's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent overwhelming, and he snarled through gritted teeth, his voice thick with violent rage, "You bastards. Couldn't you have just stayed out of it and watched? Once I fully take over Kaya's estate and control this village, I'd gladly offer you everything. The supplies you need to set sail, even a big ship to cross the Grand Line. All of it." He stared at them, his chest heaving, seething with fury and frustration over his ruined scheme. Faced with Kira's frenzied, obsessive accusations, Luffy leisurely stepped forward, ambling 2 paces ahead, with a completely casual expression, reached up and idly picked his nose. With a flat, matter-of-fact tone, he said, "I refuse." "What?" Kuro froze, staring at Luffy in utter disbelief, his bloodshot eyes wide with shock and he simply couldn't understand why these pirates who craved ships and supplies would so unhesitatingly turn down such generous terms he offered on a silver platter. In his twisted calculations, pirates were all driven by profit. They should have gladly compromised and reaped the benefits. There was no reason to refuse. Just as Kuro stood frozen, all his illusions on the verge of collapse, a light, mocking voice suddenly sounded from behind him, shattering his last shred of hope. "So you actually took that offhand remark seriously, huh?" Qin Yue stepped out from the night, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery and indifference, each word like a dagger. "I was toying with you from the very beginning, you fool. These words were the final straw, completely breaking Qira's 3-year tense composure. All the obsession, resentment, and lingering hope drained from his face. His fierce expression vanished, and he mechanically reached up to adjust the empty glasses frame that held no lenses. The next instant, ultimate madness and fury engulfed him. He threw back his head and howled a hoarse, piercing shriek that echoed across the entire cliff. Then, all of you die. Spoon of death. The moment his words faded, Kuro vanished into thin air. There was no warning of wind, no trace of movement. His extreme speed defied any possibility of visual capture. Sharp, tearing sounds of wind burst forth, and the hard, solid rock floor beneath was instantly scarred with dense, crisscrossing, deep blade marks. Stone chips flew, cracks spread, a scene of shocking devastation. Usopp and Nami, standing nearby, gasped with constricted pupils and rigid bodies. Staring at the ravaged ground in disbelief, they blurted out, "What kind of speed is this? Is this guy even human?" A cold, eerie laugh echoed from all directions, elusive and omnipresent, making it impossible to pinpoint Kira's true location as it enveloped the scene with bone-chilling, murderous intent. "Even I cannot fully control or keep up with the speed of my Shushi. Just die obediently in endless fear and despair." Under the overwhelming, killing aura, only Qin Yue remained unchanged, calm, and unruffled throughout. He turned his head to look at Zoro, who was burning with fighting spirit, and spoke in a cold, cruel tone, each word clear. "Zoro, real combat is the best shortcut to awakening observation Haki. No matter how badly you get beaten, even if you're on the verge of death, I won't intervene. The only thing I will do is to avenge you after you're dead." Faced with this almost harsh pressure, Zoro showed no fear or displeasure. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even hotter and more intense. He gripped his 2 swords tightly, clenching Wado Ikemanji in his mouth, his entire aura rising steadily, and said in a low voice, "I couldn't ask for more." With that, Zoro resolutely closed his eyes, completely abandoning visual capture, and slowly took a step into the empty cliff center, willingly stepping into Kira's lethal domain. The moment his foot landed, a chilling gleam silently flashed. Ryup. The sharp blade wind sliced through the fabric on Zoro's shoulder instantly, leaving a bright red gash as warm blood slowly seeped out and trickled down. Without pause, silent, lethal attacks came from all directions, one after another. In an instant, Zoro's chest, back, arms, and thighs were slashed by sharp claws, one after another, crisscrossing with wounds of varying depths. His clothes were instantly soaked in blood, a shocking sight. Despite being wounded all over and his injuries worsening, Zoro kept his eyes tightly shut, concentrating fiercely, discarding all visual distractions, and focusing entirely on sensing the flowing air and fleeting killing intent, desperately trying to capture the faint traces of Kira's extreme speed. Usopp, watching from the side, felt his heart stop and turned pale. He couldn't help shouting anxiously, "Hey, Zoro, what are you doing? Open your eyes and fight back. You'll really die like this." Nami too clenched her fists tightly, her face filled with anxiety and worry. Her heart was completely suspended as she stared at Zoro, who was covered in wounds, yet still refused to open his eyes, full of confusion and fear. Seeing this, Kuro, who was attacking indiscriminately, let out another wild laugh that filled the entire cliff. "Ha ha, can't keep up with my speed. You can only stand there and take it, waiting to die. What a boring waste." The harsh taunts, the urgent cries of others, the howling night wind. All the surrounding noises reached his ears, but Zoro remained unmoved throughout. He completely abandoned all external distractions, abandoned sight, abandoned stray thoughts, immersing himself fully in sensing the chi, silently capturing every fleeting trace of killing intent in the air. After an unknown length of time, a profoundly mysterious state quietly enveloped Zoro. All the clamor in his ears slowly faded and vanished, and the world became utterly silent. Within the originally intangible air, strands of clearly flowing life force gradually emerged, drifting clearly and distinctly in his mind. The time had come. With a calm expression and unhurried movements, Zoro gently moved his hand, slowly sheathing the 2 swords, then raised his hand to remove Wado Ikemanji from his mouth, holding the single sword, while continuing to focus on sensing the elusive sharp aura. As his perception deepened, the extremely swift aura hidden in the void became increasingly clear and fixed. All of Kira's movement trajectories and attack predictions were precisely captured by him. The next second, Zoro slowly opened his eyes, a clear sharpness in them with no trace of confusion. "I've sensed it." "What?" Kuro, hidden in the void, suddenly froze, a strange unease inexplicably rising in his heart. But when he saw that Zoro was still standing there without making any offensive move, he instantly sneered, completely dismissing the unease, his eyes full of contempt and brutality. "Playing tricks, just die." Before his words faded, the hidden killing intent suddenly erupted. Kira's aura instantly locked onto Zoro, ready to strike a fatal blow. At the same time, the corner of Zoro's mouth curled into a confident smile as he murmured softly, one sword-style secret technique. He gently flicked his wrist, sheathing Wado Ikamanji, steadily consolidating his entire aura and instantly maximizing his charge. Sure, son. Swish. A flawlessly sharp blade light suddenly cut through the night. Zoro's figure moved at extreme speed, leaving only a fleeting afterimage as he instantly passed in front of Kuro. Kuro remained in his attacking posture, frozen in place, his pupils constricted, his face full of disbelief and utter shock. He murmured to himself, "How could it be? My speed. You actually caught it." Splurt. A crisp and fierce sound of flesh tearing exploded. A straight line of blood ran from Kuro's chest downward, and hot blood instantly splattered out, blooming into a demonic bloody flower under the cold moonlight. The wind howled bleakly on the cliff top. A moment later, a crisp, clean sound of the blade sheathing was heard. Zoro stood steadily in place, his movements calm and composed, having already completed sheathing his sword. Behind him, all the strength drained from Kuro's body, the light in his eyes completely dimmed. He lost consciousness, completely crashing heavily onto the cold rock, ground motionless. Having witnessed the entire breathtaking fatal scene, Usopp and Nami both stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock, unable to snap out of it for a long time. They involuntarily cried out, "What happened? What just happened?" On the other side, Luffy and Qin Yue exchanged glances, simultaneously curving their lips into knowing smiles, their eyes full of approval. "That Zoro," Luffy scratched his head, his tone full of delight, "finally fully mastered observation Haki." Qin Yue nodded slightly, his gaze resting on Zoro, who was wounded but still upright, and echoed softly, "Indeed, he is the future world's greatest swordsman after all." With that, Zoro silently adjusted his breathing, letting blood seep from his wounds, dragging his blood-soaked body step by step calmly toward the group. His tattered clothes stuck to the gaping wounds on his flesh. Every step aggravated his injuries, yet it did nothing to undermine his upright posture. Seeing this, Nami immediately hurried over, quickly opened the medical kit she carried, took out gauze and hemostatic ointment, and rapidly began treating the crisscrossing wounds on Zoro's body. While skillfully stopping the bleeding and bandaging, she couldn't help but complain with a mix of anger and concern, "Are you some kind of monster? You're covered in such severe wounds, yet you can still stand firm and defeat your opponent. An ordinary person would have collapsed long ago." Zoro, who had been completely tensed and immersed in the battle state, had long gone numb and hadn't felt the intense pain. But as Nami's fingers pressed on the wounds and meticulously bandaged, a sharp sting surged through his body, causing him to hiss involuntarily. Usopp also quickly came over. Looking at Zoro's bloodied, battered yet determined appearance, his eyes filled with sincere admiration, he couldn't help asking, "Zoro, what exactly were you doing just now?" Kira's speed was ridiculously fast, so why did you close your eyes and just stand there letting him attack? That was way too risky. Zoro tilted his head slightly, letting Nami wrap the gauze around him, and explained calmly, "That thing. It's called observation Haki, as Qin Yue said. It allows you to perceive all the chi and movements around you without relying on sight. I was never able to master this power, so I thought I'd force a breakthrough in a life-or-death battle." Observation Haki. Usopp had never heard such a novel term. Full of curiosity, he was about to ask for more details. Just then, a weak, gentle yet familiar voice slowly came from behind Usopp, carrying a faint tremor. "Usopp." Hearing that alto, familiar, tender voice, Usopp immediately snapped back to reality and turned around sharply. There stood Kaya, carrying a heavy medical kit on her back, running quickly toward him despite the rough night road, her expression full of anxiety and worry. Usopp was stunned, blurting out instinctively, "Kaya, why are you here?" Kaya ran all the way to the group, her chest heaving slightly as she panted. Before she could catch her breath, she immediately looked up at Usopp, her tone urgent and worried. "Usopp, are you okay?" Seeing Kaya, who was completely focused on him and rushed over anxiously, Usopp's cheeks instantly reddened. All his tension and lingering fear turned into a warm feeling. He quickly waved his hand to cover up. "I'm fine. Just a small scratch, nothing serious." As he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered Kira's true identity. Fearing that Kaya might get scared, he quickly explained, "Oh Kaya, that Kuro is not a good person at all. His real identity is—" "I already know." Kaya gently interrupted him, her eyes showing no trace of fear, only gentle clarity. She spoke softly, slowly. "I knew at the moment Mary was cut down by Clyodor. You were the one who broke the villa's glass and lured him out, weren't you, Usopp?" She looked up at the slightly flustered Usopp, her eyes curving into a gentle smile, her tone full of sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Usopp. Thank you for giving your all to protect me and this village. By the way, your back is hurt, isn't it? I brought a whole box of medical supplies. This gentleman's injuries look particularly severe. Ordinary hemostatic ointment may not be enough." With Kaya and Nami working together, it wasn't long before Zoro and Usopp's wounds were all properly treated. Clean gauze was skillfully wrapped around them, sweeping away the blood-stained mess and easing much of the searing pain. Usopp straightened up, flexing his slightly stiff arms. His gaze unconsciously fell on the unconscious Kuro lying not far away. The sinister conspiracy he had overheard last night instantly flooded his mind. A sharp chill shot through his heart, and his face turned grim. He blurted out, "By the way, yesterday Kuro and his underlings plotted a full-scale attack on Syrup Village this morning. Now that Kuro is taken care of, but his Black-Cap pirates are still waiting by the coast, ready to raid the village at any moment." Before Usopp could finish, Qin Yue spoke calmly beside him, interrupting his worries with ease. "Don't worry. Luffy already dealt with them." Luffy, standing nearby, broke into a broad grin, his bright, white teeth flashing. He nodded enthusiastically. "That's right. While you guys were fighting in the woods, I ran to the coast and took out all the pirates left behind." Hearing this, the last heavy stone pressing on Usopp's heart crashed to the ground. He let out a long, relieved breath, shedding all his tension and worry, and instantly relaxed completely. Kaya looked at the group, weary, bearing scars, yet still calm and composed. Her eyes curved into a gentle smile as she softly invited them. "You've all been busy all night, fighting, worrying. You must be exhausted. It's already dawn. Come to my house and have a meal. I want to thank you for helping Usopp and for saving me and the entire village." At the mention of food, Luffy perked up instantly, the most enthusiastic of all. He shouted in agreement, nodding without hesitation, his face full of anticipation as he declared he was starving. The others also smiled and nodded in acceptance, confirming Kaya's warm invitation. Seeing that everyone had gladly agreed, Kaya's eyes curved even more, her smile growing warmer and happier. She then turned and led the group toward the villa down the hill. One by one, they followed, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Qin Yue lingered at the end for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Kuro on the ground. He let out a resigned sigh and muttered softly, "Oh, what a bunch of reckless kids." With that, he casually hoisted the unconscious Kuro, as if it were nothing, then stepped forward to catch up with the group, heading toward the villa. Zoro, walking slowly nearby, saw this and frowned in confusion, asking, "Hey, why are you bringing that guy?" Qin Yue gave a helpless smile, pulled out a bounty poster for Kuro from his pocket, tapped the prominent reward amount with his finger, then pointed at Kuro in his hand, speaking leisurely. "This guy is a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. He's worth quite a bit." He turned to Zoro with a teasing look. "What? Weren't you a full-time bounty hunter? You're not going to pass up this much?" Struck by Qin Yue's words, Zoro's face flushed with embarrassment. He turned away stiffly and retorted gruffly, "Shut up. That was the past. I'm a pirate now. I've already forgotten about that." With that, he refused to argue further and quickened his pace, deliberately widening the distance. Nami, who had been chatting casually with Kaya ahead, had clearly overheard the exchange. A spark of greed flashed in her eyes, and her money-hungry instincts ignited. She hurried over to Qin Yue and asked eagerly, "This guy is worth that much? But we're pirates now, right? Can pirates still collect bounties?" Facing Nami's question, Qin Yue didn't answer immediately. Instead, he just looked at her with an enigmatic smile. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Nami quickly waved her hand and conceded, all right, I get it. They'll go collect it, okay. But let me be clear, I want 60% of the bounty. Deal." Qin Yue agreed without hesitation and directly tossed the unconscious Kuro toward Nami. Nami hadn't expected him to be so abrupt. Caught off guard, she couldn't handle the heavy Kuro, stumbled and collapsed onto the country path with a thud. She looked up at Qin Yue, who was already walking away, then down at the unconscious man lying on top of her. Furious, she shouted, "You jerk. 40%. How about that? Just take this guy off me. I can't even move him." The group continued chatting, laughing, and messing around as they strolled toward the villa in the cool morning breeze, the fatigue of the journey melting away in their light-hearted banter. Before long, they spotted the elegant white villa in the distance. As they approached the gate, a slender figure came into. Mary was covered in thick, white bandages, his chest and arms carefully dressed. Despite his severe injuries and weakened state, he forced himself to stand alone at the villa entrance, waiting. Seeing Kaya return safely with the group, Mary's tightly wounded heart instantly loosened. He hurried forward, dragging his frail body, his eyes filled with genuine concern. He carefully circled around Kaya, who was carrying her medical kit, checking for any injuries, and asked softly, "Miss Kaya, you're finally back. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing Mary struggling with his own injuries, yet completely focused on her, Kaya's heart filled with warmth. She gave a gentle, tender smile and soothed him. "I'm fine, Mary. Sorry to worry you. Last night Usopp and his friends fought with all their might to defeat Kuro and protect me and the village." With those words, Kaya turned and gestured toward Luffy and the others, introducing each one of the companions who had stepped forward to help to Mary. Mary followed Kaya's gaze to the group, his heart full of sincere admiration and gratitude. As his eyes moved, they suddenly locked onto Qin Yue's hand. Seeing the unconscious man being casually carried and recognizing that familiar face, a whirlwind of emotions surged in his eyes. He murmured in disbelief, his voice laden with emotion, "I never imagined. That Klahadore, the kind and gentle butler I lived with for 3 years, was actually the ruthless pirate Captain Kuro." Hearing Mary's lament, Kaya let out a soft sigh, a trace of melancholy passing through her eyes. But she quickly relaxed her expression and said with a warm smile to lighten the mood, "Let's not dwell on unpleasant things. Mary, please prepare some breakfast. Mr. Luffy and the others have been busy all night fighting and worrying. They must be starving. Ask the kitchen to make plenty of dishes." Mary immediately nodded and, despite his weak condition, quickly ordered the villa staff to prepare breakfast. Then with a gentle smile he gestured for everyone to follow him to the dining room. The villa's dining room was bright and airy in the early morning. Warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the table laden with delicate and abundant breakfast dishes, steaming hot and fragrant. Everyone sat down to eat, and the fatigue of the night gradually dissolved in the delicious food. After a hearty meal, Luffy patted his round belly contentedly, let out a long sigh, and looked thoroughly satisfied. The others also set down their chopsticks, their faces relaxed and comfortable after being fully sated. Kaya watched them with a gentle, content smile. After a moment's thought, she turned to Qin Yue and asked softly, "By the way, Mr. Qin Yue, I remember you mentioned before that you were looking for a large ship to sail out to sea, right?" Hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up, sparkling with anticipation. He nodded eagerly, Yeah. We really need a big ship. And it would be great if it had a big kitchen. Qin Yue is an amazing cook." As he spoke, Luffy's mind filled with images of all the delicious food Qin Yue had made. Sizzling grilled meat, rich savory soups, a variety of specialty dishes. Even though his stomach was already round and full, he couldn't help but salivate a little. Nami watched his greedy expression, still thinking about food even after a full breakfast, and shook her head helplessly, teasing softly, "You just ate an entire table of breakfast, and you're already thinking about eating again. You're never full, are you?" Kaya found their interaction amusing, her smile growing deeper. Then with sincere and hopeful eyes she looked at the whole group and said earnestly, "That's perfect. I happen to have a treasured sailboat here. I'd like to give it to you as a thank you gift." "Really?" Everyone's eyes went wide with shock and delight. They all turned to Kaya, hardly believing it. Luffy was so excited he sat up straight, his eyes sparkling. "Thank you so much, Kaya. Now we finally have a big ship to go on an adventure to the Grand Line." Kaya gently shook her head, her eyes soft and sincere. She replied softly, "I should be the one. If you hadn't stepped up to defeat Kuro and expose his scheme, not only would I have been in danger, but the entire Syrup Village would have faced catastrophe, and Mary would have lost his life in vain. You saved all of us. A single ship is nothing in comparison." The scene shifted to the next morning. At the clear azure seaside, a gentle sea breeze caressed the surface, stirring up delicate waves that softly lapped against the sandy shore. A pristine white sailboat stood quietly anchored in the turquoise waters, its hull clean and elegant with graceful lines. Bathed in the warm morning sunlight, the spotless wooden planks emitted a gentle luster, bright and distinctive. It was the meticulously prepared gift from Kaya, the Going Merry. Qin Yue and his companions stood slowly on the sandy beach, their gazes fixed upon the sailboat before them, admiring in detail this new companion meant solely for them. The figurehead was carved into a lifelike, exceptionally cute goat head with soft, rounded lines, lively and obedient eyes, and slightly curved horns that exuded a pure, healing innocence, making it the most eye-catching emblem of the entire vessel. The towering snow-white sails were clean and tidy, fluttering gently with the wind. The mast stood straight and tall, and the cabin, though compact and exquisite, was well organized. Every detail bespoke meticulous craftsmanship, both agile and light, yet sturdy enough. The refreshing sea breeze brushed against their cheeks, carrying a faint salty aroma of the sea. All their eyes were brimming with surprise and delight. Unable to contain his excitement, Luffy was the first to act. His arms suddenly stretched like rubber, firmly grasping the horn of the goat figurehead. Using the momentum, he swung himself up lightly, flipping onto the ship with precision and landing steadily at the foremost position on the bow. Standing against the wind, he gazed into the distance, at the boundless blue sea and the endless coastline, enjoying the cool sea breeze. His eyes were filled with excitement and satisfaction as he announced loudly, "Great. The view is amazing. From now on, this is my special reserved seat." Close behind, Nami stepped onto the deck. As a professional navigator, she did not merely indulge in excitement, instead she meticulously examined the ship's layout and various functions. From the sturdy mast and flexible sail rigging to the spacious deck and well-organized cabin layout, she carefully inspected every detail. Confirming that the vessel's sailing conditions, storage space, and resistance to wind and waves were all impeccable, a satisfied smile spread across her face. She had already approved of the ship. Qin Yue boarded slowly, gently caressing the smooth gunnel, feeling the solid texture of the hull. His gaze swept over the entire Mary, and he nodded calmly. This ship was exquisite and sturdy with a well-thought-out layout, perfectly suited for the upcoming East Blue voyage and the initial exploration of the Grand Line, more than capable of carrying all their adventures. Zoro followed, stepping onto the deck. With a calm gaze, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling the ship's stability and solidity. He too gave a slight nod. For them at this moment, a steady and reliable ship was the best foundation for forging ahead. Moments later, everyone turned their heads in unison toward Kaya and Mary, who stood quietly on the beach. They bowed once again, offering heartfelt thanks, every word sincere gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Amid the warm farewell atmosphere, a panicked and urgent shout suddenly came from the hilltop behind, breaking the seaside tranquility. "Help! Can't stop!" Hearing the cry, everyone turned to look. Usopp, carrying a large bag, had completely lost control, tumbling down the steep slope in a cloud of dust, utterly unable to halt his momentum. Kaya's face instantly turned pale with worry as she stepped forward half a pace, exclaiming in distress, "Usopp!" Standing by the ship's railing, Qin Yue witnessed this ridiculous and absurd scene. Helplessly covering his face with his hand, he couldn't help muttering under his breath, "This guy. Yesterday, during the fight with Kuro, he was quite cool and manly. How did he revert to his old self so quickly today?" Despite his grumbling, he did not hesitate for a moment. With a burst of power, he executed Soru, leaping from the deck and appearing before the tumbling Usopp in an instant. Qin Yue reached out and steadily caught the off-balance rolling Usopp, stabilizing him firmly on the ground, putting an end to the messy tumble. Usopp, finally steadying himself, felt weak in the knees. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a hand, let out a long, relieved breath, and offered heartfelt thanks. "Thanks, Qin Yue." Confirming that Usopp was unharmed and had no bumps or injuries, Kaya's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. Her tense expression slowly relaxed, but her eyes welled with deep reluctance to part. She stepped forward slowly, looking tenderly at the young man before her, and said softly, "Usopp, so you've decided to go to sea after all?" Upon hearing Kaya's gentle, reluctant words, Usopp shed all his embarrassment, his expression turning profoundly serious and resolute. Looking directly into Kaya's eyes, his tone was firm and sincere. "Yes. After what happened with Kuro, I've completely figured it out. I'm too weak. So weak that even though I want to protect you and the village, I can't protect anything." He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with unwavering determination for the future, and continued earnestly, "So I've decided. I'm going to sea to train, travel the oceans, grow stronger, and temper myself properly. When I become a truly strong, worthy sea warrior, I'll return to Syrup Village and personally tell you all the adventures I've experienced." Fearing Kaya might stop him, Usopp hastily added, his voice carrying a stubborn yet gentle, youthful tone, "Don't stop me, Kaya." Kaya gazed quietly at Usopp, who had shed his childishness and grown more mature and earnest. The reluctance in her eyes turned into gentle hope. She curved her brows into a soft smile and nodded, "I won't stop you, Usopp. I'll wait for you properly, looking forward to your safe return with a ship full of adventure stories to tell me." Hearing Kaya's gentle expectations, Usopp set aside all his worries, his tense shoulders slowly relaxing. He looked up at the companions waiting on the Mary, took a deep breath, and feigning carefree cheer, called out, "Thank you all. Then let's part ways here." This solemn and superfluous farewell instantly drew looks of helpless exasperation from everyone on the ship, as if they were looking at a fool. Luffy lounged lazily by the railing, idly picking his nose, a baffled, goofy expression on his face as he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking? Stop dawdling and get on board." Zoro, standing quietly with his arms folded over his sword, gave a slight nod, tacitly agreeing with Luffy, a touch of helplessness in his calm gaze. Nami propped her hand on her forehead, watching this band of frolicking companions. Qin Yue was even more direct, not bothering to waste words with Usopp. He reached out, grabbed the large bag Usopp had left on the beach, and with a light toss flung it securely onto the spacious deck of the Going Merry. The sudden action caught Usopp off guard. Seeing that everyone genuinely, sincerely invited him to join them, a wave of surprise and warm emotion surged in his heart, and his eyes grew slightly hot. But then, recalling his own weak strength and how he had repeatedly held them back, the light in his eyes dimmed a little. His voice faltered with hesitation and self-doubt. "Thank you all for inviting me, but I'm too weak. Following you will only drag everyone down." Before Usopp could finish, Qin Yue, who had stepped beside him, interrupted directly. Seeing Usopp's anxious, self-denial, Qin Yue spoke in a calm and sincere tone, "What are you overthinking? No one is born strong on the sea who hasn't built their strength step by step through training. If you know you're weak, then just train hard and push yourself. Don't dwell on useless thoughts." With that, he gave Usopp no time to hesitate. Directly grabbing him by the collar with a gentle heave, he lifted the startled Usopp clean off the ground and tossed him steadily onto the deck of the Mary. Having dealt with the dawdling Usopp, Qin Yue turned to Kaya on the shore, who was utterly dumbfounded. He let out a hearty laugh and reassured her, "Don't worry, Kaya. We'll take good care of this guy. He'll train safely, grow well, and we'll return him to Syrup Village in one piece." Before Kaya could respond, Qin Yue lightly pushed off the ground, leaped gracefully into the air, and landed firmly back on the deck of the Going Mary. Seeing this, Luffy immediately leaned over the railing and waved vigorously at Kaya and Mary on the shore, his voice clear and loud. "Goodbye." Usopp, now back on the deck, finally came to his senses. He rushed to the ship's side, gripping the railing tightly, and waved forcefully at Kaya. His gaze was resolute as he shouted, "Don't worry, Kaya. You'll definitely work hard to become stronger. A true formidable sea warrior." The sea breeze grew stronger, and the white sails hoisted slowly. The Going Mary, riding the gentle waves, sailed away from the beach, gradually heading toward the vast deep ocean. On the shore, Kaya and Mary stood side by side, watching the lively figures on the ship grow smaller. Both raised their arms high, waving persistently at the departing Mary. Kaya's eyes glistened with gentle tears. Her voice was clear and sincere, carried across the sea by the wind. "Goodbye, everyone. Safe journey. Thank you." At the stern of the ship, Usopp lay quietly, his arms resting on the cool wooden railing, staring vacantly in the direction where Syrup Village had disappeared, a faint trace of longing and reluctance hidden in his eyes. After a while, a teasing voice gently broke the tranquility at the stern. "Hey, Usopp, it's already been half a day, and you still can't let go of your little girlfriend." Usopp's body jolted, snapping him back to reality from his daze, his cheeks turning visibly red and his ears burning. He hurriedly turned his head to retort, his tone flustered yet earnest. "Damn it, Qin Yue, Kuya is just an ordinary friend of mine, and I wasn't thinking about Kuya." Qin Yue leaned lazily against the railing, a mischievous smile plastered on his face as he deliberately teased him. "An ordinary friend, and now that you're at sea, you don't think about Kuya anymore. The next time we meet, I'll tell Kuya exactly what you just said." Having been teased by Qin Yue, Usopp's tense heart completely relaxed. He sighed helplessly, his tone becoming more sincere. "Thanks, Qin Yue. But I really wasn't thinking about Kuya just now. Oh, I was a bit worried about the others like Lobu." Hearing Usopp's words, Qin Yue leaned against the railing, gently patting Usopp's shoulder, his tone warm and reassuring. "Don't worry, they are all little men, and haven't they always been proud of you? What you can do is not to worry about them, but to become a true role model for the three of them." As he spoke, Qin Yue reached into his pocket and pulled out a neatly folded note, handing it to Usopp. "This is a formula for a strong explosive. It should be useful to you. However, let's get one thing straight. The most important strength is still your own. As a sniper, improving yourself is the most crucial thing." Usopp quickly took the note and unfolded it, glancing over it hurriedly. Just one look, and he sharply sensed the intricacy and sophistication of this formula, far surpassing the crude gunpowder formulas he had explored before. He immediately clenched the note, tightly patting his chest with determination in his eyes. "Don't worry, Qin Yue." Just as the two were chatting in low voices, a loud shout with piercing clarity suddenly rang out from the center of the deck, echoing throughout the Mary. "Hey, everyone, come see the pirate flag I drew." "Coming." Qin Yue and Usopp responded in unison, quickly walking towards the center of the deck. The scene shifted, and Qin Yue, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes collectively fixed on the cloth flag that Luffy was holding high. The four of them instantly froze, expressions filled with shared helplessness and speechlessness. The pirate flag that Luffy proudly displayed was crooked and distorted in shape, with a chaotic color scheme that lacked any semblance of the fierce grandeur a pirate flag should possess, appearing both ridiculous and absurd. Nami was the first to frown, tightly shaking her hand in rejection, with a face full of resistance. "No, absolutely not. This crooked thing can never become the pirate flag of this ship." Zoro, standing nearby, nodded seriously in agreement, his tone cold. "Hanging something like this would make others laugh to death." Qin Yue also firmly rejected it with a righteous expression, then turned his gaze to Usopp, who was holding back laughter and shaking with suppressed giggles, and said flatly, "Usopp, it's up to you." Hearing Qin Yue's words, Usopp finally managed to stifle his laughter, reaching out to take the paint and brush from Luffy's hands. In just a short while, he completed a standard-shaped pirate flag featuring a cool skeleton wearing a straw hat. Everyone gathered around, looking at the neatly crafted and imposing pirate flag, unable to hold back. Listening to the chorus of compliments around him, Usopp was so proud that his tail almost wagged up to the sky, his face beaming with self-satisfaction. Luffy also nodded vigorously with sparkling eyes full of approval. "Really great, Usopp. Then you can also take care of the one on the sail." Usopp immediately responded without hesitation, "Leave it to me." Luffy, seizing the moment with everyone gathered and the atmosphere lively, raised his voice high and announced passionately, "I declare that the Straw Hat Pirates are officially formed. To celebrate Usopp and the Marys joining, let's throw a feast." Cheers instantly filled the entire deck, and everybody wore pure radiant smiles. Qin Yue looked at the lively, warm, and vibrant scene before him, feeling a sense of contentment in his heart. He slowly turned towards the kitchen, casually calling out to Zoro and Nami. "You two come over and help out." Zoro followed reluctantly, dragging his feet, mumbling softly in protest, "My swordsmanship is for fighting, not for chopping vegetables." Hearing the faint grumbling, Qin Yue slowly turned his head, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. "What did you say?" After a brief pause, he added casually, "There won't be any food for you later." As soon as these words were spoken, Zoro, who had just been full of resistance, instantly surrendered, closing his mouth and obediently following Qin Yue to the kitchen. The contrast in his demeanor was striking. Nami, covering her mouth with a light laugh, quickly caught up with the two and curiously asked, "By the way, Qin Yue, you cook so well, why do you still need to find a chef?" Hearing Nami's question, Qin Yue shook his head, helplessly pointing at Luffy, who was still nearby, playing with the flag, and full of delight, his tone both resigned and genuine. "Cooking for this guy will wear you out. And besides, cooking is just my hobby. I don't want to be a chef. So I can only find a scapegoat to be the chef." He shrugged, looking as if it were only natural. Nami burst into laughter at the novel term scapegoat, her eyes narrowing with mirth. "Scapegoat, what a fitting title. He'll definitely tell the chef when we find one." Zoro also rarely chimed in, his tone neutral, yet in agreement. Scapegoat is indeed a good title. The gentle sea breeze carried their teasing and laughter across the vast ocean, drifting towards the distant restaurant Bartai. In the luxurious and lively kitchen of the restaurant, the flames blazed fiercely, smoke rising, and the crisp sounds of clashing knives echoed one after another. Sanji, dressed in a clean uniform, was focused on skillfully tossing and frying, his movements smooth and proficient, showcasing exceptional culinary skills. Suddenly, he inexplicably let out a loud sneeze, frowning slightly, and muttered in confusion, "Who is talking about me?" The Redfoot chef Zepp at the next stove turned his head and scolded sharply, "Hey Sanji, if you're sick, don't come into the kitchen." Sanji clicked his tongue in annoyance, retorting in a rebellious tone, "TCH, you nagging old man, I am not sick." After saying this, Sanji began to mumble inwardly, filled with doubt, "Who has been talking about me? Sneezing for no reason? Could it be that I actually caught a cold without realizing it? It shouldn't be, I feel perfectly fine." The scene abruptly shifted back to the Mary on the vast sea. Inside the kitchen, the smoke wafted and rich aromas filled the air. Qin Yue rolled up his sleeves, skillfully tidying up the stove. A variety of colorful and fragrant dishes had already been plated, and the banquet food was basically ready after a busy period. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by Usopp's flustered shout, breaking the light-hearted atmosphere on the deck. In the next second, Usopp rushed into the kitchen, his face filled with anxiety, as he asked, "Qin Yue, where are the limes?" Qin Yue didn't even look up, casually pointing to the refrigerator next to the cutting board, his tone indifferent. "Inside, get it yourself." "Thanks." Usopp quickly thanked him, swiftly opened the refrigerator to take out the limes, and in a flash he dashed out of the kitchen, coming and going in a hurry. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes that were already prepared, Qin Yue wiped his hands and slowly walked out of the kitchen, raising his voice towards the deck, "Everyone, it's time to eat." As soon as his words fell, a lively figure darted in. Luffy, with quick steps, was the first to rush to the kitchen door, his nose twitching as he immediately caught the rich aroma wafting towards him. His eyes instantly lit up with amazement. "Wow, Qin Yue, your cooking is getting better and better." Without waiting, he eagerly lifted his leg, intending to dash past Qin Yue into the kitchen for food. Qin Yue was quick to react, extending his arm to firmly block him, helplessly saying, "Wait until everyone goes in before you go, otherwise there won't be anything left for the others." Luffy paused, looking unwilling, but could only stop his restless movements, staring longingly at the delicious food inside the kitchen. At the same time, Qin Yue's gaze unintentionally swept across the deck, suddenly locking onto two unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar figures, raising an eyebrow and softly questioning, "By the way, who are they?" Hearing this, Zoro, who was walking over, took the initiative to introduce. "The one in the blue clothes is Johnny, and the sickly-looking one in green is Joseph. They are comrades I met when I was a bounty hunter." Just now, Luffy sensed someone near the nearby reef with his observation Haki, and since Joseph has scurvy and isn't doing too well, we brought them on board. Upon hearing Zoro's introduction, Qin Yue instantly connected the identities of the two in his mind, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. So they are the renowned Sword Emperor and Sword Saint of the East Sea. Just as Qin Yue was deep in thought, Zoro stepped forward and introduced Qin Yue to Johnny and Joseph. Upon hearing this, the two quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully and sincerely, "Sorry to disturb you, brother Qin Yue." Qin Yue came back to his senses and waved his hand lightly. "Don't call me brother, just call me Qin Yue. I just finished cooking, you should all come over to eat too." Johnny carefully supported the weak Joseph, and upon hearing this, their eyes brightened with gratitude as they quickly thanked him. "Thank you, brother Qin Yue." Hearing their persistent way of addressing him, Qin Yue chose not to correct them any further, smiling helplessly as he waved for everyone. Don't just stand there, hurry up and come in to eat. Everyone rushed into the kitchen and gathered around the dining table, staring at the table laden with exquisitely plated dishes, vibrant in color and fragrant in aroma. Their eyes widened instantly. These were dishes none had ever seen before. The tantalizing scent lingering at the tip of their noses stirred their appetites, making their mouths water. Nami gazed at the feast with astonishment, then turned to Qin Yue, her eyes filled with surprise. Qin Yue, you rascal, you've been hiding a skill all along. What are all these dishes? They smell so incredible. Hearing the continuous praises from everyone, a faint smug smile curled at the corner of Qin Yue's mouth. He explained softly, these are all specialty dishes from my hometown. I simply recreated them from memory. They're not that great. Please just try them as you like. Don't just stand there, eat while it's hot. With Qin Yue's words, everyone set aside their reserve, picked up their utensils, and began to feast. The dining table instantly became lively, filled with the sounds of chewing and exclamations of delight. Amid the chaos, Luffy completely ignored the rules, his hands moving at an incredible speed as he darted between plates to snatch food. Luffy, let go. I haven't even tasted that dish yet. Usopp hastily pressed down on the plate, his face full of exasperation. Luffy, his mouth stuffed full of food, mumbled indistinctly, unconcernedly reaching out for more. What's the bit? The food Qin Yue made is way too delicious. Qin Yue shook his head helplessly at the sight of everyone squabbling over the food. When the commotion subsided, he turned to Luffy, who was eating with gusto, and said seriously, Hey Luffy, we have to find a full-time chef as soon as possible. Just making this one table of dishes took me most of the day. I can't spare any time to train and improve my strength. Luffy patted his round belly, content and satisfied, and nodded readily. All right then. Johnny, overhearing their conversation, was stunned and couldn't help exclaiming, Brother Qin Yue, with cooking skills this amazing, you're not a professional chef. That's incredible. Taking the cue, Qin Yue asked, Yeah, by the way, you two have been bounty hunters on the East Blue for years, traveling far and wide. Do you know any reliable chefs you could recommend? At this question, Johnny's eyes lit up. He put on a mysterious air and said, Well, the East Blue does have quite a few good chefs, but if you're talking about someone who can barely match Brother Qin Yue's skills, there's only one place. Seeing Johnny deliberately dragging it out, Zoro, who was beside them, couldn't stand it anymore. He reached out and gave Johnny a light tap on the head, saying curtly, Cut the suspense and spit it out. Ow ow. Johnny rubbed his head with a sheepish grin and quickly revealed the answer. It's the floating restaurant, Bar Tai. Bar Tai. Everyone turned their heads, curiosity piqued. Yes. Johnny nodded emphatically and introduced it seriously. Bar Tai is the most renowned floating restaurant in the East Blue with an excellent reputation. They say the owner is a top-class chef who once made it back alive from the Grand Line with deep foundations. Most of the chefs working there are tough guys who used to be pirates on the sea, formidable in their own right. That's why almost no one dares to cause trouble at Bar Tai in the East Blue. Every pirate, bounty hunter, or merchant ship that passes by follows the unspoken rule to behave and dine in peace. At this point, Johnny's gaze shifted to the calm-faced Zoro. He lowered his voice and added, And that floating restaurant holds a legend about a man with hawk-like eyes. Hawk eyes. Zoro slowly set down his wine glass at the name, the casual air completely vanishing from his expression. His eyes turned serious, a fierce fighting spirit and determination flickering in their dark depths. He murmured, his voice steady and firm, Hawkeye's, huh? A calm sea breeze and gentle waves carried the going merry through a peaceful night. The next morning, dawn pierced the mist over the sea and golden sunlight spread across the endless ocean, crystal clear. Suddenly, Johnny's excited shout rang out from the bow, breaking the morning stillness. Everyone! Bar Tai is just ahead. Hearing this, the crew hurried to the ship's rail and gazed in the direction Johnny pointed. At the edge of the horizon, a massive ship of extremely unique design, resembling a giant fish, floated quietly on the water. Its streamlined biomimetic lines made it stand out vividly against the monotonous seascape. Luffy pressed his straw hat down with one hand, eyes wide, and let out a long, amazed sigh. Wow, it really looks like a fish. Everyone's eyes fell upon the famous floating restaurant, and a quiet gravity settled over them. Staring at the fish-shaped vessel in the distance, Zoro unconsciously pressed his fingers against the 3 swords at his waist. The cool scabbards stirred the fighting spirit surging in his eyes. He turned to Qin Yue, who stood beside him with a calm demeanor, and asked with a hint of solemnity and unease, Qin Yue, how big do you think the gap is between me and Hawkeye's now? Hearing Zoro's earnest question, Qin Yue dropped his casual air and replied seriously without pretense, Zoro, if we measure by pirate bounties, what bounty do you think your current strength would command? Zoro was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. He lowered his eyes, thought carefully for a moment, then said with certainty, considering his recent growth and the strength of East Blue pirates, Probably around 30 million berries. Qin Yue smiled faintly and stated the harsh truth. Hawkeyes is currently one of the 7 warlords of the sea legal pirates under the world government. He's no longer subject to the bounty system, so there's no official bounty to reference. But if we had to assign him one, his strength would be worth about 3 billion berries. He paused, then added, of course bounties are never a perfect measure of absolute strength, but they make it clear there's an abyss of a gap between you and him. 3 billion. Zoro froze in place, his pupils slightly constricted as he whispered the number, a tidal wave of shock surging inside him. 30 million versus 3 billion. The disparity far exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily speechless and lost. Seeing his rare daze and turbulent emotions, Qin Yue raised an eyebrow and teased deliberately, what? Scared? The words snapped Zoro back to reality. He shook himself out of his stupor, the bewilderment fading from his eyes, replaced by a sharp, resolute gaze. He drew the Wado Ikemanji from his waist in one swift motion. The pristine white blade caught the morning sun, gleaming with cold light. I'm not scared. Zoro gripped the hilt firmly, his voice steady and powerful, filled with unprecedented clarity and determination. It's just that I never realized how huge this world really is. When I first met you, your strength made me see my own shallowness, showed me what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. But now, hearing what you've said, I realize I've still been underestimating this sea far too much. He raised his eyes, looking at Luffy and Qin Yue with utmost seriousness, a swordsman's unique stubbornness and sincerity burning in them. Qin Yue, Luffy. If I encounter Hawkeyes at Barity, I want to challenge him myself. No matter what happens, I hope you two won't interfere. He paused, his tone low, preparing for the worst. If I die. What stupid talk is that? Luffy cut him off immediately, his face full of indignation and seriousness. Staring at Zoro with wide eyes, he declared forcefully, your goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could you possibly die before achieving that goal? Zoro was startled, frozen for a moment as he looked at Luffy, whose pure, unconditional trust shone through. The tension in his heart slackened. After a moment, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, a brilliant light rekindling in his eyes. Yeah, I want die. Noticing the slightly heavy atmosphere between the two, Qin Yue interjected at the right moment, casting aside their worries and tension with a light, carefree tone. Don't dwell on such nonsense. Now that we've finally made it to Barity, put aside all those thoughts and enjoy the famous cuisine of the East Blue. Then he turned to Luffy, who was full of anticipation, and entrusted him with a smile. Luffy, finding a full-time chef for the ship is your job. The crew pulled themselves together, docked the Going Merry securely in the waters outside Barity, and boarded the restaurant. One after another, stepping into the most renowned floating restaurant in the entire East Blue. As soon as they entered Barity, everyone halted in their tracks, rooted to the spot. The interior was clean, tidy, elegant, and upscale, completely shattering their preconceptions of a floating restaurant. A gentle, soothing violin melody drifted softly through the hall, the atmosphere quiet and graceful. Warm yellow light spilled tenderly, accentuating every table and chair with exquisite detail, perfectly setting the mood. Just as they were immersed in the breathtaking surroundings, a mild and polite male voice sounded beside them, gently drawing back their attention. Honored guests, please take your seats over here. Qin Yue looked up and recognized the newcomer at a glance. The man had sharp, striking blonde hair, wore a clean, neat restaurant uniform, stood tall, with a capable demeanor. It was none other than Sanji. He smiled and nodded in reply, his tone casual. Thanks, brother. This is our first time here. Could you arrange for us a selection of your signature dishes? Bring as much as you can. Our captain has a huge appetite. Understood. Sanji replied courteously, his posture graceful and composed. He turned to lead the way, guiding them to a spacious round table inside the restaurant, gesturing for them to sit. But when his gaze swept over Nami, who had taken her seat, his refined and steady demeanor instantly collapsed, and his whole persona shifted dramatically. With a soft thud, everyone turned their heads. The dignified, composed Sanji from moments ago was now kneeling on one knee before Nami. A fresh red rose was held elegantly between his teeth, his eyes soft as water, his movements gentlemanly and romantic. Gently lifting Nami's hand, his voice melted with tenderness. My dear lady, may I have the honor of dining with you? Caught off guard by the flamboyant flirtation, Nami froze in her seat, waves of awkwardness washing over her. Her eyes darted quickly, and in an instant a clever idea formed. She put on a gentle, fragile smile and said softly, Thank you, sir, for your kindness. But my companions are waiting for me. And judging by the high-class dishes here, the prices must be steep. I'm afraid I can't afford this meal. As she spoke, she lowered her eyes slightly, her brows curved with a hint of feigned, pitiful charm, invoking sympathy. That look struck Sanji's weak spot with pinpoint accuracy. His eyes instantly turned into sparkling hearts, completely smitten. He slapped his chest and declared with immense generosity, Don't worry, my beautiful lady. Your entire bill is on me. I'll make sure everyone here eats to their heart's content today. A gleam of triumph flickered in Nami's eyes. She turned her head discreetly and flashed an okay sign to the crew behind her, her movements lively and sly. Usopp had watched the entire masterful maneuver from the sidelines. Silently wiping cold sweat from his forehead, he leaned close to Qin Yue and whispered in complaint. Hey Qin Yue, was Nami always like this? Qin Yue looked gleefully at the classic scene unfolding before him, his eyes brimming with amusement. In response he whispered back, Nami just loves money. As they exchanged hushed words, Sanji deftly slipped into the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Before long, one after another exquisitely plated and visually enticing signature dishes were brought to the table. Grilled meat, seafood, rich soup, and specialty side dishes filled the entire table, their aroma thick and tantalizing. Every dish was as exquisite as a work of art, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Everyone stared at the lavish feast before them, their eyes wide and mouths agape in sheer astonishment. The gluttonous Luffy could no longer restrain himself. Without waiting for the others, he reached out, grabbed a piece of grilled meat, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily with sparkling eyes. He shouted excitedly, delicious. His excited cry, absolutely delicious, instantly echoed throughout the tranquil restaurant. Sanji approached carrying a tray, smiled contentedly upon hearing this, then composed his expression and gently reminded, thank you for the compliment, but please keep your voice down so as not to disturb the other guests. He was met with an apology. Luffy scratched his head, apologized cheerfully, then looked at Sanji with keen curiosity and earnestly praised, did you make all these dishes yourself? They were truly delicious. Qin Yue, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami nodded in agreement, sincerely praising Sanji's culinary skills. Subjected to wave after wave of sincere compliments, the usually stubborn and tsundere Sanji was secretly elated and in high spirits. He turned and strode quickly back to the kitchen. Moments later he emerged carrying several cups of exquisitely novel desserts, gently presenting them to the group with hopeful eyes. These are my latest creations, please try them. The sweet and creamy desserts melted on the tongue with rich layers of flavor, instantly conquering everyone. Everyone savored the food, slowly chatting and laughing, leisurely enjoying the feast. Before they knew it, they were fully satisfied and the entire table had been cleared clean. Just as the restaurant atmosphere was relaxed and quiet with guests dining leisurely, a violent bang suddenly erupted. Bang! The heavy restaurant door was violently kicked open, the door panel shaking fiercely, sending a gust of wind whistling through, instantly shattering all the tranquility inside. All the guests in the restaurant turned their heads to look at the source of the commotion. A silhouette stood against the light at the doorway. The man, dressed in gray casual clothes, had an upright figure, but exuded arrogance and hostility. In his hand he held a cold shotgun, its muzzle gleaming with a sinister metallic sheen. Ignoring the stares of everyone in the restaurant, he walked in with a languid yet aggressive stride, slowly making his way to an empty table and sitting down. He raised his head and shouted harshly toward the kitchen, his tone arrogant and domineering. Waiter, your master is hungry. Get me some food right now. No sooner had he spoken than the kitchen curtain was thrust aside and a burly, broad-shouldered chef strode out. Patty, the cook of Bartai. Patty saw the man's gangster demeanor and foul attitude with no intention of ordering or paying. He stepped forward and asked calmly, sir, do you have any money? Ignoring the question, the man named Jin gave no response at all. He slowly raised his shotgun, pressing the cold muzzle firmly against Patty's forehead, his eyes filled with malice. Through gritted teeth he growled, they'll say it again, get me my food. With the gun at his head and danger imminent, Patty's expression instantly hardened completely. Without a trace of fear he coldly said, so you don't have any money then? Before the words had even faded, Patty struck without hesitation. Ignoring the gun pressed against his forehead, he delivered a powerful punch straight to Jin's face. The immense force knocked Jin to the ground. Before he could get up, Patty grabbed him with one hand, strode to the back door, and flung him out of the restaurant. Having done that, Patty calmly walked back inside, dusted off his hands, and snorted, "Humph, no money, and you dare to cause trouble at Bartai. How reckless." In an instant, all the coldness vanished from his face. He turned to the guests and put on a fawning smile, speaking gently, "My apologies for startling you all. Please continue your meal." With that, he turned and leisurely walked back to the kitchen. The restaurant regained its calm, though the atmosphere was slight. Soon after, Sanji emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of steaming fried rice. Instead of heading to the dining hall, he made his way directly toward the back door. This scene did not escape the Straw Hat's notice. Luffy, who had been quietly observing the whole time, slowly stood up, brimming with curiosity, and followed Sanji toward the back door. Usopp was completely baffled, scratching his head and murmuring in confusion, "What's that guy Luffy going over there for?" Meanwhile, on the open deck behind the restaurant, Jin lay sprawled on the ground, battered and exhausted. His cheeks still swollen from the punch. Meanwhile, on the open deck behind the restaurant, Jin lay sprawled on the ground, battered and exhausted. His cheeks still swollen from the punch was red, and his eyes held a mixture of despair and defiance. Just then soft footsteps slowly approached from the doorway. Jin turned his head with difficulty and saw the blonde-haired youth Sanji walking slowly toward him. Sanji gently placed the steaming plate of fried rice on the ground before him. Then with a cigarette dangling from his lips, he blew out a smoke ring and said in a calm, flat tone, "Eat. Once you're full, leave this place." Jin stared blankly at the fragrant fried rice before him. His Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, the gnawing hunger in his stomach screaming at him. Yet he still clenched his teeth, turned his head away, and said stubbornly, "I want eat food given out of pity. Take it away." Sanji's expression didn't change. He slowly crouched down, resting his back lightly against the railing, and gazed at the vast, boundless ocean. His voice carried the insight and weariness of someone who had seen much. "This sea, it's both vast and free, yet cruel and merciless. I know better than anyone what hunger feels like. Drifting on the sea with no food or fresh water. The despair, pain, and helplessness are unimaginable to most people." He turned to look at the defiant Jin, his gaze gentle yet firm. "You can starve to death here for the sake of your so-called dignity. I don't care. But think carefully, eat this meal, live, and you'll see a new tomorrow. Only by living can you turn things around, can you do everything you want to do. Am I right?" These gentle, yet powerful words struck deep into Jin's heart. His tense shoulders trembled slightly, and the defiance in his eyes shattered completely. After a moment of silence, he slowly sat up, picked up the plate of fried rice, and unable to suppress his hunger any longer, began devouring it ravenously. The warm rice filled his mouth with savory aroma, soothing both his physical exhaustion and the cold. As he ate quickly, Jin mumbled indistinctly, his voice choked with emotion, "Delicious. I've never tasted anything this good." Watching him wolf down the food, a clean, gentle smile spread across Sanji's face as he teased lightly, "It's super delicious, right?" At the back door of the restaurant, Luffy stood quietly taking in the entire scene. Seeing Sanji's gentle and kind-hearted behavior, he instantly broke into a bright, unreserved laugh. "Ha ha ha. I found a super amazing chef." He looked at Jin sitting on the ground and shouted, "Great. Finally someone gave you food." The sudden shout startled both Sanji and Jin, who turned to look at him in bewilderment. Before the two could react, Luffy strode forward, his eyes fixed intently on Sanji. With the utmost seriousness, he extended a sincere invitation. "Hey cook, join us. Become the exclusive chef of my Straw Hat Pirates." Hearing Luffy's unexpected invitation, Sanji took a slow, deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled a thin wisp of white smoke, and with a calm but resolute expression flatly refused, "I decline. I have reasons I must work at this restaurant." Upon hearing this, Luffy's smile vanished instantly, and his expression turned exceedingly serious. He said with utter sincerity, "Refuse. Then I refuse your refusal." Sanji burst out with a surprised puff as the smoke choked him. This unreasonable statement made Sanji choke on the smoke he had just inhaled. He coughed violently, his eyes slightly red, and glared at Luffy in exasperation. "Can't you understand plain language, you damn idiot? I already clearly refused you." As the two were arguing, Jin, who had finished the fried rice and regained his composure, slowly pushed himself up from the ground and interrupted their dispute. Let me say something." He looked at the straightforward Luffy and frankly introduced himself. "I'm Jin of the Creek Pirates. You're a pirate too, aren't you? What's your goal, eh?" Luffy grinned broadly upon hearing this, his eyes bright and candid, and said with confidence, "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who's going to become the Pirate King. My current goal is to enter the Grand Line." Jin's expression remained flat. He didn't take the declaration of becoming the Pirate King seriously, dismissing it as the reckless boast of an inexperienced rookie. But when he heard the words Grand Line, his entire body stiffened abruptly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he clutched his head tightly, his eyes filled with extreme terror, as if recalling a deeply ingrained, horrifying scene. He looked up at Luffy, his voice trembling with lingering fear. "I see you're looking for a cook, so I suppose your ship doesn't have many crew members right now." Luffy tilted his head and thought seriously for a moment, then pointed carelessly at Sanji beside him. "Counting this guy, we'll have 6 people. Sanji, who hadn't gone far, immediately erupted in anger, his face dark with irritation as he yelled at Luffy, "Why are you counting me in? I haven't agreed to join you." Both of them completely ignored Sanji's furious protest. Jin, still holding his throbbing head, continued solemnly, "I can see you have a good heart and don't seem like an evil pirate, so hey, race my advice. You'd better not set foot in the Grand Line. The weather there changes in an instant, unpredictable and treacherous. The sea is teeming with powerful fighters, and there are even terrifying ones who can split a large sailing ship with a single slash. It's nothing like the peaceful East Blue. Split a large ship with one slash." Sanji was utterly stunned, his mouth slightly agape, the cigarette falling from his lips unnoticed. He looked incredulous. "Hey, you're joking, right? How could anyone have such an absurd power?" Jin's eyes were vacant, his body trembling slightly, but his tone was resolute. "I'm not joking. I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. Seeing Jin in such a terrified and dazed state, Sanji assumed it was just a hallucination caused by prolonged hunger. He shook his head helplessly and stood up. Finish your meal and leave. Sanji's expression cooled, returning to his usual aloof demeanor. He said flatly, next time remember to bring money. Baratai isn't a charity. With that he said no more, turned and walked straight back into the restaurant. Luffy watched Sanji's retreating figure, knowing full well that everything Jin had said was true. After all, splitting a sailing ship might seem terrifying, but for him and Qin Yue it wasn't difficult at all. Smashing a ship was a trivial task. He turned to look at Jin, who was still kneeling on the ground, visibly shaken. With sincere and firm words he said, I believe what you said. Then Luffy also turned and walked back into the restaurant. On the empty back deck, only Jin remained. He stared blankly at the restaurant entrance, fell silent for a moment, then solemnly bowed deeply to express his gratitude for Sanji's meal. Then, supporting his weary body, he boarded a small boat moored nearby and quietly sailed away from the Baratai waters. Inside the restaurant, seeing Luffy walk in alone, Usopp immediately approached, full of curiosity. So Luffy, did that chef agree to join us? No. Luffy shook his head bluntly, then flashed a bright, stubborn smile. But I'll keep inviting him until he agrees. The others exchanged glances, all smiling helplessly understanding. Nami chuckled softly and teased. Once that guy Luffy sets his sights on you, there's no escape. Sanji will definitely board our ship sooner or later. Zoro, Usopp, and the others nodded in agreement, already seeing through Luffy's tenacious nature. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Sanji, who was wiping down the kitchen utensils, suddenly sneezed loudly for no reason. He rubbed his nose and muttered in confusion, strange, why have I been sneezing so much lately? Am I actually catching a cold? That can't be right. Time flowed slowly, and 3 days passed in a blink. Gentle sunlight cascaded over the vast sea, shimmering on the waves. A soft breeze blew as the Mary sailed steadily across the east blue, riding the calm wind. On the deck, Usopp, with his eyes blindfolded, gritted his teeth and persisted in training his observation Haki, striving to stabilize his perception and adapt to the flow of aura, yet his mind could not help but wander. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Qin Yue, who stood idly beside him, and whispered in complaint, full of helplessness, Hey, Qin Yue, Luffy isn't really going to keep fixating on Sanji, is he? He's been running off to Baratai every other day for the past 3 days. His persistence is just too absurd. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp, dull thud suddenly rang out. Distracted and losing focus, Usopp lost his footing and fell directly onto the deck, hitting his head and raising a swollen bump. Instantly, he winced in pain and howled out, It hurts. Qin Yue looked down speechlessly at Usopp, who was rolling on the ground, clutching his head and wailing, and said with a tone of stern admonition, training observation Haki, and still allowing yourself to be distracted. Next time I won't hold back. He'll coat my fists with armament Haki and beat you so hard you won't get out of bed for 3 days. Usopp quickly composed himself, rubbing the bump on his head, not daring to slack off or complain carelessly again. Just then, Nami's clear voice came from the direction of the kitchen, breaking the tranquility of the deck. Hey. Nami leaned half her body out of the kitchen door, her gaze sweeping over the few people training on the deck. Her eyes paused briefly on Johnny and Yasaku, who were standing quietly by the wall, and then, curious, she stepped forward. By now, Yasaku had mostly recovered. The symptoms of scurvy had basically subsided, though he was still weak. He was staring intently at the stack of wanted posters spread out on the deck, reading them with great focus. Yasaku, why aren't you resting in the room? What are you looking at those wanted posters for? Nami asked, puzzled. By now, Yasaku had mostly recovered. The symptoms of scurvy had basically subsided, though he was still weak. He was staring intently at the stack of wanted posters spread out. Once I'm fully healed, I'll go back out to hunt pirates. So I'm checking the wanted posters now to pick suitable targets. Johnny quickly nodded in agreement, then grinned at Nami and teased, Sis Nami, are you interested in wanted posters? I'm not really interested in this kind of stuff. Nami waved her hand and replied with a casual smile, but Qin Yue is quite interested. Every time we encounter a famous pirate, he takes out the corresponding wanted poster beforehand to learn the details. Saying this, Nami bent down and casually flipped through the wanted posters scattered on the deck, glancing carelessly at the faces and descriptions. But as she turned the pages, her fingers suddenly froze. The smile on her face vanished instantly, her entire expression froze, and a swift flash of panic, fear, and gloom raced through her eyes. Johnny keenly noticed Nami's abnormality and quickly stepped forward to ask with concern, what's wrong, Sis Nami? Is there something wrong with this wanted poster? Nami didn't answer. Her fingertips clenched the thin wanted sheet tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white, her body trembling almost imperceptibly, her mind instantly in turmoil. Just as the atmosphere froze, a calm, composed voice slowly sounded from behind Nami, piercing through all pretense. Arlong, captain of the Arlong Pirates, bounty, 20 million berries. Former officer of the Sun Pirates, now entrenched in Kokoyashi village in the East Blue. That should be your hometown, shouldn't it, Nami? Nami shuddered violently, spun around, her pupils contracting, staring at Qin Yue before her, with terror, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. You. When did you learn all this? Well, I've known for quite a while. Qin Yue's expression was calm, his tone unhurried. After all, a notorious fisherman pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries, and that mysterious little thief who specializes in stealing from pirates. Both are quite famous in the East Blue. Hearing Qin Yue's explanation, Nami's tightly stretched mind suddenly relaxed. She was silent for a moment, then slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing the glaring, vicious tattoo of the Arlong pirates on her arm. She looked at Qin Yue, a hint of resigned acceptance in her eyes, and spoke softly. Since you already know everything, what do you plan to do with me, one of the Arlong pirates? The conversation between the two was completely unguarded and fell into the ears of Zoro and Usopp, not far away. They moved silently, walking to Qin Yue's side, standing and watching the dejected Nami, without a word, awaiting the outcome. Qin Yue looked at the uneasy girl who was pretending to be strong and spoke slowly, his tone sincere and gentle. According to Luffy, you've long been our navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, our comrade. Of course we won't do anything to you. He paused briefly, his tone softening. If you have any difficulties that are hard to solve, feel free to tell us. You don't have to bear them alone. Nami was momentarily stunned. The image of Luffy's pure, frank, and guileless smile instantly flashed in her mind. The corners of her tense mouth couldn't help but lift, and she let out a light laugh. That really sounds like something that guy would say. The gloom in her eyes faded a little. She shook her head gently. Thank you for understanding, but it's better if you don't get involved in my matters. Seeing Nami, who bore a heavy burden, yet remained stubborn and tough, Qin Yue let out a helpless sigh. He looked at the others, a hint of resignation and certainty in his tone. In your perception, is the strength I've shown before really inferior to a mere fishman from the East Blue? With that, Qin Yue said no more. He turned and walked slowly to the edge of the Mary's railing, standing tall and straight in the sea breeze. The next moment, he suddenly leaped up, his body suspended over the sea, his right arm raised high, his fist whistling with astonishing momentum, slamming down toward the sea below. Fist bone gale breaker. Boom! A deafening roar exploded, and a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The calm, boundless sea surface was instantly punched into a giant crater, dozens of meters in diameter and fathomless in depth. The seawater inside the crater collapsed and drained instantly. The surrounding water was flung into the air by the terrifying force, turning into a skyward curtain of splashing spray, like an inverted waterfall. The spectacle was terrifying, and the waves around churned endlessly. Everyone on the Mary's deck was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at the astonishing scene on the sea. Usopp's legs weakened slightly, his lips trembling, his speech stumbling. Qin Yue, is this guy? This is too insane. Even the usually calm and composed Zoro looked gravely serious, his eyes fixed on the aftermath, still unsettled on the sea surface. Although the seawater was rapidly flowing back to fill the crater, the terrifying might of that fist that shook the ocean lingered, deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. Nami stood rooted to the spot, staring at the churning sea. The despair and helplessness that had accumulated deep in her heart quietly loosened and crumbled in that moment. She finally understood completely that for Qin Yue, for Luffy and the others, Arlong, who had entrenched Kokoyashi village and terrorized the region, was nothing more than a trivial disaster. Johnny and Yasaku, who had been watching in awe, snapped out of it and immediately turned into cheerleaders, shouting in amazement, "Wow! Qin Yue's strength is incredible." While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Qin Yue moved lightly, stepped on the calm sea breeze with a graceful leap, and landed steadily back on the Mary's deck. He looked at the stunned crowd and said calmly and casually, "It was just a casual punch, nothing worth mentioning." Meanwhile, the thunderous roar from the sea clearly reached the Bartai floating restaurant, instantly startling everyone inside. The chefs inside, along with Luffy, who hadn't left yet, rushed to the outer deck, alert, thinking it might be a sudden wave or an enemy attack. They gathered on the deck and peered in the direction of the sound. But looking out, aside from slightly rougher seas and lingering ripples, there was nothing unusual, no sign of pirate enemies. Seeing it was a false alarm, the chefs lost interest, shrugged, and slowly walked back into the kitchen to continue. Only at the second floor railing stood Redleg Zepp, his eyes, seasoned by years, gleaming sharply, his gaze locked firmly on Qin Yue on the Mary's deck, full of scrutiny and deep thought. Sensing that heavy stare, Qin Yue turned his head slightly and met Zepp's gaze precisely. Knowing that Zepp had perceived the commotion from his earlier punch, Qin Yue nodded slightly in apology for disturbing the restaurant with the noise. Zepp gave no response. He simply stared deeply at Luffy, who was still on the deck, then glanced at Sanji not far away. A torrent of thoughts surged in his eyes, as if he had seen through many things. After a moment, as if he had made up his mind completely, the tight corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a relieved smile. He nodded slightly at Qin Yue, then turned and walked slowly into the cabin. Qin Yue caught Zepp's expression and actions and instantly understood his thoughts. He withdrew his gaze, looked at Sanji, who was still standing on the Barity's deck, and called out with a loud laugh, "Hey, Sanji, we've just finished cooking a meal on our ship. Want to come over and try it? It's a cuisine you've never seen before. The taste won't disappoint you." Hearing the words unfamiliar cuisine, Sanji, as a top chef, became intensely interested. His eyes lit up, and he instinctively looked toward the Mary, his heart itching. But on second thought, boarding a strange pirate ship to crash a banquet didn't seem quite appropriate. He hesitated, his expression uncertain, standing there lost in thought, torn. Before Sanji could finish deliberating, Luffy, unable to contain his gluttonous nature any longer, heard the word eat, and immediately lit up, no longer able to hold back. He grinned, and with a sudden burst of strength, his rubber arms stretched out, one hand firmly grabbing the Mary's railing, while the other arm swiftly wrapped around Sanji's waist, locking him securely in his grasp. "Here we go." Luffy let out a light shout, gathering his strength as he pulled with his arms, suddenly soaring into the air, with Sanji, who was caught off guard in his embrace, and landing steadily on the deck of the Mary. The sudden leap into the air caused Sanji's heart to race violently, leaving him utterly stunned. He was both shocked and curious, astonished by Luffy's bizarrely flexible arms, yet annoyed that he had been brought onto the pirate ship without his consent. However, Luffy was completely oblivious to Sanji's subtle emotions. After landing, he released his grip and patted Sanji's back heartily with a pure and enthusiastic smile, exclaiming, "Come on, Sanji, hurry up and try the food made by Qin Yue. It's super delicious." Seeing Luffy's utterly genuine and enthusiastic demeanor, the annoyance in Sanji's heart instantly dissipated. He helplessly shook his head, raised his hand to adjust his wind-tousled clothes, and followed Luffy towards the kitchen table. The group once again gathered around the dining table, but the atmosphere was drastically different from the previous live. Nami sat alone at her seat, her brows furrowed, and her eyes cast down, filled with unspoken worries. The once lively and spirited aura about her had vanished, and even her movements while eating had slowed considerably, exuding a sense of oppression and loneliness. Luffy noticed Nami's downcast mood. Though he was usually carefree, he keenly sensed something was off. He swallowed the meat in his mouth, discreetly glanced at Nami, then turned to Qin Yue beside him. After receiving a nod from Qin Yue, he felt at ease and continued eating. In contrast, Sanji was completely immersed in the food, savoring dishes he had never seen before. He ate with great seriousness, occasionally muttering to himself or commenting on the cooking. "This method is good. The texture is quite unique. This seasoning could use a slight adjustment for perfection. This flavor is worth emulating." Time slowly flowed, and the table gradually cleared as everyone finished their meal. The atmosphere at the dining table fell into silence. Qin Yue gathered all his smiles, his gaze landing on the dejected Nami, and he spoke in a calm and gentle tone, "Nami, it's time to share your troubles with us." Suddenly hearing this, Nami's body trembled slightly, and her tense back stiffened. She slowly raised her head and glanced at Luffy, Qin Yue, Zoro, and Usopp, whose serious expressions were filled with concern. The grievances and helplessness that had accumulated over the years surged up in her eyes. She slightly pursed her dry lips, remained silent for a moment, and finally shed all her pretenses and stubbornness, softly speaking and unveiling the pain and secrets she had buried in her heart for 10 years. 10 years ago, the fisherman pirate Don Krieg, along with his crew, invaded the peaceful Kokoyashi village in the East Blue, shattering the tranquility and harmony of the village. The brutal and greedy Don Krieg established cruel rules, mercilessly exploiting the villagers. Every adult in the village had to pay a bounty of 100,000 berries, and each child had to pay 50,000 berries for their lives. If they couldn't pay, they would face ruthless slaughter. Nami and Nojiko's adoptive mother Belmere raised 2 children alone, giving everything she had, leaving only a mere 100,000 berries. That day, facing the brutality and slaughter from Don Krieg, Belmere resolutely chose to leave her meager savings for Nami and Nojiko, giving them the hope of survival, while she faced her own death, ultimately perishing at the hands of Don Krieg. Having witnessed the death of her loved one and the suffering of the villagers, the young Nami could only endure her grief and hatred in silence. Later, Don Krieg took notice of her ability to draw precise sea charts. Using this as leverage, the 80-year-old Nami made a cruel pact with Don Krieg. If she could accumulate 100 million berries, he would completely withdraw from Kokoyashi village, spare all the villagers, restore her hometown's freedom, and grant her personal freedom. Since then, for a full decade, Nami bore the hope of the entire village, enduring in solitude. Usually, she would draw maps for Don Krieg, and in her free time, she would risk her life to steal pirate treasures and gather funds, tirelessly running around and enduring humiliation, secretly saving money to redeem her hometown. 10 years of endurance, 10 years of torment. To this day, she is merely a few million berries short of the 100 million berries she promised. As her soft narrative concluded, the dining table fell into total silence. The oppressive atmosphere in the carefree Luffy, who had just moments ago been relaxed, suddenly lost all his smiles, his expression darkening and for the first time intense anger and seriousness flooded his clear and pure eyes. Without uttering a word, he slowly stood up from his seat, his step steady and resolute, walking step by step to Nami's side. Under everyone's gaze, Luffy raised his hand and gently took off his straw hat, a symbol of dreams and beliefs, carefully placing it on Nami's head, entrusting this most precious bond to her. His gaze was piercing and his tone was resolute, without a hint of hesitation, every word ringing out with power. I will not allow anyone to bully our navigator. Don Krieg, leave it to me. As his words fell, Zoro and Usopp showed no hesitation, immediately echoing in agreement, their expressions serious. This debt must be repaid. Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. We will help you reclaim your hometown. Though I'm not a member of your pirate crew, count me in for Miss Nami. Sake, Sanji said after hearing Nami's 10 years of hardships, deeply inhaling a puff of smoke and slowly exhaling a cloud of white mist, his eyes losing their previous frivolity, filled with coldness and indignation. How dare they bully such a gentle and lovely lady as Miss Nami? These fishmen are simply irredeemable. He raised his eyes to look at everyone, his attitude bold and firm, stepping forward. Though I'm not a member of your crew, for Miss Nami's matter, count me in. Johnny and Joseph, listening with anger boiling within them, clenched their fists and shouted, damn fishmen. How dare they bully Sister Nami? We absolutely cannot tolerate this, or we must take them down. The sincere promises and protective vows layered upon one another, flooding into Nami's heart. The tightly strung heartstrings that had endured for a full 10 years finally snapped, and all the grievances, pain, and helplessness accumulated over the years erupted at this moment. Unable to hold back any longer, Nami tightly covered her face. Warm tears surged down through her fingers, and suppressed sobs gently resounded, filled with relief and emotion, as she choked out her thanks. Thank you all. Qin Yue slowly glanced over everyone present, his eyes carrying a gentle smile, and in a determined tone, he said, since that's the case, our next target is Kokoyashi village. But before that, we need to completely resolve the troubles here. Just as Qin Yue finished speaking, Sanji, frowning, was about to ask what the trouble was. Suddenly, a heavy piercing sound of a warship crashing through the waves echoed from the sea, the powerful noise approaching rapidly, and then the Mary shook violently, the deck trembling slightly, breaking the current atmosphere. Everyone's expressions stiffened. They exchanged glances, and without saying more, quickly walked to the deck to look. They saw a massive battered warship quietly anchored in front of the Bartai restaurant, its hull covered in scars, clearly showing its wretched state. Two figures slowly descended from the warship, walking step by step across the bridge towards the Bartai restaurant. Sanji focused his gaze, his pupils narrowing slightly, as his expression became serious. The person in front was none other than the recent visitor Akin, and beside him the tall and fierce man being supported was none other than the notorious East Blue pirate captain, with a bounty of 17 million berries. Click. He forcefully extinguished the cigarette he had in his mouth, allowing the butt to fall with the wind, and murmured, how did this guy end up in Bartai? Akin. As soon as his words fell, Sanji moved immediately, intending to rush back to the Bartai restaurant to stop the two from causing trouble. But just as he was about to step forward, an arm suddenly blocked his path, firmly stopping him. Sanji was taken aback, instinctively looking up, and hurriedly calling out, Luffy, why are you stopping me? Luffy wore his usual bright smile, but his gaze was exceptionally resolute. Leave this guy to me. Nami's hometown is waiting for us. We can't waste any time here. With that, Luffy's aura suddenly changed, his body surface slightly reddening, wisps of white steam rising slowly, his second gear activated in an instant. Whoosh. A shadow flashed by and Luffy's figure vanished from the Mary's deck, reappearing steadily on the Bartai restaurant's deck in the blink of an eye, his speed astonishingly swift. At that moment, the atmosphere inside the Bartai restaurant had completely deteriorated. Ravenous Click finished the fried rice that Zeph had kindly prepared for him, showing no gratitude whatsoever. Instead, he revealed his greedy and vicious nature, planning to repay kindness with enmity by forcefully seizing the entire Bartai restaurant. He arrogantly ordered a group of chefs to immediately prepare food for 100 people to feed his starving. Having experienced the sea and well aware of the agony of hunger, Zeph said nothing and turned to the kitchen, intending to prepare the meals immediately. Meanwhile, Patty couldn't swallow this humiliation. Seizing the moment while Zeph was preparing and Click was off guard, he quietly retrieved a weapon from the back kitchen and suddenly launched a surprise attack on Click. However, Click wore heavy alloy armor that was extremely tough, and ordinary weapons couldn't even scratch it. Instantly enraged by the ambush, Click's face twisted with fury as he raised his hand to activate the hidden mechanisms in his armor, causing countless gun barrels to emerge, all aimed mercilessly at everyone in the restaurant, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Before the sound faded, Luffy's figure had already teleported in front of Krieg. Steam from Gear Second surged around him as Haki swirled around his arms. He gathered all his strength and unleashed a palm strike. The heavy fist wrapped in armament Haki crashed down. The alloy armor, once indestructible and impenetrable, shattered like paper under the blow, splintering and scattering in all directions. Krieg couldn't even react before a sharp pain struck his chest. A mouthful of blood burst forth as his entire body flew backward like a cannonball. Having subdued the formidable enemy with a single blow, Luffy slowly dispersed the steam of gear second and returned to normal. He turned to look at the chefs inside the restaurant, their faces full of shock, and Zeph, who stood frozen, scratching his head with a grin, his tone pure and earnest. "Hey boss Zeph, how about letting Sanji be the chef on my ship?" Watching the young man who had effortlessly crushed Krieg, the chef's pupils contracted. They swallowed subconsciously, none daring to voice any objection. Zeph was silent for a moment, then turned and grabbed a huge bag that had been packed long ago. He threw it directly to Luffy, his tone composed. "He's been fired from this restaurant. Take him with you." "What do you mean, you old geezer? I never said I was leaving Baratai." The crisp sound of leather shoes on the floor rang out as Sanji strode in from the restaurant entrance, staring in bewilderment at Zeph. Facing Sanji's questioning, Zeph didn't scold or shout as he used to. His expression was unusually calm, with a hint of contentment and expectation hidden in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "Sanji, the reason I saved you back then was never to tie you forever to this sea restaurant. You've grown up. It's time to set sail and pursue your real dream." The sudden gentle words left Sanji frozen in place, his nose stinging. The sentimental words that were about to leave his mouth were all stuck in his throat. But the next second, Zeph returned to his usual tough-talking self, frowning and urging coldly, "Get lost now, brat. That straw hat kid and that big guy, they're trustworthy companions. Stop dawdling here." With that, Zeph said no more and turned to head straight for the upper deck cabin. "Hey boss Zeph, my name is Qin Yue, not big guy." A helpless voice came from the restaurant entrance as Qin Yue walked slowly inside. Seeing this, Luffy grinned widely and turned excitedly to shout, "Qin Yue, we've found our chef." Sanji opened his mouth several times to refuse, but seeing Zeph's blessing and Luffy's enthusiasm, all his excuses were swallowed back, and he silently acquiesced to the matter. Qin Yue looked at the two, smiled faintly, and reminded them, "Let's put Sanji's luggage on the Mary first. A very important person has arrived, and things might get a bit rough soon." These inexplicable words left the chefs and Sanji in the restaurant completely baffled. They murmured in confusion, "What does a bit rough mean?" Only Luffy's expression changed instantly. His eyes sharpened, and he immediately activated observation Haki, staring intently at the distant sea. His voice was grave. "Here he comes." Boom! An earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded over the entire sea. A razor-sharp, sky-splitting slash descended from the sky, precisely cleaving through the colossal warship left by Krieg. The massive hull was instantly cut in half from the middle, slowly sinking into the deep sea. The sinking ship compressed the seawater, raising towering waves. The surging waves crashed violently, causing the sturdy Baratai restaurant and the Mary to shake and pitch violently, as if they would be overturned at any moment. On the deck of the Mary, Usopp and Nami clung to the railing, staring in terror at the shocking scene on the distant sea. They cried out in disbelief. A giant warship sliced in two with a single slash. This terrifying combat power, even more than the sight of Qin Yue blasting a deep crater in the sea with one punch, left them both trembling and incredulous. Zoro slowly narrowed his eyes, his gaze locked on the solitary figure on the distant sea. The fighting spirit in his eyes surged wildly. He reached up and firmly gripped the three swords at his waist. His voice was low and resolute. "Finally here, the world's greatest swordsman." On the vast blue waves, the wind and waves gradually calmed. A solitary figure stood on a small sailboat, rising and falling gently, with the waves sailing leisurely toward Baratai. Hawkeye Mihawk, clad in a long black coat and carrying a large cross-shaped sword on his back, surveyed the entire sea with sharp, cold eyes. An overwhelming aura of a supreme powerhouse surrounded him, alone yet bearing the majestic presence to crush the ocean. The small boat parted the foamy waves steadily, approaching the waters of Baratai. He glanced briefly at the upright figure of Qin Yue on the restaurant deck, and at Luffy, who was sensing him with observation Haki. His lips parted slightly, murmuring to himself, "Haki. To think that in this impoverished East Blue there are still those who wield Haki." With a single glance, he precisely detected the refined Haki emanating from the two, a faint, almost imperceptible surprise flickering in his eyes. Then he shifted his gaze, glancing at Zoro, standing amid the wreckage of a broken ship nearby. At that moment, Zoro's body was taut, his fighting spirit fierce. His eyes were locked on Hawkeye on the solitary boat, devoid of any fear, filled only with the determination and sharpness of a swordsman. Seeing Zoro's overwhelming fighting spirit, a hint of interest flickered in Hawkeye's eyes. He spoke calmly across the distance, "Boy, what is your goal?" Hearing Hawkeye's question, Zoro's lips curled into a defiant, stubborn smile. His tone was unwavering, each word resolute. "To be the world's strongest." Those two words carried years of obsession and ambition, forthright and blazing. Hawkeye's lips lifted slightly into a faint smile. Interesting. With that, Zoro reached up and slowly removed the dark green headband from around his arm, his movements solemn and precise. He tied it tightly around his head, binding his hair, shedding all traces of casualness. The next moment, the crisp sound of drawing blades rang out. He gripped Wado Ikemonji firmly between his teeth and held the two ordinary swords he had bought from the weapons shop in each hand. His fighting spirit surged, and the standard three-sword style stance was instantly formed razor-sharp. His gaze locked onto Hawkeye, his eyes clear and stubborn, facing the vast disparity in strength between them without flinching. He shouted loudly, "I know full well there is a chasm between us. But for my ambition and for the promise with my dear friend, I still challenge you." Watching the young swordsman who, despite knowing he was outmatched, still attacked with such boldness, Hawkeye slowly turned to face Zoro, his stance proud and composed. He reached up and took the small cross-shaped knife hanging from his neck, lightly gripping the handle. His tone was flat, yet carried the overwhelming pressure of a supreme being. "Your courage is commendable. I accept your challenge. But I am not a beast that uses its full strength when hunting a hare. Unfortunately, I have no smaller blade than this." The light words revealed absolute disparity and disdain. Zoro looked down at the tiny, delicate knife. A trace of self-mockery flickered in his heart. He thought to himself, "I'm not even worthy of being taken seriously as an opponent." In an instant, any disappointment in his eyes vanished. Only fierce fighting spirit remained. His aura tightened sharply. "In that case, you had better be careful." Three-sword-style demon slash. With the shout, Zoro's figure exploded forward, splashing small waves on the sea below. Three sharp sword strikes wrapped in fierce wind shot straight toward Hawkeye, swift and ferocious. Facing the powerful Shirkill attack, Hawkeye's expression remained utterly calm. He simply raised his hand lightly and held the little cross knife sideways. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound of clashing metal rang out, with sparks bursting forth instantly. Zoro's all-out three-sword-style assault was effortlessly stopped by the tiny cross knife in Hawkeye's hand, completely halted, unable to advance another inch. A shocking shudder traveled through the blades, numbing Zoro's arms and dissipating his force. His pupils contracted, disbelief flooding his face. He stared at the scene before him and murmured, "What?" Since Zoro had declared his challenge to Hawkeye, all the chefs of Bartai had gathered on the deck, watching the incredibly uneven duel. Now, witnessing Hawkeye effortlessly block Zoro's ultimate technique with just a small knife, the crowd erupted in shock, their faces full of awe. Exclamations broke out one after another. "How is this possible? That kid's full power strike was blocked by a tiny dagger. That's the world's greatest swordsman for you. The gap is insane. This is a battle on a completely different level." The chefs widened their eyes, gasping repeatedly, their words filled with shock and reverence, thoroughly awed by Hawkeye's terrifying strength. On the deck of the Mary, Nami and Usopp had already stopped breathing. Their hearts were tight to the breaking point as they stared at the duel on the sea, not daring to make a sound. Usopp clenched his fists, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Zoro's full power attack was just effortlessly neutralized. Is this the strength of the world's number one? Too terrifying. Nami's eyes were filled with gravity. She truly felt the abyssal gap between a top-tier expert and a rookie, her emotions a tangled mess. The stalemate on the sea didn't last long. Hawkeye slightly exerted force from his wrist, and a gentle, yet overwhelmingly dominant power burst forth from where the blades met. Twang! A crisp metallic ring sounded across the sea, and the deadlock was instantly broken. Zoro staggered back a few steps, barely managing to steady himself. Without catching his breath, Zoro's fighting spirit hadn't diminished in the slightest. He stomped the ground and burst forward again. The three blades gleamed coldly as they crossed and struck, unleashing several fierce slashes in quick succession. But no matter how swift or fierce his attacks, they were like child's play in Hawkeye's eyes. Hawkeye stood calmly on the wreckage, his small cross knife weaving and parrying with leisurely ease, showing no sign of strain. Every movement was perfectly timed, precisely deflecting all of Zoro's furious assaults. Numerous fierce sword strikes all missed, unable to even touch a corner of his clothing. One full power slash after another, each effortlessly neutralized. Every attack was in vain, all force spent on nothing. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness clenched Zoro's heart. He sheathed his swords and stopped his chest, heaving violently, his breathing growing more ragged. His arms were already sore and numb, yet an endless unwillingness and stubbornness surged in his heart. He gritted his teeth and roared inwardly, "I didn't swing my sword all this way just to be toyed with by something like that." Full of resentment, a silhouette flashed across his mind. It was young Kana, the companion he had trained with day and night, the promise etched deep into his bones. The turbulent thoughts settled completely. Zoro abruptly ceased all chaotic assaults, forcibly suppressing the anxiety and reluctance surging within him. No longer recklessly swinging his swords in vain, He planted his feet firmly on the wreckage, lowered his center of gravity, gripped two swords in each hand, clenched Wado Ikemanji in his mouth, and reassumed the most standard and steadfast three-sword style stance. A chilling sword aura slowly gathered around him, shedding all rashness, leaving only the pure edge of a swordsman. His gaze locked on a Hawkeye. He steadied all his breath, and with a low resounding voice suddenly roared, "Three-sword style tiger hunt." Three fierce, sword energy intertwined, carrying an unstoppable resolute force crashing toward Hawkeye with a thunderous slash. This was no longer a panicked brute force attack, but a decisive blow born from Zoro's focused mind and utmost effort. The sword stance steady, domineering, and utterly flawless. Yet before absolute disparity in strength, all struggles proved futile. A faint but piercing sound of a blade piercing flesh suddenly rang out. Zoro's ultimate technique came to an abrupt halt midair, unable to advance even a fraction further. The small cross-shaped dagger in Hawkeye's hand had precisely pierced Zoro's defense and stabbed firmly into his chest, the chilled blade pressing against flesh, delivering a piercing agony. As the blade entered the body, blood instantly soaked his clothes and trickled down his chest. Hawkeye's expression remained calm. Gazing at the young man who endured the pain and stood unwavering, he asked flatly, "Why won't you retreat?" Agony surged through his entire body. Zoro's frame trembled slightly, but he stood resolute, never stepping back half a pace. His eyes were locked on the aloof Hawkeye ahead, showing no fear, no cowardice, only an obstinate determination. In a low, hoarse voice he said, "I don't know. I don't know myself. I just feel that if I took even one step back here, all the important vows and promises I've made until now would vanish, and I could never return here again." These simple words laid bare a swordsman's obsession and bottom line. He wasn't retreating from a duel. He was retreating from years of steadfast dreams and the vow-spanning time with Quina. Hearing Zoro's answer, the faint contempt in Hawkeye's eyes completely dissipated. His expression grew utterly serious and earnest as he looked squarely at this small but resilient swordsman from the East Blue and said slowly, "Exactly. That is defeat." Knowing he would lose, he fought to the death without retreating. From the moment he resolved to swing his sword, the outcome was already sealed. Hearing this, instead of despairing, Zoro's lips slowly curled into a serene, pure smile. On his bloodstained face, only pure sincerity remained. "Then I can't retreat, even more." Hawkeye gazed at him, standing in a pool of blood, his proud spirit unbroken. A complex expression flashed in his eyes as he pressed further, even to death. Without a moment's hesitation, without a shred of doubt, Zoro's tone was resolute and unequivocal. "Death is better." Looking at this fearless youth who faced death with calm indifference, something deep within Hawkeye's long-stilled heart stirred. He watched Zoro's stubborn, unbowed figure and muttered to himself, his voice so low only he could hear, "What an indomitable spirit. Would he rather die than be defeated?" After a moment of silence, Hawkeye slowly raised his hand and gently withdrew the cross-shaped dagger from Zoro's chest. The chilled blade left the flesh, drawing a spray of blood. He stepped back a few paces voluntarily, giving the swordsman opponent his final dignity. With a solemn expression, he asked earnestly, "Boy, what is your name?" The searing pain from the chest wound constantly ravaged his body. Zoro clenched his teeth against the excruciating agony that tore through him, never bending, never lowering his head. He gripped his broken swords firmly, positioning the three blades in a triangular radiation pattern before him, assuming a swordsman's final stance. With a dignified and solemn expression, he answered in a low voice, "Roronoa Zoro." "Roronoa Zoro." Hawkeye repeated the name softly, a glimmer of genuine recognition flashing in his eyes. His tone had shed all contempt, replaced by a weight of respect and praise. "I'll remember it. It's been a while, oh strong one." With these words, Hawkeye slowly raised his hand to the sheath on his back. A long sword, jet black, with a condensed heavy blade, was drawn unhurriedly. This was one of the 12 supreme-grade blades, the Black Sword Yuru. The pitch-black blade reflected the sky's light across the sea. It bore no flashy edge, yet emanated an overwhelming aura that seemed to suppress all, freezing the very airflow over the entire bay and unleashing a suffocating pressure across the scene. Hawkeye held Yuru, his gaze fixed on Zoro ahead. With a solemn tone adhering to the etiquette of a supreme swordsman, he said, "Now, as a gesture of swordsman's respect, I shall use this world's strongest black blade to lay you to rest in the sea." Facing this legendary strongest blade, and an inevitable death, Zoro's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he broke into a relieved, easy smile, meeting his fate head-on. "Then I am truly grateful. To die under the strongest black blade of the world's greatest swordsman was the highest honor for a swordsman." The next moment, Zoro exerted his arms, gripped his swords tightly, and began to spin rapidly. His fierce fighting spirit soared with each rotation, stacking layer upon layer, stirring up stormy, all lingering thoughts burned away from his eyes, leaving only reverence for the pinnacle and pure devotion to his dream. He murmured softly, unleashing the ultimate technique of his life. Three-sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. Countless sword energies swept in all directions, a myriad of blade shadows shrouded the sea. Zoro poured everything into it, carrying his lifelong obsession and unwillingness, charging at full speed toward Hawkeye. Hawkeye, facing him, also steeled his expression, gripping Yue tightly. His figure flickered in an instant, carrying an unmatched supreme sword momentum, and crashed head into Zoro's ultimate technique. A soft sound, clean and decisive. No earth-shattering roar, but it sealed the duel's outcome. Their figures crossed in a flash, instantly swapping positions. Two crisp breaking sounds rang out in succession. The two swords in Zoro's hands were neatly severed by the black blades, edged the cuts perfectly smooth. At the same time, a massive, fierce sword wound tore open Zoro's chest, the gash running across his entire torso with terrifying depth. Warm blood gushed uncontrollably, instantly staining his clothes, dripping continuously down his body, dyeing the broken wreckage beneath his feet and the surrounding sea. Zoro remained standing, frozen in place, motionless. After a long moment, he slowly raised a trembling hand, gently pulled Wado Ikamanji from his clenched mouth, and carefully returned it to its sheath, with utmost reverence, honoring the blade that carried his promise. Fully feeling his bodhi's exhaustion, the searing pain of the wound, and the unbridgeable chasm of strength, all of Zoro's obsession and unwillingness dissolved completely. He gazed at the vast sea and the solitary figure of Hawkeye standing ahead. He murmured softly, his tone bearing the candor of defeat and reverence for the pinnacle. I lost. So this is the world's strongest. Zoro slowly turned around, spread his arms wide, and faced Hawkeye openly, without any evasion. Even though his body was bloodied and broken, he stood as straight as a pine. Hawkeye looked at Zoro's sudden but dignified posture, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He slightly tilted his head and asked, "What are you doing?" The sea breeze ruffled his bloodstained hair. Zoro smiled freely, all traces of defeat gone from his eyes, leaving only the purest swordsman's pride. He met Hawkeye's gaze firmly, and said with resounding clarity, "A wound on the back is a swordsman's shame." That one sentence echoed across the sea. Hawkeye's cool eyes instantly filled with profound approval, a clear look of recognition spreading across his face. With a solemn expression, he praised, "Remarkable." With those words, Yora's blade shimmered with a cold light, and a precise, restrained slash cut through the air. The strike was executed with perfect control, landing exactly on Zoro's original chest wound, without damaging vital organs. Uffed. The agony surged through every limb once more. All strength drained from Zoro's body in an instant. He staggered violently, unable to hold himself upright any longer, and collapsed heavily onto the broken wreckage, a large pool of blood slowly spreading out. Hawkeye stood on his small boat, quietly watching the fallen youth, whose unyielding spirit remained unbroken. He parted his lips and murmured softly, his voice carrying a hint of expectation unique to the strong. "Don't die so soon, oh strong one I haven't met in ages." All around the sea surface, the gathered onlookers erupted into an uproar. The cooks of Barity Nami on the deck, Usopp, Sanji, as well as Johnny and Yusaku. Everyone stared at Zoro, drenched in blood, and collapsed in utter defeat, their faces filled with sheer disbelief. Murmurs of discussion rose and fell, steeped in shock and deep regret. To have actually taken that black blade, the world's strongest, Hedon. This guy is too stubborn. Amid the clamor of voices, Luffy's pupils contracted as he watched Zoro fall heavily, staining the wreckage with blood. His heart clenched, his eyes instantly reddened, and his throat grew hoarse as he screamed out, "Zoro." Seeing Zoro's body sway unsteadily, drenched in blood, Luffy's eyes turned completely red, a surge of ultimate fury and anxiety churning deep within him. A pure domineering aura suddenly erupted from within him, and the invisible Conqueror's Haki surged uncontrollably in all directions, spreading fiercely across the surrounding sea. His fists clenched tightly, his rubber arms strained to their fullest with all his strength, and his fighting spirit and rage boiled over. In that moment, he was ready to charge forward recklessly and attack Hawkeye. Just as his form was about to burst forward, a steady and powerful hand abruptly reached out, firmly gripping his shoulder and pinning him in place. Qin Yue, calm and composed, firmly held back the restless and furious Luffy, speaking with a serious and collected tone to soothe him. "Hey Luffy, I've told you many times. Calm down. Use your observation Haki and take a good look. Zoro is fine." Upon hearing Qin Yue's steady reassurance, the enraged Luffy finally snapped back to his senses. Suppressing the surging anger and anxiety in his heart, he instinctively activated his observation Haki to carefully sense Zoro's life force on the wreckage. After clearly sensing that Zoro's breath was weak and chaotic, but still steady and not life-threatening, Luffy's tense body completely relaxed. The domineering Conqueror's Haki that had swept across the entire sea and intimidated the crowd receded like a tide, vanishing into nothingness. He looked around blankly and noticed that all the cooks of Bartai were staring at him with terror, their bodies tense and faces wary. Realizing he had frightened everyone just now, Luffy scratched his head, sheepishly shedding all his aggression and revealing his usual innocent, honest smile. He giggled, instantly dispelling the tense and violent atmosphere. At the moment Luffy's Conqueror's Haki erupted, Hawkeye on the nearby small boat had been watching him intently. The world's greatest swordsman's eyes flickered with obvious surprise, his gaze locked onto the simple worn straw hat on Luffy's head. The familiar silhouette instantly reminded him of red-haired Shanks. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed slightly, and a playful smirk slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. He murmured inwardly, "Oh, so this is the kid Shanks was talking about. Conqueror's Haki. Interesting." He had already seen Luffy's extraordinary nature and understood why Shanks had entrusted him with the straw hat and placed such high hopes on him. After a moment, Hawkeye withdrew his gaze, no longer lingering, and reached back to sheath the black blade Yoru on his back. With a light leap, he landed steadily back on his small wooden boat. His gaze lingered on the collapsed Zoro lying weakly on the broken wreckage, and his voice rang clear and loud across the sea. "My name is Dracul Mihawk. Kid, train hard to become stronger. Until then, I'll be waiting for you on the throne of the world's strongest." With these words, the small wooden boat slowly turned with the wind, and the solitary figure drifted away with the waves gradually disappearing into the vast blue horizon. As Hawkeye's figure vanished completely at the end of the azure sea, the terrifying pressure that had shrouded the entire sea finally dispersed entirely. On the deck of the Bartai restaurant, the cook's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief in unison, their stiff backs slowly straightening, and the heavy stone in their hearts finally settled. The suffocating feeling that had been suppressed by the world's greatest swordsman's aura faded, and hushed murmurs of discussion slowly rose again. Beside the broken wreckage on the sea, Johnny and Yusaku quickly stepped forward, carefully supporting the blood-soaked weak Zoro upright. The two worked in perfect coordination, gently lifting him onto the deck of the quietly anchored Going Merry, moving with extreme care so as not to disturb the gruesome wound on his chest. Nami had already quickly found clean bandages and medicine, crouching down to meticulously clean Zoro's wounds and bind them carefully. Her movements were practiced and gentle, avoiding the fatal wound as much as possible, staunching the seeping blood and layering the bandages over the terrible gash, her expression focused and earnest throughout. After confirming that Zoro's breath was steady, his injuries temporarily stabilized, and there was absolutely no danger to his life, Usopp, who had been watching anxiously all along, finally exhaled a heavy breath. His tense body completely relaxed, and the hanging stone in his heart finally fell. He turned to look at Luffy, who appeared completely unruffled, and whispered with lingering fear and curiosity, his voice still carrying the shock from earlier. "Hey Luffy, what was that just now? That was so terrifying." In that instant, I felt an inexplicable weight in my heart, and an uncontrollable urge to kneel. Hearing Usopp's confusion, Luffy scratched the back of his head, showing a pure silly grin as he casually apologized, and explained, Sorry. I just couldn't control it back then. That was Conqueror's Haki. Qin Yue has it too." "What, you have it too, Qin Yue?" Usopp's eyes instantly bulged wide, and he spun to stare at Qin Yue beside him, his face a mask of shock. Sanji, along with Johnny and Yusaku, who had just recovered, also showed curiosity, all eyes turning to Qin Yue, waiting for an answer. Seeing everyone's attention fixed on him, Qin Yue smiled faintly. Taking advantage of the moment of respite, he spoke calmly and began to patiently explain the complete system of Haki in a clear, easy-to-understand manner. Haki is divided into 3 types. The first is observation Haki, which I've been teaching you to train. It allows you to sense the presence of those around you, predict enemies' positions and attack directions, avoid surprise attacks, and detect openings. Its uses are extremely broad. He paused briefly before continuing earnestly. The second is armament Haki. The constant physical conditioning and body tempering I've been pushing you to do is to lay the groundwork for mastering this Haki. It can harden the body, enhance both offense and defense. It can withstand strong attacks, while significantly boosting your own destructive power. It is a solid trump card in battle. Most importantly, armament Haki can deal damage to users of Logia-type devil fruits. He'll explain that when we encounter one. These 2 types of Haki have no talent threshold. Anyone can gradually master and refine them through persistent training and constant honing. At this point, Qin Yue's gaze swept over the curious crowd as he emphasized the last type. And the final one is Conqueror's Haki, which Luffy just unleashed. This Haki is the most unique. It cannot be acquired through training or study at all. It is purely a matter of innate talent, a king's innate spirit. Its most basic and simplest use is exactly what Luffy did, instantly unleashing an overwhelming kingly aura that intimidates opponents with weak hearts or low power. At its lightest, it instills fear and fatigue. At its strongest, it can cause a loss of mental focus or even immediate fainting. After hearing Qin Yue's clear and systematic explanation, everyone suddenly understood, all doubts cleared. Usopp nodded in realization and sighed with comprehension. So that's it. No wonder that aura was so terrifying. It's the innate haki of a king. Sanji also rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a look of understanding and amazement in his eyes. Two can be cultivated, one is innate. So this is the real power system of this sea. Truly profound. Johnny and Yasaku also benefited greatly from the lesson, nodding repeatedly, gaining a new understanding of haki and the strength of the powerful on this sea. Seeing that everyone had fully understood, their expressions bright and clear, Qin Yue smiled faintly, dropped the casual tone, and spoke with a more serious demeanor. Everyone take some time to rest and get yourselves together. Next, we'll officially set out to resolve Nami's hometown situation. Time passed gradually, and noon arrived. The sea breeze was gentle and warm, the waves softly rising and falling. After witnessing the epic duel between Mihawk and Zoro, the Straw Hat crew slowly emerged from the tense and oppressive atmosphere, their minds gradually calming. The Going Merry rested quietly on the sea beside Barity, its hull gently swaying with the waves. Sanji leaned alone against the ship's rail, a cigarette between his fingers, its swirling smoke drifting away in the wind. His gaze calmly fixed on the nearby sea restaurant Barity, a complex and ineffable emotion churned. This restaurant, standing on the East Blue's waters, had carried the weight of his youth, his training, and all his memories. It was the only home he had ever known. After a moment, Usopp quietly emerged from the cabin. Seeing Sanji lost in thought, with a melancholy expression, understanding dawned immediately. He stepped forward slowly, stood beside him, and spoke softly to console him. A few days ago, I was just like you, about to leave the home I had lived in for over a decade. My heart was filled with reluctance and emptiness. Sanji's fingers moved slightly, extinguishing the nearly burnt-out cigarette. Without turning back, his eyes still fixed on Barity's silhouette, his voice deep and distant, he slowly recounted the memories buried deep in his heart. Yes, old man Zeph saved me when I was a child. Back then we were shipwrecked and stranded on a desolate island with no food and no hope. At that time he gave me all the food he had. He deliberately lied to me, saying he had taken the smaller portion and kept the larger one for himself so that I would have peace of mind to survive. Later I quickly finished the food in my hands, starving to the brink of despair. Seeing him guard that bulging sack every day, in a moment of impulse, I even tried to snatch his food. At this point Sanji's voice paused, his eyes filled with bitterness. But when I tore open the sack, I found no food inside. It was stuffed entirely with gold and treasure. That gold would have been wealth beyond a lifetime for an ordinary person, but for two starving men, it was utter. I was about to demand where the food was when I turned and saw that he had already withered to skin and bones, surviving only through sheer willpower. Later we were rescued by a stroke of luck, and the old man used that bag of gold to open this Bartai Sea restaurant. He taught me all his supreme culinary skills and kicks, without holding anything back. After hearing this heavy yet warm story from Sanji, Usopp fell completely silent, his heart a tangled mess of emotions, unable to utter another word of comfort. More than a decade of nurturing grace, a life-risking act of fulfillment. This bond had long surpassed master and disciple, becoming that of father and son. Just as the deck atmosphere grew serene and tender, an aged yet upright figure slowly emerged from the second-floor terrace of Bartai. It was Red-Leg Zeph. His eyes precisely locked on his Sanji by the rail of the Going Merry. Watching the young man he had raised with his own hands about to embark on a journey, a relieved and gentle smile spread across his face. He called out loudly, "Hey, Sanji, bring your crewmates over for a meal." The familiar voice reached Sanji's ears. He froze for a moment, and the taut string of his heart suddenly softened. He gazed at the old man on the distant terrace, an involuntary tender smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and murmured softly, "You stubborn old man." Inside Barity, warm yellow lights softly spilled over. Luffy, Qin Yue, and the others sat around the table. Zeph publicly declared that this meal was to thank Luffy for dealing with Krieg's menace, removing a major threat. But even Luffy, with his simple nature, could see that this was not just a gratitude feast. It was a farewell dinner carefully prepared for Sanji. Before long, Zeph led the chefs busy back and forth, bringing dish after dish of meticulously prepared food to the table. The entire table was laden with fragrant, enticingly colored delicacies. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and tasted the food. The moment it entered their mouths, a burst of rich flavor exploded on their tongues. All eyes lit up in unison, and they exclaimed, "Delicious." Only Sanji sat still, his gaze fixed on the bowl of hot soup before him. The familiar scent washed over him, each strand of taste etched deep in his memory. The unique flavor made only by Zeph's hands, carrying the weight of his boyhood years. Sanji lifted his eyes and quietly looked at Zeph across the table. Catching his gaze, Zeph looked up and met his eyes, his expression still harsh and serious as always. He spoke flatly, "What are you looking at me for, you brat? Finish eating and leave with your crew. You've been fired from this restaurant long ago." Those tough words dispelled the warm emotions swelling in Sanji's heart. He gave a helpless curl of his lips and replied with a smile, "Got it, you stubborn old man." The meal ended warmly without excessive sentimentality, yet it was filled with the deep bond of a decade-long master and son relationship. After the meal, the Straw Hat crew rose to bid farewell to Zeph and the chefs, then turned toward the Going Merry anchored on the sea preparing to set sail. Just as they were about to step onto the gangplank, a hoarse, gentle voice, full of concern, came from behind, carried steadily through the sea breeze. "Sanji, don't catch a cold." That simple piece of advice shed all severity and tsundere, leaving only deep affection and reluctance. Sanji's steps suddenly halted, his body stiffening. He slowly turned around, facing the familiar aged figure on the second-floor terrace. No longer able to suppress the emotions surging within him, he bent his knees and fell heavily to the ground, his voice sincere and burning. "You old man. Thank you for all these years. I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life." On the terrace above, Zeph quietly watched the boy kneeling in gratitude. A gratified smile bloomed in his eyes as he stood silently, saying no more. At the same time, on the first-floor deck of Barity, all the chefs stopped in their tracks and shouted to Sanji, their voices carrying familiar teasing and expectations. "Hey, Sanji, don't let Bartai down when you're out at sea. If we hear your cooking skills have slipped, we'll chase you down and beat you up." Sanji took a deep breath, pushing down the bitterness in his heart. He slowly rose, turned around with a smile, and retorted loudly, "You guys better keep the restaurant running well. When I come back, if I see this place ruined by you, I won't let you off." Luffy, standing behind Sanji, watched this warm and lively farewell scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "These guys are really fun." Qin Yue stood beside him, nodding gently. "Yeah, all of them are tough on the outside, but soft-hearted and kind." After the brief farewell, Sanji fully composed himself. He turned to look at his new crewmates beside him, his eyes firm and unwavering. "Let's go. Nami's hometown is still waiting for us to save it." Hearing that, Luffy's face lit up with excitement. He raised his arm high and declared loudly, "Crewmates, set sail." The crisp sea breeze carried the scent of freedom, billowing the sails of the Going Merry as it set forth. The hull sliced through layers of azure waves, carrying a group of youths at full speed toward the direction of Kokoyashi village. The voyage was tranquil, each crew member tending to their duties and resting in readiness. After an entire day of steady sailing, the long-missed outline of land finally emerged on the boundless horizon by the afternoon of the following day. The radiant afternoon sunlight cascaded over the sea, illuminating the entire expanse with shimmering, glittering waves. Nami stood alone at the bow of the Going Merry, one hand gently holding her straw hat, her gaze fixed intently on the distant horizon. As she recognized the familiar contours of the land, a brilliant light sparkled in her eyes, and the weight of oppression and gloom that had accumulated over the past days began to dissipate. She turned her head, a smile blooming on her face, and gestured joyfully toward her companions behind her, her voice light and exuberant. "Everyone, look over there. That lush orange grove, that's Kokoyashi village." Following Nami's pointing direction, the dense orange groves along the coast flourished, their emerald leaves adorned with unripe yet plump fruits, vibrant and full of life under the warm sun. The scene sketched a peaceful, idyllic rural landscape utterly distinct from the other regions of the East Blue. That vast orchard of orange trees was planted by Belmere herself. Nami added softly, her tone laden with nostalgia. "Over the years, Nojiko has been tending to them with great care." As the words fell, mentioning the gentle and kind Belmere, the bright smile on Nami's face instantly dimmed, a faint shadow clouding her eyes. The gray memories of a decade ago, the death of her loved one and the oppression of the villagers, surged silently within her. The previous joy sank, and the atmosphere around them quietly grew heavy. The others instantly caught the shift in Nami's mood. The noisy deck fell into an immediate hush. Luffy strode forward, coming to stand beside Nami. His clear eyes were filled with earnest determination. Without superfluous words of comfort, he vowed in a resolute tone, "Don't worry, Nami. I will definitely send that Arlong flying and thoroughly take care of all your troubles." "That's right, we won't let those fishmen run rampant any longer." Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji stepped forward one after another, nodding in agreement, their expressions solemn and their eyes brimming with unwavering conviction and protection. The group stood shoulder to shoulder, their postures straight, forming an unshakable pillar of support for Nami. Feeling her companion's unreserved trust and guardianship, the grievances and helplessness that had accumulated over the years began to melt away. The tightly guarded walls around Nami's heart finally relaxed. She looked up at each sincere, passionate face, a genuine and radiant smile blooming from deep within. Softly she said, "Thank you, everyone. It's getting late. Let's first head to my home to rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Arlong Park and settle the score with Arlong." Usopp was about to nod in agreement, planning to rest for the night and gather strength, when a calm, composed voice spoke up first. "No need to rest. Let's finish this quickly." Qin Yue walked slowly to the bow, his gaze fixed on the tranquil Kokoyashi village in the distance and the faintly visible Arlong Park. His tone was calm yet decisive. Let's get rid of these evil fishmen as soon as possible, and then we can have a nice peaceful dinner at Nami's place. He then turned to Nami, who was slightly taken aback, his expression softening. He said gently, Nami, you go ahead and prepare dinner. Make sure to get plenty of ingredients. You should have a good idea by now how much Luffy can eat. Hearing the topic of his beloved meal, Luffy instantly broke into a wide grin, his eyes sparkling with. He reached up, took off his straw hat, and placed it gently but solemnly on Nami's head, entrusting this special bond and belief to her for the time being. His voice was innocent and passionate. Nami, I want meat. Lots and lots of meat. When I've completely beaten Arlong, you can give this hat back to me. Feeling the warmth of the straw hat atop her head, and looking into the unguarded confidence and determination in her companion's eyes, the lingering anxiety that had weighed on Nami for years vanished entirely. She nodded firmly, her clear eyes filled with relief and conviction. She was ready to embrace the end of it. The sea breeze gently filled the sails, and the Going Merry surged forward, cutting through the waves. Before long, it docked steadily at the seaside pier of Kokoyashi village. Once the ship was completely secured, Nami was the first to leap ashore, her feet landing on the familiar coast. She turned to look at the group behind her, bid them a quiet farewell, and headed home alone. The others readied themselves, preparing to head straight for Arlong Park nearby to end a decade-long entanglement. Just as they were about to split up, Qin Yue spoke up and arranged, Johnny, you see, you two go with Nami to her house. The two were momentarily stunned and about to ask why, but Zoro chimed in first, his tone steady and reliable. Qin Yue is right. The trouble at Arlong Park, the few of us are enough to handle it. You go with Nami and stay close just in case something unexpected happens in the village or someone stirs trouble from the shadows. Understanding that this was a thoughtful arrangement to ensure everything was covered, Johnny and Yasako no longer hesitated and nodded firmly in agreement. The two quickly caught up with Nami, who had already walked some distance ahead. Watching their figures gradually disappear behind the orange grove at the village entrance, Qin Yue withdrew his gaze and turned to the remaining companions, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji. His demeanor was relaxed yet commanding, and he said directly, no plans. No need for plans. We'll just charge straight in. He allocated the battle positions simply and efficiently, his tone assured. Arlong is for Luffy to handle. They'll clear out the minor fishmen in the park for you. As for the remaining opponents, each of you pick your own and fight freely. Choose the ones that best match your strength to train. No elaborate deployment or cautious probing was needed, their strength was their greatest confidence. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they nodded without hesitation, faces brimming with absolute confidence. They had no objections to Qin Yue's arrangement. Meanwhile, deep in Kokoyashi village, Nami led Johnny and Yasuku through the lush orange grove quickly and familiarly, making her way back to her small house. The living room was bright and airy, warm sunlight streaming through the window. Nojiko was sitting at the wooden table, leisurely peeling a golden plump orange with delicate fingers, her movements gentle and relaxed. Hearing footsteps at the door, Nojiko instinctively looked up. When she saw Nami push open the door, genuine joy surged in her eyes and her features softened into a warm smile. But when she noticed the two unfamiliar men following behind Nami, her smile faltered slightly and she froze in place. Her gaze held a hint of puzzlement as she quietly looked at Nami, waiting for an explanation. Nojiko, I'm back. Nami spoke softly, her tone shedding the heaviness of the past and gaining a lightness. She stepped aside to reveal the two behind her and introduced them briefly. These are Johnny and Yasao. They're companions who have come to help me. After a brief introduction, Nami, without further preamble, directly told Nojiko the purpose of their return and the complete plan to settle scores at Arlong Park. After hearing all of this, Nojiko was momentarily stunned. Her fingers stopped peeling the orange and her eyes were filled with disbelief and hesitation. She voiced her worry softly. Are you sure this will work? Arlong is a fishman far stronger than an ordinary human. He's dominated the village for so many years, his strength is formidable. Ordinary people can't possibly stand against him. Seeing her sister's deep concern, Nami's eyes suddenly blazed with brilliant light. When she spoke of Luffy, Qin Yue, and the others, her expression held unreserved trust and conviction, her voice resolute. Don't worry, Nojiko. Luffy, Qin Yue, they are really strong. With them we can definitely defeat Arlong and end this once and for all. Seeing the unprecedented brightness and peace in Nami's eyes, watching her trust her companions from the heart, Nojiko's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. All her lingering doubts dissolved. She smiled in relief and nodded gently. I see. If you trust them so much, then I won't worry. They'll take care of dinner. You go and meet your friends. Nami paused and then earnestly added, make sure to prepare plenty of ingredients. My friends have enormous appetites, especially Luffy. Got it, Nojiko replied with a smile, watching Nami walk away. With everything settled, Nami wasted no time. She turned, and with Johnny and Yasaku in tow hurried toward Arlong Park. The three made their way through the village paths. Along the way, villagers who were drying laundry or working in the fields all looked up instinctively as Nami passed. They saw her walking briskly, her brow relaxed and her expression bright, completely free of the gloom, melancholy, and weariness that had once marked her. Her demeanor was vivid and alive, so different from before that many stood frozen, a deep surprise in their hearts. Only after Nami and her companions had disappeared down the road did the villagers begin to murmur among themselves, their words filled with sympathy and emotion. "Look at Nami. She seems so different today. So much happier. Yes, it's been ages since we've seen her this carefree. It's wonderful. She suffered so much over the years. So young, carrying such a heavy burden, dragged down by all of us for so long." These soft, tender whispers drifted away with the wind, lost in the empty streets, never reaching Nami's ears. For years, Nami had kept the promise to save the village as her own secret. She carefully bore all the shackles and suffering alone. She deliberately kept her distance from the villagers, silently enduring and toiling on her own, believing that her pains and struggles were unknown to everyone, that she could only save her homeland through her solitary efforts. But she never knew that from the moment she made that cruel pact at the age of 8, the entire village had already recognized all her sacrifices and contributions. Everyone had silently watched her run herself ragged, endure humiliation, hold back tears, and feign coldness. But they all tacitly understood, accompanying her while guarding this fragile secret, aching for the little girl who bore all the suffering alone. 10 years of silent endurance, of unseen tenderness and selflessness had long quietly spread throughout this oppressed Kokoyashi village. Before the towering gates of the evil dragon paradise, the Straw Hat crew stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes coldly fixed upon the heavy door engraved with the ferocious emblem of the Arlong pirates. Luffy clenched his 5 fingers into an iron fist, battle intent blazing through his body. Without any superfluous preamble, he drove his fist straight forward with devastating force. A thunderous explosion shattered the sea surface. The thick wooden gate instantly blasted apart, turning into a dark shadow that shot deep into the park. Several fishermen guards turned their heads at the sound, but before they could identify the incoming object, they were struck hard by the flying door. Together with the door panel, they were embedded deep into the wall of the Arlong building, unable to move. On the main seat inside the building, Arlong leaned back, leisurely sipping rum on the table. Witnessing this shocking scene, his pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with astonishment. Such domineering and overwhelming power. Even a fisherman with innate monstrous strength might not be able to achieve it. He turned his head, his gaze sharp as he swept over the few figures at the entrance. At the forefront, Luffy raised his fist, his aura blazing and unrestrained. Beside him stood Qin Yue, over 2 meters tall, wearing a pair of black gloves, his posture tall and steady, his presence intimidating. On the other side, Zoro leaned on Wado Ikamanji with one hand, bandages wrapped around his chest, yet his edge remained razor sharp. Sanji drew on a cigarette, glancing over the gathered fishmen. Usopp held his slingshot at the rear of the formation, his eyes warily scanning every corner of the Arlong. Luffy withdrew his fist, his cold gaze sweeping over the panicked, exchanging glances among the fishmen, as his voice rang out loud and clear. "Who is Arlong?" The octopus fishman Hachi quickly leaned close to Arlong, whispering in a low voice. "Arlong, boss, these guys. They seem to be looking for you." Beside them, the kissing fishman Chu rolled his eyes and sneered disdainfully. "Did you really need to say that? It's obvious they're not here for a friendly visit." The words barely left his mouth when Shu suddenly puffed out his lips and shot a high-pressure water bullet racing like a supersonic bullet straight toward Luffy's face. Luffy's expression remained unchanged, completely ignoring the sneak attack. He casually waved his hand, shattering the oncoming water bullet into a spray of droplets. "He'll take this one." Usopp immediately stepped forward beside Luffy and shouted at Shu. "Hey, stupid fishman, dare to come out and fight me unknown." Without waiting for Chu's reply, Usopp's fingers had already pinched a lead pellet, and he raised his hand for a After days of rigorous training, his shooting speed and accuracy were far beyond what they used to be, coupled with the sharpened sixth sense honed during his observation Haki practice. Although he had not yet awakened observation Haki at medium to close range, he could hit 100 shots without needing to aim deliberately, relying purely on instinct. Chu was about to sneer at this overconfident longnose, but before the words left his mouth, the lead pellet was already inches away. With a dull thud, the lead pellet slammed into his forehead, the force so immense that it jerked his head backward. The pellet rolled to the ground while Chu's forehead was dented into a small crater, the flesh instantly swelling red and bulging. A piercing pain flooded his mind. Chu erupted in fury, exchanging a quick gesture with Arlong before charging wildly at Usopp with claws bared. The Straw Hat members adeptly stepped aside, refraining from interfering in the duel, allowing one human and one fishman to rush out of the park gate and engage in combat outside. Seeing their own officer already in battle, the remaining ordinary fishmen in the park roared and yelled, charging in groups toward the Straw Hat's murderous intent thick in the air. Qin Yue gazed at the surging tide of fishmen, a faint smile crossing his face. He calmly stretched his neck and wrists, then strode forward alone. When the fishmen saw only one opponent stepping forward, their arrogance swelled, and they burst into mocking shouts. How dare this lowly human look down on us? Crush his skull. Let these humans see what happens when they provoke fishmen. Arlong observed coldly from his seat, utterly dismissive. In his view, although Luffy's punch was astonishingly powerful, he was still just a human. The natural arm strength of fishmen was 10 times that of humans. With these underlings alone, they could easily crush a few humans. Even more so, since Qin Yue stood alone. Beside him, Hachi scratched his head stupidly, looking unconcerned. Kurubi crossed his arms, his expression cold and serious, silently watching the battlefield without a word. Just as the fishman wave was about to crash upon him, Qin Yue's leisurely pace suddenly quickened. He pushed off the ground with explosive force and vanished from his spot in an instant. In the next second, the crowd erupted with harsh sounds of bone cracking, heavy impacts, and thuds of flesh. The foolish grin on Hachi's face instantly froze, replaced by extreme shock, then a surge of raging fury in his eyes. Qin Yue's figure flashed through the fishmen at incredible speed, leaving only afterimages. The once fierce fishmen fell one after another in an instant. Some with twisted broken limbs, others with crushed skulls and severe injuries, and still others sent flying by the sheer force, crashing heavily into the Arlong building. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield settled. All the ordinary fishmen lay on the ground, groaning everywhere, and those with the most severe injuries had already fallen into deep unconsciousness. In the center of the battlefield, only Qin Yue stood alone. Drops of blood trickled from his black gloves, bearing witness to the thunderous one-sided battle just moments ago. After disposing of all the small fry, Qin Yue did not spare a glance at the furious Hachi or the grim-faced Arlong. He slowly turned to look at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, speaking in a calm tone. The rest is up to you. All three nodded in acknowledgement. Luffy grinned broadly, flexing his wrists as he said cheerfully, Qin Yue, you've gotten stronger again. As his words fell, his gaze turned sharp, locking onto Arlong as he shouted, Arlong, I'm going to send you flying. Seeing Luffy charging straight at Arlong, Hachi immediately drew 6 long swords from his waist, spreading all 6 arms to block Luffy's path fiercely. When Hachi drew his sword, Zoro's eyes lit up with excitement. Ignoring his unhealed wounds, he instantly unsheathed the only sword left on his waist, Wado Ikamanji, and flashed to intercept Hachi. You're a swordsman too. Perfect. Let's fight. I've never tried cutting a fishman before. Hachi observed bandaged Zoro armed with only one sword, and sneered mockingly, an injured man dares to stop me. I'm a 6-sword style user. With just that one sword, there's no way you can beat me. Saying this, he turned toward the sea, puckered his lips, and emitted a strange horn-like sound. Zoro was utterly bewildered, having no idea what this octopus fishman was trying to do. The next moment, the pool water in the park exploded. A giant sea king resembling a cow burst out from the water, its fierce eyes glaring at everyone, its presence terrifying. Moo Moo, kill them. Don't let anyone near Boss Arlong. Hachi commanded loudly. The giant sea king Moo Moo raised its head, about to unleash a terrifying roar and attack, when a dark figure suddenly appeared in midair. Qin Yue hovered in the sky, and with a single punch he struck the massive bullhead. A dull thunderclap rang out, and Moo Moo's enormous body, like a falling meteor, instantly flew out of everyone's sight, vanishing over the vast sea. Oops, they had a pet hidden. You all continue. Qin Yue muttered, casually reached over to drag a fallen, unconscious fishman closer, and sat down looking perfectly at ease, as if enjoying a show. Hachi's eyes were about to burst with rage, but he was utterly powerless to stop it. Beside him, Zoro had long lost patience with this farce, his gaze icy. Hey octopus, if you underestimate me, you'll die. As his words ended, he stepped forward, his sword swinging in a fierce strike aimed at Hachi. Hachi cast aside all distractions, swinging all 6 swords simultaneously in a dense layered barrage of blades, engaging Zoro with full force. On the other side, both Zoro and Luffy had already locked onto their opponents. Sanji's gaze fell on the last remaining officer, Kurubi, who stood silently in his karate uniform. Sanji raised his hand, crushed out his cigarette, and flicked the butt away casually, his tone lazy yet sharp. Looks like it's just the 2 of us left. Kurubi said nothing, immediately assuming the fishman karate starting stance and charging at Sanji with ferocious speed. The battlefield within the park was fully ignited. Arlong slowly rose from his seat, his face dark and terrifying, staring at Luffy charging toward him, his voice low. Lowly human, tell me, why do you dare to invade my territory seeking death? Luffy stopped abruptly, his clear eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness, his words firm. Because you Arlong was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. Huh. So that girl Nami found you as her helpers. This tool is getting more disobedient by the day. Tool A. Luffy's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes instantly igniting with rage. His skin took on a reddish hue, steam rising around him, and the pressure in the air suddenly intensified. Arlong's laughter ceased abruptly, a strong sense of crisis inexplicably rising in his heart. Before he could react, Luffy's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Arlong's pupils contracted wildly, his eyes darting across the entire field, yet he could not catch either. In the next moment, Luffy appeared directly in front of him. His right arm stretched and elongated to its limit, the fist coated in a thick layer of dark armament Haki, exuding overwhelming pressure. Nami is not a tool. She is our acknowledged comrade. Goma Goma no. Eagle Rifle. Even as Luffy's voice fell, his arm spun at high speed and slammed into Arlong with devastating force. All the harsh words Arlong had stored in his throat vanished in an instant as he saw the solid dark layer of armament Haki on Luffy's fist. His pupils shrank in extreme terror, and he screamed in disbelief, "Impossible! Armament Haki! In a remote sea like the East Blue, how could anyone master armament Haki?" The next instant, the spinning arm carrying the force of a thunderbolt slammed straight into Arlong's abdomen. Arlong's huge body instantly bent into a C shape like a boiled shrimp. His eyes rolled back and a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. Boom! The immense force pierced through his body, sending Arlong flying backward. He crashed through multiple layers of concrete walls, the solid building walls providing no buffer whatsoever. Several sharp sonic booms exploded in succession. Arlong's body tore straight through the entire park and finally embedded deep into the mountain behind, completely motionless, alive or dead unknown. Hachi and Karubi, locked in their own battles, witnessed this scene and froze instantly, their fighting spirit utterly shattered. In their minds, their invincible and powerful boss Arlong had been one-shotted by a human. The faith rooted in their hearts for years collapsed entirely. On the other side, Usopp and Chu, who had already run outside the park for their duel, also clearly heard the earth-shattering explosion inside. Both turned their heads simultaneously, only catching a streak of blur flying across the sky straight toward the mountain behind, unable to identify who had been sent flying. But Usopp was absolutely certain in his heart that with Luffy and Qin Yue's strength, nothing could happen to them. He turned to the stunned, wide-mouthed Chu and burst into unrestrained laughter. "Ha! Your guy got Chu gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness as he roared at Usopp. "Lies. That was clearly one of your people." His words were stubborn, but inside, waves of shock and mounting pressure crashed through his heart. Even the powerful brother dragon could never achieve such a feat of sending someone flying so far so swiftly. A profound sense of crisis enveloped his heart. Taking advantage of Usopp's momentary distraction from laughter, Chio, secretly gathered strength, suddenly opened his mouth and shot out a high-pressure water bomb, aiming to ambush and secure victory. However, Usopp had anticipated this. He had been closely watching Chaos' every move. The moment Chio gathered power, Usopp had already raised his hand, setting up his slingshot, and accurately launched a stinky egg projectile. In an instant, the stinky egg flew precisely to Chaos' mouth, colliding violently with the water bomb he had just spewed. With a light pop, the stinky egg burst, covering Chaos' entire face with thick, foul-smelling egg liquid. The intensely nauseating stench rushed into Chaos' nostrils, turning his face an ashen green. Unable to endure it any longer, he abruptly turned and bent over violently, retching, utterly weakened, and in a pitiful state. Seeing him in such a wretched and comical state, Usopp laughed uncontrollably, his laughter echoing loudly. As he vomited, the harsh mockery ringing in his ears ignited Chaos' fury deep within. Struggling to suppress his nausea, Chio suddenly turned to glare at Usopp. The moment he raised his head, Usopp swiftly fired another projectile, accurately hitting its target. In the next second, Chio instantly ceased, retching, his entire face flushed crimson and his eyes burned with pain. He painfully covered his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Usopp grinned widely, taunting loudly, "How's that? My stinky egg and chili water strategy, quite the flavor, isn't it?" Chio tightly covered his stinging eyes, refusing to look up, his mouth filled with resentment and curses, murmuring, "You long-nosed bastard. I will definitely kill you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly looked up, his eyes burning red with fury, flames seemingly bursting forth from his eye sockets. Ignoring the excruciating pain and irritation in his features, he roared, charging at Usopp with a wild intensity, a chilling, killing intent emanating from him. Seeing his opponent completely lose control, Usopp reined in his playful demeanor, a serious expression forming at the corners of his mouth. From his ammunition pouch, he solemnly pulled out a bright red special projectile, raising it to aim at the rampaging Chio, muttering to himself, "This is its first real battle. Please don't let me down." As he finished speaking, the projectile was released, in an instant slicing through the air straight for Chaos' face. The previous stinky egg and chili water were merely tormenting tactics, not meant to be fatal. Chio underestimated this and had no intention of dodging, planning to take the hit, and close in to slay Usopp. But at that moment Usopp was utterly panicked. He knew all too well the terrifying power of this special projectile. During earlier tests, even hard boulders had been shattered in an instant. If it detonated at close range, not only Chio, but even he standing dozens of meters away would be severely injured by the shockwave. Without a moment to lose, Usopp dove to the ground preparing for protection. Seeing Usopp suddenly lie down, Chio mistook it for fear and mockingly shouted, "Long nose. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it won't help. I will definitely kill you." Before he finished speaking, the red projectile had already reached Kaios' front. A blinding white light erupted suddenly, followed by a thunderous explosion that resonated across the entire coast. Centered around Chio, the ground within a 20-meter radius was instantly flattened, creating a massive bottomless pit. As thick smoke billowed upward when the haze began to clear, Chio was revealed covered in bloodstains, his eyes glazed over, lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, having completely lost all fighting capability. Confirming that the explosion had ended and the danger had dissipated, Usopp cautiously raised his head, gazing at the devastation of the pit, looking at the results of his handiwork. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring in fear, "This thing's power is too frightening. I'd better use it less in the future." After saying this, he had no extra thoughts to check on Kaios' condition and turned to sprint rapidly towards the interior of Dragon Paradise to reunite with his companions. At this moment inside Dragon Paradise, Zoro was facing off against Chopper, while Sanji was battling Karubi. The fight among the four had reached a fever pitch. Zoro effortlessly deflected Chopper's wild swings, his tone filled with disdain. "Hey, foolish octopus, are you trying to make me laugh? Is this even called swordsmanship?" With that, Zoro suddenly exerted force in his wrist, sending Chopper staggering backward from the overwhelming power. Damn! Having missed every attack, Chopper finally realized the reality of the situation. Before him stood a swordsman wrapped in bandages and bearing injuries, yet his strength still vastly surpassed Chopper's, leaving him with no chance of victory. In a desperate situation, Chopper gritted his teeth and gathered strength, raising 6 long knives high, locking onto Zoro, and shouted, "This is my last move. Roronoa." Looking at Chopper charging recklessly, Zoro sighed in disappointment, his expression indifferent. "It's time to end this." One sword style lion song. Zoro slowly sheathed his sword, and in the moment the blade disappeared, his figure had already instantly moved behind Chopper. Chopper suddenly sensed the presence behind him, his body stiffened, and he instinctively turned to look. Crack! The crisp sound of the sword being sheathed echoed sharply. In the next moment, a sharp pain engulfed his chest, his grip loosened, and all 6 long knives shattered, falling to the ground. A bright red gash instantly burst open on his chest, blood gushing forth. With a thud, Chopper helplessly dropped the broken knives from his hands, collapsing heavily to the ground, severely injured and unable to rise. Now all battles had concluded except for the duel between Sanji and Karubi. Sanji glanced at the others who had already completed their battles, leisurely watching from the sidelines, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and a deep sense of shame filled his heart. He looked up at Karubi, who was also blushing. However, while Sanji's was due to his delayed battle, Karubi's was from being pushed into a corner, filled with anxiety. Determined, Sanji gritted his teeth, no longer hesitating, and lunged straight at Karubi, declaring in a deep voice, "You bastard fishman, this needs to end now." Karubi clenched his teeth tightly, fully aware that regardless of the outcome of this duel, he would not be able to leave Dragon Paradise unscathed. He focused his energy, adopting the ultimate stance of Fishman Karate, and shouted as he faced the charging Sanji, "Fishman Karate, thousand-tile straight punch." But as soon as he spoke, Sanji's figure had already disappeared from his sight. Before Karubi could react, a mocking yet fierce voice suddenly rang out from behind him, "Fool. I don't have time to waste with you anymore. First meet." Karubi instinctively turned around to defend at the sound, but Sanji's kick was too fast for him to react. With a thud, the tip of Sanji's foot precisely struck his head, the immense force causing him to lose his balance and tumble backward. Just as he was losing his balance, Sanji had already moved behind him, waiting for the second kick. Rear meet. Another loud explosion erupted as that kick struck Karubi hard, sending him flying through the air. Seizing the momentum, Sanji leaped up, delivering a backward hook kick that accurately hit Karubi's shoulder, forcibly flipping his body in midair. Before Karubi, who was tumbling and losing balance, could stabilize his position or react in any way, Sanji landed, gathering strength, and suddenly shouted, "Lamb kick." Using the momentum from Karubi's rapid descent, Sanji unleashed a powerful kick directly onto his head. A sudden wave of pain enveloped Karubi, his eyes instantly glazing over, as he completely fainted, crashing heavily against the load-bearing pillar of the dragon building. Boom! That heavy blow completely crushed the already battered and on the verge of collapse dragon. The broken load-bearing pillars collapsed with a roar, and the entire Dragon Paradise crumbled with a thunderous noise, bricks and stones flying, turning this long-standing den of evil in Cocoa Village into ruins in mere moments. Everyone looked up at the swirling smoke, watching as crumpled yellowed papers drifted and danced in the breeze. Luffy's arm suddenly stretched out, precisely grabbing a falling piece of paper. After focusing and recognizing the pattern on it, his expression darkened as he said, "It's Nami's sea chart." Upon hearing Luffy's words, everyone also raised their hands to pick up the scattered sea charts and examine them. Each beautifully crafted and intricately lined sea chart was the result of Nami's years of painstaking work, all of which had been forcefully seized by the dragon pirates. Fury surged in everyone's hearts, and they gritted their teeth in indignation, saying how despicable. They have treated Miss Nami as nothing but a tool for drawing maps all this time. Qin Yue looked toward the village gate, his tone calm, yet resolute, saying, "From now on, Nami will be completely free." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all nodded vigorously. Luffy took a deep breath, turned to the road leading out of the gate, and shouted with all his might, "Nami, I've destroyed Dragon Paradise for you. You're free now." The moment Luffy finished shouting, Nami's figure appeared at the end of the road. Behind her followed a throng of Cocoa Village villagers. Initially, the villagers had no intention of following Nami after watching her leave, but the continuous thunderous explosions from Dragon Paradise filled everyone with worry, ultimately prompting them to follow. Each person tightly gripped farming tools and makeshift weapons, always ready to rush in and fight if Nami encountered any danger, fearing that the explosions and flames might reach her. Nami glanced back at the villagers, closely following her, not hindering them in the slightest. From now on, she would no longer have to endure alone or hide deliberately. All secrets and burdens could finally be laid to rest. Hearing Luffy's loud call, Nami raised her eyes, staring blankly at the figure smiling brightly amidst the ruins, then looking back at the completely collapsed Dragon Paradise and the swirling yellowed sea charts. The grievances, endurance, and loneliness accumulated over a decade completely burst forth at that moment, and hot tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks, dripping continuously. A Jin in the crowd stared at this scene, momentarily stunned. The villagers rushed in, intending to fight the fishmen fiercely to protect Nami and the village, yet they had not expected that this decade-long oppression had already been completely ended by this group of youths. He gently patted Nami's shoulder, comforting her softly. "It's all right now, Nami. You found a reliable group." Nami wiped away the tears on her face and looked at her companions in front of her, nodding earnestly and firmly. "Hey, Nami, why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Nami turned to look and saw Usopp covered in dust and weary hurrying over from the other side of the ruins. "No, Kigo said she would prepare dinner herself and asked me to come to get you." "I see." Usopp immediately puffed out his chest, looking proud, and leaned in closer to Nami, boasting, "Hey Nami, let me tell you. I took down a fishman officer all by myself. The one who can spray water, you must recognize him." Looking at his adorable display of pride, Nami's eyes curved into a warm smile that had been absent for a long time. "It must be that guy Chio. You're really amazing, Usopp." In the brief moment when Usopp and Nami were whispering to each other, Qin Yue, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji also approached slowly. Luffy shook the yellowed sea chart in his hand, grinning with a pure and innocent gaze. "Nami, the dragon's paradise has been completely destroyed. What do you want to do with these sea charts?" Nami raised her hand to take the chart that had borne her 10 years of shackles, lightly tracing the familiar lines with her fingertips. These charts, painstakingly drawn through sleepless nights, were once her bargaining chip for survival, the shackles of her 10 years of endurance, and the tools used by the dragon to exploit and enslave her. She lifted her gaze to the devastated ruins and gently raised her hand, throwing the sea charts into the air. The yellowed papers fluttered in the wind and slowly descended, finally resting lightly upon the broken walls of the dragon's paradise. 10 years of humiliation and shackles were all nullified at this moment. "Thank you all." The group exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with warmth and determination. Luffy scratched his head and innocently urged, "Nami, I want to eat meat." The sunset night fell, and the gentle moonlight bathed the entire Cocoa Village. Nami had originally planned to invite her friends over for a simple meal to thank them properly. However, after hearing about it, Ajien insisted on refusing, knowing that the fall of the dragon and the liberation of the village were monumental events that should not end hastily. Thus, under Ajien's leadership, all the villagers sprang into action, bringing out their treasured ingredients, barbecued meats, and fine wines, moving everything to Nami's courtyard. The bonfire blazed brightly, the warm yellow flames danced, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded the village for 10 years, and a grand bonfire party for the entire village began. Inside the courtyard, laughter and joy filled the air. Luffy unabashedly feasted, wildly devouring various flavored barbecued meats on the table, his mouth greasy and utterly satisfied. Zoro was surrounded by a group of burly men from the village, sitting together at a table, raising glasses to drink the fragrant homemade rice wine, enjoying the camaraderie. Amidst the lively crowd, only Nami remained particularly quiet. She raised her head and drank all the sake in her cup, her eyes clear and serene, then picked up a bottle of unopened wine turning away to walk slowly towards the cliff behind the village. The evening breeze was cool at the cliff, and the waves repeatedly crashed against the rocky shore, playing a gentle nocturne. At the cliff's edge stood a small earthen grave with a simple cross erected in front of it. This was the grave of Belmare. Ajien had long been sitting there holding a bottle of rum, his cheeks flushed and clearly tipsy. Leaning against the tombstone, he mumbled softly as if chatting with an old friend filled with relief. Belmer, let me tell you that girl Nami has finally made it. She has found a particularly reliable crew, so you can rest assured, Hick. Looking at the slightly drunken and rambling Ajien, Nami gently shook her head with a mix of helplessness and tenderness. She opened the bottle of wine in her hand and gently placed it in front of Belmer's tombstone, pausing for a moment before speaking in a resolute tone. Ajien, I am going to sea to become a pirate. Hearing this, Ajien put down the bottle and raised his gaze towards the sea. The bright moonlight reflected on the undulating surface of the sea, breaking into shimmering waves, gentle and vast. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Go ahead, those kids are not bad people. Hey, Uncle Ajien, a teasing laugh suddenly came from behind. Qin Yue approached slowly, first slightly bowing in front of Belmer's tombstone and giving a solemn bow, then sitting down beside Ajien with a raised eyebrow and a smile. After all, we are proper pirates. Being called not bad people sounds a bit insulting. Ajien immediately laughed at this, the alcohol dispersing much of the seriousness. You little brat, you're not happy being called a good person. After the laughter, Ajien gathered all his playfulness, his expression serious and solemn, turning to the group. Nami is a soft-hearted child who has suffered too much. I hope you all treat her well when she sails with you in the future, and don't let her suffer any grievances. If I find out you bully her, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will definitely settle the score with you. Qin Yue chuckled at this, raising his hand to point at Nami beside him, his tone certain, yet helpless. Uncle Ajien, you think too highly of us. She is the captain of our ship. Who would dare to bully her on board? Bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Nami instantly blushed furiously, clenching her fists, angrily baring her teeth at Qin Yue. Qin Yue raised his hands in a shrug, feigning an expression of I told you so, which made Ajien burst into laughter. Looking at the lively and bright Nami, who was no longer suppressed and full of emotions, Ajien's heart, which had been hanging for 10 years, finally settled. As the laughter subsided, Qin Yue turned serious, looking at Ajien with determination in every word. Don't worry, Uncle Ajien. Nami is our most important partner. Not only will we never bully her, but we will also do everything to protect her, ensuring that no one or nothing will ever make her suffer again. The sincere and steadfast promise fell on Nami's ears, and all her embarrassment and anger faded away. She looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, her eyes gentle and clear, her lips gradually curling into a soft and bright smile. The tranquil night at the cliff was suddenly shattered by a loud, boisterous shout. Who dares to bully? Luffy came rushing over, each hand holding a large skewer of barbecued meat, his round eyes scanning the surroundings, ready for a fight, eager to protect Nami. Ajien was both amused and exasperated, quickly calming him down. No one is bullying Nami. He raised his hand to point to the grave in front of him, speaking seriously to Luffy. You must be the captain, right? This grave belongs to Belmare. Nami should have mentioned her to you. Upon hearing this, the playful smile on Luffy's face instantly vanished, and his expression turned solemn. He carefully adjusted his clothing, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Belmer's grave with respect. Ajien quietly watched Luffy, who was foolishly pure and passionately sincere, feeling a sense of unease creeping back into his heart, internally murmuring, can such a simple and foolish captain really lead Nami well on her journey? The few people at the cliff chatted for a while longer, dispelling all their sorrows and concerns before heading back together to Nami's small courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard's excitement had already dissipated, leaving only a scene of lazy slumber. The few burly men from the village who had been drinking with Zoro were already drunk and sprawled on the ground in various positions. Usopp, who had spent the whole night boasting and playing with the village children, was completely exhausted, his head tilted as he slept heavily on the table, snoring lightly. Only Sanji remained full of energy, gracefully surrounding several of the best cooks in the village, earnestly discussing the recipes and seasoning techniques of various dishes for the banquet, his eyes filled with seriousness. In this relaxed and gentle atmosphere, the night flowed quietly by, and they spent a peaceful night. The next morning, as the dawn light began to break, the rays of the sun poured over Cocoa Village. A sudden, urgent knock on the door abruptly shattered the tranquility of the village. Noki Gao heard the sound and pushed open the door, finding Ajien standing outside, his face anxious and his steps hurried. Without waiting for Noki Gao to ask, Ajien hurriedly lowered his voice and said urgently, "This morning a naval warship arrived in the village led by Colonel Mouse. He declared that the money Nami had saved over the years was all ill-gotten gains and threatened to confiscate it. I've already sent someone to delay them. You must wake Nami and those few boys so they can escape immediately. If the Navy catches up to us, it will be a huge problem. Oh, but I've already noticed. A cold, mocking voice suddenly came from the courtyard entrance. Colonel Mouse stepped into the courtyard, his fingers constantly pinching his own beard as he let out a shrill, mocking laugh, his sharp gaze locking onto Ajien. Harboring pirates and indulging thieves, just these two charges are enough for me to take all of you down. Is that so? A clear, indifferent voice suddenly sounded beside Mouse, carrying an icy chill. I was planning to leave you a way out, but it seems you have sealed your own fate. Before the words had even settled, a large, powerful hand suddenly reached out, firmly gripping Mouse's shoulder with a steady and overwhelming force, instantly immobilizing him. The once arrogant Mouse was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his back chilled. He stiffly turned his head, looking up at the imposing Qin Yue, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I am a registered naval colonel. If you dare to touch me, the world government will never let you go. World government. Qin Yue's eyes held no emotion, his tone flat, yet edged with sharpness. Perfect, I haven't officially had a bounty yet. If I kill you, will my bounty be higher? Hearing this, Mouse panicked completely. He knew ordinary threats were useless, so he immediately turned and shouted loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take him down." But inside the courtyard and outside the house, there was complete silence. Mouse suddenly looked down, and his pupils constricted. The group of naval soldiers he brought were all lying on the ground unconscious with no external injuries, but their faces were contorted in terror, clearly having been scared unconscious by extreme intimidation. Totally isolated and helpless, Mouse's bravado vanished, and he shrank his neck, fearfully begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I won't take any treasure, and I won't pursue the villagers. I'll give you all the treasures I've saved over the years. I can help you cover in the Navy, let you be the local emperor here. I beg you, spare my life." He babbled on about his value, desperately pleading for his life, but Qin Yue seemed to hear nothing, his expression cold and indifferent. In the next moment, the palm suddenly exerted force. Crack! A crisp, piercing sound of bones breaking rang out as Mouse's shoulder and arm were brutally crushed. A shrill cry of pain broke from his throat as Mouse's body twisted violently. Before he could catch his breath, Qin Yue swiftly kicked down twice with precision, and with two cracking sounds, Mouse's leg bones were completely shattered, causing him to collapse to the ground, curled up and wailing in agony. Please spare me. I don't want to die." Tears mixed with cold sweat streamed down Mouse's face as he painfully pleaded. Qin Yue, expressionless, lifted his foot and slowly pressed down, precisely crushing his last intact arm. Extreme pain engulfed him, and Mouse's eyes rolled back as he completely fainted, collapsing to the ground motionless. "Hey, Qin Yue." A helpless voice from Usopp rang out as he looked at the pitiful Mouse on the ground, gently sighing. "What have you done to the Navy at Nami's house? If we just walk away, what will Noki Gao and Uncle Ajien do? They will be held accountable by the Navy." Ajien stood to the side, watching Qin Yue's decisive and ruthless methods, his face filled with shock. He had never imagined that this usually joking and carefree young man could be so ruthless. But then he thought again, with such a strong and decisive partner beside Nami, he felt a sense of peace within. "You all can leave with peace of mind. I will handle this and clean up the traces," Ajien hurriedly urged. Qin Yue casually waved his hand, his tone calm and confident. "There's no need to panic. I've already arranged the aftermath. It won't implicate the village." Just as the few of them finished speaking, an excited shout from Luffy came from outside. "Hey, Qin Yue, Usopp, come see how much treasure we dug up." Following the sound, they saw Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Nami walking side by side, each holding a heavy box of gold shining brightly and dazzling. Ajien was stunned on the spot, his face filled with astonishment. "Where did you all go so early? How did you get Nami glanced at the unconscious Navy and Mouse on the ground, then smilingly pointed at the treasure chests in their arms, her tone light. "These are all treasures accumulated by the dragon over the years. Previously I only knew he had hidden treasures, but could never find them. This morning I wandered through the ruins of Dragon Park and accidentally found the treasure map, so I pulled everyone to dig it out." Luffy hugged the treasure chest, his eyes beaming with pride. "Hey, Qin Yue, Nami said these treasures are worth 200 million berries. We can buy so much meat." As he spoke, he thought of endless delicacies, and saliva unconsciously dripped from the corner of his mouth. Sanji looked at Luffy, whose mind was only on food, helplessly rubbed his forehead, silently worrying about his future sailing career. Bringing his thoughts back, Sanji looked at the disheveled Navy on the ground, puzzled, and asked, "What happened to these?" Usopp then recounted the events of the Navy's trouble in the morning, and how Qin Yue subdued everyone, and the others immediately understood. Zoro silently stepped forward, slowly drawing his sword with a cold expression. "Why not just kill them all? That way there won't be any future troubles, and no one will leak the news." "Rest assured, I said it would be fine." Qin Yue calmly reassured, his tone steady and reliable. The others had always trusted his methods, and upon hearing this they completely relaxed. Nami walked in front of Ajien and Nokigao, her eyes gentle yet firm. Ajien, Nokigao, we plan to set sail at noon, no need to inform the others in the village. I buried 100 million berries in the yard left for you. Just as the two were about to refuse, Nami quickly interrupted, don't rush to decline. We have already obtained 200 million berries worth of treasure from the dragon, enough for our subsequent journey. This 100 million is to compensate for the 10 years that the dragon occupied the village and oppressed the villagers to improve the lives of the entire village. Upon hearing this, Ajien and Nokigao no longer declined, their eyes filled with warmth and reluctance. At noon the sun was just right, and the sea breeze was gentle. By the harbor of Cocoa Village, Ajien and Nokigao stood quietly watching the Straw Hat crew board the ship and set sail. The Mary raised its sails and slowly departed from the shore, carrying everyone towards the vast ocean. The unconscious Mouse and the group of Navy soldiers gradually awoke. The soldiers helped the severely injured Mouse, who was unable to move, and they fled Cocoa Village in a desperate and disheveled state, not even thinking about accountability. In the medical room of the Navy branch, the injured and bandaged Mouse, unable to move, screamed in resentment at the nearby soldier. Immediately report to the naval headquarters. The Straw Hat crew is an extremely wicked pirate group. The entire Cocoa Village harbors pirates, and I want all of them to pay the price executed. The soldier hurriedly took his orders and turned to report when the door to the medical room was suddenly pushed open. A Navy officer with the rank of Rear Admiral, exuding a commanding presence, stepped into the room. Mouse. The Rear Admiral's expression was icy, his tone devoid of warmth. Someone has reported you for colluding with pirates, oppressing civilians, and plundering public wealth. The naval headquarters has officially revoked all your positions and stripped you of your rank as colonel. Mouse instantly froze, his face filled with disbelief as he screamed in protest, impossible. This is slander. Definitely slander. The Rear Admiral looked down at him, who was barely hanging on, and spoke slowly. This is the direct order of Rear Admiral Garp. Just a few short words instantly shattered all of Mouse's confidence. His eyes went blank, slumping on the hospital bed, muttering in despair, naval hero. Rear Admiral Garp. How did I end up provoking such a big shot? Meanwhile, on the boundless sea, the Mary cut through the waves, speeding forward. After everyone heard the backstory, they were all shocked and exclaimed in unison, Rear Admiral Garp. Usopp's eyes widened as he incredulously stammered, Hey. Qin Yue, you actually know Rear Admiral Garp. That's the legendary naval hero, the top Rear Admiral of the headquarters. Qin Yue helplessly pointed at the bewildered and unperturbed Luffy beside him, explaining lightly, this guy's grandfather is Rear Admiral Garp Monkey D. Luffy Monkey D. Garp, it's a solid grandfather-grandson relationship. I thought you all knew. The others collectively broke down, crying out, what do you know? No way. The grandson of a naval hero actually came to be a pirate. What the hell are you two doing? This is too outrageous. Looking at the shocked and distressed expressions of everyone, Qin Yue helplessly shrugged and smiled, explaining, don't worry, I just informed the old man about Mouse oppressing the villagers and colluding with pirates, but I didn't specifically involve our matters. The responsibility for the chaos in Cocoa Village still falls on us. I estimate that it won't be long before our bounty notice will officially come out. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes widened in shock, her face flushed with anger as she indignantly shouted, you bastard. Since you know Rear Admiral Garp, why not just tell him not to give us a bounty? With a bounty, we will be hunted down by the Navy everywhere. I don't want to be wanted. Beside her, Luffy straightened his back, looking serious as he retorted loudly, no. Becoming a pirate is an adventure I chose for myself. I don't want my grandfather interfering. I want to become the Pirate King, and my adventures must be carved out by myself. Nami was taken aback by Luffy's bold and passionate words, then helplessly rubbed her forehead, completely losing her temper. Zoro, hearing this, lightly smiled, a familiar glint in his eyes. This is the Luffy we know. Seeing everyone's different reactions, Qin Yue chuckled lightly and appropriately changed the subject. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Nami, our next stop should be Logtown, right? Nami put away her helpless expression and nodded seriously. Exactly, it's Logtown. That is the last town of the East Blue and the place where the legendary Pirate King Roger was executed, known to the world as the town of beginning and end. Pirate King. Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliant light, filled with longing and expectation, and he became excited. Qin Yue did not pay attention to the suddenly highly spirited Luffy, his expression slightly restrained as he turned to Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, speaking seriously. I received intelligence in advance that the naval colonel stationed at Logtown was dispatched from the naval headquarters. He is not particularly strong, but is a genuine natural-type devil fruit user. As he spoke, his expression grew more serious, each word urging, when we reach Logtown, neither Luffy nor I will take action. I hope you can personally experience the true power of the natural-type fruit to understand the terror of the Grand Line and to realize how important Haki will be for future journeys. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped joking, their expressions serious, clearly understanding that this was targeted training and tempering, and they all nodded earnestly in agreement. Marine headquarters inside the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku sat upright at his desk, buried in reviewing mountains of piled documents, occasionally tossing discarded waste paper to the goat beside him, which was chewing contentedly. The office atmosphere was solemn and quiet, but from the direction of the sofa came an incessant harsh crunching sound, continuously grating on Sengoku's nerves. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Sengoku jerked his head up, scowling, and roared, "Damn it, Garp. Since you came back from leave, you've been loafing around in my office every day? Get the hell to work." On the sofa, Garp sat cross-legged, entirely unperturbed by Sengoku's fury, still grinning cheerfully. He pulled a senbei from his snack bag, stuffed it into his mouth, and waved a hand dismissively. "Don't get worked up over such trivial matters." Knock, knock, knock. A sudden urgent rapping on the door interrupted their bickering. Sengoku suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Enter." The office door was gently pushed open. A Marine petty officer entered swiftly, carrying a stack of fresh bounty posters. He respectfully placed the documents in the center of the desk, then gave Sengoku a solemn salute. Turning to Garp, he saluted again. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku." "Vice Admiral Garp." "Understood. You may go." Sengoku gestured casually. After the Marine officer left, Sengoku bowed his head to examine the new batch of bounty posters, flipping through them rapidly one by one, until his gaze landed on two of them. His fingers turning the pages suddenly stopped. His eyes locked onto the names below, whispering, "Monkey D. Luffy. Monkey." He jerked his head up, his gaze sharp as he swept toward Garp on the sofa, leisurely munching snacks. His finger jabbed fiercely at the photo on the bounty poster, demanding, "You bastard, Garp. Is this Monkey D. Luffy the grandson you left behind in Windmill Village all those years ago?" Hearing this, Garp finally put down his senbei, rose, and strode over to the desk. Lowering his head to see the innocent yet exuberant smiling face on the bounty poster, he immediately threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. As expected of my grandson. He got a bounty this quickly. Such a promising lad." Completely ignoring Sengoku's murderously dark expression, Garp casually picked up another bounty poster beside it. Seeing the face on it, his smile grew even broader. "Oh, that kid Qin Yue also got a bounty. Not bad, not bad. He's really made me proud." At this moment, Sengoku could no longer contain his fury. He reached out, grabbed Garp by the collar, yanked him close, and bellowed, "You bastard, Garp. Your grandson and this brat named Qin Yue both went out to sea and became pirates. Why didn't you stop them in advance and train them to be Marines? This is your dereliction of duty." Garp's smile gradually faded. His expression turned unusually serious as he looked directly into Sengoku's eyes. "Since they were young, I've always raised them according to Marine standards. But children have their own lives and goals. I have no right to forcibly bind or stop them. Besides, what happened 3 years ago?" "Enough." Sengoku abruptly cut him off, deliberately averting his gaze from Garp's eyes. "What happened 3 years ago is still not conclusively settled. Don't bring it up again." Though his words claimed it was unsettled, the way he released Garp's collar and his deliberately evasive eyes had already exposed everything. Garp understood in his heart. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku held a high position, and many truths were destined never to be publicly known, only to be endured and hidden away. Garp reached up to straighten his crumpled lapels, his tone low and probing. "Sengoku, are Zephyr's family." Sengoku cut him off sharply again, his eyes revealing barely concealed exhaustion and helplessness. "Remember your position. You are a Marine Vice Admiral. Just do your own job properly. Don't ask about matters beyond that. I'll handle everything." Seeing Sengoku's weary and grave demeanor, Garp finally refrained from pressing further. He picked up the two bounty posters again, glanced at the bounty amounts, and chuckled once more. "These two little rascals got a first bounty as high as 30 million berry. As expected of my grandsons." 30 million. Nami's suddenly raised exclamation shattered the tranquility of the deck. Everyone stopped what they were doing and quickly gathered around Nami. Usopp craned his neck to see the two fresh bounty posters in her hands, full of confusion. "What 30 million? Nami, whose bounty posters are those?" As the words left his mouth, his heart stirred, and he instantly realized. His expression shifted slightly. "It can't be ours, can it?" Nami snapped out of her extreme shock, raised the two bounty posters, and spread them open for everyone. "See for yourselves." Usopp hurriedly leaned in to look closely. When he recognized the two familiar faces on them, he immediately wore an expression of as expected. But when his eyes moved down to the marked bounty amounts, he instantly bulged his eyes, completely stunned, and blurted out, "Tch, 30 million berry." He quickly turned his head, looking at the bewildered Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, speaking rapidly. "Luffy, your first bounty, straight up 30 million berry. The highest first bounty in East Blue history." Luffy's eyes immediately lit up. He snatched the bounty poster from Usopp's hand, stared intently at his own photo, and the bounty number beamed with joy, and cheered, "Awesome. I finally have a bounty. Qin Yue, come down. Your bounty poster is out too." Usopp shouted up toward the lookout. With a light gust of wind, Qin Yue leaped down from the lookout, landing steadily. He took the bounty poster Usopp handed him, glanced at it, quickly raised an eyebrow, and said with puzzlement, "I can understand Luffy's 30 million. After all, he one-shotted Krieg and severely injured Arlong, shocking the East Blue. But why is my bounty so high?" Nami pointed at the newspaper report attached to the poster and explained helplessly the Marines intentionally inflated the threat level. The truth about Captain Rat colluding with pirates and oppressing villagers was completely suppressed. Externally, they only declared that you killed an acting Marine captain. In the Marines' official narrative, you unprovokedly killed a headquarters captain. Your threat level is on par with Luffy's, so your first bounty is also set at 30 million berry. After reading the report, Qin Yue remained calm, showing no extra emotion. But Usopp beside him was completely indignant, unable to hold back. Hey. These Marines are so shameless. To protect their own reputation, they twist the truth and slander others. It was Rat who did evil in the first place. Zoro stood in silence, brows tightly knit. His cold expression fully revealed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaled a faint smoke ring, and spoke with clear detachment. When I was at Barity, I saw quite a few Marines. Among the Marines there are indeed people of justice, but most of the kind and upright ones are new recruits. High-ranking officers long ago had their true hearts worn down by power and profit. Everyone listened and fell silent for a moment. Only Qin Yue, the one directly involved, smiled serenely and lightened the mood. Why so down? Getting a bounty from the Marines is a good thing. Since we chose to go to sea as pirates, if we didn't even have a single bounty, we'd be mercilessly mocked by our peers. Everyone nodded slightly, and the gloom in their hearts dissipated quite a bit. But Zoro keenly sensed the deeper meaning in his words, glanced sideways at Qin Yue, and said flatly, "Hey Qin Yue, I feel like you're throwing shade at me." Beside him, Sanji immediately chimed in, seeing through it instantly. "That's right. You're definitely mocking us too, for not having bounties." Zoro suddenly got interested, and raised an eyebrow teasingly. "Don't meddle, you sucker cook. You've only been on the ship a short while. The Marines don't even know you. Isn't it normal not to have a bounty?" "What did you say?" Sanji instantly flared up, glaring at Zoro. "And what does a sucker cook mean?" Zoro wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed even more, explaining slowly, "Before you came aboard, the cooking on the ship was always done by Qin Yue. But Qin Yue was focused on training and didn't want to be delayed. So he said we needed to find a sucker to cook full-time. Now you understand sucker cook." Sanji suddenly realized. He turned and scanned the people around him, all holding back laughter, instantly understanding that everyone had known all along. Only he had been kept in the dark. He clutched his chest, stepped back repeatedly, his face full of heartbroken anguish. You all conspired to..." Zoro stepped forward at the right moment, patted him on the shoulder, and delivered the final blow. "All right, sucker cook. It's noon already. Time to make lunch. Bastard. I regret boarding this ship. I want to go back to Baratai. Let me go back." Sanji collapsed, shouting on the spot. Everyone completely ignored his wails, swarmed together, hoisted the struggling Sanji up together, and headed straight for the kitchen. "Stop your nonsense. Cook already." Bright laughter spilled across the entire Going Merry, accompanied by the sea breeze and spray, as they slowly sailed toward the distant town of Loketown. After a night of smooth sailing, the second day dawned. The morning sun pierced the thin mist over the sea, casting golden rays across the deck of the Going Merry as a gentle sea breeze brushed their faces. Zoro alone kept watch in the crow's nest, having stayed up half the night. He yawned lazily, his drowsy gaze casually scanning the distant sea. The next moment his pupils brightened slightly, shedding all traces of fatigue. On the far horizon, a clear island silhouette gradually emerged, its outline neat and distinct. "Hey, I see an island." Zoro leaned down and shouted loudly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a rush of hurried footsteps came from the cabin. Luffy burst out first, grabbing the ship's rail and staring wide-eyed into the distance. His face instantly lit up with excitement as he cheered endlessly. "Really? There's an island? Awesome." Then Nami stepped out slowly, holding a compass and a yellowed sea chart. She lowered her head to compare the needle's direction with the course on the chart, carefully confirmed for a moment, then raised her eyes and declared with certainty to everyone, "No mistake, ahead is Loketown, the last town in the East Blue, and also the town of beginning and end." Upon learning they had reached their destination, Zoro leaped down from the crow's nest, landing steadily. His gaze turned toward the island as he murmured quietly, "Loketown, huh? Perfect. I should be able to buy 2 good swords to complete my set." Beside him, Sanji held a cigarette between his fingers and slowly exhaled a wisp of white smoke. His eyes shimmered with anticipation. "I hope I can find some local specialty seasonings and fresh ingredients. Just enough to stock up on quality provisions for the ship." Usopp meanwhile skillfully pulled a slip of paper from his satchel. It was densely covered with a list of various supplies, repair tools, and materials for making ammunition. As the only one on board adept at miscellaneous odds and ends and handcrafts, Usopp bore the burden of mending repairs, tool reserves, and ammunition preparation for the entire ship. The others were either absorbed in training or too carefree to understand such trivial matters, so over time Usopp had become the Straw Hat's undisputed logistics manager. And Qin Yue was the exclusive instructor for everyone on the ship. Ever since they set sail, he had devised all the training plans and cultivation directions for the entire crew. Having witnessed Qin Yue's formidable strength, Luffy's astonishing talent, and Mihawk's ability to cleave a massive ship with a single sword stroke, they had long realized the terror of the Grand Line and the gap between themselves and true powerhouses. Thus, even though the training tasks Qin Yue assigned were harsh, grueling, and far beyond ordinary limits, even Nami never complained, gritting her teeth to complete every exercise. Through day after day of honing, the crew's physical condition and basic combat power had transformed beyond recognition. Their foundations grew more solid and stable, laying a solid groundwork for mastering Haki and venturing into the Grand Line. Just as everyone was lost in their own plans and preparations for landing, Qin Yue slowly emerged from the cabin, holding a delicate wooden box in his hands. He walked to the center of the group, gently placed the box down, and opened it. Inside the box, neat stacks of berries lay arranged. "This is the cash I asked Kaya to exchange earlier, and also the only liquid funds we have left." Qin Yue swept his gaze across everyone and spoke in a calm, steady tone. "For this landing in Lobetown, go ahead and buy whatever each of you needs. As for me," Qin Yue closed the box and said flatly, "I'll go collect Curious Bounty and exchange all the treasure left by Arlong into berries to replenish the ship's funds." He paused, then added, "Feel free to shop. If the cash isn't enough, wait for me to exchange the treasure and settle the bill collectively." After the simple division of tasks was settled, the Going Merry sailed smoothly into Lobetown's harbor and gently docked at the shore. Having traveled together for so long, everyone had grown accustomed to Qin Yue's thoroughness and reliability. They felt no need to worry or leave anyone behind. The entire crew packed up and disembarked, leaving the deck empty, without a single person. The restless Luffy couldn't contain himself. As soon as his feet touched the stone steps of the pier, he dashed ahead in a flash, curiously exploring this legendary town, looking around and having fun. The others exchanged glances, nodded in understanding, and mindful of their respective assignments, turned to head off toward their corresponding procurement targets. Only Qin Yue remained where he stood, one hand clutching the tightly bound and bedraggled Kuro, the other carrying the heavy treasure chest filled with Arlong's leftover riches, his steps unhurried. During the voyage of the past few days, Kuro had been tied up in a corner of the cabin, given only small amounts of water and food each day, just enough to keep him alive, but with no chance to escape. Kuro, however, remained exceptionally docile, silent throughout, neither causing trouble nor making a sound. A thoroughly resigned, surrendered demeanor that was eerily calm. Qin Yue couldn't be bothered to guess his thoughts. He lugged the man and the chest, making no attempt to hide, and swaggered toward the marine base in town. He didn't deliberately conceal his movements. His boldness was blatant. Passers-by on the street caught sight of his imposing presence, the bound pirate in his hand and the heavy chest. Recalling the new bounty that had recently spread across the East Blue, they tensed up and instinctively gave him a wide berth, not daring to approach. Their retreat made the journey pleasantly quiet. Qin Yue enjoyed the peace, walking unimpeded all the way to the marine base gate. At the base entrance, a line of Marines stood with rifles raised on high alert. Their cold muzzles aimed squarely at Qin Yue as he approached, the atmosphere instantly tightening to a breaking point. "Bloody hand, Qin Yue. Don't move. Stop right there." Sharp, unified shouts erupted in chorus. Qin Yue paused for a moment, then recalled "bloody hand" was the epithet the Marines had slapped on his 30 million berry wanted poster. He couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He hadn't expected to gain his own moniker so soon after setting sail. With that thought, Qin Yue completely ignored the Marine's warnings, not slowing his pace as he strode boldly toward the base gate. Watching him approach fearlessly, the armed Marines nervously swallowed their palms, starting to sweat. The leading lieutenant hesitated, reluctant to give the order to fire. No one dared to make a move against this newly minted 30 million berry pirate. And so Qin Yue walked right up to the marine base gate unhindered. He casually dropped Kuro and the heavy treasure chest onto the ground with a dull thud. "Cash out Curious Bounty and appraise this chest of treasure for its full value, every single berry, and hand it over to me." Qin Yue's tone was flat, without a ripple of emotion. After speaking, he paid no further attention to the tense Marines before him. He knew these low-ranking soldiers had no authority. The one who could make the decision hadn't shown up yet. He stood silently, waiting for the person with real power to arrive. "Hey, bloody hand, Qin Yue. Do you think so little of the Marines?" A vigorous voice brimming with righteous anger suddenly rang out from deep inside the base. Qin Yue turned his head to see a tall figure striding toward him, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The man had been waiting for was finally here. "That's not quite right," Qin Yue said lightly, his eyes calm and composed. It's precisely because I respect you that I waited here. Otherwise I would have just barged in and taken the money myself. The newcomer was Captain Smoker of the Lowtown base. His expression stern, he slowly drew the jit from his back, the black weapon pointing directly at Qin Yue, his aura fierce and oppressive. A first bounty of 30 million berries shaking the entire East Blue. Let's see if you're worthy of such arrogance. Without another word, Smoker moved his fist, suddenly shrouded in rolling white smoke. The power of his Logia-type smoke fruit instantly activated. White blow. The smoke-wreathed fist shot through the air, aiming straight for Qin Yue's face, fast and fierce. Facing the incoming attack, Qin Yue's expression didn't change. He casually raised his hand to block, and without any strain, he easily absorbed the white blow. The smoke scattered around him, but failed to move him an inch. He raised his eyes slightly, examining the smoke swirling around Smoker with a hint of curiosity. So this is the power of a Logia devil fruit. It's quite interesting. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Yue's face grew serious, and he said bluntly, I don't have time to waste on a long fight with you. As the words fell, a vast, domineering, and overwhelmingly oppressive invisible pressure erupted from Qin Yue's body, precisely targeting and enveloping Smoker alone. The powerful Conqueror's Haki pressed down, making the air itself feel stifling. Have your men give me the bounty and the money from the treasure. I didn't come here to cause trouble. I know you're a smart man. Smoker's pupils suddenly contracted, a cold sweat breaking out all over his body. A storm raged in his heart. He simply couldn't believe that in this ordinary East Blue someone could master the legendary Conqueror's Haki. Glancing at his subordinates, still completely clueless, unaware of anything unusual, Smoker instantly understood. The man's control over Haki was already perfect. He had locked it precisely onto Smoker without affecting anyone else. What kind of terrifying monster was this young pirate? In that brief exchange and intimidation, Smoker clearly saw the gap between them. He was utterly powerless against the young man before him. Moreover, he had already secretly investigated the truth of Kokoyashi village. He knew that the bounties on Qin Yue and his crew were most likely inflated and twisted by the Marines to cover up a scandal. Weighing the pros and cons, Smoker suppressed all his shock and reluctance. Turning to the stunned lieutenant, he gave a firm order. By my command, give all of Curious bounty and the appraised value of this treasure chest to Bloody Hand Qin Yue. I, Smoker, will bear all consequences. The lieutenant was startled for a moment, then quickly snapped to attention, knowing Smoker meant what he said. Yes, Captain. The overwhelming Haki instantly receded, and the stagnant air returned to normal. Qin Yue looked at Smoker's tense face and chuckled. I knew you were a smart man. Don't put on such a fierce face. Who are you trying to scare? Then he stepped forward as if they were old friends, walked up beside Smoker, and said casually, Oh, by the way, I have a favor to ask. Later give my crew a little fight. Help them train. Don't touch Luffy, though. That guy has Haki too, just like me. If you want to try the suppression of Haki again, feel free to take a shot. Smoker's head ached with helplessness. He couldn't understand how two people who had just met for the first time, on opposite sides as Marine and pirate, could be so presumptuously familiar, even asking him to train his companions. Seeing Smoker's conflicted, speechless expression, Qin Yue gave a hearty laugh and patted him on the shoulder. I dare ask for your help because I'm confident. And I trust you're not the type to play tricks. Then his tone grew slightly heavier, carrying a hint of admonishment. Better leave this small EC soon and head for the Grand Line, Smoker. At over 30 years old, guarding the East Blue with a Logia fruit, not even mastering the two basic colors of Haki. As a student of Zephyr, don't you feel embarrassed? This blunt reminder struck Smoker in his weakest spot. Before long, the Marines brought out the full amount of cash and handed it to Qin Yue. Qin Yue took the heavy stack of berries, said nothing more, and swaggered away, his demeanor carefree and at ease. No sooner had Qin Yue left than a breathless figure came running in a panic, gasping, Captain Smoker. I just encountered Roronoa Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates in a weapons shop in town. I returned to report and request troops for the arrest. At that moment, Smoker was still immersed in Qin Yue's earlier words, his cheeks burning slightly, a mix of emotions churning inside him. He had once despised the corrupt practices of the Marine upper echelons, voluntarily transferring to guard the East Blue. Over the years, he had upheld his principles and captured countless pirates, but he had also become stagnant, his strength stalled for many years. Recalling his mentor Zephyr's teachings and expectations, Smoker slowly clenched his fist, a newfound fighting spirit kindling in his eyes. He looked up at the reporting subordinate, then glanced at Tashigi beside him, and said firmly, I understand. He'll handle this personally. Before anyone could react, Smoker turned and mounted his custom motorcycle. The engine roared as he sped out of the Marine base and raced toward the town. On the other side, in the glasses shop by the street in Rog Town. Hey boss, how much is this pair of goggles? Usopp's fingers kept caressing the exquisitely crafted goggles, his eyes filled with admiration. The shopkeeper behind the counter smiled brightly and eagerly introduced, You have a good eye, customer. This is a new model just shipped from the North Sea, and it's the only one left in the entire store. Upon hearing it was a unique item, Usopp's heart sank. Rare items often come at a hefty price. He hurriedly rummaged through his pockets, flipping them inside out, but the few scattered berries he had were hardly enough. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't have enough money on me." He'll go back to the ship to get some and come back. Usopp, with a large bag of supplies already slung over his back, quickly bid farewell to the shopkeeper and headed towards the port. Passing by a clothing store, a familiar voice caught his attention. "This one, and that one, yes, this one looks good too, wrap them all up for me." Usopp looked up and saw Nami, who was busy selecting new clothes. "Hey, Nami." Nami turned her head at the sound, responding casually. Usopp, have you finished your shopping?" Usopp scratched the back of his head and told her all about the goggles he had his eyes on and his lack of funds. Nami's eyes sparkled as if the symbol of berries appeared in her gaze, and after a moment of contemplation she said, "I can lend you some money, but the interest." Seeing the gleam of wealth in Nami's eyes, Usopp sighed, helplessly, ultimately gritting his teeth and nodding in agreement. The two of them immediately turned around and headed straight back to the glasses and sundries shop. Behind them, the clothing store owner watched the pile of clothes stacked like a small mountain and hurriedly called out to stop them. "Hey, miss, you haven't paid for these clothes yet." "Forget it." Nami waved her hand casually, without looking back, continuing her stride. The clothing store owner stood frozen in place, watching the neatly packaged clothes on the ground, angrily cursing in the direction the two had left, but Nami and Usopp had already walked far away, not hearing a word. Back at the sundries shop, Usopp rushed to the counter, eyes full of anticipation. "Boss, I'm back with the money." The shopkeeper showed a look of regret. "After such a long time, I thought you had given up. That pair of goggles has just been sold to another customer." Usopp's heart sank in an instant as his excitement deflated. He drooped his head and bid the shopkeeper farewell as he exited the store. Standing outside, Nami noticed and asked curiously, "What happened? Is it that you still don't have enough money?" "No, the goggles were bought by someone else." Usopp hung his head in disappointment. Nami consoled him with a few casual words, and the two prepared to return to the Going Merry. Just then a voice called out from behind, stopping Usopp. "Hey kid, you're a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, right?" Usopp was taken aback and turned around to see a middle-aged man dressed in a thick coat with a thick beard, accompanied by a little girl in a dress. "How do you know me?" "I don't have a bounty." Usopp's face was filled with surprise. "My name is Dottie, and others call me Dottie with the Kid." Dottie pulled out a bounty notice of Luffy from inside his coat, pointing at a blurred silhouette in the corner of the notice. "This silhouette is definitely you." Usopp couldn't help but admire Dottie's keen observation. "Dottie with the Kid. I remember now, a famous bounty hunter. But even if you catch me, you won't get a bounty. What do you want with me?" Dottie put away the bounty notice and focused his gaze on the slingshot in Usopp's hand, slowly speaking. "Your father is the sharpshooter Yasopp of the red-haired pirates, right? Although you don't carry a firearm, this slingshot in your hand proves that you inherited an innate sharpshooting talent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been recruited by two guys whose bounties soared to 30 million on their first try." Hearing Dottie mention his father's name, Usopp's casual demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by intense interest, as he hurriedly asked, "Have you met my dad?" Dottie looked at Usopp, noticing the resilience in his features that resembled Yasopp, and slowly nodded, a hint of nostalgia and relief in his eyes. "Yes, a few years ago, I had a duel with him in Rogtown. At that time, I was a renowned sharpshooter in the Navy, full of vigor and pride in my marksmanship, and I specifically sought him out for a duel. In the end, I lost, and I lost badly. But your father is broad-minded and did not take my life. He talked to me a lot back then, and he also mentioned you. He said he felt guilty for not being able to be by your and your mother's side, but his pirate flag was calling him from a..." Dottie gazed at the distant sea, a self-mocking smile in his eyes, and softly reminisced. "So many years have passed, yet I still vividly remember the scene of that duel. Now he is already the core sharpshooter of the fearsome Four Emperors, while I have long left the Navy, just a small bounty hunter in the East Sea." Usopp and Nami fell into silence at Dottie's words, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. At that moment, the little girl beside Dottie tugged at his coat, tightly looking up at him with a caring gaze, her innocent voice serious, as she said, "That's not true. In my heart, Dad is #1 in the world." Hearing his daughter's tender encouragement, Dottie's previous gloom vanished, and he gently ruffled her hair, filled with warmth. He then turned to Usopp, his expression suddenly becoming incredibly serious, his tone resolute. "I specifically sought you out today, not to capture you for a bounty. I simply hope to have a fair sharpshooting duel with Yasopp's son." Faced with Dottie's earnest request, images of his father's sudden departure and his mother's gentle admonitions flashed through Usopp's mind. He slowly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination as he looked at Dottie. "Thank you for telling me these things about my father. I have always been proud of him, but I cannot accept your request." Dottie's expression turned to disappointment, and he sighed softly. But the next moment, Usopp's voice rang out again, even more spirited and passionate. "I will not accept a duel as Yasopp's son. I want to formally challenge you as Usopp, the sharpshooter of the Straw Hat Pirates, Dottie with the Kid." Dottie was momentarily taken aback, standing there in shock. After a moment, he looked at the stubbornness and confidence in the young boy's eyes, filled with admiration, and laughed heartily. All right. No wonder you're Yasop's son, you have the same spirit. I accept your challenge. Thus a duel spanning 2 generations of sharpshooters was officially set. The back mountain of Rog Town. This place is high and open adjacent to the town's cemetery with an unobstructed view, making it an excellent venue for a duel. News quickly spread throughout the town and countless residents hurried to watch, eager to witness the remarkable duel of the famous sharpshooter Dottie. I thought it was a duel between top sharpshooters. How come the opponent is using a slingshot? Isn't that a child's toy? This is going to be a letdown. Oh, it's not even. I thought it was a duel between top sharpshooters. How come the opponent is using a slingshot? Isn't that a child's toy? This is going to be a letdown. Oh, it's not even on the same level. Dottie is sure to win. The surrounding doubts were incessant, but Usopp remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Dottie, seeing this, worried that the young Usopp might be affected by the rumors, gently reassured, "Don't mind what others say, just give it your all." Usopp smiled upon hearing this, gazing at the seagulls soaring freely in the sky, slowly speaking with a hint of relief and determination. "Actually, I used to be just a liar in the village. Every day, I did nothing and entertained the village children with my tall tales. I always thought my life would go on in this aimless manner. Until Luffy, Qin Yue, and the others came to the village, and Luffy recognized me at a glance, and we hit it off. Later I continued to boast and tell stories to Miss Kaya as usual, but I never expected that the butler at her house, Kuro, was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 16 million. At that moment I felt utterly powerless. I wanted to protect the people I cherished, but I could do nothing. Qin Yue told me that if I admitted I was a coward, they would help me deal with Kuro. At that time I was about to agree. After all, I was just a coward who could only brag, and admitting that title could save Kaya and the village, which seemed a fair deal." Dottie smiled slightly. "You didn't let them help you, did you?" Hearing Dottie's words, Usopp chuckled and replied, "No, I wanted to protect Kaya and the village with my own strength. Though in the end I couldn't resolve the issue with Kuro, it was still Luffy, Qin Yue, and Zoro who helped me." Nami quietly watched Usopp's upright figure, momentarily taken aback, then her eyes softened as she softly murmured, "Usopp." Noticing Nami's gaze, Usopp suddenly turned around, beaming a bright smile, confidently giving her a thumbs up. "Nami, trust me, this time I will definitely not lose." Nami looked at the determination in his eyes that she had never seen before, smiling sincerely and responding, "I believe in you, Usopp." "Oh, if Usopp is going to duel, how can I not be there?" A familiar voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Nami and Usopp turned to see Zoro walking over, resting his hand on the 3 new swords at his waist, his demeanor steady. "Zoro," Usopp greeted with a smile, his eyes curiously landing on the swords at Zoro's waist. "Did you buy some good blades?" Zoro gently stroked the brand new Sandai Kitetsu and Shusue, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Yeah, I got lucky." After that he glanced at Usopp and Dottie across from him, encouragingly saying, "I didn't expect you to come for a duel. Good luck, don't embarrass the Straw Hat crew." "Yeah, go for it, Usopp." Sanji's voice also rang out from the crowd, hands in his pockets, leaning to the side, his expression serious, as he silently cheered for his companion. Looking at his companions who were coming one after another to support him, Usopp felt a warmth in his heart and laughed heartily. He turned to Dottie, pride shining in his eyes. "So what do you think? My friends are pretty great, right?" Dottie looked at this group of vibrant and trusting young people, genuinely smiling. What a gentle and outstanding. The duel officially begins. Kaylor, the little daughter of Dottie, took on the role of referee, her clear voice resonating throughout the venue. Usopp and Dottie stood back to back, slowly retreating to create distance. Dottie held a finely crafted musket, his expression solemn, while Usopp gripped his special slingshot tightly, standing tall, poised for action. 1, 2, 3. Kaylor's crisp countdown echoed slowly. The two stepped forward in unison, and as the numbers counted down, flashes of images raced through Usopp's mind. Luffy's unwavering trust, Qin Yue's rigorous training, Nami's gentle worry, Zoro and Sanji's sincere encouragement. The figures of his companions surfaced one by one, filling his thoughts. 8, 9. Usopp's mind instantly settled, completely shedding distractions, entering a state of ethereal clarity. In an instant, the movements of the vast area around him all registered in his perception. He could clearly sense Qin Yue carrying cash and traversing the streets of the town, going alone to the execution platform of the Pirate King. Luffy filled with dreams, and beside him Nami, Zoro, and Sanji, silently watching him. "Is this the observation Haki that Qin Yue spoke of?" Usopp murmured softly, a confident smile unconsciously lifting the corners of his mouth. 10. The moment the final word fell, Usopp closed his eyes tightly, turned his body, raised his hand, drew the bow, and loaded the projectile. His movements flowed like water, entirely relying on ultimate perception. He suddenly shot forth the bullet. At the same time, Dottie had already turned around and was slightly taken aback to see Usopp shooting with closed eyes, but his hands did not pause, pulling the trigger. Bang! The loud gunshot exploded throughout the venue, shaking the eardrums. The crowd erupted into a clamor, discussions buzzing all around. He actually shot with his eyes closed. Is that a direct surrender? Dottie definitely won, there's no contest. Everyone believed the outcome was already decided except for Dottie, who stood frozen in place, a look of shock on his face, his mind shaken. The moment he pulled the trigger and the bullet left the chamber, he distinctly sensed that a high-speed bullet had accurately struck the muzzle of his gun, causing the gun to tremble slightly, and completely disrupting the bullet's trajectory, making his shot miss entirely. Immediately afterward, a faint sound of air breaking came from afar. Ignoring the noisy discussions of the crowd, Dottie slowly turned his head to look at the distant whale weather vane. At the top of the weather vane, right in the center of the crown, there was a neatly formed small bullet, whole crystal clear. Dottie stared blankly for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter open and relieved. So that's it. I lost. I completely lost. Huh. The audience was instantly filled with confusion and bewilderment. Only Zoro's eyes flickered with understanding, murmuring softly, "Observation Haki did it awaken at such..." Hearing this, Sanji's eyes instantly flashed with deep admiration, and a strong sense of urgency arose within him, unwilling to fall behind. Nami, looking confused, hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Usopp, what exactly happened? Who won?" Usopp did not respond immediately, savoring the wondrous state of ethereal clarity and insight he had just experienced, filled with shock and joy. Dottie, suppressing his laughter, took the initiative to clarify for the crowd, his voice loud and clear. "The bullet Usopp just shot first accurately struck my gun's muzzle, ruining my shot, and then hit the distant whale weather vane with precision. Such foresight, speed, and precision far exceed me. Today my eyes have been opened." As his words fell, the venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted into earth-shattering exclamations. "No way. Is this a shot a person can achieve? Didn't the two of them collude to trick us? Fools." Dottie had no need to fake it at all. "That's amazing. Shooting with eyes closed and hitting accurately in succession. From now on he should be called Sharpshooter Usopp. Sharpshooter Usopp." Cheers and praises rose and fell, echoing throughout the back mountain. Usopp finally came to his senses, looking at his companions' smiling faces, feeling an unprecedented power and confidence within him. He raised his hands high and shouted, "Everyone, I did it. I really did it." On the other side, Qin Yue, carrying a heavy bag of belly, strolled leisurely through the streets of Logetown, enjoying the local customs of this eastern sea endpoint town. As he walked, shops lined the streets and crowds surged, exuding the vibrant atmosphere of a free town. Just as he was walking slowly, a fresh and unfamiliar aura of observation Haki suddenly entered his perception. Qin Yue immediately focused his scattered thoughts, quietly releasing his powerful observation Haki to probe, feeling a hint of curiosity, wanting to discover who else in Logetown aside from the Straw Hat crew had awakened Haki. His immense perception instantly covered the entire town, accurately locking onto the direction of the back mountain, where the duel between Usopp and Dottie was vividly reflected in his mind. Qin Yue instantly understood. It turned out that Usopp had awakened his own observation Haki during this duel. Sensing the sharp range and translucent quality of that aura, Qin Yue paused slightly, his eyes filled with appreciation, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Usopp's talent for observation Haki is truly strong. Even just awakened, he has such a long perception distance, far exceeding the average person." At the same time, Luffy, who was aimlessly wandering around town, also sharply caught the fresh aura of Usopp's newly awakened observation Haki. The shared perception resonated with one another, instantly informing him of his companion's breakthrough. Without any reservations, Luffy threw back his head and shouted, "Great job, Usopp." The sudden and loud shout caused passers-by on the street to turn their heads in surprise, looking at this boy who suddenly shouted in public, his actions carefree and spontaneous, faces filled with astonishment, instinctively stepping back, each one avoiding him as if he were a weirdo. Luffy, oblivious to this, clearly sensed the specific location of the execution square in town through the resonance of the two observation Haki auras. It was the place where the pirate King Roger met his end, and it was also the most yearned-for place on his journey. With a strong sense of longing igniting in his eyes, without hesitation, he took big strides, racing towards the execution platform. The scene returned to the battlefield in the back mountain. Usopp was immersed in the joy and shock of his first awakening of observation Haki, his mind clear and ethereal, his perception extraordinarily sharp. In the next second, a chilling and oppressive wave of attacks suddenly locked onto the entire area, rushing in. A sense of extreme danger caused Usopp's expression to change drastically. He had no time to think, suddenly turning his head and yelling loudly at his unprepared companions, "Be careful! White fist!" Just as his words fell, thick white mist condensed out of nowhere, and a massive heavy mist fist howled through the air, carrying a powerful oppressive force directly heading towards the group. Zoro also anticipated the crisis, with his faint observation Haki reacting at lightning speed. His hands quickly tightened around his new sword Enma, and Snow the cold light bursting forth, both blades drawn to firmly block in front of him, facing the incoming mist assault. Amidst the swirling mist, Smoker's figure gradually materialized. He looked at the group of youths before him with a serious expression filled with astonishment and sighed. Surprisingly, there are people who have mastered observation haki. Your pirate crew is quite formidable. Shifting his tone, a cold smile crept onto his lips, his confidence soaring, and he continued. However, without armament haki, you pose no threat to me. With a thought, Smoker activated the full power of his smoke fruit ability, and the incoming mist fist suddenly surged in size multiple times, bearing down on Zoro with overwhelming might. The anticipated sound of metal clashing and fierce collisions did not occur. Zoro's twin blades accurately struck the mist fist, yet there was no sense of resistance. The blades passed straight through the ethereal mist, all fierce attacks falling short, unable to hinder even a fraction. The mist enveloped him as if it were alive, instantly wrapping around Zoro's limbs and body, layer upon layer of mist coiling into invisible chains, firmly binding him in place, unable to move a muscle. What the hell is this thing? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling with all his might, but the mist around him was pliable yet resilient. The more he struggled, the tighter it bound him, utterly impossible to break free. Watch me. Seeing this, Sanji's gaze sharpened. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his figure surged forward rapidly, his right leg enveloped in a fierce wind and powerful force, delivering a heavy kick towards Smoker's mist-like arm. But the supposed fatal blow missed once again, his foot passing straight through the intangible mist arm, empty and without causing any harm to Smoker. Sanji landed firmly, looking at his leg that had passed through his face, instantly filled with shock, completely frozen in place, his mind in disbelief. Watching Zoro and Sanji's powerful attacks all fail, one bound tightly, and the other rendered helpless, the situation had completely fallen into a passive state. Nami's heart tightened in panic, her mind racing back to Qin Yue's warning before he set sail, and she immediately reacted, loudly reminding everyone. Everyone be careful. This guy should be the Logia-type devil fruit user Qin Yue mentioned. The little girl is quite clever. Smoker glanced at Nami indifferently, his tone devoid of emotion, laced with confidence. Unfortunately, it's still useless. Deadly move. Let's star. In a critical moment, Usopp gritted his teeth, steadying his mind, and decisively raised his hand to draw back the bow. The specially made lead bullet surged through the air, precisely aimed at Smoker's forehead. But just as the lead bullet was about to hit, Smoker's body instantaneously transformed into swirling white mist, completely vaporizing. The lead bullet passed straight through his head's illusion, only stirring up a wisp of fine white smoke before crashing heavily to the ground, missing entirely. Damn it, the attack is completely useless. Usopp silently gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration, feeling helpless. The Logia-type devil fruit is just too outrageous. Watching his companions fail one after another, Zoro, bound and unable to move, the entire scene falling into a passive beating state, Nami was utterly anxious, drawing out her 3-section staff from her waist and recklessly striking at Smoker's misty form, but she could never touch the physical entity, her efforts in vain. Smoker looked at these youths who were clearly in dire straits, yet still unwilling to retreat, and fought back with all their might. A thought suddenly arose in his mind to capture them all. But in the next second, the image of Qin Yue, tall and imposing, emanating an overwhelming aura, surfaced in his mind, instantly suppressing the thought of capture. On one hand, he truly feared Qin Yue's terrifying strength, wielding Conqueror's Haki, not wanting to create a deadly enmity with him. On the other hand, he found that he didn't feel any hatred or aversion towards this group of pirates. On the contrary, he thought Qin Yue was quite interesting and exceptionally special. He shook his head vigorously, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, inwardly chiding himself. What am I thinking? These guys are clearly pirates, targets for the Navy's capture. Even while trying to convince himself to correct his stance, he still couldn't muster any killing intent or dislike towards the Straw Hat crew. Smoker. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, breaking the tense standoff. Smoker snapped back to reality at the sound, turning to see Dottie walking over, casually greeting him. "Oh, it's Dottie. I heard you lost." Dottie smiled calmly, his expression relaxed and open, showing no trace of reluctance. "Yeah, I lost quite thoroughly." Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, took a light puff, exhaling a wisp of faint white smoke, speaking in a tranquil tone. "Losing is normal. This kid awakened observation Haki at such a young age. His talent far exceeds the average person. You must be wanting to persuade me to let them go." Dottie, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback, then chuckled lightly, not arguing, tacitly agreeing. Looking at the silent Dottie, Smoker's lips curled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of resignation and relief. "Don't worry, I can't catch them today. At most, I'll just teach them a lesson." Having said that, Smoker no longer lingered, his thoughts moving, and he instantly retracted the smoke abilities wrapping around him, dissipating the smoke chains binding Zoro. "Finish procuring supplies, and leave quickly. Get out of Lowtown early to spare me the trouble." Smoker said to the others in a dismissive tone. Seeing Smoker suddenly withdraw and take the initiative to ease the situation, the crisis was suddenly lifted, and the Straw Hat crew looked at each other in confusion, their hearts filled with doubt, completely unable to fathom the thoughts of this naval captain. Just as everyone was in confusion, a naval soldier rushed in with a panicked expression, hurriedly running up to Smoker respectfully and urgently reporting. Captain Smoker, the pirate Straw Hat, Luffy has appeared at the execution square. According to reports from the scene, he seems to be planning to climb up to the execution platform. Hearing this report, Smoker instantly felt a headache. Looking helpless, he raised his hand to his forehead, softly lamenting. This group of guys is simply my disaster. He glanced helplessly at Zoro and the others who were still in a daze, then gathered his thoughts and sternly ordered the arriving soldier. Convey my orders, prevent Straw Hat Luffy from taking action. The personnel on site just need to maintain order in the square. No one is allowed to act independently, and wait for me to personally handle it. Understood, Captain. The naval soldier saluted seriously, not daring to delay, turning around to quickly leave, rushing to convey the orders. Smoker did not linger, turning and quickly rushing towards the direction of the execution square. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp exchanged glances, all understanding the urgency in each other's eyes. Not having time to think, they all raised their feet and hurriedly followed, racing towards the execution square. By now the execution square was already packed with a sea of people. Dense crowds of onlookers surrounded the execution platform, layer upon layer, in an impenetrable mass. The Navy soldiers on duty stood in orderly rows, maintaining order and keeping watch. The lively scene resembled nothing less than a massive fan meetup. Amid the crowd, fragmented whispers rose and fell, echoing continuously over the square. Hey, did you hear? That kid in the straw hat is the great pirate with a bounty of 30 million. No way. He looks so simple and dull, nothing like a fierce pirate. Chill. Keep your voice down. This guy's first bounty was a whopping 30 million berries. Rumor has it he's a ruthless killer without blinking an eye. Amid the endless stream of gossip, Luffy paid no heed at all. He strode straight through the crowd, tilted his head back, and gazed at the towering, solemn execution platform before him, his eyes filled with pure, unadulterated longing. He raised his hand and gently touched the straw hat atop his head, murmuring softly to himself, "So this is where the Pirate King was executed." A brand new thought suddenly took root in his heart. In that final moment, what kind of sight did Roger see? As the thought settled, the corners of Luffy's mouth uncontrollably lifted into a wide grin, his eyes blazing with searing passion and yearning. The next second, his rubber arm was abruptly stretched to its extreme, hooking securely onto the edge of the execution platform. Using the elasticity, he leaped upward, turned over nimbly and lightly, and landed steadily on the platform of finality that countless had remembered. This abrupt and bizarre sight instantly ignited the whole crowd. No way. His arm just stretched. He's definitely a devil fruit user. It's only natural for a 30 million berry great pirate to have a fruit ability. Is he crazy? Jumping straight onto the execution platform. What does he intend to do? All eyes locked onto the youth on the high platform. Voices of doubt, shock, and astonishment rose layer upon layer, echoing across the entire square. Oblivious to all this, Luffy stood in the center of the execution platform, leisurely scanning the magnificent surroundings. Then he simply sat down cross-legged, looking down at the boundless sea of people and the town's scenery, and burst into hearty laughter. So this is it. So this is the view the Pirate King saw before his death, haha. The unrestrained, defiant behavior on the high platform completely dumbfounded all the Navy soldiers below. Their faces were filled with terror as they exchanged panicked whispers. Hey, does this guy even know what he's doing? Does he understand what this act means? Complete lawless. We can't handle this situation at all. When will Colonel Smoker finally come? He's here. With an urgent shout, the crowd instantly stirred. Smoker rode his Navy motorcycle, cutting through the surging tide of people and racing forward. The onlookers, seeing him, quickly stepped aside, clearing a smooth path. He looked up at the laughing, reckless Luffy on the execution platform, his expression utterly grave. The cigar in his mouth slipped silently and fell to the ground without him even noticing. He only murmured helplessly under his breath, "This guy really knows how to cause trouble." After a brief moment of daze, Smoker snapped back to his senses and shouted up at the high platform, "Hey, Straw Hat, get down here right now. Do you have any idea what your actions mean right now, eh?" Luffy looked down at the grim-faced Smoker, grinned a brilliant smile without a trace of fear, and shouted back, "What's the big deal? The view here is super cool." With those words, he suddenly straightened up, took a deep breath, gathered all the passion and ambition in his chest, and with all his might, a thunderous roar swept across the entire Rogue Town Square. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King." The moment the earth-shaking cry pierced the sky, an invisible, domineering, an utterly devastating Haki erupted from within him, surging wildly in all directions. The indiscriminate, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire square. The onlookers and Navy soldiers on duty, as if facing a primordial beast breaking free from its shackles, were instantly consumed by extreme fear. Their pupils contracted, their eyes rolled back, and one after another they collapsed, limply fainting in droves. In an instant, over half of the crowd fell, and the once boisterous square fell into dead silence. Only Smoker, relying on years of formidable will and a solid physique, barely managed to withstand the terrifying pressure. He sank onto one knee, his forehead covered in fine cold sweat. Gritting his teeth against the suffocating pressure, he looked up and stared fixedly at Luffy on the high platform, his eyes filled with utmost shock. This guy dares to publicly declare his intent to become the Pirate King on Roger's execution platform and wields such terrifying Haki. The sea has truly produced an extraordinary character. Just then several hurried and shocked cries came from the square entrance. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Usopp, who had rushed over, were instantly enveloped by this powerful Haki. Zoro, enduring the oppressive pressure that made his head spin, raised a hand to shield his forehead, squinted his eyes toward the high platform, and spoke with an incredulous gravity. What the hell is Luffy doing? This Haki is even more terrifying than the one at Bartai. Nami, the physically weakest, couldn't withstand the indiscriminate Hoshiku impact. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, her face pale, her eyes panicked and helpless. Seeing this, Sanji immediately stepped forward to shield Nami, gritting his teeth against the pressure, and shouted toward the high platform. Hey Luffy, put away your Hoshiku. Namison can't take it anymore. Usopp quickly chimed in, his voice trembling slightly. Yeah, Luffy. Hearing his companion's urgent calls clearly, Luffy instantly snapped out of his excited state. The raging, domineering aura that had been rampaging around him vanished completely in an instant, dissipating without a trace. He looked down at his disheveled friend, scratched his head, and showed a simple, honest smile, his tone apologetic. Sorry. I didn't notice. Why did you all come over? With the extreme pressure completely gone, the group took a deep sigh of relief and hurried forward, complaining with exasperation. And you dare to ask? The news of the third Millionberry, great pirate causing havoc on Roguetown's execution platform, has already spread throughout the entire town. Luffy, you've really stirred up a huge commotion this time. At the same time, on a high rooftop, not far from the square, a solitary tall figure stood silently. The man wore a long dark green cloak, his head slightly obscuring his face, revealing only a cold, sharp jawline. His eyes were deep and proud. He quietly gazed down at Luffy, who was laughing recklessly and fearlessly on the execution platform below. Around him wafted a faint aura of wind and rain, calm and mysterious. Since you're here, why not go and meet your son, Mr. Dragon? A clear, composed voice suddenly sounded from behind, breaking the stillness of the rooftop. Hearing the movement behind him, Monkey D. Dragon did not turn around. His posture remained upright, his gaze still fixed on Luffy in the distant square. His tone was calm, and even as he replied slowly, you must be the Qin Yue that the old man often talks about. Solid foundation, outstanding Haki foundation too. Young as you are, you're far stronger than I was at your age. Seeing that Dragon had not answered his question, but instead recognized him outright and offered praise, Qin Yue chuckled lightly. He took the cue, dropped the previous topic, and stepped forward. I didn't expect my reputation to be so good with the old man to be mentioned so often. It makes me a little embarrassed. Hearing this, a faint curve lifted the corner of Dragon's usually somber mouth. He then slowly turned, his deep eyes fixed on Qin Yue, and cut straight to the point. You came up here to find me specifically. It shouldn't be just for idle chat. Say what you need to say directly. Qin Yue nodded slightly, walked to Dragon's side, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him on the rooftop, both gazing at the bustling execution square in the distance. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Mr. Dragon, you should have a boy named Sabo by your side, right? At the name Sabo, Dragon's eyes flickered. He immediately understood whom Qin Yue was referring to and replied frankly with a nod. That's right. The boy has exceptional talent and a tenacious spirit. He's a rare, good prospect. What? Is there a problem? That guy is Luffy's sworn brother. Qin Yue stated the key point softly. That single sentence caused the composed Dragon to startle visibly, a clear look of surprise in his eyes. He had clearly never known about this. Seeing this, Qin Yue began to narrate their past in detail, filling in the unknown bond. Sabo was born into the nobility of Goa Kingdom. From a young age, he detested the hypocritical, extravagant life of the nobles and the constraints of his status. He secretly escaped from the royal capital and settled in the garbage dump outside the city. There he met Pork-ass Ace. The two became fast friends and agreed to save up treasure together. When they were old enough, they would buy a pirate ship and sail out freely. Later, the young Luffy stumbled upon their secret. After several encounters and various incidents, the three shared a bond of hearts, drank the sake of brotherhood together, and formally became sworn brothers bound by life and death. But happiness didn't last long. Sabo's noble parents soon discovered his whereabouts and forcibly tried to bring him back to the royal capital, forcing him to accept a political marriage. To avoid burdening the wandering Ace and carefree Luffy, Sabo finally chose to compromise and return to the royal capital with his family. It was around that time that the celestial dragons were about to visit Goa Kingdom. To curry favor with the exalted celestial dragons, the kingdom's high officials decided to thoroughly clean up the dirty garbage dump outside the city, expelling and slaughtering all the ordinary people living there, erasing this filthy place. Having learned all this, Sabo saw through the hypocrisy of the nobles and the despicable nature of the royalty. He came to loathe his noble birth with every fiber of his being. Therefore, on the day the celestial dragons arrived in Goa Kingdom, he resolutely set sail in a small boat, heading toward the freedom he yearned for regardless of everything. But fate played a cruel trick. Just as he left the port, Sabo's boat collided with the celestial dragon's fleet arriving at the island. Simply because the small boat blocked the celestial dragon's path, they fired a cannon, shattering Sabo's boat in one shot. The tragic scene was witnessed firsthand by Ace and Luffy from not far away. For all these years, the two have always believed that Sabo had perished in the sea forever, leaving them never knowing that he was still alive. Upon hearing Qin Yue's complete account, Dualage's mind was suddenly enlightened, all his doubts resolved. So that's how it is. Dualage murmured with a hint of emotion in his eyes. When I found Sabo on the beach back, then he was severely injured and barely alive. After he miraculously survived and woke up, he had completely lost all his memories. Everything from the past was a blank slate. He gazed down at the square below, slowly revealing the truth. I saw his talent was exceptional, so I kept him by my side. I guessed as much. Qin Yue nodded gently, his tone resolute. If Sabo hadn't lost his memory, he would definitely have come back to find Ace and Luffy, and wouldn't have stayed alone here for years. With these words, Qin Yue turned to face Dualage, his expression serious. So I plan to arrange a meeting between Sabo and Luffy. First, to resolve the long-standing knot in Luffy's heart, and tell him the truth that Sabo is still alive. Second, to use this brotherly reunion as an opportunity to try and stimulate Sabo's buried memories and help him recover his past. Without any hesitation, upon hearing this, Dualage immediately agreed. No problem. But his tone shifted, carrying a hint of veiled gravity. However, you are well aware of Sabo's current identity and the stakes involved. Dualage did not explicitly reveal Sabo's secret identity as a core cadre of the Revolutionary Army, but Qin Yue as a time traveler knew full well the risks involved. He met Dualage's gaze calmly and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, I will never disclose any." As he spoke, he turned to look down at Luffy, who was carefree and open below, his eyes profound. He spoke again, "And you know your son's talent better than anyone. The hidden truth behind the rubber fruit that Luffy ate. You've heard of it too, haven't you?" These words struck Dualage like a thunderbolt. His pupils abruptly constricted, his whole aura momentarily frozen. He stared intently at the young man beside him, a surge of extreme shock and wariness churning in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Even this secret you know. You're truly an extraordinary young man." Qin Yue completely ignored Dualage's stunned expression, his tone steady as he continued to explain. "We've already set our goal. 2 years from now, the entire crew will enter the New World and challenge the 4 Emperors Hedon. By that time, the long-standing structure of the sea will crumble, and the world order will be thrown into complete chaos. This will be the perfect opportunity for the Revolutionary Army, which has been lying low for years, to rise accordingly. By that time, the long-standing structure of the sea will crumble, and the world order will be thrown into complete chaos. This will be the perfect opportunity for the Dualage gazed deeply at the young man before him, who saw through the grand scheme of the world with such farsightedness, and sighed with sincere admiration. If you weren't one of Luffy's crew members, I would truly want to recruit you into the Revolutionary Army." Hearing this, Qin Yue laughed heartily and shook his head gently. "Better not. I am indeed interested in overturning this solidified world, but I have no interest whatsoever in rebuilding order and governing the world after the chaos. However, I firmly believe that we will become the most compatible and reliable partners." Dualage's lips curled into a relieved smile. Without further ado, he reached inside his dark green coat, took out a small encrypted Den Mushi, and casually tossed it to Qin Yue. "This is the exclusive contact Den Mushi of the Revolutionary Army. The channel is absolutely secure. When you want to arrange the brothers' meeting, you can decide among yourselves. From now on, if anything comes up, you can contact me directly." Having said that, Dualage did not linger. His form moved slightly, borrowing the invisible wind. He silently erased all traces of his presence, turned, and left cleanly, leaving no sign behind. Qin Yue raised his hand, weighing the docile Den Mushi in his palm, chuckled softly, and tucked it securely into his chest. Then, with a light tap of his toe on the rooftop, he performed the Jeppo, striding through the air, his figure crossing the long street in an instant and landing before the Straw Hat crew. Earlier when Qin Yue had approached Luffy's observation, Haki had already detected his presence and also sensed the vast and overwhelming aura beside Qin Yue. But sensing that the two were conversing peacefully, Luffy didn't pay it much attention and quietly waited for him. As Qin Yue landed steadily, Luffy immediately approached, curiously blinking as he asked, "Hey Qin Yue, who was that guy on the rooftop just now?" "My observation," Haki could tell. "He's super strong." Qin Yue turned and nodded to Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, then smiled and teased Luffy. "His identity is not simple. When we get back to the Going Merry, he'll tell you all slowly." "Alright, then let's head back quickly." Luffy didn't ask further, waved his hand with enthusiasm, turned around, and dashed toward the port. Usopp, Nami, Zoro, and Sanji glanced briefly at the nearby Marines who were still restoring order and at Smoker's complex expression, then, without hesitation, followed Luffy, hurrying toward the harbor. At the back of the group, Qin Yue turned slightly, gave a light wave towards Smoker in the distance as a farewell, then quickened his pace to catch up with the others heading to the port together. Smoker, taking in the scene from afar, watched the young man's calm and carefree demeanor, then thought about the series of chaotic events that had unfolded today. His forehead instantly throbbed. He couldn't help but press his hand to his temple, feeling a splitting headache. This Straw Hat crew was simply a bunch of born troublemakers. Yet their strength was uncanny and their hearts pure, making it impossible to control them. Can't beat them, can't catch them, and can't let them go. Smoker watched their retreating figures, sighed softly in resignation, his heart a mix of emotions. In the end, he could only stand still, hands at his sides, silently seeing them off. Soon the group hurried back to the harbor, and everyone boarded the ship efficiently. The Going Merry raised its white sails, the ropes tightened, and the ship slowly departed from Lowtown's dock, breaking free from the last harbor of the East Blue, racing forward at full speed toward the boundless sea ahead. The sea wind blew freely against the sails, stirring up whistling gusts. The clear blue sky merged with the vast azure sea into one line, the horizon vast and boundless. The silhouette of Lowtown at the stern grew smaller and smaller, gradually blurring into a faint shadow until it disappeared completely at the edge of the sea. In its place emerged the entrance to the Grand Line ahead, faintly appearing deep and unknown, a swirling mist of sea layers concealing endless adventures and legends. Standing at the bow, facing the biting and free sea breeze, watching the Grand Line, so close, everyone's passion and longing surged within them. Uncontainable smiles spread across every face and cheerful laughter echoed across the entire deck, ringing over the vast ocean. Finally, we're entering the Grand Line. Luffy spread his arms wide, letting the sea wind fill his clothes, his eyebrows bold, his tone still blazing hot. He was the first to shout out the deepest dream in his heart. "I'm going to be the Pirate King." The resolute vow rang out clearly, pure and passionate, as always filled with fearless confidence. Zoro stood sideways on the deck, his fingertips gently caressing the new Sandai, Kitetsu Yubashiri, and Wado Ikemanji at his waist. The three swords rested quietly together, emitting a cold gleam. He stared firmly into the distance and declared his lifelong ambition in a low voice. "I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman." Sanji leaned against the ship's railing, a cigarette between his fingers, the faint smoke dissipating in the wind. His eyes were full of ultimate longing for the blue sea, and he said with certainty, "I'm going to find the legendary All Blue." Nami walked to the ship's side, gently gazing at the mandarin tree transplanted on the Going Merry, its green leaves swaying in the wind, carrying all her obsession and hope. She raised her hand to brush across the sea chart, her eyes bright and sparkling. "I'm going to traverse the entire sea and draw a complete map of the whole world." Usopp gripped his finely crafted slingshot, his posture tall, shouting out his pursuit with fervor. "I'm going to become a brave warrior of the sea." The moment he finished, a naive yet sincere voice came from behind Luffy with a hint of confusion. "Huh? Usopp, hasn't your dream already come true?" Usopp was taken aback, frozen on the spot. Then Zoro slowly nodded in agreement, his tone calm. "That's right. Back in Syrup Village, you had already become the brave sea warrior who protected the village and your comrades." Nami also gently chimed in with a warm smile. "Yes, you've already fulfilled your original dream." Those simple words of recognition instantly warmed Usopp's heart. So his growth, his perseverance, all his efforts and transformation, his comrades had seen them all and kept them in their hearts. A wave of blazing warmth swept through him. Usopp took a deep breath, a more fervent light shining in his eyes. He clenched the slingshot tightly in both hands, buried his new oath deep in his heart, and then declared loudly, "All right. Then my new dream is to become the world's greatest sniper." "Great." Everyone responded in unison, cheering for their comrade with full passion. The deck was filled with the unique vigor and sincerity of youth. After the commotion, everyone turned as one, their gazes all falling on Qin Yue, who had remained silent all along. They urged him, "Your turn, Qin Yue. Tell us your dream." Facing their expectant eyes, Qin Yue slowly raised his head, looked down at his own firm and powerful fists, then gazed out at this magnificent order-frozen sea. The sea wind ruffled his clothes. A bold, fearless light shone in his eyes, and his voice, though soft, rang out clearly in the wind. Then my goal is to turn this world completely upside down. With those solemn vows settled, the Going Merry rode the wind and waves, carrying the burning dreams of a group of youths charging forward, without hesitation at full speed, into that legendary perilous Grand Line. The crowd stood shoulder to shoulder at the bow of the ship, facing the howling sea wind, their eyes fixed on the increasingly clear silhouette of the inverted mountain on the horizon, their hearts filled with anticipation and enthusiasm for the new adventure ahead. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Luffy suddenly slapped his forehead, as if remembering a long-settled doubt, and turned to Qin Yue, looking at him with eager curiosity, and asked, "Hey Qin Yue, who were you chatting with just now on the roof of Logtown?" Qin Yue glanced at him, his tone casual, as he replied, "Oh, I was just talking to your grandfather's son." Upon hearing this, Luffy instantly displayed a look of enlightenment, nodding earnestly as he furrowed his brow in deep thought, muttering in confusion, "So Grandpa actually has a son. But I grew up with Grandpa and never heard him mention it." This peculiar train of thought left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Zoro helplessly raised his hand to cover his forehead, looking utterly defeated, completely taken aback by Luffy's innocence. Sanji exhaled a long breath, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and was enveloped in swirling smoke. Nami and Usopp synced their movements and expressions to perfection, stepping forward in unison to unleash a torrent of criticism. Hey, how did your brain come up with that? Your grandfather's son is obviously your father, uncle, or elder uncle. Qin Yue is clearly talking about your biological dad. You can't be this old and not even know you have a real father. As the barrage of criticisms continued, Luffy suddenly snapped back to reality, clapping his hands together with a bright glint in his eyes. But in the next moment, he belatedly grasped the crux of the matter, his eyes widening in sheer shock as he stared intensely at Qin Yue. "I actually have a dad." As soon as this sentence fell, the originally gentle breeze on the sea abruptly surged, a fierce wind howling and churning, stirring up layers of fine waves that crashed against the Merry, the air charged with an inexplicable tension. Everyone on the deck was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking up at the sea and sky, all harboring the same confusion, unable to discern whether it was a coincidence or a sensing from the unseen. Qin Yue looked at Luffy's clueless and ignorant expression, unable to hold back a light laugh, and slowly revealed the truth. "Yes, your father's name is Monkey D. Dragon." The moment this was said, the lively atmosphere on the deck abruptly fell silent. Nami's body trembled, her relaxed smile completely vanished, her eyes wide with shock as she instinctively raised her voice in exclamation. "Monkey D. Dragon? The one labeled as the most notorious criminal by the world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army." Having long frequented the East Blue and well-versed in the world's rumors, she understood the gravity of this name better than anyone. Dragon never operated in the pirate-infested waters. He was the #1 dangerous figure who confronted the world government and overturned the rule of the celestial dragons, the most taboo and terrifying existence across the seas. Zoro's expression grew serious, his brows furrowing tightly as he spoke in a low voice. "I've heard that name too when I was hunting pirates. Rumor has it that he is the man most feared by the world government, constantly leading the Revolutionary Army to wreak havoc and overthrow corrupt monarchies, the acknowledged #1 enemy." Sanji paused for a moment, his cigarette burning slightly as he exhaled a puff of smoke, disbelief filling his eyes. "I never expected that this legendary leader of the Revolutionary Army would actually be the son of the Navy hero Garp. This is just too absurd." Usopp's eyes widened in shock, his face a picture of astonishment, utterly shaken by this outrageous connection. His father is the legendary hero who suppressed the seas and upheld the justice of the Navy, yet his son is the most notorious leader of the Revolutionary Army who opposes the government. Their positions are completely opposite. Everyone's hearts surged with tumultuous waves, their thoughts thrown into disarray. Everyone knows Monkey D. Garp, a man who devoted his life to the Navy, upheld justice, and is revered by countless people as a symbol of naval faith. But who would have thought that this legendary vice admiral's son would turn out to be the #1 criminal targeted by the world? Even more absurd and speechless is that Garp's own grandson disregarded all constraints to go to sea and resolutely became a pirate, determined to become the Pirate King. A Navy hero, a Revolutionary Army leader, and a future Pirate King. 3 generations, 3 completely opposing paths forced together in the same family. Everyone looked at Luffy, who was still clueless and completely unaware of the monumental waves swirling around him, and felt endless emotions. The bloodline of the monkey family was truly legendary and insane. Upon learning the truth, Luffy felt no complexity or entanglement about his lineage. He simply felt warmth in his heart, and immediately grinned widely, turning to shout at the vast boundless sea behind the merry thank you. His bright and pure shout pierced through the sea breeze, resonating across the endless ocean. As soon as his voice fell, the previously tumultuous wind suddenly calmed the sea surface, becoming tranquil once more, and the gentle sea breeze returned to caress his face as if nothing had ever happened. Sensing this marvelous change in weather, Qin Yue's smile deepened, and he softly remarked, despite being so concerned about his son quietly protecting and sending him off, he never reveals himself. He truly is a hard-headed yet soft-hearted man, exceedingly proud. High above the clouds, Dragon, who had already taken off into the sky, paused and looked back, gazing at the small boat cutting through the waves and the vibrant figure of the young man on the deck, a usually cold and indifferent face unexpectedly curving into a faint, gentle smile. On the deck of the Mary, after a brief moment of playful banter, Qin Yue slowly reined in his smile, his expression gradually becoming solemn and serious. He turned to Luffy, who was still full of joy, immersed in the knowledge of his father's existence, and spoke in a deep voice. Luffy, there's something important I need to tell you, so be mentally prepared. Noticing Qin Yue's distinctly serious tone, Luffy immediately stopped all his playful expressions, straightened his demeanor, and looked at him intently, with a serious gaze, obediently asking, "What's wrong, Qin Yue?" Qin Yue's gaze was fixed on Luffy, and he spoke each word clearly and earnestly. "Sabo is still alive." The 5 short words exploded like thunder in Luffy's ears. Luffy froze in place, his pupils constricting as the smile faded from his face, replaced by disbelief and a surge of excitement. He stared at Qin Yue, his voice trembling slightly with incredulity as he repeatedly confirmed, "Sabo. He's still alive. Qin Yue, are you serious? Is this real? Sabo really didn't die. Ace and I saw it with our own eyes." As he spoke halfway, the horrific and heartbreaking images of that day surged in his mind, and Luffy's throat tightened, his words suddenly cutting off, his eyes glistening with moisture. The despairing scene of the little boat exploding and the boy sinking into the sea was a regret and pain that Luffy and Ace had not been able to let go of for many years. Seeing Luffy's excited yet restrained expression, Qin Yue nodded earnestly, his tone firm, ensuring him, with every word, it's true. When Sabo set out to sea, he was ambushed and gravely injured by the celestial dragons, but he survived by chance. The one who saved him was your father, Dragon. After that, Sabo was taken back to the Revolutionary Army by Dragon, but when he woke up, he had lost his memory. He forgot you, forgot Ace, and forgot everything from his youth. That's why he hasn't had any news for so many years and never came back to look for you. Upon hearing the complete truth, the moisture in Luffy's eyes remained unshaken, and the bitterness and regret he had repressed for many years suddenly dissipated. He did not cry or harbor any resentment. Instead, he suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter, his bright laughter cutting through the sea breeze, pure and fervent. "It's true. Sabo really isn't dead. Ha, that's great." His eyes were curved with joy and relief, and he couldn't help but think of Ace, sincerely expressing if Ace knew about this, he would be super happy. "Our brother has never left us." Laughing, Luffy suddenly turned to Qin Yue, his eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation as he hurriedly asked, "Hey Qin Yue, is there a way to help Sabo recover his memory? To let him remember me and Ace and the days we spent as brothers?" Qin Yue looked at him filled with hope, smiled gently, and replied, "I can't guarantee that his memory will definitely return, but I have already suggested to your father to arrange for you two to meet to interact in person. Perhaps that could awaken Sabo's memory." "Really? I can meet Sabo?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he became ecstatic, radiating an air of eagerness filled with anticipation for their reunion. Taking advantage of Luffy's fiery mood, Qin Yue smoothly laid out the complete plan. "I plan to have you meet. We are about to enter the Grand Line, where the journey is long and full of opportunities. I will contact Sabo to finalize a safe meeting place, and once we arrive, you 3 brothers will be able to reunite." On the deck, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp had already stopped their idle chatter, quietly listening to the two's conversation, completely stunned by this hidden past. From Luffy's father being the leader of the Revolutionary Army to the long-missing and presumed dead sworn brother Sabo, still being alive, to his amnesia, being adopted by the Revolutionary Army, and about to reunite with his brothers. Each revelation completely overturned everyone's understanding. The entire deck fell silent for several seconds as everyone remained immersed in this astonishing secret, unable to calm their tumultuous hearts. Everyone's minds buzzed with confusion, the extraordinary bonds of the monkey family and the shocking revelation of Sabo's survival crashing into their understanding, leaving them dumbfounded with bewilderment. Qin Yue looked at the crowd, who were dazed and slow to react, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He timely interrupted their chaotic thoughts to bring the atmosphere back on track. "You'll gradually understand Luffy's matters and Sabo's situation. For now, let's set that aside. Let's talk about yourselves. After personally battling the Logia-type smoke fruit user Smoker, what thoughts and insights do you have now that the fight is over?" Upon hearing this, everyone instantly snapped back to reality, suppressing the shock on their faces as they earnestly began to review the uneven battle against Smoker that had just taken place on the back mountain. Zoro was the first to speak, his expression grave, brow furrowed, and his eyes reflecting clear awareness and defeat. My observation Haki can capture his movement trajectory and attack direction, allowing me to fully predict his moves. However, the power of the Logia type is simply unfathomable. My slashes cannot touch his physical form, and all attacks would directly pass through the smoke and miss. Moreover, his smoke covers an extensive range, making it impossible to bind or suppress him. With my current strength facing such a Logia user, I have no means to counter it, and can only be passively restrained. Qin Yue nodded slightly upon hearing this, acknowledging his review, and then turned to look at Sanji, patiently awaiting his opinion. Sanji pinched the cigarette between his fingers and took a slow drag, exhaling a wisp of pale smoke, his expression particularly serious. I share similar thoughts with the green algae head. Our 4 combined attacks, whether close-range assaults or long-range sniping, were utterly ineffective, posing no threat to that smoke man. He looked up at Qin Yue, his tone resolute. He let us go so easily not because we held our ground, but purely out of respect for you, right? Qin Yue simply smiled faintly at this, neither confirming nor denying, merely raising an eyebrow to signal Usopp to continue speaking. Usopp rubbed his chin seriously, recalling the earlier battle, his eyes reflecting a hint of self-reflection. I just faced off against Dottie on the back mountain and awakened my observation Haki. I was indeed a bit overly confident at the moment, thinking my sniping was flawless. But the appearance of Smoker and the unfathomable abilities of the Logia fruit truly taught me a lesson. No matter how precise my predictions or how powerful my shots, if I can't hit the physical form, everything is in vain. Finally, it was Nami's turn. She gripped her 3-section staff, tightly replaying in her mind the scene of her companions being firmly bound by the smoke, while she could only flail her weapon in panic, futilely struggling against it, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. She bit her lip, her gaze particularly resolute, looking directly at Qin Yue. Hey Qin Yue, I don't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again, where I can only watch my companions fall into crisis without being able to do anything. Please teach us about Haki. I want to possess the power to fight against strong enemies and protect everyone. Seeing everyone adopt a serious attitude filled with a desire to grow stronger, Qin Yue revealed a look of contentment, slowly retracting his smile, and spoke earnestly. Good, you all have witnessed the world-class swordsman Mihawk, and have personally battled a Logia fruit user. You should now have the most basic and clear understanding of the top powerhouses in this sea. Today I will share with you the core knowledge of devil fruits and Haki. First, let's talk about devil fruits. Qin Yue spoke at a calm pace, clearly outlining his thoughts. To ordinary pirates and civilians, devil fruits are mysterious treasures of the sea. Eating one grants a unique ability, but the price is being rejected by the sea. All users of these powers cannot swim for their entire lives, and if they fall into the water, they will lose all strength. There are 3 major categories of devil fruits. The first type is the paramecia. Qin Yue reached out and gently pinched Luffy's soft cheek, smiling as he explained. Luffy's gum-gum fruit can be understood as a paramecia, where his physical constitution changes, granting him special abilities, but without transformations or elemental properties. Upon hearing this, Usopp keenly caught the wording and immediately questioned. Weight can be understood as. Does that mean this fruit isn't considered a proper paramecia? The others also turned slightly, sensing the ambiguity in Qin Yue's words, and a sense of curiosity arose within them. In response to their doubts, Qin Yue's eyes flashed with a profound, mysterious smile. Without waiting for further questions, he continued the previous topic, methodically explaining the remaining classifications of devil fruits. The second type is the Zoan type. This type of fruit appears simple, but is actually the most complex. Ordinary Zoan fruits allow a person to transform into the corresponding animal or switch between human and beast forms, significantly enhancing basic attributes like strength, speed, and stamina, such as the common fruits of pigs, bulls, and lions. However, Zoan fruits have an extremely rare branch, namely the mythical and ancient types. For instance, the current Marine Admiral Sengoku possesses the Zoan type human fruit, mythical type Buddha form. These legendary fruits are far rarer than ordinary Logia types. Not only do they greatly enhance physical qualities, but they also grant abilities comparable to paramecia types, making them arguably the most cost-effective fruits. The last type is the Logia type, which you just encountered. Qin Yue's expression became serious, his tone carrying more weight. Smoker's smoke fruit is a standard Logia type. It allows the user to freely manipulate the corresponding element, and even transform into that element, evading all physical attacks. Without Haki or elemental counters, ordinary punches, kick swords, or hidden weapons are completely ineffective against Logia users. Apart from the smoke fruit, the top Logia users in the current sea are the 3 admirals: Akainu with the magma fruit, Aokiji with the ice fruit, and Kazuru with the light fruit. Each one stands as a top-tier powerhouse at the pinnacle of the sea. At this point, Qin Yue glanced at the contemplative crowd and continued, Luffy aims to become the pirate king. Zoro aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman. All of our ultimate dreams will inevitably require us to overcome countless formidable foes. In the future, surpassing and defeating these top devil fruit users is the path we must take. After hearing this explanation, everyone finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the levels and terrors of devil fruits. Zoro tightly gripped his sword, the knuckles turning slightly white, eyes filled with determination and a desire to win. He looked up at Qin Yue and asked in a deep voice, so in other words, for an ordinary person to contend with, or even defeat a devil fruit user, mastering Haki is the only core method, right? The others nodded in agreement, their gazes fixated on Qin Yue, awaiting the final answer. Exactly. Qin Yue nodded decisively, his tone firm. In the first half of the Grand Line, we might still rely on tactics, teamwork, and elemental counters to barely win against some users with obvious weaknesses. However, in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, we will encounter numerous strong opponents who possess both top-tier devil fruit powers and formidable Haki. Without Haki, you won't even have the qualifications to engage them, equivalent to not having a ticket to enter the New World. Following this, Qin Yue began to meticulously explain the fundamentals of the three types of Haki. Having undergone Qin Yue's specialized training for years, they had already developed a preliminary understanding of observation Haki, armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Thus, they felt no surprise, only an abundance of desire and anticipation in their eyes. Seeing their eagerness for knowledge, Qin Yue no longer hesitated and slowly raised his right fist. The pitch-black sheen instantly enveloped his palm, its texture heavy and its edge restrained as the standard armament Haki was formed. Armament Haki is the simplest, most practical, and fundamental core among the three Haki types. The basic level of armament Haki only needs to cover the skin's surface to significantly enhance one's defense and attack power. Most importantly, it allows one to touch and strike the physical form of Logia users, making it the only conventional means to directly withstand and defeat them. Saying this, Qin Yue looked at Zoro. Zoro immediately understood and quickly drew the newly polished shusui from his waist, handing it to Qin Yue. Qin Yue received the katana, and with a thought, the pitch-black armament Haki immediately spread and enveloped the entire blade. The originally gleaming blade was instantly covered by a layer of deep black sheen, the sharpness of the sword becoming even heavier and more domineering. After mastering armament Haki, you can wrap it around your weapon. Holding the sword now covered in Haki, Qin Yue slowly explained, it not only significantly enhances the weapon's attack power, but also provides an absolute defense, evading many special abilities counters. For example, the rare rust fruit in the pirate world can corrode and damage all iron tools. If an ordinary sword encounters it, it will instantly be rendered useless. However, with armament Haki wrapped around it, one can perfectly resist this counter. After finishing the explanation, Qin Yue retracted the Haki and returned shusui to Zoro. Zoro absent-mindedly took back his sword, his fingers lightly brushing the blade, his heart now highly wary of strange abilities like the rust fruit. The surface coverage and weapon wrapping I just described are basic techniques that most powerful beings on the sea can master. Qin Yue shifted his tone, his expression growing more serious. Next, I will discuss advanced techniques that only a few top-tier powerhouses can master, collectively known as Haki flow. Even I at this point only know the principles and have yet to fully master it. Haki flow consists of two core techniques. The first is the ability to strike from a distance. Ordinary armament Haki requires close contact to inflict damage, but Haki flow can form a layer of flowing Haki on the surface of the body, freeing it from physical constraints, allowing it to cause harm without direct contact. With sufficient mastery, it can even condense the Haki into a projectile, forming a wide-range long. Qin Yue recalled the scene of Garp shattering mountains with his bare hands, pausing briefly before continuing. The second is penetrating strikes. Surface Haki serves as defense and resilience, while penetrating Haki directly attacks the enemy's internal defenses, damaging their organs and bones. This is particularly effective against tough opponents with high defenses. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately raised his hand, curiously asking, "Hey Qin Yue, does that mean Grandpa can use this penetrating Haki? Every time he hits me, it feels like the pain penetrates my bones and seeps into my body. Oh, it's super uncomfortable." Qin Yue couldn't help but chuckle, helplessly shaking his head. That old man is one of the top Haki users in the world. He has long mastered such advanced techniques. You don't remember? The scene of him shattering an entire mountain with a single punch back in the day is the best proof. Recalling that incredibly shocking moment, Luffy stiffened, instinctively shivering, and immediately dared not voice any more complaints about Garp's brutal training. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was digesting the knowledge of armament Haki Usopp's eyes suddenly lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Qin Yue, if I wrap armament Haki around a bullet, can I hit Logia users and deal effective damage?" In theory, that is completely feasible. Qin Yue nodded affirmatively, then added the caveat. But this technique requires a very high level of Haki mastery, otherwise the Haki will dissipate before the bullet reaches the target. The strong individual capable of doing this is someone you are quite familiar with. Usopp was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized his tone carrying a hint of complexity. It's my dad, right? Although he is my father, I really don't know him well. Nami suddenly recalled something upon hearing this, her expression filled with concern as she spoke. Hey Qin Yue, does mastering armament Haki require extremely strong physical fitness? Doesn't that mean I would have to train until I'm all muscle-bound? I really don't want to become that bulky. Qin Yue couldn't help but retort, what kind of strange things are you thinking about every day? While the strength of armament Haki is indeed linked to physical condition, the core truly lies in willpower. If your resolve is weak and you have no fighting spirit, no matter how muscular or physically gifted you are, you won't cultivate robust Haki. Moreover, Haki users are not only muscular men. The Marine Reserve Admiral Momonosuke as a top swordsman is slender, yet his Haki prowess far surpasses many muscular men. You need not worry at all. Upon hearing this, Nami let out a long sigh of relief, her previously tense heart finally at ease. At this moment, the eager Zoro spoke up again, his eyes fixed on Qin Yue. Qin Yue, is there a shortcut to quickly mastering Haki? Hearing the word shortcut, a mischievous smile crept onto Qin Yue's face, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Sanji felt a tightness in his chest at this sight, inexplicably feeling a chill run down his spine, and warned, that expression of yours definitely isn't a simple good method, is it? Qin Yue's playful demeanor faded, his expression suddenly serious as he scanned each person present, speaking clearly and gravely. The essence of Haki is the fighting spirit and indomitable will. To dare to fight, to be able to fight, and to not fear strong enemies is the true essence of Haki. If your spirit falters fearing battle, your Haki will weaken or even completely vanish. Therefore, to quickly master Haki, there has never been any other shortcut, only fight to the death. He looked at everyone, his tone carrying a strong sense of pressure, yet also providing immense reassurance. In the upcoming journey, be prepared to endure hardship. Don't worry, I won't go all out, but I will definitely transform you. As everyone immersed themselves in the knowledge of Haki and devil fruits, earnestly absorbing the path to power, Luffy suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing with excitement, and pointed at the horizon, shouting with overwhelming joy, wow! I see it. The entrance to the Grand Line. The crew, startled by his cry, turned their gaze to where he pointed. Nami's heart stirred. She seized the moment to set aside the topic of Haki training, fixed her eyes on the distant view, and confirmed that's indeed the entrance to the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain. At the edge of their vision, the vast red line stretched between sea and sky, towering into the clouds, majestic and profound, like a colossal chasm separating the four seas. In the middle of the unending red line, a massive gap split it apart. What stunned them most was that the seawater, which should have flowed downward, defied all logic here, surging upward against the terrain, rushing along the mountain ravines straight into the sky, forcing its way through the gap in a reverse current all the way to the summit. This is unbelievable. Usopp's eyes widened in awe as he stared at the unnatural sight. A river flowing uphill. This sea defies all common sense. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes filled with wonder. Zoro too stared intently at the magnificent reverse current and murmured, so this is the gateway to the Grand Line. It's bizarre from start to finish. Even Qin Yue, who had long known the story and witnessed countless iconic scenes, felt a surge of awe as he beheld the breathtaking spectacle of Reverse Mountain with his own eyes. The red line stood majestic and powerful. The reverse current roared in grandeur. Mountains and sea converged, the sky and earth stretched vast and magnificent, far more breathtaking than his memories. Nature's craftsmanship was displayed in all its glory at this moment. Just as everyone marveled, the undercurrent beneath the sea suddenly surged violently. The current that had been smoothly carrying the Mary forward turned fierce and reckless, and the ship began to shake violently. Nami's expression changed instantly. She suppressed all sentiments and warned the crew sharply, not good. The current is strengthening. Everyone brace yourselves and prepare. Immediately the crew steadied themselves, gripping the ship firmly. In the next second, the violent reverse current seized the Mary. The sails were filled by the gusting wind, and the small ship was lifted by the torrent, racing upward along the narrow, steep channel, charging, without hesitation, toward the peak of Reverse Mountain. The entire channel was narrow and perilous, lined with jagged rocks on both sides, sharp reefs hidden beneath the turbulent water, threatening shipwreck and death at the slightest misstep. Violent waves pounded the hull continuously. The intense jolts shook everyone's spirit. Around them, only the howling wind and thunderous waves echoed, a scene of extreme danger. Throughout the ordeal, Nami's precise navigational judgment shone. Calm and composed, she directed the helm and course with unwavering clarity, steering them past deadly reefs, and using the layered reverse currents to guide the crew through each perilous pass. After a thrilling dash, the Mary finally broke through safely to the summit of Reverse Mountain. The moment they reached the top, the view before them once again defied their understanding. At the summit, the terrain was flat and open. From each of the four seas, east, west, south, and north, a reverse current extended, all converging at this peak, creating a vast and magnificent crossroads. At the center of the confluence, a single straight channel plunged downward, the only entrance to the Grand Line. The true gate to the unknown lay right before them. Awesome! Luffy spread his arms wide, shouting against the summit's strong wind, his face burning with excitement and longing. Crew, we've made it. Get ready to enter the Grand Line. Finally, the Grand Line. Usopp was ecstatic, his eyes brimming with anticipation for new adventures. Zoro, Sanji, and Nami also smiled. All the hardships and toil of the journey had led to this moment. Everyone's hearts swelled with expectation for the journey ahead. Qin Yue stood on the deck looking at the youthful, passionate figures before him with a gentle, nostalgic smile. But then his expression shifted slightly as a crucial thought struck him. In an instant, his immense observation Haki surged outward, sweeping down the channel ahead to probe the air. In a flash, the scene below fully entered his mind. A colossal life force vast as a mountain blocked the only exit of the Grand Line. Qin Yue's expression turned grave. He warned the crew sharply, everyone prepare for battle immediately. A gigantic whale is blocking the exit below, completely sealing the route. Luffy, be ready to cushion the impact. The crew were stunned, their minds racing with confusion. What kind of giant whale could block the entrance to the Grand Line? Without time to ponder, they instinctively activated their perception. Zoro's observation Haki was still shallow, he could only sense a vague, massive presence without seeing its full form. But Luffy and Usopp's observation Haki were far sharper. In an instant, they perceived the mountain-like dark silhouette at the exit. Their faces shifted from anticipation to tension, their expressions taut. Hey, no way. Usopp stammered, staring at the exit below, his voice trembling. Nami, who could sense nothing unusual, grew anxious seeing their serious faces. She demanded urgently, what are you all talking about? What giant whale? I can't see anything. As the crew questioned, the Mary had already begun its rapid descent down the peak's channel, speeding toward the Grand. The smoky veil over the exit gradually cleared. When the view became fully visible, everyone froze in place, utterly stunned. At the entrance to the Grand Line, a whale the size of a small hill stood upright on the sea. Its enormous body loomed high, blocking the entire route. Majestic, ancient, immense, the oppressive presence sent chills down their spines. Such a colossus defied their comprehension. For a moment, everyone stood motionless, staring blankly at it. Everyone prepare. Qin Yue shouted, no longer hesitating. Luffy snapped back to reality, his eyes sharp. With a leap, he rushed to the very bow of the Mary, standing ready. As the Mary hurtled downward, about to collide head-on with the whale's skull, Qin Yue suddenly launched himself into the air, soaring ahead of the ship. Facing the fierce wind of the descent, he drew back his right arm and struck with all his might. Fistbone wind rend. A concentrated burst of power erupted, sending a highly compressed shockwave tearing through the air, smashing into the space before the giant whale. The massive blast parted the sea wind, filling the Mary's sails and canceling the ship's extreme downward inertia. The plummeting Mary suddenly slowed, its speed drastically reduced. Seizing the moment, Luffy's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath, his chest and belly swelling. Gum-gum. His body inflated like a giant rubber balloon, firmly planted between the Mary and the immense whale. The next second, the Mary, carrying residual momentum, slammed into Luffy's expanded form. A deep, heavy thud echoed across the sea. The perfect elasticity absorbed all impact. With the remaining gust and Luffy's flawless cushioning, the speeding Mary came to a steady halt on the water, narrowly avoiding a direct collision. The danger passed. Qin Yue and Luffy leaped back onto the deck, landing firmly, letting out a long breath. Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp remained rooted in place, utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the harrowing scene and the oppressive presence of the behemoth before them. After a brief silence, Usopp was the first to snap out of it. His pupils shrank, and he stared at the whale, shouting, hey, something's wrong. It's moving. Boom. The colossal whale Laboon, which had been standing motionless on the sea, was startled awake by the... Although Qin Yue's distant wind rend had not struck its body, the compressed shockwave had grazed it, making it feel the impact clearly. The enormous eye slowly turned, locking onto the tiny Mary. In the next instant, its massive mouth gaped open, revealing a pitch-black abyssal cavity, and it lunged straight for the ship with the force to swallow the sea and devour a vessel. In that critical moment, Luffy and Qin Yue turned back simultaneously, their eyes fierce. Two overwhelming, invisible pressures erupted from them, colliding and merging into a terrifying spiritual force that swept toward the whale. In an instant, the whale's descending jaws froze midair. Its massive body trembled slightly, and extreme terror filled its huge eyes. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on its forehead. The ancient giant whale, under the pressure of two tiny humans on the deck, was completely cowed, its will to attack extinguished. Once they confirmed that the whale had lost all aggression and only fear remained, Qin Yue and Luffy gradually withdrew their Conqueror's Haki, and the sea instantly calmed. Qin Yue looked at the now subdued whale and called out, "Don't worry, old man. We mean no harm." The crew grew alert. Nami and Sanji lacked observation Haki, but everyone trusted Qin Yue's judgment and remained on guard. Just then a slender figure emerged on top of the whale's towering head. It was an old man wearing a pink shirt, his hair white and fluffy like feathers. He stood lazily on the whale's crown, his expression calm, his gaze sweeping over the Mary's crew. When his eyes landed on the iconic straw hat on Luffy's head, he paused for a moment. A subtle flicker passed through his eyes, but it vanished quickly, and he resumed his composed, indifferent demeanor. "If you have the guts, follow me," the old man said in a calm, unhurried voice carrying the weariness of one who had seen. Then he turned to Usopp, who had his slingshot fully drawn and aimed at him, and said in a flat tone laced with confidence, "Put that away. If you really fight, you'll die." Usopp's expression remained tense, unyielding. "Who are you talking about?" The old man replied matter-of-factly without any fluctuation. "Me, of course." With that he said no more, gave a light leap, and jumped casually toward the nearby shore, his movements graceful and effortless. The tense atmosphere on the deck instantly dissolved. Everyone was taken aback, their taut nerves suddenly relaxed. Zoro sheathed his half-drawn sword. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Nami rubbed her forehead helplessly, half smiling and half vexed. What is this old man up to? Then she looked at Qin Yue and Luffy and asked, "Should we follow him?" Luffy grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "That old man is really interesting. Let's go." Qin Yue nodded slightly, a knowing smile in his eyes. "Let's go. He means no harm. He's probably waiting for us here." With their agreement, the crew hesitated no more. They steered the Mary slowly toward the shore. The scene shifted to the base of the lighthouse by the Twin Gorge. Crocus reclined leisurely on an aged rattan lounge chair, his eyes half closed, his demeanor languid and indifferent, as if he had been waiting here for a long time, quietly anticipating the Straw Hat crew's arrival ashore. Soon the Going Merry docked steadily at the shore. The Straw Hat crew leaped off the deck one by one, stepping onto the soft sand, and slowly walked toward the lighthouse. Crocus opened his eyes at the sound, his gaze sweeping slowly over the approaching group. His eyes lightly brushed over each person, then he nodded slightly, after a moment a hint of approval in his gaze, and murmured in a low voice, "Not bad. 2 Conqueror's Haki users, 4 with observation Haki. Such a configuration is already exceptionally luxurious for rookies just entering the Grand Line." The blunt evaluation fell abruptly. Zoro's eyes instantly sharpened, his steps halted, and his entire body entered a state of alert. His palm instinctively drifted toward his sword hilt, his heart filled with caution. The group had never revealed their full strength, yet this old man had seen through their cards at a glance, proving he was by no means an ordinary lighthouse keeper. Facing Zoro's vigilance and hostility, Crocus' expression remained unchanged, showing no panic. His gaze passed over the group, landing squarely on the straw hat atop Luffy's head. His eyes grew distant as he whispered softly, "So alike." This inexplicable remark left the crew baffled. They exchanged puzzled glances, utterly unable to grasp the old man's implication. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, Qin Yue stepped forward with a smile and said teasingly, "Uncle Crocus, since the younger generation has finally made it through Reverse Mountain and into the Grand Line, you, as a seasoned veteran, ought to prepare some kind of welcome gift, right?" Crocus was taken aback for a moment, looking at Qin Yue with some surprise, then said flatly, "I'm just a retired old ship's doctor. I don't have any precious treasures to offer." However, his tone shifted. He rose, walked to the lighthouse wall, and took down a slightly worn leather notebook with frayed corners, tossing it casually toward Qin Yue. "You must be training in Haki. This notebook contains half a lifetime of my experience in Haki cultivation, along with details on ability development and pitfalls to avoid. It will save you rookies a lot of detours." Qin Yue caught the notebook steadily, his fingertips rubbing against the thick paper, satisfaction evident in his eyes. He smiled sincerely. "Thanks, senior. That's generous." Crocus helplessly rolled his eyes, silently thinking he had never met such a brazen young man. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, and the others were completely bewildered by the exchange, their minds full of confusion. Before Qin Yue could answer, Crocus' calm voice rang out clearly, reaching everyone's ears. "My name is Crocus. I'm the lighthouse keeper of this Twin Gorge. He's terrifying." Before Qin Yue could answer, Crocus' calm voice rang out clearly, reaching everyone's ears. "My name is Crocus. I'm the lighthouse keeper of this Twin Gorge, and I was once the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates." The Roger Pirates. Usopp's pupils instantly contracted, his curiosity transforming into extreme shock. The embarrassment of his covert inquiry froze on his face as he quickly offered Crocus an awkward, sheepish grin. Nami, Zoro, and Sanji were also visibly stirred, waves of astonishment rising in their hearts. This seemingly ordinary retired elder was actually a crew member of the legendary pirate king Joel D. Roger. Only Luffy's eyes blazed with excitement. He strode forward enthusiastically and shouted, "Amazing! Hey old man, why don't you come aboard my ship as the ship's doctor? We really need a skilled doctor." Crocus was caught off guard by the sudden passionate invitation, coughing twice in surprise. He waved his hand helplessly and refused. "I'm too old for all that excitement. I won't go sailing off on adventures with you youngsters. I just want to spend my retirement peacefully here at Twin Gorge, keeping Laboon company." As he spoke, Crocus turned his head and gazed tenderly at the enormous whale standing on the sea's surface, his eyes filled with warmth and nostalgia. The group followed his gaze. Nami was the first to voice her curiosity, asking, "So its name is Laboon, Mr. Crocus, how did it get so huge?" "It's an island whale. Its natural size far exceeds that of ordinary whales." Crocus began slowly telling the story. When it was young, a group of pirates from the West Blue brought it here. Later, as it grew too large, the pirates could no longer take it on their adventures and left it in my care. At this point, Crocus' tone deepened slightly, "But that was 50 years ago." 50 years? Nami and Usopp both exclaimed in shock. Their words trailed off, but the unspoken question was clear. Crocus nodded gently, his voice carrying endless weariness and loneliness. "Yes, 50 years. Those people are probably no longer alive." Boom. As if understanding the conversation, the giant whale Laboon raised its head toward the direction of Reverse Mountain and let out a deep, sorrowful cry, filled with loneliness and obsession, echoing across the sea. Silence fell over the deck. Everyone stared at the lonely figure standing in the sea, a strange ache in their hearts. The next moment, Laboon suddenly turned its massive body and slammed its head fiercely against the hard cliffs of Reverse Mountain. "No!" The crew's expressions changed drastically, and they cried out in alarm. Nami looked at the thick scabbed wounds on Laboon's head, wounds that had clearly healed and broken open repeatedly over the years. She turned to Crocus and asked softly, "Mr. Crocus, those wounds on its head, they're from hitting the cliff year after year, aren't they?" Crocus nodded silently, his eyes full of pain and helplessness. As everyone stood in heartfelt sympathy, Luffy suddenly strode forward and shouted across the water, "Hey, Laboon, let's fight." Before the enormous whale could react, Luffy's arms stretched out and his rubber fist shot through the air, tapping gently against Laboon's huge head. Provoked without reason, Laboon instantly grew furious. Its massive body shifted, and it charged straight at Luffy, riding towering waves. The two, one man and one whale, one small and one gigantic, immediately began tussling and wrestling by the seaside, the heavy oppressive atmosphere dissolving into lively play. After a while, Luffy raised his hand to call a halt, grinning at the giant whale. "Stop. This round is a draw. After we conquer the Grand Line, we'll have a proper rematch and settle this for good." The enraged Laboon froze. Its enormous eyes blinked as if understanding Luffy's promise and goodwill. Its agitation gradually subsided, and it let out a low roar at Luffy, as if accepting the pact that spanned the entire voyage. Watching this, Crocus' tensed brow finally relaxed, and he smiled with relief. Zoro, Nami, and the others also understood Luffy's intention, their hearts warming. Luffy had no words of comfort. He simply used the purest method to give the lonely Laboon, who had waited 50 years, a new promise and hope. At that moment, not far away, hidden in the shadow of a coastal rock, two figures were secretly observing the group by the lighthouse. Mr. 9, wearing a small crown and green attire, looked at the scene ahead and sighed helplessly, whispering to the blue-haired woman beside him, "Miss Wednesday, it seems our mission is going to fail. The strength and background of these rookies are far beyond our estimates." Miss Wednesday nodded slightly, her expression serious. "You're right. This isn't a good place to stay. Let's leave immediately before they notice us." Just as they were about to retreat quietly, an unexpected cough sounded from behind them. Mr. 9, unaware of the anomaly, still leaned forward, watching the lighthouse, asking without turning his head, "Miss Wednesday, did you catch a cold?" Your voice suddenly changed. The moment the words left his mouth, his body stiffened as he realized something was wrong. He spun around abruptly. Standing silently behind them was a tall, straight figure over 2 meters high, casting a long shadow over the area. Qin Yue looked at them with a smile, his tone light, but carrying immense pressure. "You two have been hiding here watching for so long. Mind if I get a look too?" The sudden confrontation made Miss Wednesday's heart tighten. She forced a sweet smile and stammered, "Sir, could we reach a settlement? We mean no harm." Unfortunately, pleading came too late. Moments later, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday were thoroughly bound and tied, thrown unceremoniously onto the open ground in front of the lighthouse. After a round of interrogation, the two finally succumbed to the pressure and confessed their true purpose. They had been ordered to hunt the giant island whale Laboon, intending to transport the whale meat back to their island to stave off starvation. The moment the words left their mouths, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday immediately shifted into a pitiful demeanor, weeping and wailing with exaggerated sorrow. They claimed that the island they were stationed on had completely run out of food, with not a single grain harvested. If they couldn't bring back enough provisions, thousands of civilians on the island would starve to death. Their words were steeped in grief as they tried to evoke sympathy. Yet their statements were riddled with contradictions and glaring flaws. Their acting was stiff and overblown, an obvious fabrication at first glance. The Straw Hat crew exchanged glances, refusing to be easily swayed. They remained wary, staring at the two on the ground with suspicion. From start to finish, Crocus paid no heed to this shabby display of misery. Expressionless, he turned around and lay back on his rattan chair, flipping open the newspaper beside him and reading the news as if the two were nothing but air. Listening to their rambling, incoherent lies, Qin Yue let out a helpless sigh, yet a mischievous, wicked glint flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand and pulled out a round din mushy, its lens pointing directly at Miss Wednesday, who was still passionately performing her sorrow. He began recording silently. Miss Wednesday was in the middle of embellishing her lies when she caught sight of the snail lens aimed straight at her. Her expression nearly cracked, but she barely managed to steady herself. Confused, she cautiously asked, "Sir, is there something wrong?" "Nothing," Qin Yue said slowly, shaking his head, his smile growing more playful. "Just recording a bit of beauty. I've always been curious, if I thoroughly document someone's childhood embarrassments and personally hand it to her years later, what would her reaction be?" Yeah. With that, he lowered his voice and let out a sly chuckle, his expression full of mischievous intent. The crew had never seen him act so strange and insufferable. All of them turned their heads, staring at Qin Yue with undisguised disgust. "Hey Qin Yue, that expression of yours is way too weird. You look like a pervert." Nami clutched her forehead and ruthlessly teased him. Usopp quickly nodded in agreement, joining in the Sanji immediately turned into a gentleman, stepping forward to shield Miss Wednesday, glaring warily at Qin Yue to protect the lady. Only Zoro remained unruffled, instantly seeing through Qin Yue's malicious prank, showing no extra reaction. Facing the crew's unanimous disdain, Qin Yue merely raised the corner of his mouth, mysteriously glancing at Miss Wednesday, whose face was growing stiffer. "You'll find out later." Without bothering with the two still pleading and playing the victim, he strode to the lighthouse wall, sat down against the cold stone, and looked at Crocus, who was leisurely reading the paper. He cut straight to the point in a low voice. "Roger left a child. Do you old timers who sailed with him back then know about it?" Crocus paused, his fingers slowly lowered the newspaper, and lifted his eyes to Qin Yue. Seeing the serious expression with no hint of jest, he immediately sat up from his lazy posture and scrutinized Qin Yue from head to toe. Frowning slightly, he murmured unconsciously, "Doesn't look like it." Qin Yue pressed his forehead with a hand and looked at the old ship doctor with exasperation. "Old man, I said Roger has offspring, not that the child is me." Caught off guard, Crocus coughed dryly in embarrassment, quickly composing himself to cover his awkwardness. "Don't overthink it. I was just thinking you're physically strong. You must train hard. All right, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say directly." Qin Yue dropped the playfulness, his expression turning utterly serious. Given the world government's modus operandi, once they discover that Roger's bloodline still survives, they will stop at nothing to eradicate it. Need I explain why? Crocus nodded slowly, a trace of weariness in his eyes. "We old folks, aged and powerless. Even if many former subordinates are willing to help, it's just a show of force. Nothing substantial. Relax, I never expected you old timers to risk your lives." Qin Yue waved his hand, his tone calm. "I'm just giving you a heads up. If trouble really comes, don't look the other way and play dead. Just lend a hand when you can." As he finished, Qin Yue pulled a portrait from his pocket and casually handed it to Crocus. Crocus looked down at the young man in the portrait, sharp brows, a defiant smile. One glance was enough. He whispered with emotion, "So much alike. Poor Gasti. Ace. So Roger's child is now under the Whitebeard pirates." Gazing at the youth's face, memories of sailing the seas with Rogers surged back. Crocus was silent for a moment, then snapped back to focus, looking at Qin Yue and asking softly, "You must be close with him." "We grew up together." Qin Yue nodded with a smile, then pointed to Luffy, who was still foolishly listening to the two excuses and nearly softening. "That idiot is Ace's sworn brother." Crocus looked at Luffy's naive, gullible appearance and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. "So that's it. I never imagined that Shanks, that brat, would pass on this straw hat of Rogers to this young man. His name is Monkey D. Luffy." Qin Yue deliberately slowed his speech, emphasizing the crucial surname. "Monkey D." Crocus unconsciously repeated, then stopped abruptly. His expression shifted dramatically, his eyes sharpening as he stared at Qin Yue, shocked. "Monkey D. Luffy. Could he be that old bastard Garp's grandson?" "Bingo." Qin Yue threw back his head and laughed heartily, his eyes full of amusement. "Luffy is indeed Grandpa Garp's biological grandson. Surprising, isn't it? Truly unexpected." Crocus pressed his forehead in exasperation, momentarily lost in thought before piecing together the entire picture. He murmured to himself, so that's how it is. Back then Roger entrusted Ace to Garp before his death. Roger's orphan whose sworn brother is Garp's own grandson. That old bastard. He shook his head, a resigned, yet relieved smile forming in his eyes. As the two were chatting in low voices, a crisp call came from the Mary anchored by the sea. Sanji, wearing a clean apron, leaned out half of his body from the steamy kitchen and waved vigorously towards the lighthouse, shouting, "Hey, Qin Yue, Uncle Crocus, time to eat. Come and taste the special ingredients I bought in Low Town." On the other side, the bound Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, by telling a pitiful tale, successfully moved the simple-minded Luffy. Luffy fully believed the lies concocted by the two and kept pleading for them. The Straw Hats, unable to go against their captain, reluctantly untied them and even generously invited them to join the dinner on board. Luffy directly made the decision to take them along to Whiskey Peak. Crocus observed everything, watching Luffy trust strangers so easily without any guard, and let out a soft sigh, but he didn't expose the disguise of the Baroque Works duo. Qin Yue looked sideways at the naive Luffy, a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth, and made no move to stop them. The group sat on the deck for a hearty meal accompanied by fine wine and delicious food, the atmosphere relaxed and lively. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone stood up and waved goodbye to Crocus. The Mary set sail once again, carrying two guests with hidden intentions, heading towards the first stop on the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Before leaving, Luffy deliberately took paint and drew a clear Straw Hat pirate's mark on La Boone's broad. He made a solemn promise to La Boone until the Straw Hats conquer the Grand Line and return safely to fulfill their duel. La Boone must not ram the Red Line again or damage the promised mark on its forehead. Zoro, Nami, and the others all highly approved of Luffy's gentle and passionate gesture, and everyone seconded the promise, spanning the voyage. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, silently watching from the ship, developed a completely different new perspective on this carefree, yet pure rookie pirate crew. The ship sailed steadily into the depths of the Grand Line. The scorching hot sea surface suddenly changed with achoo. Usopp sneezed loudly, hugging his arms and shrinking his body. Looking up at the white snow falling from the sky in disbelief, he couldn't help but complain, "What the heck? It was so hot just a moment ago, and now it's suddenly snowing. The weather on the Grand Line is way too absurd." Mr. 9 watched the astonished Straw Hats, finding it amusing. He raised his chin slightly, ready to show off by educating the newcomers about the unpredictable climate of the Grand Line. But before he could speak, Nami calmly carried a pile of thick winter coats from the cabin and accurately tossed one to each crew member. Seeing the puzzled looks, Nami raised her wrist, revealing a special log pose, and calmly explained, "I prepared these coats in advance in Low Town. I learned the rules of the Grand Line beforehand. This sea has chaotic magnetic fields, strange currents, and completely unpredictable weather. Rain, snow, sun, clouds, shifting in an instant. We must always be ready for extreme weather. And ordinary compasses are useless here, they can't guide us. We have to rely solely on this log pose." Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, and the others nodded in understanding, fully grasping the navigation rules of the Grand Line. Mr. 9, who was about to show off, froze in place, looking disappointed, and silently muttered to himself, "These rookies actually prepared ahead. Underestimated them." Before the two could relax, Nami threw a broom and a snow shovel in front of them, her eyes sharp and commanding, saying, "Hey, don't just stand around loafing. Go shovel the snow on the deck. Since you're on our ship, don't expect free food and lodging. Work off your debt." Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday exchanged a glance, knowing they had no choice but to obey. They silently took the tools and went to various parts of the deck, clearing the accumulated snow without a word. Time passed slowly. The heavy snow gradually stopped, the sea calmed down, and a peaceful-looking island appeared on the horizon. Following the log pose's guidance, the Mary docked steadily at the port. The first stop on the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak, had finally been reached. Everyone leaned curiously over the railing, taking in the island that seemed simple and peaceful, their eyes filled with novelty. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday, who had been quietly shoveling snow, suddenly moved simultaneously. They leaped onto the ship's railing, looking down at the Straw Hats on the deck, and burst into loud laughter without warning. The hearty yet eerie laughter echoed over the port. Before the Straw Hats could react, the two exchanged a glance and jumped cleanly into the cold seawater, disappearing beneath the surface in an instant. Silence fell upon the deck. The sea breeze blew and the atmosphere grew awkward. The silence lasted several seconds. Usopp scratched his head, looking confused, and broke the quiet first. What are those two doing? Suddenly jumping into the sea out of nowhere." Zoro helplessly rubbed his forehead, looking at the sea in exasperation, probably caught a cold from shoveling snow and lost their minds. Hearing this, Sanji instantly flared up, stomped over to Zoro, and glared angrily, "Damn Moss Head. Don't you dare speak ill of the beautiful and gentle Miss Wednesday." Seeing Sanji's protective reaction, Zoro was also in the mood for a quarrel. He sneered and retorted, "Looks like your brain froze too, damn cook. Bastard, don't call me that. The two instantly clashed like needles against needles, arguing in front of everyone. Their familiar daily bickering resumed, and the others, long accustomed to it, didn't bother to intervene. Nami ignored the quarreling pair and turned to Qin Yue, who had been holding a transponder snail the whole time, recording Miss Wednesday. She looked puzzled and bluntly asked, "Hey Qin Yue, what were you doing recording Miss Wednesday all along? Are you really a creep?" By now the two had vanished from the sea. Qin Yue slowly closed the transponder snail and put it away. Facing Nami's teasing, he just smiled mysteriously and shook his head. "You'll find out later." Same old excuse. The others, looking at the enigmatic Qin Yue, were all baffled. They couldn't figure out what he— Hey, everyone stop daydreaming. Let's go explore the island. Luffy's excited shout suddenly rang out. Before everyone could gather their things to disembark, a large number of islanders poured out from the streets and behind rocks around the harbor. All of them held welcome signs, their faces wearing exceptionally warm and bright smiles. They cheered in unison, welcoming the straw hats on the merry, "Welcome to Whiskey Peak. Welcome pirate lords to the island." The sudden grand welcome left the entire Straw Hat crew stunned, their faces full of bewilderment. Zoro's expression turned serious. His instincts screamed danger, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. Having sailed the seas for a long time, he had never seen a kingdom that actively welcomed pirates. This island felt completely off from the start. He subconsciously turned to look at Qin Yue beside him, but saw Qin Yue's calm expression and unruffled gaze, as if he knew everything and had it all under control. Zoro immediately understood. He wasn't the only one who sensed the flaw. Qin Yue had been fully aware of the island's hidden tricks all along. Since Qin Yue chose to bide his time, Zoro suppressed his own vigilance and followed along with the group without showing any change. Meanwhile, the simple-minded Luffy and the carefree Usopp were already swept away by the flattery and warm welcome. They floated ecstatically without a shred of caution. When the islanders enthusiastically invited them to a banquet, the two agreed, without a second thought, cheerfully preparing to head to the island with the crowd. They had no inkling that behind this warm welcome lurked deadly danger. Nami frowned deeply as she watched Luffy and Usopp, who had fallen into the enemy's trap without any caution. Instinctively, she lifted her foot to step forward and stop them, alerting the crew to the hidden dangers of this island. But before she could take a step, a calm and unhurried voice sounded from beside her. Qin Yue stood with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed and undisturbed. He spoke lightly to reassure her, "Let's go. Since someone is treating us to food and drink for free, we might as well enjoy it. Why not?" With that, without waiting for Nami's response, he strode forward to follow Luffy and the others, his expression composed, as if he had long seen through everything but chose to go along with the flow. Nami stood frozen, watching Qin Yue's retreating figure. She helplessly raised her hand to her forehead, muttering in frustration, "Is Qin Yue joining in the madness too? Why is he suddenly so carefree like Luffy? Is it contagious?" She knew Qin Yue was meticulous and couldn't have missed the island's peculiarities, yet he deliberately chose not to stop them. Nami could only let it go. She then turned to look at Sanji, who was still fuming behind her, and called softly, "Let's go too, Sanji." Just that gentle call made Sanji stiffen instantly, his cheeks flushing red, his heart pounding uncontrollably. His eyes turned into sparkling hearts as he replied with fervent tenderness, "Yes, Miss Nami. He'll follow whatever Miss Nami says." Zoro glanced at Sanji's instant shift in demeanor, clicked his tongue in disdain, and silently picked up his sword to follow the group. Thus the whole crew walked toward the banquet grounds deep in the island, led by the overly enthusiastic islanders. The crew followed the overly friendly islanders along the clean streets, and soon arrived at the grand banquet venue in the island's center. Upon arrival, the long tables were already laden with a dazzling array of fresh ingredients, rich liquor, and exquisite dishes, everything prepared in advance. These seemingly simple islanders had figured out each member of the Straw Hat crew's preferences and divided their tasks precisely to win them over. Gluttonous Luffy was led to a private room filled with grilled meat and seafood, his eyes gleaming as he focused solely on devouring. Thirsty Zoro was surrounded by several strong men at a drinking table, taking turns toasting and challenging him. Greedy Nami was guided to a gambling table, lured by promises of guaranteed wins, sparking her desire to earn money. Sanji was encircled by a group of beautiful women exchanging warm pleasantries. Braggart Usopp was surrounded by patient listeners who eagerly absorbed his thrilling sea adventure tale. Only Qin Yue remained at ease, not deliberately targeted. All kinds of fine food and drink were served to him, a fair share of everything. Qin Yue leaned back in his chair, surveying his comrades who were being coddled like infants. He shook his head with a wry smile, then picked up his utensils to enjoy the lavish feast and drinks, calmly waiting for the enemy to reveal their true colors. Among the crowd, Nami remained somewhat alert. Initially, the guaranteed win gambling sparked her interest, and she won a considerable amount of berries, filling her with joy at earning money. Yet she never fully lowered her guard. As she drank cup after cup of fruit wine, she gradually noticed a strange aftertaste. The liquor felt odd with an enduring and eerie lingering effect clearly laced with sleeping drugs. She glanced around. Luffy was already fast asleep, clutching his grilled meat. Zoro was leaning against the table with his eyes closed. Usopp's eyelids were drooping as he told stories. Sanji had also lost his earlier enthusiasm, his hands slowly drooping as he fell into slumber. Seeing the state of the crew, Nami decided to play along. Letting her body go limp, she slumped onto the table, pretending to be completely drunk and unconscious. Inwardly, she remained calm, thinking, anyway, Qin Yue and Zoro are still on the ship. I don't need to worry. They'll just pretend to be unconscious and see what conspiracy these disguised islanders are plotting. Once the entire Straw Hat crew had fallen asleep, all the islanders who had been wearing kind smiles instantly dropped their masks. Their enthusiasm vanished, replaced by coldness and irritation as they shed their disguises. The staff responsible for entertaining the guests couldn't help but complain openly, their pent-up grievances exploding. These pirates are way too hard to please. I switched chefs 3 times and none of them could fill that Straw Hat kid's stomach. He's a bottomless pit. And that green-haired swordsman over here, he drank half our liquor reserves dry. The sleeping wine we prepared didn't even faze him. The women surrounding the blonde cook were nearly driven mad by his cheesy flirting. He just kept hitting on them and was completely unaffected by the spiked drinks. And that long-nosed guy kept dragging us to listen to his made-up adventure stories. My head is ringing. The more they talked, the more puzzled they became. Come to think of it, how does this crew, full of such weird habits and impossible to handle, have a total bounty of 60 million berries? Could the intel be wrong? Maybe the information is mistaken. The person beside them took out 2 fresh wanted posters and pointed at the images. See for yourself. The boy in the straw hat has a bounty of 30 million berries. That tall man in black who was on the ship earlier also has a 30 million berries bounty. As they spoke, everyone instinctively turned to look at where Qin Yue had been sitting. But the sofa was empty. No, hey, where's that tall bounty you mentioned? There's no one here. The man turned back impatiently, his voice cut off. A chill ran down his spine, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and every hair on his body stood on end. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him as he shouted, shit. That big guy is gone. Where the hell is he? As chaos and panic swept the room, a lazy, mocking male voice came slowly from a sofa on the side. That big guy thought your liquor was terrible and went out for a walk. If you have any complaints or questions, you can discuss them with my sword. Zoro stood with arms crossed, leaning against the sofa. His eyes were open, a sharp gaze sweeping across the room. He showed no signs of drunken sleep. He had been fully awake, listening to everyone's conversation. The agents of Baroque Works turned pale, staring grimly at Zoro and demanding, when did you find out? Zoro sneered, his tone contemptuous. The code names you kept calling each other gave it all away. When I was a bounty hunter, I got repeated invitations from your organization. Plus, back at the Twin Capes beach, the blue-haired woman and the green-haired man were calling each other by their code names. I understood everything in an instant. With that, Zoro stood up slowly, rolling his neck with a crisp crack. The 3 swords at his waist emanated a cold, sharp gleam. You bounty hunters sure have guts. Let me see if you have the strength to match your ambition. Bang! Before he finished speaking, a man with golden curly hair launched a sudden attack. This was Mr. 8, the island's leader, who had hidden several machine gun barrels within his curly hair. He opened fire instantly, a hail of bullets raining down on Zoro. Smoke filled the room, engulfing Zoro's figure. His subordinates rushed forward, asking urgently, Mr. 8, did we get him? Mr. 8 stared into the thick smoke, his face rapidly changing color as alarm bells rang in his mind. He screamed at everyone, watch out. All hands on guard. A gust of wind cut through the air, a flash of cold steel. Zoro appeared in an instant, delivering several clean slashes. Several agents fell to the ground, completely incapacitated, unable to put up any fight. Mr. 8 was horrified. Knowing he was no match for the swordsman in direct combat, he hurled a smoke bomb to obscure vision and fled toward the door in panic. Zoro, using his initially awakened observation Haki, clearly tracked the fleeing figure through the smoke. Just as he was about to pursue, a voice stopped him. Wait, Marimo. Leave the rest to me. Sanji, a cigarette between his fingers, walked out from behind the crowd, his eyes showing no sign of sleepiness. He had been fully awake as well. Zoro sheathed his sword, but still couldn't resist a jab. Humph, don't get yourself killed by the enemy. It'd be a pain to find another substitute cook. Facing the familiar taunt, Sanji didn't argue. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said seriously, don't worry. They're just a bunch of rabble. Lately my senses have become exceptionally sharp. Qin Yue said I'm on the verge of awakening observation Haki and need more actual combat. These guys will be perfect to push me over the edge. With that, Sanji didn't linger and strode out of the banquet hall. Zoro watched Sanji's back, letting out a disdainful snort, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He kept his arms crossed and leisurely followed behind to observe the fight. Meanwhile, at the highest point of Whiskey Peak, a giant cactus stood majestically at the island's center. From a distance, it looked like an ordinary desert cactus. But up close one could see with horror that each dense spine was embedded with a tombstone. The entire cactus was a massive grave for countless pirates. Qin Yue, hands in his pockets, stood firmly atop the cactus, overlooking the banquet grounds and the impending battle on the streets. Every movement below was within his sight. He murmured softly, understanding in his eyes. These two never admit it verbally, but they truly respect each other. After this fight, Sanji should fully awaken his observation haki. Just Nami left. He frowned slightly, puzzled. Logically, Nami can naturally sense changes in weather and is far more perceptive than ordinary people. She should be the easiest to awaken observation haki. Yet in the original story, she never unlocked it. It's really baffling. After a moment of silence, Qin Yue shook his head and formed a new plan. If going with the flow doesn't work, he'll try a different approach. The grand doors of the banquet hall slowly swung open as Sanji and Zoro strode out in tandem. Outside on the expansive clearing, a dense throng of bounty hunters stood, armed with swords, spears, clubs, and various weapons, encircling them from all directions with no avenue of retreat. Zoro closed his eyes, channeling his observation haki to sweep across the entire field in an instant, fully grasping the positions and auras of every enemy. He slowly opened his eyes, a faintly indifferent smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All of them are nothing but insignificant scum. If you can't handle it, just call out for me. No shame in that. Sanji completely ignored the Marimo head's taunt, pinching a spent cigarette between his fingers. He relit it with a lighter, took a deep drag, and exhaled a wisp of white smoke. His gaze swept coldly over the motley crew of ferocious-looking bounty hunters. Without a single word, he walked alone, step by step, straight into the crowd. Watching the chef advance alone into their midst, the encircling bounty hunters burst into roaring laughter, a barrage of cutting mockery, rising one after another. Hey, that blonde punk over there. I remember you're not even a fighter, just the ship's cook, right? What a joke. Since when did pirate crews get so desperate that they send the chef to fight? This crew is too pathetic to be any threat. The waves of jeers filled the entire clearing, but Mr. Ape behind the crowd couldn't crack a smile, his brows knitted tightly. He eyed the two men warily, especially Zoro, who stood with arms folded against the wall, observing the whole scene with cold detachment. This swordsman's gaze was utterly vacant, completely ignoring every enemy around him. That innate indifference born from the depths of his being was far more chilling than any fierce killing intent. Mr. Ape's instincts screamed danger. An overwhelming wave of unease flooded his body. While all the bounty hunters were mocking Sanji and letting their guard down, he quietly retreated, slipping into a dark side alley. Turning to the blue-haired girl before him, he spoke in urgent tones. Princess Vivi, this pirate crew is far more terrifying than the intelligence report suggested. This hunting operation is doomed to fail. You must leave this island immediately. If anything happens to you, Arabasta will lose all hope. The blue-haired girl before him was none other than Princess Vivi, who had previously disguised herself as Miss Wednesday and sailed aboard the Merry Go with the Straw Hats. Vivi's heart sank as she recalled every moment spent with the Straw Hats during their journey. She spoke softly. Actually, ever since we set sail, I felt that this crew was strangely off in every way. Their captain Luffy seems naive and innocent, but every single crew member unconditionally follows his decisions. And then there's that man named Qin Yue. She paused mid-sentence, instinctively catching herself. Remembering how Qin Yue always used a visual transponder snail to secretly film her miserable, awkward, and silly moments, a strange panic rose within her. She murmured to herself in a low voice, could that guy have recognized my identity from the very start? Her voice was barely a whisper, yet Ikolum, standing right beside her, caught it precisely. His face changed instantly as he pressed, Your Highness, what did you say? Who recognized your identity? Vivi put a hand to her forehead in frustration, utterly exasperated. She had spent a long time undercover, finally securing crucial intelligence about Baroque works that could prevent the civil war if brought back to Arabasta, only to run into this pirate crew that defied all expectations. After a moment, Vivi raised her head, her eyes resolute as she looked at Ikolum. Ikolum, we've already been exposed. There's no point in continuing this covert op. Let's leave this place together and return to Arabasta. Ikolum let out a long, heavy sigh, then looked at Vivi with utmost sincerity. Your Highness, you are Arabasta's only hope. For the sake of the entire country, for the innocent citizens, please take care of your own safety. Before Vivi could say another word, Ikolum turned to escort the princess out of the alley. Just then a lazy voice suddenly rang out from the eaves above. Hey, you two, no rush to leave. Putting on a tragic melodrama in an alley, are we? We did sail together for a while after all. If Her Highness is planning to sneak away, shouldn't she at least say goodbye? The sudden voice sent chills down Ikolum's and Vivi's spines. They jerked their heads up to see Qin Yue lounging at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at them with calm eyes. Ikolum reacted instantly, stepping forward to shield Vivi, his entire body tense and poised for combat. He blustered in a weak defense, Pirate, don't you spout nonsense. There's no Princess Vivi here. We're just Qin Yue waved a hand, impatiently cutting off his clumsy cover-up. All right. I'm not here to cause trouble, and I couldn't care less about your country's princess. But our navigator wants to make a deal with you. With that, Qin Yue turned his gaze to the room beside the alley. Bewildered Ikelim and Vivi followed his line of sight. Nami emerged from the room carrying a bulging bag of loot, her face awkward. She shot a fierce glare at the instigator. Qin Yue cleared her throat and put on a composed tone. You're the princess, right? I'm Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Our next route just so happens to pass through Arabasta. As a princess, you must be quite wealthy, right? Vivi paused for a moment, then showed a hint of guilt, shaking her head helplessly. I'm sorry, but although I am the princess of Arabasta, the country is torn by civil unrest, and the treasury is empty. I have no money on me. Seeing Vivi so directly reveal her identity, Ikelim burst out in panic. Your Highness, how can you just? Vivi raised a hand to stop him, offering a gentle smile. Ikelim, I've spent time with them. I can genuinely feel that these people have good hearts. Besides, we've already been noticed. Even if we conceal our identities, it's meaningless. Ikelim opened his mouth to speak, but in the end fell silent, unable to refute the truth. Qin Yue took the opportunity to chime in, striking a shrewd businessman's pose. Don't worry, the Straw Hats are easy to negotiate with. As long as you pay the reward, we'll help you quell the country's turmoil and solve all your troubles. This is a sure-win deal. Nami, watching Qin Yue, who was even more calculating than herself, couldn't help muttering under her breath, TCH, this guy is even greedier than me. Her whisper was soft, but Qin Yue's sharp ears caught every word. He raised an eyebrow, pointing at the loot bag slung over her shoulder. A former professional thief like you still has the nerve to mock me. Nami's face instantly turned awkward. She coughed twice to change the subject to him. That's not important. Princess, how about a flat rate of 100 million berry? Our entire crew will help you solve every crisis. What do you say? Vivi wavered internally, but still shook her head in refusal. I truly can't come up with that much berry. And you have no idea how terrifying our country's enemy really is. Before she could finish, Qin Yue calmly took over, uttering the dreaded name word by word. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile, right? Hearing that name, Vivi's pupils contracted violently, her whole body trembling in disbelief. You. How do you know about this? Nami, who had been solely focused on making money, froze on the spot, her mind blank. She stammered, 7 warlords. Qin Yue, are you saying the hidden enemy of Arabasta is a warlord? Qin Yue gave her an amused look. I thought you knew that. Nami was immediately rendered speechless, belatedly realizing how reckless she had been. She scratched the back of her head awkwardly, then quickly waved her hands at Vivi, changing her tune in a flash. Ah, Princess Vivi, just forget everything I said about money. Aren't you in a hurry to leave? Go on. Watching Nami's drastic shift in attitude, Vivi and Ikelim exchanged a glance. Before Vivi could say her goodbyes, Qin Yue's voice rang out again, shattering the brief respite. Oh, by the way, just now up in the sky, there was a cat riding a vulture, holding a visual transponder snail, and recording everything. Do you two know those guys? Everyone immediately looked up at the night sky, and sure enough, they spotted 2 tiny figures high above, already far away, and speeding off. Vivi's face turned deathly pale. She explained in a grave tone, that's the Unlucky's duo from Baroque Works, specialized in intelligence transmission. If they send back the information, it means the entire Baroque Works knows our whereabouts. We're completely marked. Nami turned to stone on the spot, then erupted in fury, shouting at Qin Yue, damn it, Qin Yue. You saw them way earlier. Why didn't you just shoot them down? Now we're being targeted by a Shichibukai. Qin Yue nonchalantly picked at his ear with a finger, totally unruffled. Our original route already goes through Arabasta. We were bound to run into crocodiles sooner or later. A heads up a little early doesn't change anything. One sentence shattered all of Nami's emotions. She dropped her hands, looked up at the night sky in utter despair, and wore an expression of absolute resignation, feeling the road ahead turn pitch black. Just as Vivi was about to comfort the disheartened Nami, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the banquet square. A blaze of fire shot into the sky, tearing through the stillness of the night. Qin Yue stepped forward toward the source of the blast, saying casually, let's go. Your colleagues are here. Not going. They might be looking for you. After a moment's hesitation, Vivi chose to follow Qin Yue's steps. Ikelim had the urge to dissuade the princess from nearing the battlefield, but seeing her resolute back, he swallowed his words and silently trailed behind her. Nami watched the group walk away, pressed a hand to her forehead in utter defeat, and gritted out through clenched teeth, that guy did it on purpose. Minutes earlier, outside the banquet hall, a group of bounty hunters watched as Sanji approached with measured steps, their voices dripping with mocking ridicule as they freely taunted the pirate crew's cook. Within the span of just a few steps, Sanji walked calmly up to the assembled group. At the front of the line, a bounty hunter holding a rifle instantly wiped the smile from his face, raising the cold muzzle to press firmly against Sanji's forehead, his expression arrogant and fierce. What? You've got a problem. Ain't nobody with no bounty. Killing you would waste my bullets. The harsh words had barely faded when a dark shadow flashed past. Sanji's expression remained impassive as his charged black leather shoe shot out in a precise kick that struck the man square in the face. The bounty hunter didn't even have time to scream before he went rigid and collapsed unconscious. A visible indentation appeared on his face. His skull had been shattered by the kick, leaving no trace of life. The event happened with such extreme speed that the mockery on the faces of the surrounding bounty hunters had not yet faded when their comrade-in-arms fell dead on the spot. Thump! The dull sound of a body hitting the ground exploded, jolting everyone awake. Sanji raised his hand to take a drag from his cigarette, inhaling lightly and exhaling a wisp of pale smoke. Every bounty hunter on the field instantly shed their playful sneers, their expressions turning grave as they fixed their eyes on the seemingly refined blonde cook, all trace of contempt erased from their hearts. At the front of the crowd, a burly man wielding a massive cleaver swallowed hard, forcing down his fear, and roared to bolster his courage. "Don't be afraid. Charge with me. If we catch him, we can threaten his comrades." With that, he led the charge, brandishing his blade, while the other bounty hunters exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed, converging on Sanji in a dense mass. Sanji slowly exhaled a smoke ring, then suddenly pushed off the ground, charging straight into the surging crowd. After days of intense training, his physique, explosive power, and speed had undergone a tremendous transformation. In the view of the bounty hunters, Sanji's figure abruptly vanished into thin air, his extreme speed far exceeding their ability to track. The next second, a fierce leg wind rushed toward them as Sanji appeared before the leading brute. "Neck me!" The crisp shout fell, followed by a tremendous bang as the leading man was sent flying, his massive body tumbling through the air, crashing through several wooden houses, sending debris flying and landing without a stir. Taking down his foe in a single move, Sanji didn't pause. He twisted and turned, instantly plunging into the center of the crowd. They couldn't see his movements at all, only hearing clear calls of his techniques accompanied by the rhythmic thuds of impacts and bodies falling. Leg meat. Chest meat. Shoulder meat. With each shout, a bounty hunter was sent flying backward, collapsing unconscious on the spot. His sharp and ruthless kicking style crushed them layer by layer. Within seconds, most of the encircling human tide had been routed. Zoro, leaning against the wall with arms folded, watching the spectacle, couldn't help but let a flicker of recognition cross his eyes as he observed Sanji's increasingly skilled and formidable combat prowess. He gave a slight nod. Outside the battlefield, a few bounty hunters still clinging to hope saw Zoro seemingly relaxed and off guard, so they attempted a sneak attack to pick off an easy target. But the moment they approached, Zoro dispatched them with a clean, effortless counterattack that gave them no chance to struggle. The others, who still harbored ill intent, looking at the river of blood and the bodies of their fallen comrades scattered on the ground, shrank back, completely unwilling to court trouble. On the battlefield, more and more bounty hunters fell, yet Sanji's speed showed no sign of decreasing. On the contrary, he fought with increasing ferocity and swiftness. Those who had planned to wear him down with sheer numbers were now panic-stricken, a strong urge to retreat rising in their hearts. Many of the cowardly ones took advantage of the chaos to slink away toward the back of the crowd. Bang! A crisp gunshot split the night sky. A bounty hunter who was about to flee was instantly struck down, a black lead shot embedded squarely in his forehead, his life extinguished. The panicked crowd around him froze, paralyzed by the sudden shot. Zoro looked up at the concealed figure on the rooftop and chuckled. "Usopp, these scum were all reserved by Sanji. If you interfere recklessly, he might not cook for you tomorrow." On the rooftop, Usopp steadied his slingshot and laughed triumphantly. "This guy was trying to run away, or I just put him to sleep for a while. Sanji won't mind." The moment the words left his mouth, Sanji's teasing voice came from the center of the battlefield. "Usopp, your meal portions are halved tomorrow." Usopp's smile instantly collapsed and he wailed, "No. Sanji, I'm sorry." Sanji paid no attention to his pleas. He turned and charged back into the remaining crowd, swiftly clearing the field. Zoro watched the crestfallen Usopp and raised an eyebrow in amusement. "How come you're still awake? You and Luffy had the most fun tonight. Logically, you should have been the first to fall asleep." Usopp scratched his cheek, giving an awkward smile, then puffed out his chest and put on a nonchalant, proud expression of, "I'm far too clever to be tricked by such a low-grade scheme. I saw through these guys' tricks before we even set foot on shore." "Oh really? That's impressive, Usopp," Zoro drawled with deliberate sarcasm. Unoffended by the mockery, Usopp became instantly smug and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course." Moments later, all the bounty hunters on the field lay kicked to the ground by Sanji, not a single one left. But there was no hint of victory on Sanji's face. Instead, his brows were tightly knit, his eyes filled with frustration and anxiety. So close. I could clearly feel it. Just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. Damn it. He was completely absorbed in the subtle sensation of his haki about to awaken, his mind momentarily wandering. In that fatal instant, an extremely sharp sound of something slicing through the air came from the shadows, aimed straight at his vital point. Sanji sensed the danger, but was already half a step too late. He had no time to dodge. Zoro's eyes widened, and he was about to shout a warning when Usopp on the rooftop reacted instinctively. His fingers released the bowstring, and a lead shot tore through the air. Boom! The black lead shot collided precisely with the incoming projectile, and the two forces exploded in an instant. A scorching shockwave swept across the field, sending Sanji's hair whipping wildly. He snapped back to reality, using the explosion's blast to retreat, quickly landing steadily beside Zoro, his expression instantly alert and tense. TCH, what a pity. From the shadows where flames and gunpowder smoke mingled, a lazy sigh drifted out. Then from the air came a loud, mocking laugh. Ah, Mr. 5, your attack got blocked. A low, cold male voice followed, utterly flat. It doesn't matter. Our target was never these kids. Let's go, Miss Valentine. We're going to find Princess Vivi. She's the boss' primary objective. As their words faded, Qin Yue's relaxed voice came from the night ahead. Vivi, see what I told you. Following behind Qin Yue, Vivi looked into the distance, locking onto two figures slowly descending in the square. Her expression gradually turned solemn, and her voice dropped. It's Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, senior agents of Baroque Works. She turned to Igaram beside her, her tone firm. Igaram, our identities have been completely exposed. Igaram didn't waste a word. In an instant, he moved to shield Vivi behind him, every muscle tensed, his eyes sharp and fixed on the two approaching agents. Princess Vivi, ill by time. You go immediately. You must bring the intelligence back to Alabasta. With that, he turned abruptly to face Qin Yue, who was walking slowly with a calm demeanor, and looked at him with pleading eyes. Mr. Qin Yue, we accept your deal. Just help us protect Princess Vivi and ensure her safe return to Alabasta. At that moment, a mocking laugh drifted on the wind from afar, breaking the brief standoff with its Mr. 5, our target has come to us. Mr. 5 casually pulled a photo from his coat pocket, glanced at it briefly, then looked up at Vivi and nodded coldly in confirmation. That's right, the traitor of Baroque Works, Mr. 9. No, now we should call you Princess Vivi. Before he finished speaking, as if no one else were there, he raised his hand, picked a black booger from his nostril, and flicked it with his finger. It shot toward Vivi with an eerie whir through the air. Sanji's eyes narrowed as he suddenly froze, a flash of realization crossing his mind, the violent explosion from earlier. Could it have been? Before he could finish the thought, Zoro beside him burst out laughing heartily, his voice ringing across the field. A booger. That explosion was from a booger. I'm dying, haha. Zoro's blunt, jarring laughter cut into Sanji's ears, deepening his already frustrated mood over his failed breakthrough in Haki. He slowly raised his head, his golden eyes blazing with anger and dissatisfaction, fixed on the smug Mr. 5 ahead. He spoke in a low, battle-hungry tone. Hey, Qin Yue, leave this disgusting booger guy to me. As the booger bomb, with its hidden explosive power, sped toward him, Qin Yue remained perfectly composed. He bent slightly, picked up a tiny pebble from the ground, held it between his fingers, and with a flick of his wrist shot it with precise accuracy. The stone flew at immense speed, striking the seemingly insignificant booger. Boom. The moment the two forces collided, a violent explosion erupted, sending scorching heat and a cloud of dust sweeping across the clearing. The firelight blazed suddenly in the night, dazzling and stark. Vivi and Ikelam stood frozen in place, their eyes wide and vacant as they stared at the scene before them. None of them could have imagined that a mere pebble Qin Yue casually picked up could precisely intercept Mr. 5's terrifying booger bomb. At that moment, only shock remained in their hearts as they marveled inwardly that every member of the Straw Hat crew was truly a hidden master, their strength unfathomable. Nami, following closely behind, was equally dumbfounded. She muttered to herself in disbelief, boogers. They can actually be used as bombs. What a joke. She quickly snapped back to reality, turned to look at Sanji, who was already brimming with fighting spirit and eager to leap into action, and cheered him on loudly. Go for it. Sanji, take down this guy. Hearing Nami's encouraging voice, all the frustration and resentment in Sanji's heart vanished in an instant. A gleam lit up in his eyes as he turned around, brimming with excitement. His gaze swept past Nami and fell upon Vivi standing nearby. He immediately straightened his posture and spoke with solemn boldness. Miss Nami and Miss Wednesday, rest assured I will personally take down this disgusting booger man. With those words, Sanji suddenly exerted force from his legs and shot forward, charging straight toward Mr. 5 with lightning speed. Usopp, watching Sanji's furious charge, helplessly raised a hand to his forehead, then turned to look at Zoro beside him and spoke in a low voice. Hey Zoro, leave the one floating in the sky to me. Before Usopp could finish, Zoro patted his shoulder with a grave expression and said earnestly, go for it, Usopp. Usopp rolled his eyes in exasperation, long accustomed to Zoro's seriousness. He took out his slingshot and took steady aim at Miss Valentine, who was drifting leisurely in the air, and shouted in a low voice, Lead Star. With a whoosh, the dark lead shot streaked across the night sky, carrying a sharp whistling sound hurtling straight toward Miss Valentine in the sky. At that moment, Miss Valentine was entirely oblivious to the commotion on the ground. She stared down at Vivi with a sneer, silently mocking the defeated princess. Only when the piercing sound was right in her ear did she suddenly snap back to reality. She spun around in panic to check, but the lead shot was already upon her, leaving no time to dodge. Bang! A crisp impact sounded. One lead shot struck Miss Valentine squarely on the forehead instantly, leaving a glaring red mark. It hurt so much. Damn Longnose, you're asking for death. Miss Valentine screamed in pain, rage flooding her heart. Activating the power of the kilogram fruit, she drifted slowly toward Usopp on the ground, her mind consumed with thoughts of revenge. On the other side, Mr. 5 had already sensed Sanji swiftly approaching. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Moving his hands rapidly, he dug out several booger bombs and shot them in quick succession, each carrying explosive force raining down on Sanji in a dense barrage. Sanji, now fully focused and burning with battle lust, sidestepped and leaped lightly the moment the booger bombs flew toward him, dodging them with perfect cleanliness. Watching the fire and smoke erupt behind him, Sanji shuddered, a deep aversion born of extreme cleanliness surging in his heart. Never let that disgusting stuff touch me. Never. Driven by this obsession, Sanji completely shut out all surrounding noise, his mind highly concentrated as he steadily closed in on Mr. 5. Several bombs in a row missed, unable to hit their target. Mr. 5 grew increasingly frantic. The speed at which he dug out boogers skyrocketed, sending a dense swarm of bombs raining down from all directions, leaving no gaps, bombarding Sanji. Amidst the overwhelming threat, Sanji's perception underwent a rapid transformation through extreme concentration. The more critical the danger, the sharper his sixth sense became. The flight trajectories and predicted landing points of all the bombs around him were vividly reflected in his mind. As the next wave of booger bombs came, Sanji slowly closed his eyes, a sudden clarity dawning in his heart. A distinct thought arose: I see it. Relying purely on his enhanced perception, he shifted his body slightly. Several deadly booger bombs brushed past his frame, exploding beside him, yet not even grazing his clothes. Impossible. Staring at the incredible sight, Mr. 5's pupils shrank. He roared in utter. Sanji slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint within them. He locked onto the stunned Mr. 5 and spoke with a tone of relief and chill. Nothing is impossible. Thanks for that, booger man. It was this extreme pressure of dodging that had completely shattered his perceptual barriers, allowing his observation Haki to fully awaken. The words had barely left his mouth when Sanji stepped into the air, his body launching upward. The fierce wind of his leg locked onto Mr. 5's neck as he shouted, "Mutton shot!" Crack! A sharp and piercing sound of bone fracturing rang out. With the overwhelming force of the kick, Mr. 5's neck was snapped in a single blow. Bang! Mr. 5's massive body tumbled several times through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. With a single shudder, he lay still, his life or death unknown, taken down in one shot by Sanji. Sanji landed steadily, his expression calm. He neither glanced at the fallen enemy nor rushed to show off. He stood still, closing his eyes, savoring the fully awakened observation Haki, feeling the completely renewed perception around him. After a moment, joy from the breakthrough filled his heart. He turned to look at Zoro, who was standing at a distance watching with folded arms, and raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride, a petulant look that said, "I've gotten stronger." Zoro watched him with that childish yet smug expression and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He muttered inwardly, "What the hell is this guy doing?" Just as an awkward silence began to spread, a loud boom resounded from high above, shattering the stillness. Damn Longnose! A miserable scream tore through the night sky. Everyone looked up to see Miss Valentine floating in the air, covered in dust and grime. Her once exquisite parasol was riddled with holes, and her delicate makeup had been completely blackened by smoke and dust, an utterly wretched sight. Usopp stood on the ground with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily at her disheveled state. "I thought a devil fruit user would be something special, but it turns out you're nothing much." The blunt mockery infuriated Miss Valentine completely. She hovered in the air, her hands clenched tightly, rage burning with no outlet. Yet she felt deeply frustrated. The power of the kilogram fruit was utterly helpless against Usopp as he was now. Through long training, Usopp's physique and speed had far surpassed their former levels. Her floating speed couldn't keep up with his movements. On the other hand, Usopp, empowered by his awakened observation Haki, landed every shot with pinpoint accuracy, hitting his mark every time, playing her for a fool. After being toyed with repeatedly, Miss Valentine lost all reason. Rage clouded her mind. She threw away her broken parasol with a furious gesture and, hovering high above, screamed at Usopp on the ground, "Tintin, wait." Her previously weightless body suddenly swelled with 10,000 kilograms of force, plunging straight down toward Usopp with overwhelming momentum and deadly intent. This lethal attack had already been accurately detected by Usopp's observation Haki. He smirked with composure, unhurriedly pushed off with his feet, and lightly hopped backward, easily evading the killing blow. Boom! Miss Valentine crashed heavily into the ground. The immense impact instantly created a deep crater, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. Before she could even get up from the pit, Usopp had already leaped into the air, his slingshot fully drawn. Another dark lead shot streaked through the air, striking her square on the back of her head. Thud! A dull sound rang out. Miss Valentine's eyes instantly rolled white. Her body went limp, slumping into the pit, completely knocked out, without further movement. Usopp brushed the dust and fine grit from his clothes and let out a long sigh. He looked up and saw Qin Yue walking over slowly, followed by Vivi, who had already shed her disguise. Her expression relaxed. Looking at the two figures, Usopp's mind was a jumbled mess filled with confusion and doubt. He had inexplicably woken from a deep sleep only to see Sanji battling a large group of bounty hunters, then got attacked by bizarre booger bombs, and finally fought a strange woman who could float in the air, a chain of bizarre events that left him totally bewildered. Bursting with pent-up questions, Usopp finally couldn't hold back. He looked at the calm Qin Yue and said, Qin Yue, what the hell is going on? I didn't understand a single thing from start to finish." Qin Yue looked relaxed. He pointed at the blue-haired girl beside him and explained softly, "First, let me introduce you. This is Vivi, Princess of the Alabasta Kingdom." Then he pointed at the bounty hunters lying on the ground all around. "These are the low-level bounty hunters from Baroque Works lying in ambush here to claim the bounties on Luffy and me." Finally, he looked at Miss Valentine unconscious in the crater and Mr. 5 lying motionless on the ground and continued, "These two are senior agents of Baroque Works sent specifically to hunt down Princess Vivi." Usopp listened and nodded with an expression of half understanding, sorting through the information as Qin Yue spoke. "I see. So this lot are bounty hunters after our heads. The lady beside you is a princess, and those two freaks are agents after the princess." He nodded repeatedly, seeming to grasp the logic, but the next second his eyes widened, and he roared, "Like hell I understand. We've barely entered the Grand Line, and out of nowhere a bunch of bounty hunters ambushes us. You inexplicably bring out a princess, and we end up fighting head-on with senior agents of a mysterious organization. What kind of insane development is this? Are you kidding me?" Usopp was completely hysterical, his mind totally blown. As he screamed in despair, Nami quietly walked up beside him and dropped the heaviest blow with a grave expression. "It gets worse. The mastermind behind Baroque Works is Warlord of the Sea Crocodile. That means we're now being targeted by a warlord." Those words struck like a thunderbolt, shattering Usopp's last shred of composure. His eyes were wide, a look of utter hopelessness on his face as a heart-wrenching wail echoed across Whiskey Peak. "Damn it. We've barely set foot in the Grand Line. How did we end up pissing off a warlord already?" Watching Usopp's meltdown, Qin Yue stepped forward with a smile and patted his shoulder lightly, speaking in a lazy, casual tone. All right, stop wailing. It's just a warlord, no big deal. We were bound to face them sooner or later. There's not much difference between meeting them early or late." Usopp stared at his utterly carefree demeanor, completely speechless. For a moment he didn't know whether to keep complaining or just accept his fate. "Hey, what are you all making such a ruckus about?" A lazy, groggy voice suddenly came from the direction of the banquet. Everyone turned around, only then remembering that their captain Luffy had been completely absent throughout the whole battle. Luffy rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned hugely, and shuffled out of the banquet hall looking dazed, as if had just woken up. Noticing all his crewmates staring at him, Luffy grinned broadly. His gaze wandered over the mess on the ground, and he asked in confusion, "Hey, everyone's here. Who are these people lying on the floor?" As soon as he spoke, his eyes landed on several familiar faces among the crowd. His eyes shot wide open, and his voice was full of shock. "The uncle who makes awesome food, and the sister who gave me booze." Seeing the people who had just warmly entertained him eating and drinking with him now lying helpless and battered on the ground, Luffy's smile vanished. His brows furrowed deeply, and he erupted in fury. Who did this? Seeing the genuine anger on Luffy's face, everyone present could only shake their heads, helplessly unsure whether to laugh or cry. Qin Yue walked slowly up to Luffy and patiently explained everything. The ambush tonight, the bounty hunters' scheme, Baroque Works' objective, and Princess Vivi's identity. Luffy listened to the whole story and instantly understood. He scratched the back of his head, a look of dawning realization on his face. So that's it. All those seemingly warm-hearted people were actually villains trying to capture us for the bounty. Nami stepped forward at the right moment, taking over the explanation, and addressed Luffy seriously about the current situation. "Luffy, this is Princess Vivi of Alabasta, and beside her is her bodyguard Akaram. They're willing to hire us for 100 million belly to escort them back to Alabasta." She paused, her expression growing even more solemn as she pointed out the key risk. "Alabasta is already on our route, but now we've provoked Baroque works and offended Warlord Crocodile. If we insist on escorting the princess to Alabasta, it's essentially walking right into the lion's den. Extremely risky. After hearing Nami's analysis of pros and cons, Luffy showed not a trace of fear. Instead, fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. He grinned broadly and spoke with unshakable determination. Is that so? Then we're going to Alabasta. Let's go meet this so-called warlord of the sea. Upon hearing Luffy's resolute decision, Nami immediately displayed an expression of resigned inevitability, as if she had long anticipated this outcome. She turned her head, casting a resentful glance at Qin Yue, who had been nonchalantly driving the situation forward. But Qin Yue remained unfazed, observing with a detached demeanor, completely ignoring Nami's resentful gaze, as if he were not the one who had stirred up all the commotion. Usopp, who had been witnessing the interaction between the two, suddenly felt a sense of shared sympathy. He stepped forward and gently patted Nami's shoulder, his tone filled with resigned dejection. Just accept it, Nami. Teaming up with these two reckless individuals, one will inevitably have to get used to walking on the edge of a knife. Vivi watched the two with a heart full of guilt. She slowly walked in front of Nami, her expression sincere and solemn, and sincerely apologized. I am truly sorry, Nami. It is us who have dragged you into this. Looking at the guilt-ridden Vivi, Nami gently shook her head, shedding her earlier resignation, and quietly confessed, I'm not blaming you for helping. I'm just troubled by Luffy and Qin Yue, those two. She glanced down at her palm, her eyes hiding a trace of unwillingness and unease, and slowly said, both of them are incredibly powerful and naturally fear no threats from the 7 warlords, but I simply can't keep up with them. Faced with such formidable enemies, I always feel too weak. As her words fell, her fingertips tightened slightly, her fists clenched tightly, revealing the helplessness deep within her heart. Vivi instantly understood Nami's feelings, her eyes glistening with gentle empathy. She couldn't help but recall her own self from 2 years ago. At just 16, she had resolutely given up her princess status to save her crumbling country, infiltrating the perilous Baroque works. Back then, she was equally terrified and equally weak, feeling the fear of unknown dangers in the stillness of the night, but the safety of the entire Alabasta rested on her shoulders, leaving no room for cowardice. She had no choice but to force herself to shed her naivety, accept her weaknesses, grit her teeth, and bear all burdens, facing challenges step by step. Bringing her thoughts back, Vivi smiled with understanding, gently patted Nami's shoulder, and softly reassured her, I used to be just like you, extremely afraid that my weakness would drag my companions and my country down. But the greater good of the nation and the safety of its people never allowed for fear or retreat. I could only calmly accept my shortcomings and push myself to grow, carrying the weight for my country and my people. After saying this, she sighed softly, and in an instant her bright and determined smile returned. She looked sincerely at everyone. Thank you, Nami. And thank you to every member of the Straw Hat Pirates for being willing to stand up for someone you don't even know. With that, Vivi straightened her posture, her back erect, and deeply bowed to the Straw Hat crew, her gesture earnest and solemn. Ikaram, standing beside her, was filled with gratitude and admiration. Without needing to say much, he followed Vivi's lead and also bowed, deeply thanking everyone for their life-saving assistance. Previously, there had been some distance and probing regarding Princess Vivi's infiltration, disguise, and deliberate closeness. But now, witnessing her genuine gratitude and her concern for her country, all barriers in everyone's hearts melted away and warm smiles emerged spontaneously. Luffy was the first to step forward, extending his hands to help both of them up, his face adorned with his usual pure and cheerful smile devoid of any ulterior motives. Nami also let out a long sigh of relief, her anxiety and helplessness dissipating considerably. She walked beside Vivi, her brows relaxing. Don't worry about it, Vivi. Rest assured, the crisis in Alabasta is enough to be entrusted to Luffy and Qin Yue. Luffy nodded vigorously, completely agreeing with Nami's words, then scratched his head in confusion and looked at her. Nami, why just rely on me and Qin Yue? Aren't we all in this together? Nami shot him an irritated glance and replied matter-of-factly, duh. That's the 7 warlords. On this ship, besides you and Qin Yue, who else can withstand such powerful enemies? Hearing Nami's words, Luffy suddenly looked enlightened, nodding in a goofy manner as he fully grasped the despair. Yet no one noticed when Qin Yue quietly slipped behind Nami, his voice low and chilling. Oh, it seems the training over this period has been too easy, so easy that you lack the courage to face the 7. His cold words blew like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, sending a shiver down Nami's spine. She stiffened her body, cautiously turned her head, and instantly plastered a compliant smile on her face, her attitude making a complete 180-degree turn. Well, I just thought about it carefully, and the 7 warlords don't seem so impressive after all. This battle is definitely manageable for all of us. Right, Zoro? Sanji? Usopp? The 3 suddenly named tensed up, almost reflexively nodding in unison, responding in perfect harmony, not daring to delay, as if a moment's hesitation would lead to disaster. That's right. The 7 warlords are nothing to worry about, it's enough to leave it to us. Seeing the three's quick concession and uniformity, Qin Yue nodded in satisfaction, his expression calm, as he declared, very well. Since you all have such fighting spirit to ensure you can successfully take down the 7 warlords, everyone will have extra training sessions for a while. It's settled. Without waiting for any objections or cries of despair, he pulled out a small notebook filled with devil training plans, pen gliding swiftly, as he made heavy notations on everyone's training lists. Zoro and Sanji will increase their high-intensity physical training. Nami will add extreme reaction and emergency evasion specialized training. Usopp, both items will be stacked double the training volume. Qin Yue murmured his arrangements as he recorded every word, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Upon hearing that he would have to double his training, Usopp immediately lost his composure, urgently shouting, "Hey, Qin Yue, why do I have to increase 2 training sessions? That's unfair." Qin Yue turned back, his gaze calm, yet imposing, and asked casually, "You are the sniper on the ship, or I don't need to elaborate on the importance of Kinbunshika Haki. But in the future you will face natural-type fruit users like Smoker. Without the enhancement of Busashoka Haki, what will you fight with? Air." In just 2 simple sentences, all of Usopp's complaints were instantly silenced. He opened his mouth, completely speechless. After a moment, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and his eyes became incredibly determined as he shouted, "I get it. I will definitely complete all the training, and I won't hold anyone back." Vivi and Ikaram watched this sudden shift in atmosphere, their eyes filled with astonishment, their hearts deep. Ikaram lowered his voice, leaning towards Vivi's ear to whisper, "I never would have guessed that these seemingly free-spirited pirates are actually so disciplined and strong-willed, their foundations far surpassing ordinary people." Vivi smiled gently, her eyes filled with warmth and recognition, and nodded lightly. "Indeed, I have never seen such interesting and reliable companions." The night of fighting and chaos quietly came to an end, the darkness receding as the morning sun slowly rose from the horizon, golden rays flooding the entire Whiskey Peak, dispelling the remnants of smoke and devastation. Luffy gazed at the high-hanging sun, instantly filled with energy, raised his arms, and shouted, "Friends, it's dawn. We are setting off." "Oh!" Everyone cheered in unison, their spirits high. Just before leaving, Ikaram took a deep look at Vivi beside him, then solemnly regarded the entire Straw Hat crew, his eyes filled with reluctance and earnestness. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and said solemnly, "Then I entrust Princess Vivi's safety to— I will disguise myself as Princess Vivi and remain behind to act as bait, drawing all the firepower of Baroque works to clear the obstacles for you to reach Alabasta. Everyone take care." After saying this, Ikaram no longer hesitated and resolutely turned to leave, risking himself to hold off the enemies. Watching his determined silhouette, Qin Yue sighed lightly and stepped forward, placing his hand firmly on Ikaram's shoulder to stop him. "Stop with these tragic little tricks, Uncle Ikaram." Qin Yue spoke lightly yet with full confidence and certainty, slowly continuing, "You and Vivi should just come with us. Our strength is far more reliable than you think, so just rest assured." The scene shifts as the group arrives at the dock of Whiskey Peak. The Mary rests quietly at the shore, and everyone is packed and ready to board. Vivi looks around anxiously, raising her hand to her mouth to blow her signature whistle. The clear sound echoes back and forth at the dock, but that familiar figure never appears. "Wait a minute, Karu is missing." Nami looks at the anxious Vivi and asks in confusion, "Who is Karu? Is he your companion?" Vivi nods gently, a shadow of gloom crossing her brow. "Karu is a running duck that I grew up with. Usually as soon as I whistle he would come rushing to my side, but along this journey I haven't seen him at all." Ikaram, seeing this, gently pats Vivi on the back to comfort her, but Zoro's slow voice comes from the deck. "Usually as soon as I whistle he would come rushing to my side, but along this journey I haven't seen him at all." The duck wears a hat tilted on its head. Upon hearing Zoro's words, it promptly lifts its large wings and waves vigorously at Vivi down at the dock, quacking twice. Seeing Karu safe and sound, Vivi's heart instantly settles, and she quickly steps onto the deck of the Mary. Karu rushes towards her excitedly, and as Vivi opens her arms, she tightly grabs Karu's neck when he gets close, scolding him angrily, "Karu, you rascal. Running off without a word, making me search for you for ages." Karu, gasping with bulging eyes, can only quack and struggle, its comical appearance prompting laughter from the Straw Hat crew. After a chaotic moment between the duck and its owner, everyone finally finishes their preparations, and they are ready to set sail. Vivi sits on the deck softly, sharing with everyone the amusing stories of her childhood with Karu, while the companions occasionally chime in, creating a relaxed and warm atmosphere. At this moment, Usopp suddenly points to the second-floor railing and asks, "You and Karu have such a good relationship. By the way, that big sister over there is also your companion, right? Could you introduce us?" Vivi follows Usopp's pointing direction and sees a black-haired woman sitting quietly by the railing on the second floor, wearing a purple top and a purple cowboy hat, exuding a cold and mysterious aura. Just one glance and Vivi's expression changes dramatically as she gasps. How could you be here? Miss All Sunday. The others instantly react upon hearing this alias. She is clearly not a companion, but a high-ranking officer of the Baroque works. Zoro and Sanji step forward instinctively to protect Vivi and Nami, all on high alert, surrounding the woman on the second floor. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yue has silently approached Nico Robin's side. He raises his hand to signal the tense group to lower their guard, then turns to look at the surprised and bewildered Robin beside him. Should I call you Miss All Sunday or Nico Robin? Upon hearing her long-forgotten name, Robin's pupils dilate in disbelief as she stares at Qin Yue. How do you know my name? Qin Yue slowly pulls out a yellowing bounty notice from his pocket and extends it towards Robin. As Robin's gaze falls on the paper, her body trembles slightly, and her fingers loosen, causing the bounty notice to fall directly into Usopp's hands below. Usopp looks down to see the text and gasps, the child of the devil Nico Robin, bounty of 79 million berries. Her bounty is actually this high. Upon hearing the exclamation, the others hurriedly gather around, all faces filled with shock. Vivi, with a serious expression, adds, Miss All Sunday, she is the partner of the warlord Crocodile. Seeing the stunned expressions of her companions, Qin Yue calmly explains, you misunderstood, this is the bounty issued when she was 8 years old. No one can say for sure what her current situation is. Meanwhile, Nico Robin pays no attention to the group's discussions. Before setting off, she had gathered intelligence on the Straw Hat crew, but she never expected that upon their first meeting they would uncover her long-hidden true identity. Noticing that there is only a hint of teasing in Qin Yue's eyes and no intent to kill or hostility, Robin quickly calms herself, regaining her usual composed demeanor, and asks Qin Yue softly, since you know all my secrets, what do you plan to do? Are you going to hand me over to the world government for the bounty? Seeing her calm demeanor in response, Qin Yue loses interest in teasing further and gets straight to the point. No need for mutual probing and jesting. You came here specifically to deliver something, right? Hand it over, and you can leave. We will meet again sooner or later. Robin pauses slightly, then takes out a permanent log pose from her pocket and hands it to him, lightly scoffing. You really have no sense of humor at all. Well then, goodbye. As her words fall in the astonished gaze of everyone, Robin leaps off the Mary, and a giant sea turtle surfaces beneath her, which she sits upon as it paddles, its limbs gradually taking her towards the horizon. As Robin completely disappears from sight, everyone gathers around Qin Yue. Usopp scratches his head in confusion. Hey Qin Yue, what exactly is that woman's background? Qin Yue twirls the permanent log pose in his fingers, tossing it casually to Vivi beside him, and replies, she probably just came looking for some fun, but for now her goals seem to align with ours. Vivi takes the log pose and examines it closely, looking up at the others to explain, this is the permanent record log pose for Alabasta. With it we can sail straight to Alabasta's territory. Although I am not clear on her true intentions, this item indeed helps us a lot. As her words fall, everyone unconsciously looks at Luffy. Having spent so much time together, everyone has already figured out Luffy's nature. He would never rely on such a fixed route shortcut. Sure enough, Luffy simply shakes his head and decisively refuses. I don't want it. I don't need someone to set my path for me in advance. Nami helplessly shrugs to Vivi. See, I knew this. Although Vivi is eager to return to Alabasta, seeing Luffy's firm attitude, she doesn't say more and quietly puts away the permanent log pose. Qin Yue looks at Vivi's worried expression and comforts her. Don't worry, you don't have to keep stressing about Alabasta. Oh, just relax and enjoy the next few days on the Mary. As for that crocodile fellow, leave him to us. One day later, warm sunlight sprinkled across the sea, shimmering waves blanketing the entire azure ocean. The Melee was sailing steadily on the Grand Line, the whole ship immersed in a lazy, tranquil serenity. Bring. The crisp ring of a transponder snail suddenly resounded, shattering the peaceful atmosphere on the deck. Click. Qin Yue casually pulled out the transponder snail that Dualage had given him, glanced at it, then picked up the receiver and spoke softly, hello. Silence came from the other end of the line without a single response. Qin Yue did not urge, he simply leaned against the ship's railing, waiting quietly and patiently. On the other end of the call, at the Revolutionary Army base, Sabo held the transponder snail, his whole being trapped in prolonged hesitation and stupor. From the moment he learned from Dualage about his lost past, and that he had 2 sworn brothers, endless waves surged within his heart. Summoning all his courage to make this call, just to recover his fragmented memories and meet the family he had never known. Yet the moment the call connected, 1,000 words choked in his heart, leaving him momentarily speechless, unsure how to begin. The long silence lasted nearly a minute. Ku-Er-La beside him couldn't bear it anymore. She gently nudged the dazed Sabo and whispered, Hey Sabo, the other person is greeting you. You should respond quickly. The gentle reminder instantly pulled Sabo back to his senses. He snapped to attention, bit his dry lips, and apologized with some embarrassment and warmth. Sorry for making you wait so long. That was truly rude of me. Hearing his gentle voice, Qin Yue's lips curled into a slight smile. Still leaning on the railing, his tone was relaxed and natural, like chatting with an old friend. It's fine. I can understand how you feel. Since you took the initiative to make this call, it means you've already made up your mind, right, Sabo? Having his identity directly revealed, Sabo showed no panic. Instead, he completely shed the restraint in his heart, and his tone became much lighter. That's right, I am Sabo. Are you Qin Yue? Mr. Duolage mentioned you to me. He paused, a hint of genuine expectation and anxiety coloring his tone, then said slowly, just as you said, I've made my decision. I want to recover all my lost memories, and I really want to meet my younger brother. As the words fell, Sabo once again fell into a brief silence. When he learned that he had two sworn brothers in his youth, and that one of them was Luffy Duolage's son, he found it hard to believe, thinking it was merely Duolage's joke. But knowing the leader's steady character, well, he soon recognized the truth. Without time for any mental preparation, he hurriedly made the call, his heart full of anxiety about the unknown past and an intense longing for his family. Qin Yue sensed the hesitation and unease in his words and gently reassured him, don't worry. Luffy has been looking forward to meeting you. These days he keeps pestering me, asking why I don't contact you proactively. I told him that your old man can't teleport. Once Mr. Duolage returns, he'll definitely take the initiative. These joking words completely dispelled Sabo's worries. He breathed a sigh of relief, his tone brightening. That's great. As long as he doesn't blame me. By the way, Qin Yue, which route on the Grand Line are you sailing now? We can arrange a meeting place. Qin Yue casually spread out the sea chart on the table, glanced at the route, and said calmly, we just left Whiskey Peak, and the next stop is Little Garden. How about we meet directly in Alabasta? It's a large country with vast territory, convenient for meeting. Who knows, we might even encounter some unexpected surprises. Hearing this, Sabo on the other end immediately responded decisively, Alabasta is fine. They'll definitely arrive on time. At this moment his heart was full of anticipation for the reunion, completely oblivious to the unexpected surprises Qin Yue mentioned. For Sabo, who had been amnesiac for years, being able to recover his memories and see his younger brother Luffy with his own eyes was the greatest gift in the world. The two exchanged a few more casual words, confirmed the meeting arrangement, and then ended the call. Qin Yue put away the transponder snail, turned to look at the three people hiding not far behind him with curious eyes, raised an eyebrow in exasperation, and complained, hey, don't you guys have anything better to do? Eavesdropping on someone's phone call. Wu Suapu showed no shame, laughed heartily, and waved his hand with perfect confidence. Eavesdropping. We are openly listening in. Sua Long and Shanji nodded in agreement, looking completely unapologetic. Seeing the three's thick-skinned attitude, Qin Yue could only smile helplessly. He didn't hide anything and told them all about his conversation with Sabo and the meeting arrangement in Alabasta. Upon learning that Luffy's brother was coming to meet them, the three all showed looks of anticipation. Wu Suapu turned to look at Luffy, gazing at the sea from the bow, and asked softly, hey Qin Yue, should we tell Luffy the good news now? Qin Yue shook his head slightly, a hint of playful smile in his eyes. We'll be there in a few days. Let's keep it a secret for now and give him a surprise when we meet. Hearing this, Suolong, Shanji, and Wu Suapu all looked at the oblivious Luffy on the bow, their expressions gentle and resigned, clearly anticipating the upcoming drama. Just then Luffy, who had been quietly gazing at the sea, suddenly stood up and turned around, shouting loudly to everyone on the deck, his voice clear and excited, everyone. I see an island. Hearing Luffy's excited shout, everyone on the deck perked up instantly and quickly walked over to Luffy, looking in the direction he was pointing at the distant horizon. Wu Suapu squinted and carefully identified for a moment, confirming that a huge island outline was indeed emerging on the distant sea. He immediately turned back and shouted toward the cabin, hey, Name, I see the island. There's an island ahead. As soon as Wu Suapu's shout faded, the wooden door of the cabin was gently pushed open. Name walked out quickly, holding a sea chart and a log pose. Hearing the shout, she casually replied, I heard you, I heard you. No need to yell so loudly. She walked to the ship's railing, lowered her head to check the sea chart and verify the location, then glanced at the log pose in her hand. After a moment, she said with certainty, According to the sea chart, this island ahead is Little Garden. Little Garden. The novel name instantly piqued everyone's interest. Their eyes all fell on the distant island outline, full of curiosity. At that moment, Wei Wei and Ika Lai Mu beside them also quickly approached. Wei Wei softly added, Little Garden also has another name, the Primeval Island. This island is very special. It still hosts many ancient creatures that have long gone extinct elsewhere. Wow. Awesome. Ancient creatures. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up astonishingly, his fighting spirit and curiosity fully charged. He raised his arm and cheered, great. Let's go on an adventure. Sua Long, Shanji, and Wu Suapu also showed looks of expectation, echoing in agreement. The atmosphere on the ship instantly became lively and vibrant. Only Name's gaze shifted slightly. She turned her head to glance at Wei Wei beside her, gently pursed her lips, and a barely noticeable concern hid in her eyes. This subtle movement was precisely caught by Wei Wei. She turned to look at Name, revealing a gentle and relieved smile, and softly comforted. It's okay, you don't have to keep your nerves tense all the time. Just as Qin Yue said, let's treat these few days of sailing as a good time to relax and rest. Besides, even if we're in a hurry, it's useless. The islands on the Grand Line require the log pose to accumulate magnetic force before we can continue sailing. We can just take this time to recharge. Hearing Wei Wei's words, Name also smiled. She could tell that Wei Wei, though appearing relaxed and calm, was always worried deep down about Alabasta and its people in crisis. But since even the person involved had already calmed down and accepted the situation, she no longer dwelled on worries. You're right. Name smiled and put away the sea chart completely, letting go of her inner concerns. Then let's take a good rest and go ashore to see this amazing primeval island. With a decision made, the crew steered the Mary toward the inlet of Little Garden, sailing steadily until they anchored securely on the shore. As they disembarked, their eyes swept across the island, instantly captivated by the sight before them. Towering ancient trees rose from the earth, their trunks unimaginably thick. Layers of foliage blocked out the sky. Exotic plants never seen outside the Grand Line sprawled everywhere, eerie in form, yet brimming with vitality. Every scene exuded a primeval savage aura, leaving them spellbound and pausing in wonder. Boom, boom, boom. The dull, heavy thud of colossal footsteps suddenly echoed from the deep forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A daunting sound. Igram's expression changed instantly. He stepped in front of Vivi, muscles tensed, and warned in a low voice. Princess, be careful. This prehistoric island is fraught with danger. Seeing his vigilance and gravity, Nami felt a twinge of tension and subconsciously heightened her alertness. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp showed no fear. Instead, their interest burned even brighter, and their curiosity about this unknown island grew. Even Vivi suppressed her lingering concerns, her eyes filled with anticipation and wonder for this ancient, mysterious realm. Luffy could no longer contain his restless energy. He nimbly climbed to the top of a giant tree, looked far into the distance, taking in the wild and magnificent view of the island, then shouted excitedly to Sanji on the deck, "Hey, Sanji, I'm going into the island to explore. Make me some bento boxes." Sanji smiled calmly and warmly, replying readily, "No problem. I just learned a few new dishes from Qin Yue, so I'll make some for you to try." Hearing about new bento dishes, everyone perked up, turned to Sanji, and shouted in unison, "Sanji, make some for us too." Even Zoro, who usually bickered with Sanji and couldn't stand him, put aside their squabble and couldn't help asking for a bento. Sanji agreed with a smile, then habitually teased Zoro. "Hey, green-haired mosshead, you're coming along for the... Don't get lost as soon as you step into the woods and end up stuck in there." Before Zoro could retort, Sanji, still grinning, turned and strode into the ship's galley to prepare ingredients. Vivi stood aside, quietly watching the lively, carefree Straw Hats, a gentle smile on her face. Deep in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Having been the princess of Alabasta since childhood, burdened with the weight of her country, she had never known the freedom of carefree adventure. Knowing her thoughts, while Igaram softly comforted her, "Princess Vivi, go with them on the adventure. Before you return to Alabasta and take up your duties as princess, set aside your identity for a while and indulge yourself just once." Hearing this, Vivi was momentarily startled, then a spark of joy lit up her eyes, and her inner shackles seemed to dissolve. She immediately turned and called out toward the galley, "Mr. Sanji, please make me a bento too." At the sweet feminine voice, a blonde head popped out from the galley door. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts and his tone was fervent and doting. "Roger. I'll make the most perfect exclusive bento for Princess Vivi. And for Namison, I'll prepare the finest one." Sanji's hands moved with incredible speed. Fresh ingredients flew under his nimble fingers. In no time, bento boxes filled with fragrant, balanced meat and vegetables were ready, their rich aroma enveloping the entire Mary. Everyone took their bento boxes, brimming with anticipation, and split into groups to venture into the prime. Zoro stowed his bento, recalling Sanji's earlier taunt, and felt a surge of defiance. He turned to Sanji, his fighting spirit blazing. "Hey, since we're exploring the island, let's have a contest. Whoever hunts the biggest prey wins." Sanji, never one to back down, was instantly fired up and shot back, "Ha! A contest it is, but don't you cry when you lose." Neither gave an inch, trading barbs in the air. After a round of trash talk, they turned and split into different directions, each plunging into the forest, determined to beat the other. Elsewhere, Vivi, Nami, and Usopp banded together and ventured slowly into the forest's depths, cautiously observing the unknown primeval island. Luffy tucked his bento into his clothes, unable to contain his restless nature. He immediately activated his Gomu Gomu Nomi ability, stretching his arms to wrap around thick branches high in the sky, swinging through the forest like a pendulum, having a wild time. Initially, everyone intended to go ashore and explore, but Igaram insisted on staying to guard the ship. Despite their attempts to persuade him, his resolve was firm, so they finally acquiesced. The island was steeped in an untamed primeval aura. Lofty ancient trees, deep wild wood. The island was steeped in an untamed primeval aura. Lofty ancient trees, deep wild woods. Left alone on the ship, Igaram gazed at the desolate surroundings, his heart secretly worrying about Princess Vivi's safety. As his thoughts churned, he caught sight of a languid figure. Qin Yue was leisurely lying on the ship's railing, gazing into the deep forest with no intention of going ashore. Puzzled, Igaram stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Qin Yue, aren't you going to explore the island with them?" Qin Yue slowly turned his head, a faint composed smile on his lips, and replied softly, "I'm waiting for a guest." "A guest?" Igaram was utterly bewildered, looking around at the wild, uninhabited mountains and forests, unable to fathom who could possibly visit such a remote primeval island. He simply assumed that Qin Yue had deliberately stayed behind to keep him company. Just then, from deep within the island came earth-shattering, booming noises, the ground violently trembling, accompanied by the sharp crack of felling trees. The formidable sound drew closer and closer, approaching the shore. Igaram's face changed. He tensed up, instantly dashing to the railing to peer intently into the forest fully. In contrast, Qin Yue remained utterly calm, slowly lifting a hand and waving it casually, saying in a relaxed tone, "It's all right, Igaram, no need to be nervous. The guest I mentioned has arrived." Bwahahaha. A raucous, hearty laugh burst from the woods, piercing through the dense foliage, echoing across the whole coast. "Kid, are you talking about me? But to me you are the guests who came from afar." Following the cheerful laughter, an enormously huge figure pushed aside layers of ancient trees and strode out. Igaram's pupils contracted sharply, and he stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. The newcomer stood over 20 meters tall, his build as imposing as a mountain. His fan-shaped beard fluttered in the breeze. One hand gripped a giant battle axe, the other a massive round shield. His entire being radiated a wild, ferocious aura. He was unmistakably a legendary giant warrior. Qin Yue gazed at the enormous figure before him, his smile warm and gentle as he nodded slightly in apology. My apologies. I misspoke. On this island we are the outsiders and guests." With those words, he casually bent down, picked up a sealed barrel of fine wine from the deck, and with a flick of his wrist tossed it steadily toward the giant. "As a token for our first visit, consider this barrel both an apology and a welcoming gift." Bwahahaha. The giant caught the barrel with ease, laughing heartily, admiration shining in his eyes. "Interesting, kid. I'm Broggy. Since you give me good wine, I can't be negligent to my guests. Come, let's go to my place, and I'll treat you to grilled meat." With that, Broggy opened the barrel seal and took a long, deep drink. The rich aroma of wine spread around. Excellent wine. Truly rare. I haven't tasted such pure fine wine in a long time." After several large gulps, Broggy's eyes involuntarily fell upon the remaining barrels of wine on the deck, a glimmer of longing in them. Seeing this, Qin Yue laughed heartily and generously offered, "Uncle Broggy, no need to be polite. I'm Qin Yue. Since you're treating us, I'll bring a few more barrels to enliven the occasion. If there are companions, call them over too. There's enough wine for everyone." Hearing this, Broggy's eyes sparkled with delight, and he laughed even more joyfully. "Bwahahaha. Then thank you very much. It's been a while since I met someone so young who has awakened Haki. How rare." After speaking, Broggy turned toward the depths of the forest, drew a deep breath, and let out a booming shout that resonated across the entire primeval island. "Dory, if you're not dead yet, get over here. We have guests on the island." From deep in the distant woods, a similarly deep and domineering reply soon echoed back. "Our battle isn't settled. How could I fall so easily? Since there are guests, I'll bring some local specialties." Broggy's smile broadened, and he then looked down at Igaram, who still hadn't snapped out of his shock, and said with a touch of apology, "Bwahahaha. Young lad Qin Yue, it seems your companion is startled by me. My apologies." This remark snapped Igaram back to reality. He quickly composed himself, waving his hands and explaining, No, it's just that I haven't seen a giant in a long time, so I was momentarily taken aback. And you're entirely different from the giants I've heard of or seen." Broggy blinked, then laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you to have met others of my kind. What a rare connection. Come, both of you guests. This isolated island is usually quiet. It hasn't been this lively in a long time." With that, Broggy strode forward, casually trampling down grass, shrubs, and scattered stones with his feet, carving a wide, straight, and level path through the primeval forest. A magnificently bold act. "Let's go, Igaram," Qin Yue called out with a smile. Now free of his wariness, Igaram was filled with awe and curiosity. Without further hesitation, he followed Qin Yue as they leaped off the Mary and walked steadily along the new path forged by the giant, heading deeper into the island. On the other side, deep within the dense forest, Dong Li, who was resting, heard the call of Buloki echoing across the entire island, stirring his long silent thoughts. He had confronted Biloki in a duel on this ancient island for a full century, and during this century many pirates and adventurers had ventured into the little garden. However, the vast majority of these visitors were driven by greed and troublemaking, and to them all were considered. Those ill-intentioned intruders either fell beneath the might of the two giants, and were completely slain, or inadvertently disturbed the ancient ferocious beasts of the island, becoming meals for the gigantic creatures. In 100 years there were very few outsiders whom the notoriously proud Biloki would personally refer to as guests. At this thought a hint of interest flashed in Dong Li's eyes. A century of monotonous dueling had left this lonely island steeped in endless solitude, so encountering a friendly visitor was indeed a rare occasion that warranted proper hospitality. He lifted the massive sword worn and battered from 100 years of battles, steadying his steps towards the largest gathering place of the Brachiosaurus on the island. The ancient beasts of the little garden were numerous and extraordinary, but the largest and most magnificent were undoubtedly the congregated Brachiosaurus. Serving the finest prey on the island to the distant guests was the best way to show hospitality. At this moment the gathering place of the Brachiosaurus was a scene of ancient vitality. Giants like moving mountains, the massive Brachiosaurus stood amidst the trees, their long necks reaching into the ancient sky, their enormous bodies casting shadows over vast areas of sunlight, with heavy breaths and deep roars echoing the wildness palpable. Luffy stood not far away in the shade of a tree, his eyes shining brightly, fixated on the group of ancient beasts he had never seen before, his face filled with shock and delight. Wow! Amazing! What huge creatures! Before the exclamation faded, Luffy suddenly sprang forth, his rubbery arms stretching to an extreme length, accurately wrapping around the thick neck of an adult Brachiosaurus. Using the creature's upward motion, he gracefully leaped into the air, landing steadily on the Brachiosaurus' broad and flat head. He steadied himself, carefully pressing down his straw hat atop his head to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Looking out with raised eyes, the vast scenery of the ancient forest unfolded before him, the gentle breeze brushing against him immensely refreshing. At that moment familiar shouts came from below in the forest. "Hey, Luffy!" Luffy looked down in response to the voice and saw Nami, Usopp, and Vivi standing in a clearing of the forest, immediately waving enthusiastically. "Ah! Usopp, Nami, and Vivi. Come on up. The view up here is amazing. Do you want to come up?" Usopp looked up at the expansive view from the height, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. However, Nami, gazing at the towering Brachiosaurus beneath, shook her head vigorously, without a second thought, her attitude resolute. "No way. Absolutely not. It's too high, too dangerous." As soon as Nami finished speaking, Vivi beside her gazed up at the majestic Brachiosaurus with longing eyes filled with awe. "Hey Nami, look at them. They're really so spectacular and impressive." Vivi's words caused Nami to hesitate slightly, her inner refusal wavering a bit. But before she could finish her contemplation, Luffy, high above, had already taken the initiative to make a decision for everyone. He stood atop the Brachiosaurus, his arms suddenly stretching and elongating like two flexible ropes, instantly reaching down to grab the three below. In an instant, he accurately wrapped around their waists with incredible speed. Before Nami could react or voice her refusal, Luffy gently exerted his arms, pulling the three up steadily, gradually lifting them to the broad head of the Brachiosaurus. Once Usopp regained his balance, he instantly forgot his fear, taking in the boundless forest and ancient trees, unable to help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow! What a beautiful view. It's so magnificent." Vivi also beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed around, immersed in the breathtaking scenery of the ancient island. Only Nami was still in a state of panic, raising her fist and hitting Luffy on the back of the head, both angry and helpless as she scolded, "You idiot, Luffy. Suddenly doing this. Do you want to scare me to death?" Luffy rubbed the back of his head, which was tingling, wearing a disingenuous, silly grin as he casually apologized, Sorry. Seeing Luffy's half-hearted demeanor, Nami sighed, helplessly, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. She turned her gaze towards the distant, endless primitive forest and the rugged mountains, the gentle breeze brushing past her hair, her inner restlessness dissipating as she softly remarked, "But the view really is nice." Vivi earnestly nodded in agreement, her brow relaxing, filled with rare tranquility. "Yes, I've never seen such free and vast scenery before. In my entire life, it's my first time letting go of all my worries and enjoying the scenery so freely." This sentiment carried underlying fatigue and repression, stirring something in Nami's heart. After a moment of hesitation, she softly asked, "Hey Vivi, what kind of country is Alabasta? Also, why has your country caught the attention of someone like Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords?" Upon mentioning her homeland, Vivi's smile gradually faded, replaced by profound melancholy and help. She looked up towards the distance, her thoughts drifting back to her homeland, where she grew up, slowly revealing the truth about Alabasta. Alabasta is a desert kingdom situated in the midst of a barren land with perennial drought and poor soil, never considered wealthy. When I was a child, the deserts were vast, and the people suffered from severe water shortages year-round. Later, one of my uncles led a team deep into the desert, cultivating and expanding, struggling to take root amidst the swirling sands. Through the daily hard work of the citizens, a prosperous oasis city was built from the brink of despair. At that time, everyone believed that life would gradually improve and everything would move towards a better direction. But just when the kingdom was becoming stable and the citizens were leading their lives in peace, Crocodile arrived in Alabasta. Vivi's tone became slightly heavier as she continued to reminisce. At first, the people of the country did not trust this suddenly arrived stranger with immense power. But Crocodile consistently helped Alabasta fend off all kinds of pirate invasions, protecting this barren land. Over time, he earned the trust of all the citizens and became the national hero in their hearts. However, this good fortune did not last long. After he firmly established himself and was revered as a hero by everyone, strange events began to unfold. During that time, all the rain that fell in Alabasta only landed within the capital Alyabarna. The vast desert land received no rain, and the drought became increasingly severe. At first, everyone thought it was just unusual weather, and no one paid much attention to it. But day after day, year after year, the disparity grew larger, and malicious rumors began to circulate in the country, saying that the king was secretly using forbidden dance powder to gather all the rainwater in the capital, only caring for the royal family's pleasures while abandoning the citizens of the nation. But my father absolutely did not commit such selfish and brutal acts. To uncover the truth, he secretly dispatched countless personnel to investigate. But no matter how many spies were sent, they all eventually vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the sea. Vivi clenched her fingers, her eyes filled with pain and unwillingness. After several years, the people of the desert could no longer endure the prolonged drought, and public grievances surged. Someone secretly incited public opinion and formed a massive resistance force aiming straight at the royal family, wanting to overthrow the royal rule of Alabasta. 2 years ago, we followed the clues and finally discovered that all this chaos, rumors, and drought were being manipulated from behind the scenes. And the mastermind behind it was the mysterious Baroque Works. But we knew nothing about this secret organization, and the information was scant. To uncover their true nature and reveal the true face of the mastermind, I and Ike, Elim, had to go undercover and infiltrate Baroque Works to gather intelligence. She took a deep breath, revealing the most brutal truth, her voice tinged with a hint of unresolvable bitterness. Only not long ago did we finally find out that the true boss of Baroque Works, the one who single-handedly destroyed my country and incited conflict between the military and the people, was none other than the warlord of the sea, revered as a hero by all of Alabasta, Crocodile. After recounting such a long past, Vivi paused slightly, the heavy confusion and bewilderment still lingering in her brow, softly murmuring her greatest doubts. Yet to this day, I still cannot comprehend what Crocodile's true purpose in doing this is. As a member of the Alabasta royal family, I understand my country better than anyone. We are merely a barren desert kingdom with no exquisite treasures or scarce resources. I truly cannot fathom what charm Alabasta possesses that would make a high-ranking, renowned warlord of the sea risk remaining hidden for years, plotting and scheming in the shadows. As Wei Weiss' words faded, the top of the Brachiosaurus head fell into a momentary silence. Nami, Usopp, and Lu Fei all fell silent, their hearts filled with shock. In their original assumption, Alabasta was merely a nation suffering under the invasion of a powerful enemy. But after listening to Wei Weiss' account, they finally understood that this was not a simple conflict of enemy versus ally. It was a conspiracy that had spanned years, entangling the entire nation's livelihood and the royal court's internal politics. They were all ordinary people from humble islands and small villages, never before exposed to such intricate statecraft and covert schemes. This level of layered manipulation and national subversion was entirely beyond their comprehension, truly a blind spot in their knowledge. Nami opened her mouth several times, wanting to comfort Wei Wei, but found thousands of words stuck in her throat, unable to find the right phrase. In the end, she could only press her lips together and remain silent. Usopp, contrary to his usual lively demeanor, furrowed his brow and carefully analyzed every detail of Wei Weiss' story, pondering the sequence of events and possible solutions. Only Lu Fei could not endure this heavy atmosphere. Scratching the back of his head, he shouted impatiently, "How annoying! After all that talk, the root of the problem is that Koluo Kuda Air is behind everything, right? Then we just beat him up and it's all solved." Seeing Lu Fei's straightforward simplicity, Usopp quickly interjected, "That's easier said than done. Koluo Kuda Air has operated in Alabasta for years, deeply ingratiating himself with the people and becoming a hero in their eyes. If we rashly go and defeat him, not only would we fail to resolve the internal strife, But because of his accumulated reputation, the citizens would resent the royal family, even more, achieving the opposite effect. Lu Fei grew irritated, unwilling to delve into the complexities. He simply lay down sprawling, spread-eagled on the wide Brachiosaurus, head slacking off, and staring blankly. Wei Wei nodded solemnly, fully agreeing with Usopp's analysis. Exactly. That is the most troublesome part. So to completely resolve the crisis in Arabasta, defeating Kuluo Kuda Air with force is far from enough. We must make every citizen aware of the full truth and thoroughly expose Kuluo Kuda Air's hypocritical facade. So to completely resolve the crisis in Arabasta, defeating Kuluo Kuda Air with force is far from enough. We must make every... Right. Usopp chimed in immediately, then scratched his head with a hint of uncertainty, his tone faltering. But after all, we're just a bunch of pirates. Fighting and killing is what we excel at, but calming the people and clarifying the truth, that's not our strong suit. Wei Wei looked at the sincere and endearing pair, suppressed her inner gloom, and smiled softly. Thank you. Just then Lu Fei, who had been lounging idly, abruptly sat up straight. His playful gaze sharpened, and he turned his head to stare intently into the dense forest behind them, his expression suddenly serious. Sensing Lu Fei's shift, the other three immediately tensed up and rose to their guard. What is it, Lu Fei? Nami asked softly. Lu Fei slowly stood up, his gaze locked on the distant woods, and stated with certainty, someone's coming. It's a giant, but there's no hostility. Usopp concentrated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a giant. And I get the feeling he's exceptionally happy. Happy? Nami and Wei Wei exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless. Before their confusion could fade, a heavy, hurried footfall echoed from the distant forest. Boom, 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 crash. The earth-shaking footsteps and the sound of splintering trees grew closer, the commencement swelling. The herd of brachiosaurs beneath them instantly sensed extreme danger, becoming restless. The largest adult brachiosaurus raised its head and let out a low warning roar, alerting its companions and preparing to take evasive action. Seizing the moment of chaos among the brachiosaurs, Lu Fei and the other three decisively leaped down from the heights, landing steadily and quickly returning to the ground, distancing themselves from the giant beasts. The brachiosaurs, massive and clumsy, were slow to react. Before they could fully flee, the colossal figure had already torn through the layers of forest and stepped into the clearing. The arrival was none other than Dong Li, who had come specifically to hunt and entertain guests. Seeing the giant before him, over 20 meters tall and towering like a mountain, Lu Fei's eyes lit up with excitement. He exclaimed, amazing! A real giant! So huge! Usopp too was trembling with exhilaration, marveling repeatedly, a giant! How cool! This is the legendary giant race. Nami and Wei Wei were also utterly stunned, gazing up at the sky-obscuring behemoth, their eyes filled with profound awe. Dong Li took in their reactions, a gentle smile on his face. Slowly lowering the massive greatsword in his hand, he looked down at the four and spoke in a voice like a booming bell, his tone kind. Are you the distant guests Buluo Ji mentioned? The group was momentarily taken aback. Usopp was the first to recover. He instantly recalled the thunderous shouts he had heard before landing, as well as the sight of Qin Yue carrying all the barrels of alcohol onto the deck before they left. Everything clicked. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward and explained, Ahem, if I'm not mistaken, the guests you mentioned are our companions. If I... Dong Li scratched his head in innocent confusion. That's right. Usopp added with certainty. After we landed, we split up to explore. The direction you were calling from was exactly where we moored the Mary, our ship. My companion is waiting there. Dong Li understood immediately and let out a hearty laugh. Gei, I see. Since they're your companions, they are all my guests. Come with me. With that, his eyes turned sharp and battle-ready. But before entertaining, I must first procure the finest thing. He grasped the massive greatsword at his waist and swung it violently. Swoosh. The razor-sharp blade cut through the air with unstoppable force, slicing the thick neck of the largest brachiosaurus as if it were tofu, without the slightest resistance. The colossal brachiosaurus couldn't even let out a cry before its body swayed heavily and crashed to the ground, sending dust flying, life extinguished. Witnessing this extreme display of power, Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, so cool. This is the kind of courage I imagine a brave sea warrior should have. Lu Fei was even more thrilled, laughing unrestrainedly as he looked up. Ha! Incredible! The giant uncle is amazing. Nami and Wei Wei remained stunned, unable to snap out of it, utterly humbled by the terrifying combat prowess of the giant race. Dong Li, hearing their praise, scratched his head with slight embarrassment, then let out a proud, hearty laugh. Gee, the finest prey is secured. Guess follow me. Buluo Ji must be growing impatient. With that, he bent down considerately, his broad hands spread open, gesturing for them to jump on. Lu Fei and the others did not hesitate. Leaping up, they landed steadily on the giant's warm and broad palm. The light touch on his palm made Dong Li's smile grow wider. He rehung his greatsword at his waist, held the four securely in one hand, and easily dragged the massive Brachiosaurus carcass with the other. With steady strides he headed toward Buluo Jai's location, crushing weeds and bushes underfoot, his aura immense. Deep within the ancient forest at this moment, Zoro and Sanji, who had split up earlier for a hunting competition, finally regrouped in a forest clearing. The clearing was strewn with the massive corpses of two primeval beasts, both hunted moments ago, exuding an oppressive aura of wildness. Sanji stuffed his hands in his pockets, raised an eyebrow at Zoro, and spoke with a tone dripping with smugness and defiance. "Hey Mosshead, open your eyes and see clearly. The Tyrannosaurus Rex I hunted is obviously bigger, right? I win this competition." Hearing Sanji's arrogant tone, Zoro immediately took offense. Frowning, he retorted with a sneer. "Huh, stop spouting nonsense. That measly lizard you caught can't compare to my Triceratops." As he spoke, Zoro raised his hand and heavily patted the crest of his Triceratops. The beast measured over 10 meters in length, with robust bones and a majestic presence occupying a good portion of the clearing. Sanji, upon hearing this, stepped forward and circled the Triceratops, carefully scrutinizing it. Then with a look of disgust and contempt he pointed at the beast and taunted. "This thing you caught is all hard bones and hardly any meat. What Mosshead are you planning to fill your stomach by gnawing on bones? But if you really love eating bones, I might reluctantly grant you that favor." As he spoke, a sly grin spread across Sanji's lips, clearly provoking Zoro. These sharp, mocking words instantly struck a nerve. Zoro's eyes sharpened, and in an instant he drew his sword. A flash of cold light, and the blade slashed straight towards Sanji as he roared angrily. "You damn cook! Are you looking for a fight?" The fierce wind from the blade hit Sanji's face, but he remained completely unfazed. His expression instantly shed its casualness, and he raised his right leg, the hard leather shoe precisely blocking the attack. Clang! A crisp, piercing metallic clash exploded, sending sparks flying. Sanji firmly blocked Zoro's slashing blade, his feet steady as a rock. He raised his eyes to meet Zoro's, still brimming with anger, and a provocative smile lingered on his lips. "Always drawing your sword at the drop of a hat, Mosshead. What else can you do besides cut people? If you can't stand losing, don't compete." "Who can't stand losing?" Zoro exerted force from his wrist, the blade pressing harder his attack. Thus the two remained locked in a standoff in the forest, blade against leg, each refusing to yield. Their usual bickering resumed, filling the vast woods with their fighting spirit. Just a short distance away, behind a shrub, two figures were hidden, quietly spying on the commotion. One was a man with his hair combed into a neat 3 shape, a senior agent of Baroque Works, Mr. 3. Beside him was a young girl wearing a pink sun hat with a languid and gentle demeanor, Miss Golden Week. Watching Zoro and Sanji bickering and fighting among themselves, Mr. 3's eyes flickered with disdain as he murmured to himself. "Internal strife. Looks like these Straw Hat Pirates are nothing special. I can't understand how Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine ended up at the hands of such pirates." Despite his dismissive words, the instructions from Crocodile immediately surfaced in his mind. Not long ago the boss had personally given orders. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine had gone missing, likely taken out by the Straw Hat Pirates. He was to head to Little Garden immediately and wipe them out completely. Knowing the strength of his two colleagues, Mr. 3 had no intention of underestimating the enemy. Even though Mr. 5's code number came after his, he was well aware of the man's formidable combat power and bizarre abilities. Definitely not someone to be trifled with. A pirate crew capable of silently eliminating those two undoubtedly possessed hidden strength far from the slack and incompetent appearance they showed. Mr. 3 withdrew the contempt from his eyes, furrowed his brow slightly, and immersed himself in thought, devising a safe plan for ambush and elimination, waiting for the right moment to strike with a single fatal blow and finish off the Straw Hats once and for all. While he carefully plotted, Miss Golden Week, beside him, showed no tension at all about monitoring the enemy. She had slowly spread a clean picnic blanket, sat down, properly taken out tea utensils, and unhurriedly started brewing tea. The elegant fragrance of tea wafted up, instantly dissipating the tense, killing atmosphere of the forest. Mr. 3, distracted by the faint tea scent, turned helplessly to his companion, sipping tea leisurely, and whispered a warning. "Miss Golden Week, we're here to monitor and kill the enemy. You're being too conspicuous and will easily expose our position and get us discovered." In response to his reminder, Miss Golden Week said nothing, only calmly poured a cup of hot tea and silently handed it to Mr. 3. Mr. 3 sighed helplessly, took the cup, and took a gentle sip of the warm, fragrant tea. His tense nerves instantly relaxed, and he unconsciously let out a satisfied sigh, murmuring, "Tisk, speaking of which, this kind of leisurely, carefree life is truly rare." "Is it? What a pity. Your good days are about to end." A cold voice suddenly sounded behind the two, instantly chilling the entire shrub. Hearing that, Mr. 3 immediately spat out the hot tea he had just swallowed, scalding his clothes. He ignored his disheveled state, his body instinctively tensing as he spun around, his eyes fixed on the direction of the voice. In front of the shrub, two figures stood quietly. Zoro and Sanji, who had just been locked in conflict in the clearing, had now stopped their confrontation and stood side by side. Zoro's face was cold, his eyes carrying a hint of contempt as he locked onto the two. Sanji kept his hands in his pockets, calm, slowly sizing up Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. His entire aura had shed the earlier restlessness of bickering, replaced by wariness and pressure. Sanji's fingers twitched, habitually reaching for his cigarette holder, but when his gaze swept over the petite and seemingly young Miss Golden Week, he paused momentarily, then silently abandoned the thought. He spoke flatly. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, you're from Baroque Works too, aren't you? Mr. 3's heart tightened instantly, every nerve on high alert as he stared warily at the two. When he caught the word two in Sanji's sentence, his pupils contracted, immediately grasping the implication. He said in a low voice, two. So, the disappearance of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine is indeed related to you. Zoro sneered in response, looking at him with undisguised contempt, his tone assertive and piercing. That's right, we took care of them. What did you come specifically to avenge them? Avenge? Don't make me laugh. Mr. 3 let out a self-deprecating chuckle, his eyes devoid of any camaraderie. Those two failed their mission. Even if they somehow made it back alive, they'd still face the boss punishment. We have no time to avenge them. As his words fell, he abruptly shifted his tone, his expression turning sinister and sharp as he locked onto Zoro and Sanji, his aura fully unleashed. But we did receive orders from the boss to come and wipe you out. The instant his words landed, a sharp light flashed in Mr. 3's eyes. Got them. He had deliberately stalled with conversations, secretly activating his devil fruit ability, preparing everything without notice. The moment the two let their guard down, Mr. 3's lips curled into a sinister grin as he suddenly shouted, "Candle layer." As Mr. 3's words echoed, two thick, scalding streams of wax burst from the ground, forming vicious wax masses that surged toward Zoro and Sanji's backs at incredible speed, seemingly about to engulf and bind them completely. Yet the two in danger appeared oblivious, never once turning around. They remained calm, looking straight ahead at Mr. 3, whose face exuded triumph and confidence, composed and unruffled. Mr. 3 was about to mock their feigned composure when a thought struck him an instant later. Something was just as the wax was about to touch their clothes. Zoro and Sanji casually shifted their bodies slightly and took a relaxed step aside, the most ordinary subtle movement, and effortlessly evaded the deadly wax assault. Boom. The two heavy lumps of wax missed, slamming into the ground, instantly solidifying into hard wax blocks firmly embedded in the soil. Mr. 3's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His perfectly planned, deadly ambush had been dodged so effortlessly. Even Miss Golden Week, who had been calmly sipping tea with an impassive face, stiffened slightly. She raised her eyes to look at the two, a hint of surprise flashing in them. Having successfully dodged the ambush, Zoro and Sanji merely glanced briefly at the solidified wax on the ground before shifting their gaze away, completely dismissing the attack. Sanji, one hand in his pocket, raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the stunned Mr. 3, his tone casual. So you're a devil fruit user too? Indeed, after entering the Grand Line, more and more fruit users are appearing. Beside him, Zoro slowly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, nodding in agreement, his voice steady. Yeah, just like Qin Yue said. We need to master armament Haki quickly, otherwise if we meet another Logia user later, we'll only keep holding back. The two conversed openly without any attempt to conceal, completely treating Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week as if they weren't there. Their blatant disregard was the purest form of contempt. This utter neglect, even for the relatively mild-tempered Mr. 3, finally ignited his fury. He clenched his teeth, his fists suddenly tightening until his knuckles turned white, and he let out all his pent-up anger with a roar. Hey, don't you two think you're going too far? You don't take us seriously at all, do you? At the same time, Miss Golden Week, who had been quietly drinking tea with a languid elegance, also moved. She silently put away her tea set, holding a fine brush and a small palette, and quietly moved to Mr. 3's side. Her childish cute face still showed little expression, but her eyes had completely shed their usual placidity, fixed on Zoro and Sanji. Others might see her small figure and pink sun hat as merely adorable, but Sanji's keen senses clearly detected the anger surging within her. He knew this seemingly harmless little girl was angry. Sanji glanced at the two, now on full alert, then turned to Zoro beside him and said flatly, "Let's capture them and take them back. Judging by their code names, they're high-ranking in Baroque Works. They might be able to give us useful information." Zoro nodded silently, his wrist turning as Katetsu and Yubashiri slid from their scabbards. Two cold sword lights cut through the forest as he lunged straight toward Mr. 3, his attacks swift and decisive. Seeing Zoro charging at the main combatant, Sanji immediately grew anxious and quickly called out, "Damn mosshead, you go after the little girl." Zoro didn't slow his charge, but let out a snicker in response, his tone teasing. "What? Can't handle a little?" This jab struck Sanji's core principle, and fury instantly surged within him. He planted his foot, kicking up a cloud of dust, and his form became a blur as he accelerated from behind, overtaking Zoro as he rushed toward Mr. 3 is shouting, "Bastard! Even if she's a little girl, she's still a lady. I will never lay a hand on a woman." Seeing Sanji suddenly go berserk and fight for the opponent, Zoro paused momentarily stunned, then curled his lips in resignation. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Though he grumbled helplessly under his breath, Zoro's movements were anything but sluggish. He turned around and dashed obediently toward Miss Golden Week without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing the two suddenly switching opponents and bickering among themselves as if he didn't exist, Mr. 3's fury surged to his head, his face turning pale with rage. "You two bastards. Don't get too cocky." He let out a low roar, his hands rapidly manipulating the power of the wax fruit. Thick white wax gushed out instantly and solidified at lightning speed, shaping itself in his palms into several sharp pointed candle spears. The shafts were tough and solid, gleaming with a cold hard luster. Melt carving spear. Several candle spears carried by a gust of wind shot straight toward the oncoming Sanji, their attacks swift and fierce, sealing off his path. Facing the howling spears, he and Sanji neither dodged nor flinched. He gradually slowed his sprint, his expression calm and unruffled, devoid of any panic. The next moment, he suddenly leaped into the air, twisted his waist, and delivered a crisp midair spinning kick. Smack! The instep of his foot slammed precisely into the oncoming candle spear, and the immense force instantly pierced through the hard wax body. The once rock-solid candle spear was sent flying backward, its momentum unabated, sweeping through the forest and snapping several thick ancient trees in its path. The trunks crashed down, dust billowing, until it finally embedded itself deep into the woods and came to a complete halt. Having effortlessly neutralized the attack, Sanji landed steadily, without a pause. He pushed off the ground again, his speed skyrocketing as he charged relentlessly toward Mr. 3A, pressing forward step by step. Mr. 3's pupils contracted sharply, and he stood frozen in place. His ultimate move, condensed with full hardness and unleashed at full power, had been so lightly and effortlessly dissolved by a single kick from the opponent, and the residual force had even snapped ancient trees. After a brief moment of shock, realization dawned on him instantly. That strange missed ambush earlier wasn't a matter of luck at all. These two guys from the Straw Hat Pirates were far more terrifying than they looked. They were definitely not ordinary rookie pirates, and his earlier underestimation had been pure foolishness. The anger in his heart was instantly replaced by extreme sobriety. Mr. 3 completely discarded any trace of contempt, and his gaze at Sanji turned intensely serious, his entire body on high alert. He immediately turned his head and whispered a warning to the silently standing Miss Golden Week beside him. "Be careful. They're not ordinary." Miss Golden Week remained expressionless. She merely nodded slightly upon hearing this, her paintbrush held tightly in her hand, the colors on her palette gently swaying. In the brief moment of their exchange, Sanji had closed all the distance between them and arrived right in front of them. A sharp gust of wind from his kick rushed upon them, carrying immense pressure. Reacting swiftly, Mr. 3 activated his ability and shouted, "Candle wall." With a hum, thick, white wax erupted from the ground, rapidly piling up and solidifying. A towering, thick, and dense wax wall rose abruptly, standing firmly before Mr. 3A, securely blocking the way ahead, a formidable barrier. Seeing the candle wall blocking his path, Sanji did not pause or change his expression. He leaped into the air once more, channeling all his strength into the tip of his foot, and kicked straight at the solid wax wall. Boom! A heavy solid impact exploded, shaking the surrounding air. Right after, distinct cracking sounds echoed clearly. Dense fissures instantly spread across the entire wax wall, covering the white hard surface with cracks teetering on the verge of collapse. Seeing that his defensive barrier had withstood the blow, Mr. 3's tense heart finally settled, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, ear-piercing cracks exploded in succession, and dense fissures rapidly spread across the entire wax wall. Sensing something wrong, Mr. 3's face changed drastically. Without time to think, his body instinctively rolled sideways at full force to dodge. Just as he rolled away, the cracked candle wall shattered into pieces. Countless wax shards flew in all directions. Sanji surged through the gap in the broken wall, and his fully charged kick landed with no restraint on the spot where Mr. 3 had been standing. Boom! A deafening roar thundered. The flat forest ground instantly splintered into a dense web of cracks, dust churned up, and the center of the impact was kicked into a deep, massive pit. A truly terrifying sight. Having narrowly escaped the fatal blow, Mr. 3 was still shaking, cold sweat pouring down his back. He dared not hesitate for even a moment. Seizing the brief opening as Sanji landed, he immediately activated his wax fruit ability and shouted. Viscous hot liquid wax surged out, transforming into several flexible wax chains that snaked cunningly towards Sanji in midair, aiming to bind him instantly. With his top-tier observation Haki already foreseeing the danger, Sanji's mind stirred. He twisted his waist sharply, inverted his body in the air, and gracefully evaded all the chains, leaving them all completely missing. With 2 consecutive attacks completely thwarted and the glaring gap in combat strength, Mr. 3 knew he was no match. Not daring to prolong the fight, he turned and fled frantically into the depths of the dense forest. Sanji landed steadily, and without slowing down immediately gave chase into the forest. Watching the 2 disappear into the woods, one fleeing, the other pursuing, Zoro called out casually, "Hey, curly brows, be careful. If you can't win, ask for help. They'll come bail you out." From deep in the forest, Sanji's defiant voice shot back, "You be careful. Don't let a little girl take you down." Zoro couldn't be bothered to keep bickering. He withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Miss Goldenweek standing silently before him, and said in a flat tone, "So, wanna just surrender?" Miss Goldenweek didn't reply. Instead, she raised her paintbrush, flicked her wrist swiftly, and a splash of green paint flew out, landing precisely on Zoro. Calm green. The moment the paint touched him, Zoro's movements paused slightly. Against his will, his gaze was drawn to the pot of tea on the camping blanket nearby, and a lazy, languid desire to rest and enjoy some tea welled up inexplicably in his heart. But after just a fleeting moment of daze, Zoro snapped out of it immediately. His eyes cleared sharply, and he instantly saw through her ability. This paint isn't right. He immediately stepped back, widening the safety distance, his expression tense and his mind fully alert as he regarded the seemingly harmless little girl with intense caution. Miss Goldenweek observed all of this. Seeing that her hypnotic paint had absolutely no effect on Zoro's mind and failed to work at all, she silently put down her brush, making no move to continue attacking. She turned and walked slowly back to the camping blanket, sat down gracefully, picked up her teacup, and continued sipping the green tea she had just brewed, her posture leisurely and indifferent with not a hint of battle tension. Seeing this, Zoro tilted his head in confusion, utterly baffled by her actions. Miss Goldenweek looked up at his puzzled face, her voice soft, and her tone calm. "My attacks don't work on you, so I surrender." Huh? Zoro's jaw dropped wide open, his face full of shock as he stared at Miss Goldenweek in disbelief. But the young girl made no move at all. Oh, she just sat there quietly sipping her tea and nibbling on snacks in a leisurely and steady manner, utterly calm and without the slightest hint of pretense. Zoro stared at her for a long while before finally confirming that Miss Goldenweek was not putting on an act. She had genuinely and decisively chosen to surrender. He sighed helplessly, rubbed his forehead, and lost all interest in fighting. He found a clean rock nearby, sat down, and waited quietly for Sanji to finish his battle and return. The atmosphere in the woods was eerily quiet. Bored out of his mind, Zoro couldn't help but ask, "Hey, so you just surrender? Don't you care at all if your partner loses?" Miss Goldenweek paused, slowly set down her teacup, and looked at Zoro with clear, calm eyes. She asked softly, "Are you going to kill us?" This blunt, straightforward question caught Zoro off guard. His mouth twitched, and he replied with exasperation, "Do we look like bloodthirsty murderers to you?" Miss Goldenweek didn't argue further. She simply picked up her teacup again and took a small sip of the warm tea, saying evenly, "Then it doesn't matter. Losing is losing." Zoro let out a soft sigh, genuinely impressed by her attitude. "You're really quite laid back." Meanwhile, deep in, having fled frantically into the woods, Mr. 3 knew he was no match for Sanji in a direct fight. He immediately activated his wax fruit ability at full power. A large amount of snow-white wax gushed out, quickly shaped and solidified. In an instant, he created dozens of wax dolls that looked exactly like him in appearance, build, and clothing scattered among the trees, so realistic they were hard to distinguish from the real him. He himself, shielded by the wax figures, quietly hid in the center of the crowd, holding his breath and perfectly concealing his presence, planning to either slip away or launch a surprise attack. Sanji, who had followed him into the dense forest, looked at the countless identical wax figures before him and let out a soft, resigned sigh. He saw through the opponent's clumsy trick at a glance. Instead of exposing it directly, he pretended to be puzzled and confused, strolling slowly among the wax figures, as if searching, pretending to seriously try to identify the real one. But his movements were deliberately calculated. Though they seemed aimless, they steadily closed in on the central position where Mr. 3 was hiding, each step precisely shortening the distance between them. Hiding among the wax dolls, Mr. 3 saw Sanji just wandering around, checking the figures and making clumsy attempts. He instantly breathed a huge sigh of relief. He completely let his guard down, immersing himself in thinking of a way to escape, and turned the tables, racking his brains for a countermeasure, completely unaware of the deadly danger slowly closing in on him. Just then, a sharp, urgent sound of something cutting through the air exploded right by his ear. Mr. Three's heart jolted violently. He came to his senses and turned his head instinctively. In his field of vision, a pitch-black hard leather shoe was already inches away, carrying an irresistible gust of wind locked onto his entire body. It's over. Just one glance and Mr. Three's heart went completely cold. He instantly accepted the reality. He abandoned all struggle, knowing that any resistance now would be futile. Boom. A heavy solid kick landed precisely on his torso. The immense force erupted instantly. Three flew backward like a broken kite, crashing violently into a thick tree trunk. His body trembled violently, his eyes rolled back, and he immediately blacked out. Sanji walked up slowly, grabbed the unconscious Mr. Three with one hand, turned around, and strode out of the dense forest, heading toward the clearing where Zoro was. Seeing Sanji return calmly with Mr. Three in hand, Zoro casually raised a hand in greeting and said flatly, "Yo, that was quick." Miss Goldenweek, who had been sitting quietly drinking her tea, also raised her small hand and gave a gentle wave in response. This strange yet peaceful scene instantly stunned Sanji. He stood there with a bewildered expression. "You too? What's going on?" Seeing his shocked face, Zoro let out a light chuckle and explained simply, "Her ability didn't work on me, so she surrendered on the spot." "Huh? Surrendered?" Sanji's eyes bulged in disbelief, shouting in shock, completely unprepared for such an absurd turn of events. He repeatedly glanced at Miss Goldenweek, sitting there calmly, and Zoro's nonchalant expression confirming that they weren't joking before he reluctantly accepted this ridiculous reality. Then he composed himself, hefted Mr. Three in his hand, and said, "Let's go. We need to find Luffy and Qin Yue, and while we're at it, give these two Baroque Works officers a thorough interrogation to dig out the information behind them." Sanji finished speaking, and Zoro immediately nodded in agreement. He then turned to Miss Goldenweek, tilting his head slightly to signal her to get up and follow. Miss Goldenweek was unusually obedient, offering no resistance. She silently gathered the scattered tea utensils one by one, folded the camping blanket, and stuffed them all into her small backpack. After tidying up, she quietly followed beside Zoro, remarkably docile. Sanji glanced sideways at this scene, his face instantly filled with envy, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He then set aside distracting thoughts, concentrated, and expanded his observation Haki to probe the locations of Qin Yue and Luffy. However, as soon as he sensed the presences of the distant group, Sanji frowned slightly and muttered in surprise, "How is it that there are two giant presences beside them?" Giants. Zoro was stunned for a moment, surprise flickering in his eyes, and immediately deployed his observation Haki to probe as well. The immense sensing power swept through the entire forest, quickly capturing two towering, unparalleled giant auras far beyond ordinary humans, exactly matching the results Sanji had sensed. The two exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment and curiosity in each other's eyes. "Let's go check it out." Sanji took the first step, carrying the unconscious Mr. Three as he strode forward. Zoro nodded in agreement, and together with the obedient Miss Goldenweek, they steadily walked toward the direction sensed by observation Haki. Such a shocking scene left Igaram, who had been watching from the sidelines without being able to intervene, utterly dumbfounded. He stood frozen in place, his heart filled with awe. Even Bragi, a giant accustomed to primordial beasts and possessing formidable strength, was stunned on the spot, his eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Yue's figure was considered tall, sturdy, and exceptionally built among ordinary humans, yet in the eyes of the towering, robust giant race, he still appeared small and frail, utterly insignificant. Yet this seemingly petite human broke a giant tree with his bare hands and swung a towering ancient trunk, as if tossing a withered branch, fully revealing his terrifying raw strength. With this single feat, Bragi's initial impression of Qin Yue was completely overturned. Previously, he had warmly entertained Qin Yue and his group simply because Qin Yue was open and honest, pleasing to his eye, and had voluntarily shared a drink with him. Having guarded the lonely little garden for decades, it was rare to encounter a visitor he found agreeable, open, and unrestrained, so he treated them sincerely and extended the utmost hospitality. But now Bragi's gaze toward Qin Yue had completely changed. It was no longer the gentle courtesy of a host to a distant guest, but a look of recognition, acknowledgement, and appreciation from one strong man to another. After a brief moment of shock, Bragi suddenly threw back his head and burst into a loud, hearty laugh that shook the forest and stirred the breeze. "Chabababa. Qin Yue, my boy, your strength is truly remarkable. Such formidable power is a rarity even among our giant clan." He looked at Qin Yue with approving eyes and said in an unusually solemn tone, "I definitely must properly introduce you to that guy Dory later. Let him also witness this incredible human powerhouse." Qin Yue raised his hand, dusted off his palm, smiled with his eyes, and said calmly and casually, "Is that so? Then I'm really looking forward to meeting him." As the two were chatting and laughing, a sudden, increasingly heavy ground-shaking sound of enormous footsteps came from the distant forest, deep and booming, approaching step by step. Bragi immediately stopped smiling and turned to look in the direction of the sound. He recognized the newcomer at a glance and burst into laughter again. Chaba Baba. Dory, you finally come. Come over here, let me introduce an extraordinary powerhouse. This is Qin Yue. Dory, who had arrived, was carrying a huge Brachiosaurus corpse on his shoulder and steadily holding Luffy and a few others with one hand. Hearing this, he stepped closer. Hearing Bragi's unreserved and high praise, Dory immediately became intensely curious about this human youth. His heavy gaze fell on Qin Yue as he asked loudly, a human who can earn such praise from Bragi? I've never seen one before. Young brother Qin Yue, I wonder if we might have a sparring match someday. Hearing the sparring invitation from a giant clan powerhouse, Qin Yue's eyes instantly lit up with blazing battle intent. He had always eagerly anticipated a duel with a giant clan powerhouse to personally experience the formidable combat prowess of this top-tier race on the sea. Without hesitation, he readily nodded in agreement. Bragi, watching from the side, had his eyes light up instantly, his heart filled with eagerness to have a match with Qin Yue as well. But as soon as the thought arose, he suppressed it inwardly. Dory had already challenged Qin Yue. If he also joined in, it would mean Qin Yue had to take on two giant clan warriors alone. Such an uneven fight would be too unfair and not befitting a true powerhouse. Thinking this, Bragi's eyes welled with deep regret. He could only suppress his fighting spirit and silently watch the two. Yet this trace of subtle dejection and regret was precisely caught by the observant Qin Yue. Qin Yue's mind turned instantly, reading Bragi's thoughts. He smiled and pointed to Luffy, who was steadily held by Dory, and said loudly, Uncle Bragi, no need to regret. Luffy's strength is also formidable. How about letting him spar with you? Hearing this, Bragi's eyes suddenly brightened, and his dormant battle intent surged once again. He looked Luffy up and down, a carefree, seemingly ordinary appearance. Though Luffy looked scrawny and far less impactful than Qin Yue, a powerhouse personally endorsed by Qin Yue, was definitely no ordinary person and worthy of his full effort in battle. Great. Then let me test this kid's skills. Bragi laughed thunderously. Luffy, who was named, instantly perked up, his eyes gleaming sharply, and agreed without hesitation, no problem. I also want to fight the giant uncle. With that, 2 sparring matches were decided, and the camp's atmosphere instantly ignited completely. Nami, Usopp, Vivi, and Igaram all turned their heads, their eyes full of anticipation. They had witnessed Qin Yue's terrifying raw strength in breaking a giant tree with his bare hands, and they knew well Luffy's formidable power showcased along the way. Now they were immensely curious about what kind of intense sparks would be produced in a duel between human powerhouses and the top warriors of the giant clan. One by one they held their breath and waited quietly for the matches to begin. We're not too late, are we? Sanji's voice rang out just then from behind the group. Usopp immediately turned around and waved with a smile. Hey Sanji, Zoro, you finally made it. Let me tell you, Luffy and Qin Yue are about to spar with the giants. You've come just in time. As his words fell, his gaze landed on the unconscious man Sanji was carrying and the petite girl obediently following Zoro. He asked curiously, by the way, who are these two? Sanji was about to explain, but Vivi and Igaram had already recognized the two. Both faces turned pale with shock as they exclaimed, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. You actually captured them. Miss Golden Week looked up at the shocked Vivi and corrected in a calm but earnest tone, I wasn't captured. I was defeated and voluntarily surrendered. Zoro nodded lightly beside her, tacitly confirming her statement. Vivi's eyes widened in disbelief, as she never imagined that a high-ranking officer of Baroque Works would admit defeat so readily. All right, let's discuss these trivial matters later. Nami interrupted the conversation just in time, her gaze fixed on the arena ahead, her tone expectant. Luffy and the others' battle is about to begin. In the center of the camp, clearing the atmosphere tense to the extreme, Bragi and Dory, 2 giants, stood shoulder to shoulder, their towering forms exuding an overwhelming pressure, their battle intent surging as they locked their blazing gazes on the 2 opponents before them. Qin Yue and Luffy stood side by side. Though their frames were far from the giants' stature, the fighting spirit flickering in their eyes was no less formidable, their sharp gazes meeting the giants' Hedon. Igaram strode to the center of the arena, serving as a temporary referee. He swept his eyes over both sides, poised and ready, and after confirming everyone was prepared, bellowed at the top of his lungs, fight begin. The moment the words fell, the earth trembled faintly. Bragi and Dory moved at once. The 2 giant warriors who had not fought at full strength in a century charged toward Qin Yue and Luffy from left and right with overwhelming might. Heavy footsteps boomed in succession, shaking the gravel among the woods. Facing the 2 incoming giants, Luffy and Qin Yue exchanged a glance, and as if by unspoken agreement broke into grins, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, they both kicked off the ground, expertly executing the Navy 6 power shave. With 2 sharp whistles, their figures vanished on the spot, leaving behind afterimages too fast for the naked eye to track. Suddenly losing their targets, Bragi and Dory's pupils contracted mid-charge, and they instinctively halted. Their instincts honed from years of combat warned them not to act recklessly. They both stood still on high alert, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, carefully sensing the movements in the air, wary of an unseen ambush. Just then a booming shout exploded above Bragi. Goma Goma no! Giant pistol! Luffy hovered in midair, his arm instantly inflating into a colossal fist the size of a giant's, carrying a roaring gale as it smashed down from above toward Bragi. Feeling the terrifying force contained in the fist, Bragi showed no fear. Instead, a fierce light flared in his eyes, and his face lit up with excitement. Luffy, my boy, you've given me a tremendous surprise. He laughed heartily, instantly raising his heavy shield in his left hand, holding it steady above his head to receive the powerful blow. Crash! The giant fist and the solid shield collided with a deafening roar. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. The fallen leaves and dust on the ground were whipped up by the gale, flying chaotically through the air, while the surrounding vegetation shook violently. Nami and Vivi, standing at the forefront of the onlookers, were hit by the fierce wind. They instinctively closed their eyes and turned their heads away, unable to bear looking at the battlefield. After landing from the blow unscathed, Bragi threw his head back and laughed with unrestrained delight. Chabi, aba. Luffy, you brat. Again, Luffy bounced back up, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Throughout his journey apart from Qin Yue, almost no one could withstand his full power attacks. Sparring with Garp had been one-sided punishment, not a real duel. Now, with his all-out third gear strike blocked steadily by a giant, this evenly matched clash fully ignited the fire in his heart. Incoming, Uncle Bragi! Luffy yelled, retracting his inflated fist. He leaped into the air again, his right foot rapidly swelling and growing, carrying immense weight as it came crashing down. Goma Goma no! Giant axe! A gale howled from above, the colossal shadow of his foot blotting out the sky as it descended toward Bragi's head. Bragi gazed up, fixed on the attack, and raised his shield once more, but this time not merely to defend. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he swung the heavy shield horizontally, striking the side of Luffy's descending foot with precision. Thud! The precise deflection disrupted Luffy's trajectory, sending him off balance midair. That fleeting opening was all Bragi needed. His eyes sharpened, his right fist fully wound up, and he thrust it upward with the terrifying brute force of the giants. Seeing this, Luffy did not panic. He forced himself to steady his body, immediately inflating his fist again, and met Bragi's giant punch head. Boom! The two fists collided with full force, unleashing another earth-shaking roar. A second wave of violent shocks swept across the entire field. The man and the giant remained locked in stalemate, muscles taut, strength clashing. Both gritted their teeth and roared aloud, the intense confrontation leaving the onlookers breathless. On the other side, Dory was intently watching the fierce battle between Bragi and Luffy. Lost in admiration for their combat prowess, he momentarily let his attention wander. A clear voice suddenly sounded beside him, tinged with teasing and caution. You can't afford to lose focus in a fight, Uncle Dory. Dory jolted, snapping back to reality. His crisis instinct exploded, and he instinctively raised his shield to block. Boom. The next instant, Qin Yue's fist, brimming with concentrated power, slammed into the shield. The terrifying force transmitted instantly through the shield to his entire arm. Dory's massive frame shuddered violently, his expression shifting dramatically. Bragi had repeatedly warned him that Qin Yue's strength was extraordinary. But only now in actual combat did Dory truly grasp the extent of that terrifying power. It was several times fiercer than he had imagined. He stared wide-eyed at the slender youth before him, whose explosive power defied logic, and exclaimed from the depths of his heart, Qin Yue, you brat. You're an absolute monster. Qin Yue withdrew his fist, using the recoil to hover steadily. At Dory's words, he laughed heartily. Uncle Dory, you're not bad either, taking my punch so easily. Again. With that, he kicked off with moonwalk, leaping backward to create distance. His leg muscles coiled and tensed, and with a flash he charged at Dory, once more his assault swift and fierce. Having been on the losing end, Dory cast aside all traces of underestimation. His face grew utterly solemn. He wound up his right fist with all his might, carrying the giant's overwhelming power, and met Qin Yue's attack head, determined to settle the contest with brute force. Watching the massive fist hurtling toward him, Qin Yue curled the corners of his mouth, unhurried. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, he halted midair with precision, instantly twisting his trajectory. He sidestepped like a phantom, changing direction. Dory's full-powered strike missed. The wind from his punch howled past, and the massive momentum made it hard for him to recover. By the time he forcibly steadied himself and relocated, Qin Yue, the youth had already appeared silently above his head. What? Dory's pupils shrank, shock written all over his face. His heart sank. His full-force punch had already been thrown and could not be withdrawn instantly. In haste, He could only strain every muscle to shift his left shield, barely covering the top of his head. The next second, Qin Yue descended from the sky, his entire Botus force concentrated and slammed into the center of the shield. Boom! The ultimate force poured down. Dory's massive body shuddered violently. His legs could not withstand the immense pressure, his knees buckled, and he was forced down to one knee. The hard ground cracked into fine lines under the weight of his giant knee. He clenched his teeth, every muscle taut, exerting all his strength to resist. His body trembled slightly, thoroughly overwhelmed. Not far away, Broggy, locked in a stalemate with Luffy, caught the scene from the corner of his eye and was momentarily. He knew Dory's combat prowess well. The two had fought for a century without a decisive victory. He never imagined that Dory could be so thoroughly suppressed by a human youth. In that fleeting instant of distraction, the tide of battle turned. Luffy seized the opening, unleashing all his strength. His third-gear giant fist surged with even greater power, pressing forward with crushing force. By the time Broggy sensed the danger and tried to refocus, it was too late. Thud! The giant fist slammed into the shield, and the remaining force struck Broggy's body. Broggy's massive frame lost balance, stumbling backward several steps. His back crashed into Dory, who was still on one knee. The two giant warriors, renowned for a century of combat, collided with each other, their center of gravity completely lost. They crashed heavily onto the forest floor. Dust flew, and the smoke of battle slowly settled. Qin Yue and Luffy stood side by side, steady and upright in the center of the arena, their breathing calm, their fighting spirit high. They quietly watched the fallen giants, waiting for them to rise and continue the fight. In the next moment, two towering figures rose from the dust with a thunderous roar. Broggy dusted off his shoulders while Dory stretched his top muscles. They exchanged a glance. No sign of defeat in their eyes, only a blazing, intensified battle fervor. Then they burst into hearty laughter, their boisterous voices shaking the entire camp. What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. Again, Dory growled, his gaze fixed on the two before him, brimming with respect and challenge. We can tell. You weren't even going all out just now. Broggy followed suit, his voice ringing with the pride of an Elbaf warrior. This time show us your true strength. Don't underestimate the warriors of Elbaf. Facing the giant's straightforward challenge and earnestness, Qin Yue and Luffy exchanged a look, their relaxed demeanor vanished, and their fighting spirit erupted to its peak. In that case, you'd better watch out. Luffy grinned broadly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes as his aura surged. Uncle Broggy, Uncle Dory. Here comes everything we've got. Qin Yue's expression turned solemn as his entire presence tightened. Before the words faded, both figures kicked off the ground, unleashing Soru in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two afterimages sliced through the air faster than before, closing in on the giants in the blink of an eye. At the moment of impact, they simultaneously stepped on the air, using Jeppo to launch themselves skyward, initiating an aerial duel. Midair, Luffy swung his arms back wide, inflating and expanding them until they were massive and thick. Jet-black armament Haki instantly coated both arms, gleaming with hardness and impenetrable strength. His eyes locked onto Broggy below as he roared, Goma Goma no, Kumagong. His arms hardened with armament Haki, smashed down with the elastic force of rubber. A devastating, domineering blow that tore through the air with a screeching roar. Beside him, Qin Yue refused to fall behind. He clenched his right fist, coating it with a dense layer of armament. Compared to Luffy's Haki, his was a deeper, purer black with a faint flowing luster on the surface, so condensed it was terrifying. His gaze steady and grave, he focused on Dory and warned in a low voice, Uncle Dory, watch out. Fist bone, mountain shatter. Qin Yue punched out, and a violent torrent of air exploded from his fist, carrying a crushing, overwhelming force straight toward Dory. A trembling, heaven-shaking might. Confronted with these two fearsome aerial assaults, Broggy and Dory tensed, but showed no fear. They exchanged a quick glance, reading each other's intent. Can't let the youngsters show us up, Broggy. Right, Dory? Let's give it everything. Two low shouts rang out simultaneously. Broggy clenched his left fist, Dory his right. Both giants summoned every ounce of their strength, muscles groaning and aura surging as they met the incoming strikes heat in. Bah! The moment their fists shot forth, two colossal shockwaves erupted, carrying the centuries-old warrior foundation of Elbaf rocketing upward to precisely counter Qin Yue and Luffy's attacks. Boom! The four forces collided with a deafening roar that instantly swept across the entire little garden island. A wild shockwave radiated from the center of the battle, whipping up gales and churning air. The spectators in the distance turned pale with shock, unable to hold back exclamations. Hey, hey, hey! This is insane. These four have completely forgotten we exist. In the nick of time, Zoro and Sanji reacted instantly, bursting into speed. Each grabbed several people. Zoro snatched Vivi, Nami, Usopp, and Igaram, and with quick steps they dashed behind a thick boulder for cover. Beyond the boulder, the four fighters remained locked in stalemate. Their four ultimate forces clashed heat-in, neither yielding the air, trembling violently, the whole world seeming to shake. Seeing the deadlock where neither side could break through, Qin Yue turned and shouted to Luffy beside him. Hey, Luffy, use that. Luffy instantly understood, his eyes blazing with sharp light as he replied decisively, all right. The moment the words left his lips, two overwhelming, domineering auras erupted from their bodies. No longer the faint, restrained tremor of before. This time, two ferocious conquerors' Haki collided and intertwined. Black and crimson lightning tore through the sky, crackling with terrifying physical destructive power. Midair, the blackened Haki lightning clashed and intertwined, a kingly pressure that dominated the field, crushing everything around. Bragi and Dori suddenly felt this superior kingly aura wash over them. They shuddered their attacks, faltering momentarily, their eyes wide with shock and awe. Then they burst into hearty laughter, unreserved and without a trace of regret. Dori, looks like we lost. Yeah, but losing to such young warriors, it's worth it. The moment they spoke, the precarious balance shattered completely. The giant's ultimate technique, Bashu, was mercilessly crushed and scattered like paper before the two conquerors' Haki-empowered strikes. The next instant, a shockwave far more violent and terrifying than before exploded, sweeping in all. Within 100 meters, every blade of grass and tree was instantly pulverized into dust. Rocky outcrops shattered into rubble. The entire battlefield was left bare, nothing but scattered stones and dirt, a scene of utter devastation. Huddled behind the boulder, the others gripped the stone wall tightly, eyes wide, staring in disbelief at the wrecked field. Their throats moved as they swallowed, filled with awe. Are these guys even human? This combat power is insane. The violent gusts died down and the thick dust began to settle. The terrifying residual waves of the clash had swept the entire area. Bragi and Dori, unable to withstand the ultimate shockwave infused with Conqueror's Haki, were hurled backward. Their massive frames skidded hundreds of meters across the barren ground before grinding to a heavy halt. Both swayed slightly and blood trickled uncontrollably from the corners of their mouths, dripping down their thick jaws. Clearly, the extreme force exchange had inflicted internal injuries even on these battle-hardened veterans. On the other side, Qin Yue and Luffy fared much better. They too were flung back several meters by the shockwave, but they stabilized swiftly. Their energy remained steady, no wounds on their bodies. Only their clothes were rumpled by the fierce wind. The moment they regained their footing, they wasted no time. Using Jeppo, they lightly stepped on air, speeding toward the fallen giants with concern. Uncle Bragi, Uncle Dori, are you all right? Are you guys okay? Hearing their calls, Bragi and Dori slowly pushed themselves up from the ground, wiping the blood from their mouths. They exchanged a glance, then broke into thunderous, cheerful laughter, their voices still booming and full of vigor. Not a scratch. Nothing at all. In our 200 years of countless battles, we've never had this much fun or felt this exhilarated. This little shock is nothing. Seeing that the two giants were still bursting with energy and undiminished fighting spirit, Qin Yue and Luffy completely relaxed and joined in the laughter, their faces beaming with satisfaction. We had an absolute blast too. To spar with the two of you, it's been incredible. On the battlefield, the four laughed heartily, ignoring the chaos around them, the atmosphere light and spirited. But the group hiding behind the boulder had watched the entire scene and were now simmering with anger. The cataclysmic shockwaves had nearly engulfed them, leaving them terrified throughout. Now seeing the four perpetrators so carefree, their fury boiled over. Nami, her hair wildly tousled by the gale, clenched her fists, her face dark with fury. She strode straight up behind Luffy and Qin Yue, her voice dripping with rage. You guys. Enough. What in the world were you doing? We nearly got killed hiding back there from your fight. Nami's sudden outburst filled the air with a commanding pressure. Luffy and Qin Yue stiffened, instinctively shuddering, standing frozen in place. Even the battle-hardened massive Bragi and Dori were startled by this unexpected fierce aura, shrinking their necks, a comical sight. Qin Yue quickly rubbed the back of his head, apologizing profusely. Sorry. We got carried away and lost control of our power and range. Really sorry, are you all okay? Hearing his sincere apology, Nami's anger cooled slightly, but she still huffed, turning her face away and grinding her teeth. Thanks to you, we're fine. Though her words said fine, her gritted tone made her lingering anger plain. Bragi and Dorothy exchanged a knowing glance, deciding to change the subject to ease the awkwardness. Oh, we were supposed to treat our guests to roast meat. The sparring almost made us forget. Dori suddenly realized and boomed. Right. They'll handle the prey. Bragi, start the fire. Today we must entertain our guests properly. They quickly divided the tasks, chatting loudly as they used the barbecue as an excuse to turn and flee, escaping the awkward scene. Watching the giant's hasty retreat, Usopp quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling. All right, Nami, they didn't mean it. They just got too into the fight. Everyone's safe and sound. That's what matters. Zoro folded his arms and added blandly, true as long as no one got hurt. Sanji also approached gently. Don't be mad, Namison. There's delicious roast meat coming. Let it go. With everyone coaxing her, Nami finally let out a deep sigh, her tight expression softening slightly, though she still glared seriously at Luffy and Qin Yue. Alright, I'll let it slide this time. But both of you, reflect on your reckless behavior. Yes, ma'am. Luffy and Qin Yue snapped to attention and replied in unison, their attitudes perfectly obedient. Having lived on the Grand Line, they had seen a myriad of pirates and countless devil fruit users long accustomed to spectacles of strength versus weakness and bizarre techniques. Having lived on the Grand Line, they had seen a myriad of pirates and countless devil fruit users long accustomed to spectacles of strength versus weakness and bizarre techniques. Yet the terrifying combat prowess displayed by Luffy and Qin Yue was something they had never encountered in their lives. What struck them most was that neither relied on the elemental forces of Logia-type devil fruits. They achieved such cataclysmic destruction purely through their raw physical foundation, Haki cultivation, and innate strength far surpassing the destructive power of ordinary ability users. Igaram swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock and lingering fear. Turning to Vivi beside him, he murmured in awe, "Princess, it seems we have come to know someone extraordinary." Vivi slowly emerged from her profound shock, her clear eyes fixed on the two figures nearby. She softly echoed, "Indeed, I never imagined that Luffy and Mr. Qin Yue could be this overwhelmingly powerful." Standing behind them, Mr. 3 had already learned from Miss Golden Week the full story of their defeat, capture, and complete failure of the mission. Initially, he harbored resentment and a flicker of hope, but upon witnessing the ravaged battlefield and the enormous crater carved by the sheer force of the clash, all illusions evaporated into thin air. Wide-eyed and stiff, he stared at the shattered ground, muttering in despair, "Baroque works is finished. What kind of monsters have we provoked?" Beside him, the Miss Golden Week remained expressionless, betraying no emotion. She glanced calmly at the mentally collapsing Miss 3 and stated flatly, "Our mission is a complete failure. We can never return to Baroque works. Even if the Straw Hats choose to spare us, I have no intention of going back." With that, she ceased to dwell on past missions and fates, walking alone to the edge of the camp. She calmly spread out a camping blanket, took out her tea set, and leisurely boiled water to steep tea. Her posture relaxed, having cast aside all attachments. Mr. 3 paused at her words, pondered for a moment, and was suddenly enlightened. He smiled in resignation, shedding the shackles of resentment and reluctance. "You're right. Even if we miraculously return, given Baroque's methods, we won't end well." With that, he walked over to Miss Golden Week and took a sip of the freshly brewed hot tea, fully accepting the outcome of their defeat, adopting an attitude of complete surrender and going with the flow. Vivi watched this scene, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, her heart filled with complex emotions. The senior agents of Baroque Works had been the terrifying enemies threatening Alabasta's fate. One she had worried about day and night, distant and unattainable enemies she could not hope to match. Yet now these two formidable adversaries had conceded defeat and given up entirely, with no desire to fight on. Such a sight was something Vivi could never have imagined before. She lifted her gaze to the harmonious and vibrant Straw Hat crew in the distance, watching them frolic and interact with warmth and genuineness. Recalling the overwhelming power Luffy and Qin Yue had displayed, a glimmer of hope lit up her eyes. The dark clouds hanging over Alabasta seemed to be slowly dissipating, and she could genuinely envision a future where her country was freed from suffering and restored to peace. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Luffy's energetic voice rang out from afar. "Hey, Vivi, Uncle Igaram. Broggy's meat is almost ready. He's calling us over." Luffy waved his hand, enthusiastically beckoning them. Then his gaze shifted to Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3, who had completely given up and wished to be invisible, and he called again, "Hey, you two come too. Hey, you two come too." Hearing Luffy's invitation, Vivi's eyes curved into a smile as she agreed cheerfully, then walked with Igaram toward the barbecue camp. However, Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3 remained seated, completely oblivious that Luffy was specific. They had already assumed their roles as captured prisoners, deliberately excluded from the group, quietly shrinking into a corner to minimize their presence. It was only when Miss Golden Week caught a glimpse of Luffy waving at her and Mr. 3 that she belatedly tugged at her companion. "Hey 3, I think they're calling us." Mr. 3 held his teacup, his expression calm and indifferent, shaking his head with a hint of self-mockery. "That's impossible. We're prisoners now. We don't deserve to join a feast." With that, he raised his cup again, took a light sip of the hot tea, and mentally prepared to sit quietly in the corner, awaiting whatever fate had in store. On the other side, Luffy grew impatient when he saw no movement from the two. Without a word, he stretched his arms, grabbed their collars, and gave a gentle tug, pulling the unsuspecting Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3 directly toward the barbecue camp. Nami, watching the two being forcibly dragged over by Luffy's side, and rubbed her forehead, easing the atmosphere. "Don't just stand there, come and eat." After we finish, we have some questions for you. At that moment, Mr. 3 finally realized that Luffy's earlier invitation was genuinely meant for both of them. He stood still, a mix of emotions swirling within him. They were enemies of the Straw Hats, captured prisoners who should have been closely guarded and interrogated. Yet these people, instead of mistreating them, generously invited them to share in a barbecue feast. The vast contrast struck Mr. 3's heart hard, and warm emotions surged within him. Tears involuntarily streamed down from the corners of his eyes. Miss Goldenweek, usually expressionless and emotionally detached, also saw a faint ripple in her calm eyes. Her cool demeanor softened slightly, touched by the gesture. Qin Yue walked slowly over to them, his tone light and natural, with none of the distance or hostility one would show toward captives. "Don't dawdle, let's go. Time to eat." At Qin Yue's words, Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek gathered their swirling thoughts, suppressed their emotions, and obediently followed the Straw Hats toward the center of the camp. By then, Broggy and Dory had finished their preparations. They had securely placed the cleaned, massive brontosaurus meat on a specially made giant grill. As the fat slowly rendered in the heat, waves of savory aroma permeated the entire camp. Dory sat by the grill in charge of monitoring the heat and flipping the meat, while Broggy crouched nearby, earnestly working on the wooden utensils he had just carved himself. His movements were clumsy yet meticulous, doing his best to host the distant guests. Seeing everyone arrive, Broggy immediately paused his work, scratched his head, and gave a simple, honest smile with a hint of embarrassment. "Usually it's just Dory and me living on this island. We never prepared any daily necessities, so it's quite primitive. Please forgive the poor hospitality." Everyone shook their heads in unison, showing no disdain. Instead, seeing the two giants living so simply on this barren island for over a century filled them with admiration, and they immediately began offering praises. Hearing the sincere compliments, Broggy and Dory were greatly pleased. Their rugged faces lit up with uncontrollable joy, hearts brimming with happiness. Completely immersed in the bliss of being praised, they forgot all about the meat still on the grill, failing to notice the edges of the meat beginning to char and the faint smell of burning spreading through the air. Soon the increasingly strong burnt odor reached Broggy's nostrils. His brow furrowed instantly, and he snapped back to reality. He hastily set down the unfinished wooden utensils and turned toward the grill, only to find Dory, who was supposed to be watching the fire, already huddled beside Usopp, listening with rapt attention, fully absorbed in Usopp's vivid storytelling and completely neglecting the meat's doneness. "Dory, you idiot!" Broggy roared, his voice filled with exasperation. "The meat is burnt. How were you minding the fire?" Startled by the shout, Dory snapped out of his daze. Seeing the slightly blackened meat on the grill, he panicked and hurriedly flipped the pieces, then scratched the back of his head, looking guiltily at the others, his expression adorably sheepish. Seeing the two giants' clumsy yet endearing antics, everyone burst into laughter, the camp atmosphere growing more lively and cheerful. Dory gave an embarrassed chuckle, deftly sliced off the burnt portions, and preserved as much of the good meat as possible. The evening breeze gently carried the rich aroma of grilled meat, and the small camp gathered a motley mix of people. Pirates sailing the seas, giants who had lived alone for a century, a princess and a noble burdened with their kingdom's fate, and two Baroque works officers who had completely let go of the past. People of vastly different backgrounds and origins now cast aside all antagonism and barriers, immersed in pure joy, sharing a unique and exceptionally warm banquet. Broggy and Dory lifted the fine wine brought by Qin Yue and drank heartily. After a few cups, their broad cheeks flushed, a light crimson, tipsy warmth spreading through them. Broggy's gaze fell upon Luffy not far away. Looking at the simple straw hat atop the young man's head, and his ever-enthusiastic, brilliant smile, like the morning sun, his heart trembled inexplicably. In a daze, a distant image suddenly flashed through his mind, a mysterious scene from the ancient temple murals he had seen in his youth back in Elbaf. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall, the memory remained blurred, and he could not remember the details of the mural, only a lingering sense of familiarity. He set down his wine barrel, scratched his throbbing head, turned to Dory beside him, and asked in a low, puzzled voice, "Hey Dory, take a look at that Straw Hat kid. Don't you find him especially familiar?" Dory set down his own barrel, looked at Luffy with bleary eyes, then turned to the perplexed Broggy and burst into laughter. "Broggy, you must be out of practice. Just a few cups and you're already seeing things. We only just met Straw Hat. How could he be familiar? We just met him today." Hearing Dongley's teasing, Broggy scratched his throbbing head, his eyes still clouded with confusion, as he muttered to himself, "Could it be that I really drank too much and my eyes are playing tricks on me? Don't overthink it. Just drink." Dongley laughed carelessly, raising his barrel of wine and toasting to everyone present. The night was gentle, with a soft breeze brushing by. Everyone present caught on, smiling as they raised their cups and bowls in response to the cheerful clinking of glasses rising and falling in harmony. They all assumed Broggy was just unaccustomed to drinking and letting his mind wander. No one took his inexplicable sense of familiarity seriously. Only Qin Yue standing aside felt a subtle stir in his heart. His gaze swept over Luffy, who was laughing heartily with pure unrestrained joy, and landed on that iconic straw hat. A faint smile tugged at his lips, and a depth flickered in his eyes that no one else could decipher. He murmured under his breath, "Nika, sun god, rain god, joy boy. The riddles buried in this sea are truly numerous." His voice paused briefly as a surge of fierce battle intent and anticipation quietly arose. "I wonder if mastering Haki to its peak would allow me to exchange a few moves with these so-called gods." Along his journey, he had constantly pushed his limits and honed his combat prowess. Now he looked forward even more to the scenery ahead, and the unknown powerful foes growing ever more fascinated by the ultimate secrets of this sea. Zoro, with his sharp hearing, caught Qin Yue's muttering and immediately turned around looking puzzled. "Hey Qin Yue, what are you mumbling about? What god?" Qin Yue set down his glass, concealing the depth in his eyes, and smiled calmly to cover it up. "Nothing, just suddenly curious about what kind of place Elbaf really is. When we reach the New World later, I definitely want to see it for myself." Hearing this, Usopp's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurried over to chime in. Right. I'm also super excited about the giant uncle's homeland. It must be incredibly magnificent and awe-inspiring." He turned excitedly to Luffy. "Hey, Luffy, we have to go to Elbaf and see it." "Sure, we definitely will." Luffy raised his hand high, without a second thought agreeing loudly and cheerfully, his eyes brimming with anticipation for unknown adventures. Broky and Dongli beamed with joy upon hearing everyone's intentions, laughing heartily and speaking with great warmth. "By all means come. When you reach the New World and set foot on Elbaf, we will welcome you with the highest standard of giant feasts." The evening breeze bore witness, and the lantern light sealed the pact. Amid laughter and cheerful voices, they quietly made a distant promise to visit Elbaf. A warm and cozy atmosphere enveloped the entire camp. Watching everyone laugh freely and charge toward the future, Vivi, sitting quietly aside, felt a tender melancholy flicker in her eyes. This warm and peaceful scene reminded her involuntarily of her homeland far ahead on the Grand Line, Alabasta. Igaram noticed Vivi's daze and instantly read her thoughts. He gently patted her shoulder and said in a steady, firm voice, "Princess Vivi, do not worry. Alabasta will surely get better." Vivi looked up at the twinkling stars in the night sky, the breeze stirring her hair. After a moment, she lifted the corners of her mouth slightly and whispered, "Yes, it will." After a night of hearty feasting, everyone rested soundly at the camp on Little Garden. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, a piercing howl shattered the island's tranquility and echoed across the campsite. Hearing the commotion, everyone rushed over to find a devastated Nami. They asked with concern, "What's wrong, Nami? What happened?" Nami's face crumpled in despair, and she lamented dejectedly, "I just heard from Uncle Broky that the ordinary log pose on Little Garden takes an entire year to store magnetic force." The words struck like a thunderbolt, making everyone's faces change in an instant. Usopp panicked, his voice filled with anxiety and helplessness. "A year? Then it's too late for everything. Vivi's homeland can't wait that long." Just as everyone fell into panic and worry, Qin Yue's calm voice rang out, stabilizing the situation. "Why are you all panicking and wailing? Didn't Nico Robin give us an eternal pose back then?" A word to the wise. Nami and Usopp snapped back to reality, their tense nerves suddenly relaxing. Nami quickly turned and shouted to Vivi not far away, "Vivi, is Nico Robin's eternal pose with you?" "Nico Robin's eternal pose? It's with you, isn't it?" Startled, the still confused Vivi, who had just hurried over, paused upon hearing the shout. She then took out a special log pose from her pocket and raised it in bewilderment. "It's here with me, what's the matter?" The moment she saw the pose, Nami was overjoyed. She dashed to Vivi, took the eternal pose, and a smile finally broke through her tense face. She gave Vivi a gentle hug. "Great. We're saved." Then she quickly explained the trouble, that the ordinary log pose would take a year to store magnetic force. Vivi finally understood why everyone had been so anxious and panicked. It was all for the sake of her country. Just as everyone sighed in relief, a calm voice sounded from behind. "As for log poses, we also have one." Mr. 3 stepped forward, holding a log pose engraved with the route to Alabasta, and looked at everyone with a composed expression. "We no longer need this pose. We'll give it to you." Nami was momentarily stunned at Mr. 3's offer. Hesitant, "You." Before she could finish, Mr. 3 voluntarily explained, everything, his tone relaxed and calm. "We've decided not to return to Baroque Works. The mission we received when we arrived at Little Garden was to eliminate you. But after witnessing your strength firsthand, I'm completely certain that this mission was impossible from the start. Moreover, given your power, Baroque Works brought this upon itself by provoking you. Its downfall is only a matter of time. Miss Goldenweek and I have decided to leave Baroque Works for good and no longer serve Crocodile." He paused, then added earnestly, "If you have any information you want, we'll tell you everything we know." After hearing his frank words, everyone understood and nodded in comprehension, having lost any lingering hostility toward the two defeated agents. Just as Nami was about to ask about Baroque Works' core secrets, Qin Yue's voice cut in, breaking her train of thought. No need to ask. You can leave now. To be honest, even though you are senior agents of Baroque Works, the secrets you know are probably less than what we all— Nami and Vivi looked puzzled, turning to Qin Yue. How is that possible? They're senior agents. How could they know less than us? Qin Yue chuckled lightly, turning his gaze to Mr. 3, and threw out several core questions. I ask you, what is the true identity of your boss? Is he a man or a woman? Who is his partner? And what is Baroque Works' real hidden purpose? With this barrage of questions, Mr. 3 stood frozen, his pupils flickering. His mind raced, but he found himself utterly unable to answer. Having worked at Baroque Works for years, he only ever executed missions and followed orders. He knew nothing about the organization's core secrets, the boss' true background, or the ultimate goal of the syndicate. Seeing Mr. 3 completely silent and bewildered, Qin Yue shrugged helplessly at Nami and Vivi. Nami instantly understood and sighed in exasperation, pressing her forehead. I see. So this so-called senior agent doesn't know any crucial intel at all. With that, she lost all interest in grilling him for information and turned to walk away. Mr. 3's face turned alternating shades of red and pale, feeling as bitter as if he had swallowed a fly. The remark was a stinging slap to his pride, yet he had no retort. It was the truth. When he first joined the organization, he was lured by empty promises and illusions. He seemed to hold a high position, but in reality, he was nothing more than an outer enforcer unable to touch the core secrets of the syndicate. Seeing Mr. 3 lost in self-doubt and looking dejected, Qin Yue gently patted him on the shoulder without another word, then turned and followed the others. Thus, the two once formidable senior agents of Baroque Works were completely ignored from then on, reduced to insignificant passers-by. On the other side, Luffy, learning that they already had a log pose leading to Alabasta, felt completely at ease and immediately insisted on setting sail to help Vivi. Everyone then stepped forward to bid farewell to Brokey and Dongli. Upon hearing that Alabasta was in deep crisis, the two giants understood the crew's urgency and did not try to detain them, sincerely wishing them a smooth journey. They also solemnly invited everyone to visit Elbaf once their battles were over and they entered the new world. Everyone smiled and agreed, then boarded the ship and headed toward the Going Merry, anchored at the shore. As the Going Merry slowly departed from the shore, Brokey and Dongli watched the receding ship, their smiles fading into calm seriousness. Our friends are setting off. We can't let anything block their path. Exactly, Dongli. Let's clear the obstacles ahead for them. They exchanged a nod and strode briskly toward the coastline. The crew on the deck of the Going Merry, seeing the two towering giants on the shore, thought they were simply seeing them off and waved warmly. But just as the Going Merry was about to enter the deep sea, the entire ocean surface suddenly swelled violently. The sea churned and roared, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the area. A giant goldfish, its size rivaling a small island, emerged from the deep sea, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. It blocked the Merry's path, radiating a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Seeing the sky-obscuring giant sea beast, Usopp's pupils dilated instantly, and he stood frozen on the deck, his voice trembling. You're joking. What kind of monster is this? Qin Yue, however, looked relaxed, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He turned to Usopp and teased. Hey Usopp, I remember you once boasted about seeing a goldfish turd the size of an island. Do you think this is that same goldfish? Usopp paused, then nodded seriously in agreement. That actually makes sense. At such a critical moment, the two were still idly joking. Nami couldn't take it anymore and yelled in frustration. This is no time for jokes. Do something. Luffy, however, showed no sign of fear. Instead, he was excited by the enormous goldfish and laughed heartily. Haha, this is too fun. Such a big fish. Just as everyone was either tense or relaxed, two powerful booming roars came from the shore, piercing through the sea breeze and reaching everyone's ears. Friends, sail on with confidence. We'll take care of the obstacles ahead. Everyone turned to look and saw Brokey holding a giant axe and Dongli wielding a giant sword, standing steadily on the shore, their auras surging wildly. Luffy's eyes blazed with excitement, and he shouted loudly, All right, full speed ahead. Go. On the coast, the two century-old giants stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes locked on the giant goldfish in the sea. The wind howled around them as they gathered all their strength. Dare to harm our friends. First ask if we'll allow it. Elbaf spear. Hakoko. Simultaneously, they swung their weapons, unleashing two colossal shockwaves, far more powerful, condensed, and wide-ranging than the ones from their sparring match yesterday. Carrying the supreme might of Elbaf's warriors, they slammed into the giant goldfish. On the deck, Qin Yue watched the attack with admiration, his eyes filled with praise as he murmured softly, So the two uncles were holding back the whole time yesterday. Luffy nodded firmly and chimed in with a smile. They never went all out. If we really want to settle the score, we'll have to fight again next time. We need to develop our own techniques too, so one day we can wield power that can stand against this. Qin Yue's gaze was resolute as he silently set a new training goal. Just as their conversation ended, the terrifying shockwave of Hikoku struck the giant goldfish's head with pinpoint accuracy. This time the attack met no resistance, cutting through the beast's body like a hot knife through butter. It blasted a perfectly smooth, massive circular hole through the goldfish's head and torso. The colossal sea creature didn't even have time to struggle or roar before its body went limp and sank heavily into the deep sea. Everyone on the Going Merry stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded on the deck, their hearts filled with awe that lingered long after. SSO, this is the true power of an Elbaf giant. A day later, the boundless azure sea lay calm and tranquil. The Going Merry sails unfurled sailed steadily along the course to Alabasta. On the deck, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami as usual persisted in their daily special training under Qin Yue's supervision. Their shirts, soaked with sweat, each of them steadily honed their physique and will through the relentless daily grind. On the second-floor balcony, Vivi and Igaram stood side by side, silently watching the hard-working trainees below. Vivi's eyes shimmered with emotion as she softly remarked on their extraordinary perseverance, and she esteemed all the more these companions who, still so young, steadfastly forged ahead. Just as the training was proceeding in an orderly manner, Nami suddenly paused. An intense dizziness struck her, without warning, her head throbbing and her vision growing blurred and double. She shook her heavy head, gently steadied herself against the mast of the Merry, and forced herself to hide her discomfort, speaking lightly to the others. "Sorry, I feel dizzy. I'll go rest in my room for a bit." At her words, everyone immediately halted their training and voiced their concern, asking about Nami's condition. Sanji, wearing a pained expression, wasted no time in turning toward the kitchen to prepare some nourishing and stomach-soothing dishes to properly care for the unwell Nami. Only Qin Yue felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly recalled the original story plot, and a strong sense of alertness rose within him. He strode forward, quickly raised his hand, and gently pressed it against Nami's forehead. It was burning hot. "It's a fever after all." Qin Yue withdrew his hand, his expression calm. He turned to Vivi, who had hurried over, and said in a grave tone, "Vivi, please take care of Nami." Vivi nodded solemnly, her eyes resolute. "Don't worry, leave her to me." With that, she carefully supported the weak and dizzy Nami, and step by step they walked slowly into the cabin bedroom, where she tended to her condition attentively. Once the two figures had completely disappeared into the cabin entrance, Qin Yue turned and walked over to Igaram, asking, "Uncle Igaram, do you know which direction Drum Island is in?" Igaram was momentarily taken aback. After a brief thought, he replied, "Instinctively, Drum Island lies to the south of Alabasta. Based on our current course, it should be roughly southwest. However, the magnetic fields in the Grand Line are extremely peculiar and chaotic. Ordinary compasses are completely useless. Only a log pose can be relied upon, making it very difficult to pinpoint the exact direction." As his words trailed off, Igaram instantly sensed something amiss. His expression turned serious as he turned to stare at Qin Yue, pressing, "Why are you suddenly asking about Drum Island? Don't tell me Miss Nami's illness is just a common cold." "That's right." Qin Yue did not conceal the truth, explaining in the past a fever might only have been an ordinary cold. But ever since she came aboard, Nami has been persistently training hard. Her physical condition has far surpassed before, and her resistance is extremely strong. Logically, none of us should easily catch an ordinary cold. Now that Nami has suddenly developed a high fever for no reason, it is definitely not a simple cold. Hearing this, Igaram's expression became completely grave. He furrowed his brows, thought carefully for a moment, and then said, "I recall now that in the Four Seas, sailors have a crude method of determining direction by tracking the sun's trajectory. However, in the Grand Line, where the weather changes in an instant and the magnetic fields are bizarre, this method is highly inaccurate, and almost no navigator uses it. It has gradually been forgotten. But right now, it's the only way we can discern a direction to change our course." Hearing this, Qin Yue's tense heart eased slightly. He let out a long sigh of relief. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Igaram. Please also inform Vivi that we need to temporarily alter our course. It will likely delay our arrival at Alabasta." Igaram waved his hand, his tone earnest and firm. "It's fine. Miss Nami's health is what matters most." With that, Igaram looked up at the blazing sun high in the sky, carefully observing its trajectory and the shifting shadows, earnestly discerning the precise direction. After a moment, he finally located the approximate bearing and turned to Qin Yue, speaking solemnly, "The direction is confirmed. It's that way." Following the direction Igaram pointed, Qin Yue nodded firmly in confirmation. Then he turned his head toward Luffy, who was lying at the bow enjoying the sea breeze, and shouted loudly, "Luffy, we need to change course, heading for Drum Island." Luffy immediately turned around with a puzzled look. "Drum Island? Why change course? Aren't we going to Alabasta? Nami's fever is not normal." Qin Yue's expression was serious, his tone devoid of any jest. "She has been training hard all this time. Her physique is excellent. There's no way she would suddenly develop a high fever for no reason. This is definitely not a common cold. Drum Island is a famous medical island. We have to go there to find a doctor and cure Nami first. He glanced at the sea to confirm the bearing and added, I've already confirmed the correct direction with Uncle Igaram. We can adjust our heading at any time and set off immediately. As soon as Luffy heard that something was wrong with Nami, he instantly dropped his playful demeanor, became serious, and nodded without hesitation. I understand. Zoro and Usopp, who were nearby, also nodded in agreement and quickly responded. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, the Mary adjusted its sails, turned its bow, and completely deviated from the original course to Alabasta, racing at full speed toward Drum Island in the southwest. Meanwhile, in the cabin bedroom, Nami's condition was deteriorating rapidly. What had started as a slight dizziness quickly turned into a spinning sensation. Her head felt as heavy as lead, her entire body burned and grew limp, and every breath carried a barely concealed weakness. She forced her heavy eyelids open, looked at Vivi, who was carefully tending to her, and fought against the weariness. With difficulty, she raised her arm, her trembling fingers fumbling for the newspaper on the nightstand, and silently handed it over. Vivi looked at her in confusion, took the newspaper, and meeting Nami's earnest and stubborn gaze, quickly lowered her head to read the content. The moment she saw it, the gentle expression on Vivi's face froze completely. The headline on the newspaper was glaringly prominent, clearly reporting a shocking piece of news. The 3-strong Royal Army of Alabasta was suspected to have defected to the Revolutionary Army. The domestic situation had completely collapsed, and a large-scale war was about to erupt. In the quiet bedroom, Nami's weak, hoarse voice slowly sounded, carrying a hint of guilt and powerlessness. I'm sorry. This is this morning's paper. I've been afraid to tell you. Vivi snapped back to reality, suppressing the shock that surged within her. She gently placed the newspaper back on the nightstand, turned to look tenderly at the frail girl on the bed, and softly shook her head to reassure her it's okay. No need to apologize. We were already on our way to Alabasta. Everything is still in time. For now, don't think about anything. Just rest well. As her words faded, a crisp knock came from outside the bedroom door, followed by Igaram's steady voice. I'll step out for a moment. Vivi softly instructed Nami, then rose and left the bedroom. The moment she stepped out, she saw Igaram standing in the corridor with Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Luffy, and Qin Yue all standing nearby. Everyone's expressions were exceptionally grave. Qin Yue stepped forward to face Vivi, his tone sincere and earnest. Vivi, there's something I need to tell you. We believe Nami's condition is definitely not an ordinary fever. The illness is suspicious and cannot be delayed. So we've all just agreed to temporarily change our course and head to Drum Island first to find a professional doctor for Nami. The trip to Alabasta will have to be postponed. Vivi was silent for a moment. Though her heart was heavy with concern for her homeland, she understood the greater good and nodded gently. I understand. It's fine. Nami's health is the most important. We'll talk about everything once she recovers. I have no problem with that. But as soon as she finished speaking, a weak yet stubborn voice came from the bedroom doorway. No. The matter of Alabasta cannot be delayed. Everyone turned around to see Nami forcing herself through the fever, supporting herself against the wall as she walked out of the bedroom. Her face was as pale as paper, her breathing faint, and in her hand, she clutched the newspaper, showing the urgent news to everyone present. Vivi's heart tightened. She quickly stepped forward to steady the tottering Nami, urgently persuading her, I know the situation in Alabasta is critical. No one wants to rush back more than we do. But precisely because it's so urgent, we all the more need to go to Drum Island to find a doctor and cure you. Looking at the others, she explained seriously, on this ship, only Nami is skilled in navigation and controls the courses and currents. Only when Nami is fully recovered can we race to Alabasta in the fastest and safest way possible. She then turned gently to the pale Nami and said softly, so Nami, just focus on getting better and rest. After hearing Vivi's clear and logical explanation, everyone present showed expressions of realization and nodded in agreement. Luffy raised his hand to adjust his straw, had a rare solemnity on his face as he spoke in a steady tone. That's right. Only when Nami is healthy is the Mary in its prime. Sanji smiled in agreement, his voice gentle and caring. Vivi is absolutely right. Miss Nami, you must take good care of yourself and just rest well. Zoro, arms crossed, gave a slight nod of approval. Usopp also nodded, emphatically agreeing with the others. Qin Yue looked at Vivi, who had shown such clear understanding and righteousness, and a warmth surged in his heart. A sincere smile emerged on his lips as he said with unwavering determination, don't worry, Vivi. I promise you Alabasta will be fine. We will definitely stop this war. Vivi gazed at Qin Yue's tall, resolute figure, momentarily stunned. The heavy stone in her heart seemed to fall away. She lifted her eyes to look at the companions standing together before her, her expression softening into a gentle yet firm smile. I believe in all of you. That simple sentence completely dissolved the tension in the air. They exchanged smiles, and the trust and bond between comrades silently spread in the sea breeze. Qin Yue turned to the still pale and weak Nami and said softly, "Vivi, please help Nami back to rest. Everything on the ship and the journey, leave it all to us." Having heard everyone's persuasion and arrangements, Nami finally let go of her stubbornness and worries. She no longer forced herself to be strong. She nodded slightly, allowing Vivi to support her as they slowly walked back into the bedroom. As the two figures slowly vanished into the entrance of the cabin, the relieved smiles on the faces of those on deck instantly faded, and a heavy atmosphere once again enveloped the entire scene. Qin Yue, with a solemn expression, swept his gaze across everyone present and spoke in a deep voice to assign tasks. "Next, I will have the Meili Hao race at full speed toward Sigu Island. Sua Longshan, Jiwu Suapu, and Lu Fei, the four of you, will keep your observation Haki active at all times. Maintain full vigilance, stabilize the course, and never deviate from the direction." He focused his gaze on Wu Sua Pu, emphasizing his tone, "Especially you, Wu Sopu. Your observation Haki covers the farthest distance among everyone. During the voyage, do not allow any island or any figure to slip past. Keep a constant watch on the sea surface." "Understood." The four of them responded with solemn expressions, instantly entering a state of combat readiness, their auras taut. Then Qin Yue turned to Yakalamu beside him and said sincerely, "Uncle Yakalamu, it'll trouble you to keep a close watch on the navigation and calibrate the direction at all times. Leave it to me, I will not make a mistake." Yakalamu nodded heavily. Confirming that everyone was ready, Qin Yue lightly tapped the deck, his figure suddenly soaring into the air, hovering in front of the bow of the Meili Hao. He gathered all his strength in his right arm, muscles tensed as immense power wildly converged at his fist, the airflow being compressed layer by layer, producing a howling roar. "Everyone hold tight." A low shout fell. Boom. His right fist, wrapped in a fierce airflow, suddenly slammed heavily into the air in front of the Meili Hao's bow. Fist bone split wind. The domineering fist force instantly tore through the airflow ahead, the violent wind pressure, exploding heat and all pouring onto the hull of the Meili Hao. The entire ship's sails instantly bulged to the extreme, the hull trembling violently. Everyone on deck firmly grasped the gunwales and rails to steady themselves. With this irresistible propulsion, the heavy Meili Hao directly broke free from the sea's resistance, its hull lifting into the air, shooting southwest like an arrow from the bowstring. The moment the ship took flight, Sua Long and Shanji reacted swiftly, exchanging a tacit glance, simultaneously raising their hands to neatly furl the sails, eliminating wind interference and making the Meili Hao's rapid trajectory smoother and straighter. Over the azure sea, the Meili Hao raced through the air, slicing through layers of ocean wind, carrying everyone's worries and hopes, speeding at full force toward Sigu Island. One round of air-splitting propulsion after another seamlessly linked the Meili Hao, maintaining extreme airborne speed across the sea, truly achieving the literal meaning of flying forward. Throughout the voyage, Yakalamu dared not relax for a moment, his gaze locked tightly on the trajectory of the sunlight in the sky, making fine adjustments to the heading time after time, preventing any deviation. Wu Suapu remained tense throughout his observation. Haki never deactivated his vast perception, covering the entire sea area, strictly screening every island and every life force along the way without the slightest negligence. As the ship's speed slightly dropped, Qin Yue stood firmly on the bow, gathering strength again, immense power converging at his fist, preparing to once again execute fistbone split wind to continue accelerating. At that moment, Wu Suapu suddenly shouted sharply, instantly interrupting Qin Yue's charge. "Wait!" Qin, Lu Fei, Sua Long, and Shanji, who were on alert, immediately focused their gazes, quickly sweeping across the surrounding sea and sky. The visual field was empty, with nothing unusual. Lu Fei was thoroughly puzzled, turning to look at the tense Wu Suapu. "Where's the problem?" "I don't see anything." "Below." Wu Suapu's voice was grave and urgent, his gaze locked firmly on the deep sea beneath. "Below." The three of them were momentarily stunned, then instantly reacted. They activated their observation Haki, their perception sinking swiftly through the hull into the dark depths, probing for hidden disturbances. The moment Qin Yue heard those two words, a glint flashed in his eyes. He already understood and murmured in a low voice, "Here it comes." Boom! A deafening roar suddenly exploded from the deep sea. Towering seawater surged and burst, colossal white sprays shooting into the sky, terrifying water pressure and airflow sweeping in all directions. Amidst the surging, receding tide, a massive metallic hemisphere, cold and gleaming, slowly rose from the sea. Its thick metal shell was covered in mechanical patterns, exuding an icy mechanical texture. Zzz. Low mechanical operating sounds rang out repeatedly, the noise of gear meshing and hydraulic pushing echoing continuously. The massive metallic hemisphere slowly split open from the middle, revealing the ship hidden inside. A tattered yet highly recognizable pirate flag fluttered in the wind, and specially made metal sails stood erect. It was the strange ship of the Baitai pirate crew, the Baitai Wang Hao. Lu Fei, Sualong Shanji, and Wu Suapu stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished at this bizarre pirate ship, never expecting to encounter a pirate attack on their way to Tsigu Island. Only Qin Yue remained completely calm. The moment the deep-sea anomaly occurred, he had already confirmed their identity, and he had no time to spare for their dramatic entrance. The next second, Qin Yue's figure suddenly soared into the air. Using nimble and agile moon steps, he stepped across the void and charged straight toward the Baitai Wang Hao at an incredible speed, leaving only a blur. At that moment, the hull of the Baitai Wang Hao was fully deployed. A portly man clad in heavy iron armor with a signature hippopotamus scarf around his neck slowly sauntered out of the cabin. He was the king of the Tsigu Kingdom and captain of the Baitai pirate crew Weibo. He had just steadied himself and was about to shout a warning at the Meili Hao when, before his arrogant words could leave his mouth, a tall, slender figure suddenly landed beside him, bringing a sharp gust of wind. Weibo turned to look, seeing Qin Yue, who stood over 2 meters tall with an overwhelming presence. Instantly his body stiffened, and he involuntarily swallowed. His tone immediately softened, and he spoke cautiously. You are. I know who you are. I don't have time for your nonsense. Qin Yue interrupted him coldly, without letting him finish, his expression devoid of any extra emotion. He raised his hand and delivered a clean, heavy punch, precisely hitting Weibo on the top of his head. Bang! A dull, heavy impact sound rang out. Weibo, who prided himself on his thick skin, didn't even have time to scream. His eyes rolled back, and he instantly blacked out, fainting on the spot, his body collapsing limply. Qin Yue seized Weibo by the collar, effortlessly lifting the king of a nation with one hand. He casually flung him toward the Meili Hao. Sualong, tie him up. Sualong's gaze sharpened. He raised his hand and precisely caught the airborne Weibo, his movements clean and swift without hesitation. Throughout the entire process, no one questioned or doubted. Everyone unconditionally trusted every decision Qin Yue made. Only then did the pirate underlings on the Baitai Wang Hao belatedly react. Seeing their captain subdued instantly, they were both shocked and enraged, roaring as they rushed out from all parts of the cabin, weapons in hand, charging at Qin Yue to rescue their captain. Faced with the swarm of low-level soldiers, Qin Yue didn't even have the interest to fight, unwilling to waste any time. He suddenly unleashed a massive, domineering, invisible aura, Conqueror's Haki, sweeping across the entire pirate ship. Boom! The overwhelming pressure of a king slammed down. All the charging pirate underlings went limp in unison, their eyes rolling back, collapsing one after another, instantly knocked unconscious, with no further movement. Qin Yue retracted his Haki, his aura calming. He turned and strode straight toward the interior cabin of the Baitai Wang Hao. Pushing open the cabin door, he saw a group of doctors in pink medical uniforms huddled inside, their faces full of terror, trembling as they crowded together, staring fearfully at the slowly entering, imposing Qin Yue, afraid they might meet with harm. Qin Yue's gaze swept calmly over them. You are doctors, aren't you? There is a seriously ill person on our ship who needs urgent medical attention. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Hearing these words and seeing the young man, whose aura was undeniably oppressive yet had made no move against them, the doctors' anxious hearts settled slightly. Without any hesitation, they docilely filed out of the cabin and followed Qin Yue toward the Meili Hao. On the deck, Sualong saw a group of unfamiliar doctors approaching. Instinctively, he gripped his sword hilt, his body tensing in a defensive posture. They are doctors. Let them in to examine Namai's condition. Qin Yue's voice came promptly from behind the doctors. Hearing this, everyone immediately ceased their defensive stance and made way. Though they dropped their hostility, they remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the group of doctors guarding Namai in the cabin without any slack. Wei, who had already heard the commotion outside, proactively opened the cabin door, stepped aside, and respectfully invited the doctors inside to diagnose the unconscious, feverish Namai. Time passed slowly. After a moment, the doctors filed out of the cabin one after another, their faces filled with solemnity and helplessness. Everyone gathered on deck felt their hearts tighten. Wu Suapu was the first to step forward and anxiously ask, "Hey, doctor, what's wrong with Namai? What disease does she have?" An elderly doctor with graying hair, the most senior among them, stepped forward and said heavily, "This disease is called Kasagia fever, a rare and deadly illness long thought extinct. With current medical skills, it cannot be cured." As his words fell, everyone's faces darkened, their hearts instantly rising to their throats, full of anxiety. Fortunately, the old doctor changed his tone and continued, "However, it is not completely hopeless." Those who had been on the verge of despair suddenly had their eyes light up, all looking at the doctor, waiting for more. On Tsigu Island, there is a doctor. Perhaps only she has the ability to cure this extinct fever. The old doctor directly stated the only hope. Learning there was still a chance for a cure, everyone let out a huge sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. Lu Fei immediately raised his arm and shouted loudly, "Partners, adjust course, full speed ahead to the Tsigu Kingdom." "Wait!" The old doctor quickly interrupted, looking at everyone with a sincere gaze. "We are the medical staff of Tsigu Island. Could you please take us along?" Qin Yue turned slightly and replied calmly. "The Meilihao has limited space and cannot accommodate so many. Just sail your own ship and follow behind us. Don't worry, we have Weiboer with us. They won't dare to pull any trick." Hearing this, the doctors cast aside all their remaining concerns, nodding repeatedly in thanks. One of the doctors quickly took out a special pointer and handed it to Qin Yue. "This is the permanent pointer for Tsigu Island. It will not be wrong and will help you reach the island accurately." Qin Yue took the pointer, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Thank you." Without any further delay, the Meilihao immediately adjusted its posture, picked up speed again, and raced at full speed toward Tsigu Island. Behind them, the Baitai Wang Hao followed, closely trailing the Meilihao's trajectory, heading together toward the only place of hope. Time flowed slowly, and after an unknown duration of racing across the sea, the once clear sky suddenly turned overcast as a biting gale swept across the entire ocean. Fine ice crystals drifted down from the sky, quickly transforming into a vast blizzard that blanketed everything in sight, the azure sea and the hull alike, beneath a heavy curtain of snow. The temperature plummeted sharply. The frigid wind and snow lashed against the deck of the Going Merry, producing a rustling, chilling sound, and the entire sea sank into a bone-piercing cold. Inside the cabin, Nami's condition grew increasingly critical. A persistent high fever refused to subside, leaving her half-conscious and frail, her face deathly pale, with no trace of color, her breathing weak and rapid. Despite Vivi's devoted care, her illness showed no sign of improvement, only worsening steadily. The once lively and vibrant Golden Mary had now shed all its cheer and energy. The deck lay deathly silent. No brawls, no laughter. Only the endless snowstorm and a suffocating weight of oppression. Everyone's hearts were tightly clenched, filled with anxiety. Every second of the voyage felt unbearably long and agonizing. In order to find Drum Island as quickly as possible, Usopp gritted his teeth and persevered, never daring to relax for a moment. He kept his observation Haki fully activated, his vast perception locked onto the sea ahead. The blizzard blurred his vision, and the high-intensity perception drained his stamina. Fine beads of cold sweat covered his forehead, sliding down his temples, soaking his hair and collar. Prolonged mental exhaustion left his mind dazed, his vision blurry, and his limbs sore and numb. Fatigue washed over him like relentless tides, battering his body and spirit. Yet, thinking of Nami's suffering in the cabin, the only hope for his comrade, Usopp clenched his teeth. He forcibly suppressed all exhaustion and dizziness, holding on with sheer willpower at the brink of collapse, refusing to miss any movement on the sea or any silhouette of an island, fighting with all his might to safeguard their last hope of reaching their destination. Just as everyone took a brief respite, their nerves still taut, a bright and excited cry suddenly pierced the oppressive silence of the ship, cutting through the raging snowstorm. "I see it. Right ahead." Luffy, who had been standing at the bow staring intently into the snowy distance, abruptly straightened up, his finger pointing sharply at the horizon ahead. All gloom vanished from his eyes, replaced by a blazing light. The dead deck instantly came alive. Everyone hurried over to stand beside Luffy, their gazes fixed in unison on the direction he pointed. All four of them unleashed their observation Haki at the same time, their perception piercing through the vast snow and layers of freezing mist precisely covering the sea ahead. At the end of the blizzard, the silhouette of a massive towering mountain pierced the gray sky, a chain of snow-covered peaks layered and majestic, clad in eternal white snow. The steep mountain body thrust into the clouds, and a bitingly cold aura swept across the distant sea, hitting them heated. It was Drum Island. The anxiety of days of rushing, the torment of the snowstorm, and the oppression of watching a comrade suffer illness, all dissolved into thin air in that moment. Luffy stared fixedly at that snow mountain, a bright, unwavering smile spreading across his face, the most radiant since the journey began. His whole body reignited with vigor. "It's Drum Island. Nami is finally going to be saved." Zoro slowly retracted his observation Haki, his long tensed brows completely relaxing. He exhaled a puff of white mist, a sense of calm and relief settling in his deep eyes, the tight string of his nerves finally loosened completely. Sanji looked toward the cabin, letting out a long sigh of relief. His gentle eyes were filled with solace, and he murmured softly, "Thank goodness. Hang in there just a little longer, Namison." Usopp, who had just recovered his strength and was leaning weakly against Zoro, stared at the island so close in sight, his eyes instantly reddening. The extreme exhaustion turned into a relief of survival. Panting heavily, he muttered with a trembling smile, "Finally. We finally made it." Igaram, watching the winter island standing tall in the snowstorm, felt the weight that had hung over him throughout the journey finally settle. He nodded, gently grateful that their frantic rush through the night had not been in vain, and that Nami's endurance in the cabin had been rewarded. Qin Yue gazed at the familiar snowy mountain, a faint smile flickering in his eyes before he turned serious, all hands on standby. Prepare to dock. The snowstorm howled, icy waves churned, and the Golden Mary adjusted its speed, breaking through layers of ice and snow, slowly approaching the harbor of Drum Island. The sails flapped loudly, and the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates stood out vividly against the white snow, clearly visible from the island's shore. At that moment, on the observation platform of Drum Island's harbor, a lookout with sharp eyes spotted the Mary sailing in from the sea and the pirate flag fluttering on its mast. His expression changed instantly, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice piercing through the snowstorm across the entire harbor. Attention, everyone. Pirate ship spotted on the sea. Pirates approaching. Notify Captain Dalton immediately. The shrill alarm shattered the tranquility of the snow harbor. The residents of Drum Island, long accustomed to chaotic times and pirate raids, reacted instantly. Civilians and guards near the harbor quickly grabbed whatever weapons they had at hand. Gleaming curved blades, loaded hunting rifles, and heavy sharp harpoons all appeared. Everyone swiftly assembled along the harbor's defensive line, their eyes wary and alert, locked onto the approaching Mary, ready to repel any attack. Amidst the commotion, a steady, upright figure strode out from the crowd and stood firmly at the forefront of the. He wore a heavy green coat, his figure sturdy and tough, his eyes resolute and stern. He was none other than Dalton, the captain of Drum Island's guard. Dalton's gaze was heavy as he watched the pirate ship on the sea, feeling the oppressive pressure of its approach. He barked a command that rang through the storm: take your positions. Prepare for battle. Do not let a single pirate set foot on our island. With the order, everyone in the harbor quickly arranged themselves in formation, gun muzzles and blade tips, all aimed at the sea. The snow-covered port instantly became a fortress of tension, a confrontation on the brink of eruption. The raging snowstorm howled endlessly, and the stern atmosphere of defense swept across the sea. As the Mary slowly approached the harbor, the crew on deck immediately saw the fully armed, vigilant crowd on shore and understood the situation at once. Hearing the commotion outside, Vivi emerged from the cabin. She lifted her eyes to the armed, wary residents and guards on the shore, her expression calm and resolute. She took the initiative to propose, let me negotiate with them. Seeing the hostile, tense posture on the shore, the crew on deck fell into silence. Sanji frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the cold gun barrels and blades, and said softly, it seems they're not exactly friendly toward us. Zoro's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile, his tone calm and clear. Can't be helped. We're flying a pirate flag. On any normal island, we're invaders. As his words fell, Luffy stepped forward, standing firmly in front of everyone, his eyes pure but determined. Just as Luffy was about to move, Qin Yue raised a hand and gently patted his shoulder, stopping him. He cast a calm gaze over the arrayed crowd on the shore, his tone steady and direct. No need for such trouble. Our time is limited, and Nami's condition can't afford delays. We don't have time to explain one by one. Before he finished speaking, an intangible yet overwhelmingly oppressive aura suddenly erupted. Qin Yue deliberately restrained and weakened his Conqueror's Haki, letting it sweep across the harbor like the wind, precisely enveloping all the ordinary guards and residents. In the next instant, the gazes of the densely packed guards and civilians on the shore all went blank. Their bodies went limp and they collapsed in waves, falling unconscious to the ground. Dalton, feeling the Conqueror's Haki, dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. His pupils contracted sharply, and he stared in disbelief at the crew on the Mary's deck, a storm of shock rising in his heart. Before any battle had even taken place, before the enemy had struck or even approached, all his fully armed guards had fallen incapacitated without a fight. This unfathomable power made his whole body tense, his vigilance and wariness instantly climbing to the highest point. The snow drifted down in flurries, and the harbor was left with only Dalton barely conscious, the dead silence, creating an impact that was almost surreal. Qin Yue's expression was calm, his eyes fixed on Dalton, who knelt on one knee, full of wariness. He spoke briskly without any waste of words. We're not here to cause trouble. We knocked them out only to avoid unnecessary obstacles and delays. Our comrade is gravely ill, her life hanging in the balance. We came to Drum Island specifically to find a doctor. With these two simple sentences, he frankly stated their purpose. Dalton, supporting his aching, numb legs with effort, slowly got to his feet, his chest still tight from the pressure of the Haki. He looked at the group of pirates with their distinct temperaments on the deck, saw no trace of brutality on their faces. Only anxiety and concern, and the tension in his nerves eased slightly. However, Dalton did not respond immediately, his gaze quickly scanning the fallen guards and villagers scattered across the ground, a hint of concern and vigilance in his brow. Qin Yue saw through his thoughts and spoke up at the right moment, his tone steady and sincere. Don't worry, they are not injured, just briefly stunned. They will wake up on their own after a short rest with no side effects. After saying that, Qin Yue turned to his side to Solon and lightly instructed, Solon, bring that guy over. Solon nodded in response and walked into the cabin. Moments later, he emerged, effortlessly dragging the tightly bound Wapol, who resembled a dumpling, to the edge of the deck. Upon seeing that familiar yet repugnant, bloated face, Dalton's pupils constricted sharply, and he was completely stunned. No one knew better than him that the man before him was Wapol the King, who had once abandoned Drum Island. Months ago, when the nation was in crisis and the people were suffering, Wapol disregarded the lives of the citizens, fleeing to the sea as a pirate with his personal guards and the island's best doctors, abandoning the ravaged Drum Island, which had already filled the hearts of the entire island's populace with deep hatred. Yet now this group of unfamiliar pirates not only captured the fleeing Wapol, but were also willing to present him as a bargaining chip, proving that they bore no ill intent and even carried a significant sincerity. All of Dalton's suspicions and doubts vanished completely. He let out a long sigh and dropped his confrontation. He brushed off the snow on his body, slowly stood upright, looked at the anxious crowd on the Mary, and said in a deep voice, "I understand, follow me." The scene shifted as Dalton and the Straw Hat crew turned to leave the howling port filled with wind and snow, entering a sturdy wooden house on the shore. Outside, heavy snowflakes fell wildly, and the biting cold wind enveloped the entire Drum Island. However, inside the closed wooden house, a robust charcoal fire burned brightly, and the warm yellow light flickered, filling the room with a continuous flow of warmth that chased away all cold, creating a cozy atmosphere. After days of navigating through the wind and snow, everyone was already cold to the bone and utterly exhausted. In the warm and tranquil room, the tense nerves of the group finally relaxed their taut shoulders, slowly dropping the anxiety and fatigue in their hearts, slightly alleviated. Dalton looked at the group of young men and women who appeared harmless after shedding their previous fierceness, and thought of the terrifying dominance they had displayed earlier, letting out a quiet sigh, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Qin Yue noticed the unease in his heart and proactively stepped forward to sincerely apologize, his tone full of honesty. "I'm sorry for being too aggressive earlier. It was simply an urgent situation. Anami's life was in danger, and we couldn't afford to waste a moment, so we had to resort to such a rough method to board the island." Dalton slightly shook his head upon hearing this, showing no signs of resentment. He turned and picked up a cup to pour warm water for everyone, his tone calm and open-minded. "I understand, saving a person is like putting out a fire. Anyone would prioritize their companion's life first." He handed the cups of water to everyone, then slowly opened up about the current predicament of Drum Island. "You should be aware of the situation on Drum Island, but that was in the past. A few months ago, when Wapol forcibly took away all the regular doctors from the island during the nation's crisis, abandoning the entire city's populace to escape to the sea as a pirate, the whole island was left in a dire situation without any medical care." At this point, Dalton raised his eyes to look at everyone. "Since you were able to capture Wapol, you must have also encountered those doctors he took with him, right?" Everyone nodded, and Usopp stepped forward, swiftly recounting the events. "That's right, we encountered the White Iron Pirates along the way, captured Wapol, and also met the group of doctors who fled with him. They diagnosed that Nami was suffering from the extinct Kaskian fever and could do nothing about it, telling us that there was still a renowned doctor on Drum Island who could cure this strange illness." Dalton listened quietly, reflecting for a moment with a furrowed brow, and spoke seriously. "What you said is correct. There is indeed still a doctor left on the island. However, this doctor is extremely eccentric and reclusive, living in a castle at the top of the snow mountain. She only comes down based on her mood, and no one can predict when she will descend next." Upon hearing Dalton confirm that there was indeed a renowned doctor on the island, the heavy stone that had been hanging over everyone's hearts finally fell, and they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. As for the issue of the eccentric doctor refusing to come down, it was hardly considered an obstacle by the Straw Hat crew. Luffy immediately grinned, his eyes filled with fearless determination, and said, "First, no problem. If she won't come down, then we can just go up the mountain to find her." This simple statement revealed the thoughts of everyone. Solon slightly nodded, his expression resolute. "As long as there is someone who can cure her, that's all that matters." Sanji's eyes were firm, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. "There's no time to wait for her to whimsically come down. Anami's condition cannot be delayed." Usopp also nodded vigorously, shaking off his previous fatigue, his eyes filled with determination. "That's right. No matter how difficult the snow mountain is to climb, or how strange the doctor's temperament is, we must ask her to cure Nami." Throughout their journey, they had long been accustomed to facing challenges for their companions. There was no reason to wait ahead. Only by actively moving forward could they honor the lives and bonds of their comrades. Dalton looked at these fearless and determined youths, slightly taken aback, and then felt a swell of emotion in it. He remained silent for a moment before seriously reminding them, "I must warn you, there is only one path to the castle on the mountain, and it is one way. It is absolutely impossible to climb up there by hand." Hearing Dalton's serious warning, Qin Yue's expression became serious as he nodded gratefully at Dalton. "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Dalton. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to his companions beside him, quickly organizing a plan with a steady and decisive tone. Solon, Usopp, Vivi, and Uncle Icolum, you all stay at the wooden house at the foot of the mountain to wait, prepared for any unexpected situations. Luffy and Sanji will take Nami to the top of the mountain. The division of labor was clear and aligned with the current situation, allowing the remaining personnel to stabilize the rear guard, the captured Wapol, and the incoming medical staff from Drum Island. The trio was strong enough and agile to handle the perils of the snow mountain. Everyone had no objections. They unconditionally trusted Qin Yue's arrangement, knowing that every decision was made to save Nami as quickly as possible. With the arrangements finalized, Qin Yue wasted no time, carefully picked up the still feverish and unconscious Nami, securely placing her on his shoulder to prevent any further harm from the wind and snow. Luffy and Sanji immediately got ready to follow. The three exchanged determined glances, no longer hesitating, and turned to push open the door, stepping into the swirling snowstorm, striding towards the towering and steep summit of the snow mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Solon and the others watched as the three figures carrying Nami gradually faded into the wind and snow, silently guarding outside the wooden house, fully alert and waiting for their companion's return. No sooner had he stepped out of the wooden hut than the blizzard suddenly intensified, with goose feather snow flurries raging down and a wind cutting like blades sweeping across the entire snow-covered mountain. The world was a vast expanse of white, the wind and snow blotting out the sky and sun vision completely blocked. Beyond arm's reach, nothing could be discerned. At this moment, to proceed solely by naked eye was no different from being blind. Every step was impossible. Fortunately, Qin Yue, Luffy, and Sanji had already mastered Haki of observation. Their intangible perception pierced through the raging snowstorm, precisely outlining the contours of the mountain path and the undulations of the terrain. The three formed a tacit formation, dividing tasks clearly and advancing steadily. Sanji walked at the very front, fully deploying his observation Haki to meticulously scout the road ahead and lurking dangers, taking charge of pathfinding and clearing. Luffy held the rear, guarding firmly to eliminate any possibility of a sneak attack from hidden enemies. Qin Yue, carrying Nami on his back, walked in the middle of the formation, steadily treading through the snow. To withstand the bitter wind and snow and prevent Nami's high fever from worsening, Qin Yue had already wrapped a thick quilt snugly around her, layer upon layer, tightly sealed against the cold. Though the wind cut like knives and snow filled the sky outside, beneath the quilt it remained warm and stable, isolating the extreme cold as much as possible and protecting the unconscious, weakened Nami. Amidst the howling wind and snow on the mountain path, Sanji's voice suddenly rang out, steady and piercing through the gale. There's something. A group of rabbits. Rabbits? Luffy was slightly puzzled at the words and immediately activated his observation Haki to probe ahead. A clear perception instantly penetrated the thick snow, and the scene ahead unfolded fully in his mind. He saw a group of giant snow rabbits, lapins, each standing a full 2 meters tall, lying motionless in the deep snow, perfectly camouflaged by the white expanse. They had silently formed an encirclement, blocking the only path to the summit, lying in ambush, quietly waiting for them to step into the trap. The moment he saw the encirclement, Luffy's eyes sharpened, and he instinctively clenched his fist. His aura began to rise as he prepared to step forward and swiftly take down these beasts blocking his way. Wait! Qin Yue's steady voice rang out in time, firmly halting Luffy's movements. He glanced at the steep, perilous, snow-laden mountains on both sides and warned gravely, the snow on this mountain is too deep and the terrain too steep. If we make too much noise, the vibrations will trigger a massive avalanche. Luffy instantly understood and immediately retracted his fighting intent, nodding heavily as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He stepped lightly beside Sanji, requiring no extra motion. With clear, sharp eyes, he silently released a focused, pure blast of Conqueror's Haki. The invisible, colorless pressure of the king spread without a sound, precisely enveloping the entire ambush area ahead. The lurking lapins, coiled and ready to spring, had thought they would catch prey straying into their circle. But instead what came was an overwhelming Haki capable of subduing all beasts. The instant Conqueror's Haki swept through every giant lapin's body stiffened. Without even a chance to struggle, their eyes rolled white, and they collapsed limply into the snow, all unconscious, posing no further threat. Sensing that all the lapins had gone completely still and the danger was fully neutralized, Luffy turned to nod lightly at Sanji ahead and Qin Yue behind. Without pausing, the three resumed their steady pace, treading through the pristine white snow, continuing their determined advance toward the towering summit. In no time, they traversed the winding snowy trails and arrived smoothly at the foot of the highest peak on the entire Drum Island. Looking up, they saw a sheer cliff face shooting straight into the sky, a nearly vertical mountain body, majestic and perilous, covered in perennial snow, a sight that inspired awe. Sanji tilted his head to gaze at the cliff rising into the clouds, and the silhouette of the castle hidden atop the peak, exclaiming in disbelief, "A castle built on a vertical peak like this. It's absolutely incredible." Qin Yue rapidly scanned the surrounding terrain, carefully inspecting the hazardous environment, then quickly finalized the ascent plan, speaking firmly, "I'll keep carrying Nami. Luffy, you take Sanji. We'll use Jeppo to climb straight to the top." Luffy nodded without hesitation, showing no objection at all, already ready to move. But Sanji's eyes flew wide open, his face a mask of disbelief, and he quickly interjected, his voice full of concern, "Wait. Dalton said this mountain is 5,000 meters high." "Qin Yue, you yourself said Jeppo consumes tremendous stamina. Is it really okay to keep kicking through the air for 5 straight kilometers?" Facing Sanji's worry, Qin Yue shook his head lightly, his tone steady and confident with full assurance. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Luffy, let's go." As the words fell, Qin Yue gathered strength in his legs, and with explosive force leaped upward. A surge of immense power erupted, blasting the snow underfoot into a shower of white flakes that flew in all directions. Sanji casually brushed away the snowflakes rushing toward his face, and looked up to see Qin Yue's figure already airborne, hovering steadily in midair. Then came the crisp, rapid sounds of Jeppo impacts echoing through the wind, and snow steadily climbing higher into the sky. At the same time, the air around Luffy surged as he instantly activated Gear Second. Steam billowed from his body, his physical power maxing out in an instant. He reached out and firmly grasped Sanji around the waist, a cheerful grin spreading across his face. "Here we go, Sanji." Before the bewildered Sanji could react, Luffy kicked off with consecutive Jeppo steps, his form suddenly shooting skyward, carrying Sanji through the blizzard, following Qin Yue's trajectory, racing toward the 5,000-meter summit. In moments, the three, using Jeppo to tread through the air, ascended to an altitude of several thousand meters. The higher they went, the sharper and more biting the wind became. The temperature plummeted precipitously, dropping to extreme cold of dozens of degrees below zero. Snow and wind danced wildly. The icy gale felt like countless blades of frost scraping harshly through the air. The entire sky was wrapped in piercing cold. The brim of Luffy's straw hat was already lined with layers of crystalline frost, tiny ice crystals. Snowmelt clung to his clothes, freezing instantly in the extreme cold. The fabric turned stiff, almost like an icy shell pressed tightly against his body. Yet even in such extreme cold, Luffy's face showed no extra emotion, completely shedding his usual. His gaze was focused and determined, his Jeppo steps were steady and rapid, never ceasing. He pressed forward with Sanji toward the summit, his mind fixed on one thought: get to the castle quickly and cure Nami. Just then the quilt on Qin Yue's back shifted slightly. Nami, burning with fever, slowly opened her heavy eyelids during the bumpy ascent. The persistent fever left her dizzy and weak, her body aching. The biting cold seeped through the gaps in the quilt, making her already fragile state even worse. She turned her head slightly, saw Qin Yue carrying her steadily while flying through the air, then blurredly looked around at the white, windy sky. Her consciousness hazy, she asked in a faint, hoarse voice, "Qin Yue, where are we?" Hearing Nami's weak voice, Qin Yue's heart tightened, but his Jeppo steps never faltered. He replied gently and steadily, "We're high above Drum Island, on our way to find a doctor." "Nami, hold on a little longer. We're almost there." Nami, upon hearing this, barely managed to grasp the information from his words. Alternating between the burning heat of fever and the piercing cold of the high altitude, the dual torment exhausted her completely, draining even her strength to speak. She didn't ask any more questions. She only let out a soft barely audible, then closed her eyes again, allowing fatigue and illness to envelop her. She rested quietly against Qin Yue's back, trying to conserve her strength. Sensing Nami's faint, weakening state, Qin Yue's anxiety grew overwhelming. He no longer cared about conserving energy. The muscles in his legs suddenly contracted with full force, pouring immense power into his feet. The moment he kicked through the air, a crisp sonic boom exploded. Whoosh! His body abruptly accelerated, tearing through the blizzard at several times his previous speed, turning into a sharp afterimage as he streaked toward the summit. Behind him, Luffy immediately noticed the sudden burst of speed up ahead and understood what was happening. Without a word, he also activated Gear Second. Steam swirled even more intensely around him, the frequency of his Jeppo steps sharply increasing. He kept pace with Qin Yue, racing together toward the mountaintop. After a moment, the group finally gritted their teeth and climbed the last icy steep slope steadily, standing atop the snow-covered peak. At the end of the biting wind and snow, an ancient, brightly lit castle stood quietly on the summit. The warm yellow lights pierced through the heavy night, and falling snow breaking the desolation and chill of the entire snowfield, both magnificent and warm. Having reached the destination in person, Qin Yue and Luffy simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief. Their taut nerves completely relaxed, they bent over, gasping for breath, their chests heaving violently as the fatigue from the arduous journey surged up. A cold wind brushed against his cheeks. Qin Yue looked at his snow-covered, unsteady demeanor and let out a low, self-deprecating laugh. I used to think too highly of myself. Now it seems I'm just average. After speaking, he looked up at Lu Fei beside him and asked, Lu Fei, how are you? At this moment, Lu Fei had already deactivated his gear second. The steaming heat around him had dissipated completely, and a thin layer of frost clung to the skin of his exposed limbs. His feet, always clad in sandals, were exposed to the sub-zero snow, already red, swollen, and nearly numb. Even though both body and mind had reached their limits, Lu Fei still flashed a grin at Qin Yue, revealing his trademark cheerful smile and speaking in a light tone. It's fine, Qin Yue. Take Nami inside quickly to find a doctor. As his words fell, Lu Fei forced his numb and weak legs to stand, but his overexerted body was no longer under control. He stumbled abruptly, losing his balance, and nearly toppling straight into the thick snow. Sanji, who was nearby, reacted swiftly, stepping forward to firmly support him, steadying Lu Fei's. Throughout the journey, he had been carried by Lu Fei at high speed. The extreme cold had long frozen his limbs stiff and numbed his senses. He had nearly lost consciousness several times. If even the passive follower could barely endure, one could imagine the terrifying burden Lu Fei, who had been in gear second and continuously pushing his limits, had to bear. Sanji supported the weakened Lu Fei and glanced sideways at Qin Yue, who, though equally experienced hardships, remained upright and showed almost no sign of fatigue. A genuine awe filled Sanji's heart, and he couldn't help muttering under his breath, truly two monsters. All three were at the end of their tether, their stamina and endurance, both reaching their limits, unable to sustain any further consumption. Qin Yue steadied the stiff, nearly frozen Sanji with a firm hand and spoke with calm strength. Let's go. We'll talk inside first. Amidst the vast snowfield, the three supported each other, forming a picture of resilience and warmth. Qin Yue carefully carried the feverish and unconscious Nami on his back, while firmly supporting Sanji with one hand. Sanji, with his remaining strength, helped Lu Fei. The three trudged through ankle-deep snow, step by step, heading toward the brightly lit castle against the howling wind. Meanwhile, in the laboratory deep within the castle on the summit, the warm light was quiet, but the atmosphere was Chopper stood alone in front of the experimental bench. The drug research he had been toiling over for days had hit a dead end. No matter how he adjusted the ratios or improved the formula, he could not break through the bottleneck. A complex sense of frustration entangled his heart. The image and teachings of Dr. Hiralik echoed repeatedly in his mind, stirring his emotions and causing agitation. Chopper gently patted his own soft cheeks, forcing down the panic and confusion within, then looked up at the heavy snow falling outside the window and made a decision. He simply put down all the experimental instruments and prescriptions, turned around, and walked out of the laboratory, intending to feel the biting wind outside and clear his chaotic mind. The heavy castle door was pushed open gently, and the biting wind, carrying fine ice crystals, rushed in. Chopper took a deep breath of the cold air and immediately shivered crisply. The piercing chill swept through his body, and his previously chaotic thoughts instantly became clear. He stood under the eaves at the entrance, quietly surveying the silent, snow-covered snowfield in the deep night. The entire world was still, only the wind and snow rustling. Just then, on the snowfield near the cliff, three figures supporting each other, staggering slowly, moved toward the castle, strikingly conspicuous in the vast white expanse. Suddenly encountering strangers in the deep snow of the night, Chopper was startled. He instinctively hid behind a thick pillar under the eaves, held his breath, and carefully poked his head out to observe. The heavy snow obscured most of his view, preventing him from seeing their faces clearly, but he could distinctly perceive the three leaning on each other, their steps faltering and weak. They are injured. This thought instantly surged into Chopper's mind. The instinct of a doctor overwhelmed his timidity and fear. He hesitated no longer, his body suddenly expanding and transforming into a strong, 2-meter-tall human form. Stomping through the snow, he strode rapidly toward the three figures. A clear, earnest voice pierced through the silent wind and snow, resounding across the mountaintop. Hey, are you all right? In the wind and snow, Qin Yue and his companions, struggling forward, had already precisely detected that timid yet lively figure with their observation Haki the moment the castle door opened. They clearly sensed that the figure was initially full of fear and retreat, but upon seeing their haggard and weak state, resolutely cast aside fear and rushed toward them without hesitation. The three exchanged glances, each breaking into a faint smile. The anxiety and exhaustion from the long journey largely dissipated at that moment. Qin Yue looked at the endearing figure sprinting toward him, his heart firmly settled. The boulder that had been weighing on him throughout the journey finally crashed to the ground. Their ship's doctor had arrived. At this moment, Chopper, of course, was unaware of the certainty and anticipation in their hearts. He ran with all his might through the snow, and the closer he got, the clearer he could see their weak and battered state. Nami, securely carried on Qin Yue's back, lay motionless wrapped in a thick quilt, clearly in a comatose state from serious illness. Beside her, Luffy was covered in frost, his face pale, barely able to stand. Sanji was equally stiff, his body frozen solid, only able to stand by supporting each other. At this moment, Chopper was completely certain that these people were indeed injured and in need of help. He quickened his pace even more, and in an instant he reached them, shouting with urgency and sincerity, "Hey, how are you? I'm a doctor." The clear shout pierced the wind and snow, landing distinctly in their ear. Luffy and Sanji's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. The fatigue, worry, and anxiety of the long journey were replaced by ecstasy. Their gazes locked onto Chopper, burning with intense hope. Before Sanji could react, Luffy directly threw off the arm supporting him. Ignoring his frostbitten body and completely exhausted strength, he lunged toward Chopper. Even though his body and mind had reached their limits, the anxiety and obsession ingrained in his bones still drove him forward without any decrease in speed. Chopper had no time to react. He only heard a whiz of wind, and the next second Luffy grabbed him firmly, holding him immobile. Luffy gripped Chopper's arm tightly, his eyes sincere and urgent, his voice slightly hoarse from the journey as he earnestly pleaded, "You're a doctor, right? Please save Nami." Suddenly grabbed and pulled close, Chopper stiffened, startled, his body instinctively tensing to break free. But when he saw the anxious, helpless, and earnest look in Luffy's eyes and heard his urgent plea, all his panic and timidity vanished. He immediately abandoned the thought of struggling. He looked seriously at the pale, injured Luffy and spoke in a firm and reliable tone to reassure him, "Even if I can't cure her, Conqueror definitely can. She's the best doctor on this island. She'll definitely be able to heal her." Hearing these resolute words, Luffy's taut heartstrings finally relaxed. The anxiety on his face slowly faded. He sighed in relief and gradually released his grip on Chopper. With the danger seemingly averted and a doctor present, the boulder pressing on everyone's hearts had mostly. Seeing this, Chopper wasted no more time. He quickly gestured for them to follow, turned and strode briskly toward the castle gate, while raising his clear voice to shout into the castle, "Conqueror, patients need treatment." In the wind and snow, the small figure hurried along, carrying the only hope, leading the weary group toward the warm castle. Within the ward, Conqueror, her silver hair cascading and her demeanor cold and sharp, focused intently as she deftly handled precision medical instruments, meticulously examining Nami's condition on the hospital bed. Her movements were skilled and swift, every probe precise and unhurried. After a moment, she slowly removed the instruments and gently placed them on the medical tray beside her, producing a soft, crisp clink. She turned her head, her gaze falling on Qin Yue standing beside the bed, scrutinizing him thoroughly with a hint of playful approval. "Young man, you've got a decent constitution. Charging up a 5,000-meter snowy peak in a blizzard tens of degrees below zero, and only exhausting yourself a bit without a single frostbite. Truly rare." Faced with Conqueror's teasing, Qin Yue shook his head with a helpless smile, his mind too occupied for banter. His voice was urgent and worried as he spoke earnestly, "Senior Conqueror, please stop teasing me. Tell me about Nami. How is she now?" Seeing the youth's heartfelt concern for his comrade, Conqueror refrained from further jest. She casually picked up the plum wine from the table, took a light sip of the rich liquor, then lazily crossed her legs, sitting sideways on a wooden chair with a composed demeanor. "She has the 5-day disease, a long-extinct illness." Conqueror slowly uttered the diagnosis, her gaze perceptive. "The source of this disease exists only in the Little Garden seas. Your group must have come from Little Garden, right?" Qin Yue nodded decisively and replied honestly, "That's right. Just one day after we left Little Garden, Nami suddenly fell ill with a high fever." Conqueror nodded slightly, her tone growing more solemn. "You're lucky. You brought her just in time. This 5-day disease progresses rapidly and has an extremely high fatality rate. If you had missed the optimal treatment window and let it fully erupt, even I couldn't have saved her." She glanced at Nami, whose breathing had gradually steadied on the bed, and added calmly, "I've already administered the specific medicine. All she needs now is to rest in bed and get through the recovery period. Then she'll be fine." Hearing these words, the immense weight pressing on everyone's hearts finally lifted. Luffy and Sanji, standing at the ward entrance, let out a long sigh of relief. Their tense bodies instantly relaxed, and the anxiety, exhaustion, and fatigue from days of travel dissolved into the relief of survival. The taut atmosphere dissipated completely. Luffy and Sanji's worries subsided, and overwhelming fatigue washed over them. Leaning against the doorframe, they exhaled slowly to recover. Just as they began to ease, Conqueror, who had been sitting languidly, narrowed her eyes, sharply, instantly scanning the two figures at the door. Her tone turned stern and scolding as she suddenly shouted, "Who told you two brats to get out of bed? Chopper, get them back into bed." At her command, Chopper, who had been waiting nearby, immediately responded. His body shifted, transforming into a nimble small form. With round, glistening eyes, he trotted over to Luffy and Sanji. Luffy and Sanji stiffened at her words, scratching their heads sheepishly. They were covered in frostbite, utterly exhausted, their limbs aching and weak. Driven by concern for Nami, they had forced themselves to stand at the door. Now that Kureha had pointed out their dire state, they felt a pang of embarrassment. Sorry. Luffy chuckled sheepishly, his body red from the cold, barely able to lift his arms. Sanji also offered a helpless smile. The extreme cold of the snowy mountain had frozen his limbs stiff and numb, but his heart was with his comrade, so he had stubbornly refused to rest. Chopper, obedient and mindful of Kureha's instructions, stepped forward to gently push their arms, his voice soft yet earnest. Your frostbite is severe and you're physically exhausted. You must lie down and rest immediately. Come over here. Seeing Chopper's reliable doctor-like demeanor and Kureha's strict, unyielding gaze, Luffy and Sanji dared not persist. They obediently followed Chopper's guidance, dragging their weary bodies toward the recovery beds beside the ward to rest. Kureha watched them settle down, her expression softening slightly. She turned to Qin Yue and said in a calm, composed tone, "You don't need to stand either. They'll keep an eye on things here with Chopper. Nami's condition is stable. Go rest and regain your strength." Qin Yue nodded lightly, not insisting on being stubborn. He acknowledged her words with gratitude, turned, and quietly took a seat on a wooden chair beside the ward. The fatigue from days of travel and climbing the snowy peak began to surge, but it largely dissipated upon witnessing the heartwarming scene before him. Chopper, with his tiny steps, moved about stealthily, carefully applying ointment to Luffy and Sanji's frostbite. His movements were gentle and professional, as if afraid of causing them pain. His adorable, earnest demeanor was utterly endearing. Watching this, Qin Yue felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. The crisp laughter echoed clearly in the quiet ward. Chopper, busy with his task, instantly froze. His ears twitched slightly, and he turned to Qin Yue with a puzzled expression, blinking his clear, large eyes. "What are you laughing at?" he asked softly. Qin Yue quickly raised a hand to cover his mouth, gently waving it. A faint smile lingered in his eyes as he said sincerely and gently, "Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. I just think you're incredibly adorable. I couldn't help it." At these words, Chopper stiffened, completely frozen in place. After a few seconds, a visible blush crept across his fair cheeks, spreading from his face to the tips of his ears, a delicate pink. He fidgeted awkwardly, twisting his small body, yet his mouth muttered stubbornly, "Bastard. Even if you call me cute, I won't be happy." Though his words denied it, his flushed cheeks and flustered movements utterly betrayed the secret delight in his heart. The contrast between his tough talk and genuine reaction was endearing to the fullest. Luffy and Sanji, now lying in bed and slightly relieved, caught Chopper's contradictory behavior and couldn't help but tease him in unison. Luffy propped himself up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "You clearly look super happy." Sanji also curled his lips, teasing gently. "Your ears are completely red. You can't fool us, Chopper." Exposed by both, Chopper's blush deepened. He stomped his tiny legs in embarrassment, puffed out his cheeks, and shouted in defense, "That's not true at all. You bunch of bastards." Just as Chopper was flusteredly arguing, and the ward bustled with lively cheer, a somewhat stern reprimand cut through the noise. "Quiet down, Chopper. The patient needs rest. And you lot, keep it down and rest properly." Kureha crossed her arms, her brows slightly furrowed, with scolding severity, sweeping her gaze over the playful group. The lively ward instantly fell silent. Luffy and Sanji quickly wiped the playful looks off their faces and lay down, obediently ceasing their teasing. Chopper also fell silent, his ears drooping as he stood quietly in place, no longer arguing. They all lowered their voices, straightened their postures, and apologized in unison, "Sorry." Seeing them obediently admit their fault, Kureha's taut expression gradually relaxed. She shook her head helplessly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. The usually cold and lonely mountaintop castle rarely experienced such vibrant, warm energy. Even Chopper, who was always timid and reclusive, now seemed brighter and more cheerful, no longer the gloomy figure immersed solely in research. This long-missed vitality and liveliness brought a touch of hearth warmth to the icy castle. Kureha slowly stood up, straightened her clothes, and strolled leisurely out of the ward. Before leaving, she gave a brief instruction. "You brats rest well, no more noise. I'm going to sleep for my beauty rest. Chopper, it's up to you now. Take good care of them and the patient." "Yes, don't worry, Doc. They'll definitely take good care of everyone." Chopper nodded firmly, his earlier shyness and embarrassment gone. His eyes were serious and determined, embodying the reliable little doctor. Kureha nodded slightly, gently closed the ward door, and left behind a room filled with tranquility and tenderness. The door closed softly, and the ward was utterly enveloped in a tranquil, warm atmosphere, with the howling wind and snow outside completely shut out. After days of tension, his heart finally eased. Luffy turned over on the bed, his gaze fixed straight on Xiao Ba, who was earnestly arranging medicine bottles. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he spoke softly. Hey Xiaoba, are you also a devil fruit user? Just now your body could grow big and small at will. How interesting. The sudden question made Xiaoba's movements pause, his small figure instantly freezing in place. He did not immediately respond to Lu Fei's question. His originally bright eyes dimmed slightly as he lifted his head and looked cautiously at Lu Fei, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible timidity and sensitivity. He countered softly, do you think it's interesting? Don't you think him a monster? Since childhood, because of his unusual appearance, the words monster had accompanied him as malice and estrangement etched deep into his heart, becoming an indelible shadow. Even though he was being treated gently at this moment, he still couldn't help feeling anxious and uneasy. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei looked bewildered. He subconsciously scratched the back of his head, opened his pure and clean big eyes, and earnestly examined the fluffy, soft Xiaoba before him. His tone was frank and straightforward. You monster, I don't feel that at all. There was no disgust, no fear, not a single strange look. Only the purest confusion and sincerity. Xiaoba stared blankly at Lu Fei's clear eyes, a warm surge rising in his heart. Sweet, soft, and a lightness and joy he had never experienced before. Yet these words also made him feel oddly strange. He clenched his small paws in a fluster, the tips of his ears still tinged with a faint pink. Shanji, watching Xiaoba's sensitive and self-deprecating manner, felt a surge of tenderness. Helplessly he reached out and tugged at Lu Fei's soft cheek, smiling as he interjected, Xiaoba, don't overthink it. Look, this guy is also a devil fruit user. He glanced at Lu Fei and gently reassured. If you who can transform and has special abilities are a monster, then wouldn't Lu Fei, who ate the gum-gum fruit and is made of rubber, also be a monster? Qin Yue, who was resting on a chair, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this and gently added in agreement, helping to completely dispel the shackles in Xiaoba's heart. That's right. This grand line is full of wonders. In this world there are countless different races and all kinds of bizarre devil fruit abilities. He looked at the innocent and naive Xiaoba, his tone gentle and firm, and said slowly, I've heard that in the New World there is a race called the Mink tribe. Its members are all furry with formidable combat power and pure temperaments, very similar to you. Your appearance and your abilities are perfectly ordinary, not at all an anomaly. These simple words gently dispelled the inferiority and gloom buried deep in Xiaoba's heart for years. So he was not a unique monster. There were companions like him in this world. The gloom that had weighed on his heart for years was swept away. Xiaoba felt light all over, an unprecedented sense of relaxation enveloping him. Joy and warmth intertwined in his heart. He raised his sparkling eyes full of curiosity and anticipation and looked seriously at the three before him, quietly asking, Are you pirates? Upon hearing this, Qin Yue, Lu Fei, and Shanji all smiled and nodded in unison. Lu Fei instantly perked up, sitting bolt upright on the bed. His eyes blazed with burning light as he loudly shouted his signature motto, his tone frank and resolute, of course. I'm the man who's going to become the Pirate King. Pirate King. Those simple 4 words made Xiaoba's eyes suddenly shine, astonishingly full of shock and longing. His small face was filled with sincere admiration, and he couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. Receiving Xiaoba's straightforward and sincere compliment, Lu Fei was delighted. He immediately threw his head back and laughed heartily, his cheerful laughter echoing in the warm ward. A relaxed and cheerful atmosphere spread freely. The group had long forgotten Ku Lei's warning not to make noise. The small ward was filled with laughter, lively commotion, and warm harmony. Just as everyone was laughing and chatting carelessly, Name on the hospital bed had her long eyelashes flutter slightly, and she slowly opened her heavy eyelids. Her eyes met a strange, ancient ceiling, and a gentle warmth enveloped her body. The feverish haze of the past days had largely faded. Her mind was still a bit dazed, and she subconsciously murmured, Where am I? Though faint, the subtle sound was immediately caught by Qin Yue, who had been keeping an eye on Name's condition. He immediately restrained his smile, quickly rose, and walked to the bedside, leaning in. His eyes were full of genuine concern as he softly asked, Name, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you better? Name slowly turned her head, her vision focusing on Qin Yue. Her chaotic consciousness gradually became clear. The burning, aching discomfort in her body had completely dissipated, and her limbs regained sensation. She nodded gently, her voice still a bit hoarse from sleep, but her tone was unusually calm. I'm much better. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Lu Fei and Shanji on the adjacent beds. Remembering how she had been feverish and unconscious for days, and how everyone had desperately brought her to seek medical help, her heart filled with warmth. She softly thanked them. Thank you, everyone. Hearing Name's voice, Lu Fei and Shanji immediately rose and walked over to the bedside. Seeing Name fully awake and with improved color, Lu Fei instantly broke into a bright smile and said in a carefree yet earnest tone, Don't thank us. You're our nakama, Name. Shanji gently curved his eyes and said in a tender, considerate tone, "That's right, Name-san. Just rest and recover peacefully." Name gave a faint smile at this, gently shaking her head as she relaxed her brows. "I've been unconscious for a long time. I'm not tired at all now." As she spoke, her gaze finally fell on Xiao Ba, who was standing obediently beside them. Seeing the fluffy, round little creature with a soft, cute appearance, Name's eyes instantly rippled with tender smiles, and she couldn't help but sigh softly, so adorable. Hearing the familiar compliment again, Xiao Ba immediately reverted to his old self. His fair cheeks flushed bright red, spreading to his ears pink and burning. He twisted his small body in a fluster, deliberately putting on a stern face, and waved his hand with feigned Sundara. "You bastard. Even if you compliment me as cute, I'm not happy at all." But his flushed ears and flustered, awkward little movements could not hide the joy in his heart. This contrast of adorable clumsiness and sincerity made the just awakened Na-me couldn't help but smile gently, and the last trace of drowsiness in her heart completely dissipated. Qin Yue watched this gentle scene, a faint smile in his eyes, and took the opportunity to introduce to Na-me, "This is Xiao Ba. He is the doctor on this island. It was thanks to him and Senior Ku-Lei-Ha that your illness could be cured this time." Nami looked at Chopper with surprise, her eyes soft and sincere, and offered her heartfelt thanks. "You're amazing, thank you, Dr. Chopper." Praised by everyone in succession, Chopper's entire face flushed crimson in an instant. His fair cheeks burned hot, and even wisps of white steam rose from the top of his head, his expression both flustered and adorable. He hastily lowered his head, his two small hooves fidgeting together awkwardly, his voice as faint as a mosquito's whisper, as he stammered modestly, "It's nothing. Dr. Kureha was the one who cured you. I just helped out on the side." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chopper seemed to suddenly remember something important. He jerked his head up, his eyes both anxious and earnest. "Oh, Ron'll go call Dr. Kureha." With that, afraid of being teased again, he turned around on his short legs and hurried out of the ward, his retreating figure carrying a hint of embarrassed youthful awkwardness. The few people in the ward looked at his shy and awkwardly cute appearance, and in silent understanding covered their mouths to suppress their laughter. As Chopper's small figure hurried out of the ward and gently closed the door, the clamor completely dissipated, and the room gradually fell into a tranquil silence. Everyone tacitly held their breath. No one spoke to disturb, thoughtfully leaving the newly awakened Nami a peaceful space to recuperate. Nami had just recovered from a serious illness. Her consciousness was still a little sluggish and weary. Earlier she had forced herself to talk and laugh with thanks. Now in the quiet, the exhaustion throughout her body slowly surged up. She relaxed against the hospital pillow and rested quietly. Luffy and Sanji were the same. Earlier they had braved a blizzard to climb the snowy mountain, their bodies covered in frostbite, and their strength completely drained. Throughout the journey they had held on solely out of concern for Nami, their nerves taut, without a moment's slack. Now, having confirmed with their own eyes that Nami was completely out of danger, and her condition stable, the heavy weight that had hung over their hearts finally lifted. Their strained spirits instantly collapsed, and extreme fatigue and soreness swept through their bodies. The two no longer forced themselves. They nodded gently at Nami on the bed, then silently turned and moved step by step to the nearby recuperation beds, carefully lying down. Their frostbitten limbs could finally relax, and the weariness of days of travel was utterly released. They lay quietly in bed, eyes closed, resting, and slowly recovering their drained strength. The entire ward was warm and silent, filled only with the soft, gentle sound of breathing. After all the harsh travels and hardships, everyone finally had a moment of peaceful rest. In the quiet ward it was exceptionally serene. The wind and snow were shut out, leaving only the warm light flowing softly. Luffy lay quietly on the hospital bed, staring at the ancient ceiling above. All playfulness had faded from his eyes. He was unusually serious. He broke the silence in a soft voice. "Hey Qin Yue, I've decided. I want to find a doctor to be our partner." By the window, Qin Yue sat sideways on a wooden chair, leaning against the windowsill. His gaze rested idly on the swirling snow outside, watching the vast white, snowy mountain scenery, his heart at peace. Hearing Luffy's sudden words, he slowly withdrew his gaze, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips as he turned to look at the boy on the bed. "What? Got someone in mind?" Luffy immediately turned his head, a pure light instantly shining in his eyes. He flashed his signature bright grin and said with firm conviction, "Yeah, I'm planning to invite Chopper to be our crewmate." Sanji, who had just lain down to rest, couldn't help but chime in teasingly, a playful tone in his voice. "Knowing you, I thought you'd set your sights on Granny Kureha and invite her to be our ship's doctor." Nami, who had been resting with her eyes closed, couldn't hold back either. A smile played at her lips as she let out a sigh. In an instant the ward, which had been so quiet just moments before, echoed once more with light-hearted laughter, dispelling the exhaustion and anxiety of the past days, filling it with warmth. Hearing this, Luffy immediately sat up from the bed, his face full of confusion as he looked at the three laughing people. He scratched the back of his head and said puzzled, huh? Why would I invite that old lady? What are you guys thinking? Seeing Luffy's innocent and bewildered expression, Qin Yue, Sanji, and Nami offered no further explanation, just covering their mouths and laughing even harder. Just as Luffy, thoroughly confused, was about to press further, the wooden door of the ward was gently pushed open and two figures walked in slowly. It was Kureha, who had returned, followed closely by Chopper. As soon as she entered and heard the banter, Kureha immediately frowned, her gaze locking precisely onto Luffy. She complained in a displeased tone, "You little brat, what's this about, old lady? I'm a solid 139-year-old maiden, you know." Then she shifted gears, a sly smile in her eyes as she looked at Qin Yue and Sanji. "What? You little brats want the secret to my eternal youth?" Qin Yue couldn't help but laugh helplessly and waved his hand politely. "Thank you for the offer, Senior Kureha, but we won't be needing it for now. TCH, you kids don't know a good thing when you see it." Kureha muttered softly, her words full of disdain, but there was no annoyance in her eyes. Without pausing, she walked straight through the ward to Nami's bedside. Her playful expression faded, replaced by a focused, serious one. Nami looked at the stylishly dressed, uniquely charismatic elderly woman. She had already learned her identity from Qin Yue, and her heart was full of gratitude. In a soft, sincere voice, she said, "You're Dr. Kureha, right? Thank you for saving me." Kureha was fully concentrated, checking Nami's temperature and pulse, carefully assessing her recovery. She didn't respond immediately. After a thorough examination, she slowly straightened up, her expression relaxing, and said calmly, "No need to thank me, young lady. You have an excellent constitution. You're recovering quite well. A few more days of rest, and you can leave." Meanwhile, Luffy, who had already made up his mind, had latched onto Chopper beside him. He quickly walked over to Chopper, grinning brightly, and stared at him unwaveringly, his gaze stubborn and fervent. Being stared at so intently by Luffy, Chopper instantly felt a shiver run down his spine. Fine beads of cold sweat formed on his round forehead, his fur bristled, and an indescribable discomfort washed over him. After enduring the agony for a while, Chopper finally couldn't take the awkwardness any longer. He abruptly looked up at Luffy, puffed out his cheeks, and yelled, "You jerk! What are you staring at me like that for?" Faced with Chopper's fury, Luffy maintained his bright smile, his tone earnest and direct as he softly invited, "Hey Chopper, how about coming with me to be a pirate?" The sudden invitation to go to sea left Chopper frozen in place, his mind briefly blank. After a few seconds, he snapped back to reality, waving his hands repeatedly, his voice full of resistance. "Are you kidding? Who'd want to be a pirate with you?" With that, Chopper simply ignored Luffy, taking small, quick steps to hide behind Kureha, using her as his safest refuge. Having witnessed the entire scene, Kureha clearly heard Luffy's invitation. She lifted her gaze slightly, casting a brief glance at the persistent boy before her. In her heart, she silently grumbled, "This dumb kid actually dares right in front of me to try and take away the son she raised with such care." She turned to Luffy, her voice laced with playful reproach. "You little brat, trying to coax Chopper into being a pirate right under my nose. You have no respect for me at all." Luffy didn't panic at all. He simply scratched his head foolishly, his face losing its playful smile, becoming extremely earnest. "I'm not joking. Our ship is exactly short of a doctor. I never want to see my crewmates suffer from illness and pain again. And Chopper is really amazing and interesting." Having spoken his mind, Luffy felt a surge of relief and couldn't help throwing his head back and laughing heartily, his laughter pure and passionate. Hearing such frank and sincere words, Kureha was slightly taken aback. She never expected that this seemingly reckless boy could have such a transparent and pure heart. She took a new serious look at Luffy. The boy appeared naive and ignorant, but his character was genuinely sincere and reliable. Having braved the blizzard to climb a 5,000-meter snowy mountain just to save a sick comrade was enough to prove his resilience, loyalty, and trustworthy strength and character. After carefully weighing the matter in her mind, the look in Kureha's eyes softened slightly. She gave Luffy an almost imperceptible nod, silently giving her consent to his idea. Chopper, hiding behind her, was completely oblivious to the subtle change in his mentor's expression. Still fuming, he retorted loudly at Luffy, his tone adamant, "Shut up. I'm not going to be a pirate with you. I'm staying here learning medicine from Dr. Kureha. I have taught you all my medical skills, Xiao Ba." A cold and detached voice suddenly rang out from behind Xiao Ba, shattering the argument in the ward. It was Kureha's voice. Xiao Ba's entire body stiffened, violently frozen in place, his round head filled with bewilderment and a profound sense of incomprehension welling up in his heart. He could not fathom why Duo Liar Inyang, who had always urged him to deeply study medicine and guided his growth, would utter such words at this moment. He slowly turned his small body, his clear, large eyes staring blankly at Kureha behind him, his gaze filled with confusion and astonishment, waiting in silence for her to continue. But Kureha did not look at the bewildered Xiao Ba, nor did she offer any further explanation. Her gaze swept lightly over Luffy, Qin Yue, and Shanji, her tone indolent and carefree, This little girl is completely fine now. I'm going back to sleep my beauty sleep. You young people can discuss things among yourselves. Don't bother me. With those words, before anyone could respond, Kuleha turned and strode out of the ward with leisurely steps, gently pulling the door shut behind her, decisive and leaving no room for argument. Xiao Ba stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on Kuleha's retreating figure, his small mind in turmoil, filled with confusion and bewilderment, utterly unable to fathom the deeper meaning behind her words. Just as he was lost in thought, two warm arms suddenly wrapped around him from the front, holding his small form in a firm embrace. Startled by the sudden touch, Xiao Ba snapped back to reality. He turned his head abruptly to find a face looming extremely close. Lu Fei grinning broadly. Xiao Ba was taken aback by this unexpected proximity. His fur bristled instantly as he struggled vigorously, puffing out his small face and shouting, "Bastard! Who told you to hug me? Let me go." Lu Fei showed no intention of releasing him. Instead, he hugged Xiao Ba tighter, laughing cheerfully, his eyes brimming with pure enthusiasm, and spoke with utmost sincerity. "Hey Xiao Ba, come be my nakama. Set sail with us as a pirate." The familiar and earnest invitation rang out again. Xiao Ba paused mid-motion, once again stunned for a moment. The next second, he abruptly lifted his head, his sharp teeth sinking directly into Lu Fei's nose that was pressed close, struggling and shouting in a muffled, angry voice, "Bastard! Let me go. I don't want to be a pirate with you. Absolutely not." His sharp teeth gently bit Lu Fei's nose as Xiao Ba struggled fiercely, his eyes filled with panic and embarrassment, utterly flustered. Sensing Xiao Ba's genuine agitation, Lu Fei stopped pestering him and obediently released his arms from around Xiao Ba. Regaining his freedom, Xiao Ba quickly stepped back several paces, panting heavily with his small hands on his chest, his round eyes warily fixed on Lu Fei, who was beaming brightly before him. After a brief hesitation, afraid that they would bring up the topic of setting sail again, he hastily made a flimsy excuse. "It's too hot in here. I'm going outside for some air." Without waiting for anyone to respond, Xiao Ba frantically pushed open the door, darted out of the warm ward, and quickly ran toward the castle's exterior. His small figure vanished around the corner in the blink of an eye, as if fleeing from a troublesome predicament. The ward fell silent instantly. Watching Lu Fei fail in his first invitation, Shan Ji curled his lips in amusement and chuckled, his tone teasing. "You failed, Lu Fei." Facing the ribbing, Lu Fei showed no sign of discouragement. He turned to look in the direction Xiao Ba had fled, still grinning broadly with a sunny smile, his eyes burning with unyielding determination. "Haha, I'm not giving up." Qin Yue, watching his tenacious demeanor, couldn't help but laugh and tease, bringing up an old story. Speaking of which, the last person Lu Fei pestered like this to join was Yushan Ji, wasn't it? "Wanna bet how many days it will take Lu Fei to succeed this time with Xiao Ba?" The unexpected jab made Shanji choke on his words. His smile froze briefly as he turned to glower at Qin Yue, stubbornly retorting, "Shut up. I bet Xiao Ba won't accept his invitation. In that case, he'll bet that by tomorrow Xiao Ba will relent, accept our invitation, and officially become our nakama." Qin Yue raised an eyebrow with a confident smirk. Watching the two banter lightly, Name, leaning against the headboard, smiled softly, her eyes gentle. The heavy anxiety that had weighed on her for days had completely dissipated. After a moment's thought, her expression turned slightly serious as she softly reminded everyone, "Hey everyone, let's set off tomorrow. Vivi's homeland is still in danger. We can't delay any longer." Shanji immediately stopped smiling, a look of concern crossing his face as he quickly interjected, "But Name-san, your body." Before he could finish, Name gently but firmly interrupted, "I'm fine now. Dr. Kuleha just said that I only need a few days of rest to fully recover. Resting on the Mary is the same. It won't be a problem at all." Hearing Name's words, the playful atmosphere in the ward faded. Everyone exchanged glances, falling into a brief silence. They all understood the urgency of Alabasta's situation, yet they were genuinely worried about Name's incomplete recovery. Qin Yue glanced quietly at Name, whose complexion had improved and mental state was stable. After a moment's thought, he slowly set the tone. "Then let's follow Name's lead. We'll depart on time tomorrow." With that, he turned to Lu Fei, who was still staring out the window, preoccupied with Xiao Ba, and said with a playful hint of caution, "Lu Fei, that means you have only one day left to convince Xiao Ba. Whether you can bring him aboard depends on your efforts tonight." At this, Lu Fei instantly brimmed with confidence, nodded with full assurance, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Don't worry. I will definitely succeed in inviting Xiao Ba onto the ship and making him our nakama." Without another word, Lu Fei turned and rushed out of the ward without a moment's delay, eager to find Xiao Ba. Qin Yue watched the direction Lu Fei had run and shook his head with a helpless sigh, a wry smile on his face. In his rash haste, Lu Fei had run off in completely the wrong direction, opposite to the path Xiao Ba had taken. If he continued like this, he might wander the entire snowy mountain without ever running into Xiao Ba. He turned to look at Name, who was resting in bed, and Shanji beside her, speaking in a gentle tone. You two rest well in the ward and recover your strength. They'll go check on things. Nami nodded obediently, softly acknowledging, and leaned back against the headboard to rest. Shanji immediately caught on to Qin Yue's intention and raised his voice in playful protest. Hey Qin Yue. Sneakily helping like that is cheating. Qin Yue didn't stop. He simply turned back and gave Shanji a faint smile, without further explanation, then walked out of the ward briskly, pulling the door shut behind him. Shanji stared at the closed door, let out a helpless chuckle, and said no more. His earlier comment had merely been a casual tease. Deep down he too hoped that the gentle, kind, and highly skilled Dr. Qiao Ba would successfully join the Straw Hat crew and become their new nakama. Atop the snow-capped peak, the ancient castle's roof stood bare and desolate under the raging blizzard. Chopper huddled alone in a corner, his small frame braving the biting wind as he silently watched the delicate snowflakes drift endlessly from the sky. From below the castle, Luffy's boisterous shouts echoed repeatedly across the snowy plain, his call resounding as he searched high and low. Chopper paid no heed, never answering. He merely stared at his own hooves, his eyes filled with bewilderment and self-doubt, a soft murmur escaping with an undisguised bitterness. Would humans truly invite a monster to be their nakama? What a joke! Years of being ostracized, despised, and labeled a monster had ingrained in him the deep conviction that he was. A cool mist crept into the corners of his eyes, crystalline tears welling up as his voice trembled with a sob. It's all fake. I'm a monster. Dr. Hiralik. If you cry in such cold weather, your tears will freeze. A gentle, calm voice suddenly sounded beside him, shattering the solitude of the rooftop. Chopper stiffened instinctively, wiping away the dampness from his eyes, and muttered a quiet thank you. The moment the words left his mouth, he snapped back to reality, springing up with wide, startled eyes, turning to the figure beside him with a flustered demand. Bastard. When did you get here? Qin Yue looked at his panicked, yet fragile demeanor, a tender smile curling at the corner of his lips. He offered no teasing words. He brushed away the accumulated snow, clearing a clean patch, and sat down, without hesitation, then neatly cleared the spot next to him, signaling Chopper to sit. But Chopper remained cautious, his fur bristling slightly as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yue, refusing to let down his guard. No need to be so tense. Qin Yue's tone was light, yet sincere as he began to open up. Every word we said before was true. The new world is vast and boundless, home to the complete mink tribe, where all the inhabitants are covered in fur, just like you. His eyes clear and earnest, he spoke with conviction. On this sea there are countless beings with appearances far stranger and abilities far more unique than yours. We sincerely want to invite you, Chopper, to join us and become our nakama. These gentle, yet resolute words struck deep into Chopper's heart. The dark memories of being driven away, feared, and scorned surged up one after another, making it impossible for him to believe that one day a human would genuinely accept him and actively extend an invitation. Overwhelmed by confusion and emotion, Chopper fell into a profound silence. After a long while, he finally let down some of his guards, silently curling up and sitting beside Qin Yue. His bright eyes gazed downward at Luffy, who was still tirelessly searching for him through the snow, his mind a whirlpool of tangled thoughts. Meanwhile, in the warm confines of the hospital room, the door was gently pushed open as Kureha stepped in, holding a bottle of plum wine. A faint scent of alcohol clung to her as she took a seat beside Nami, sinking lazily into the chair with a casual complaint. What a racket tonight. Can't even enjoy a beauty sleep in peace. Nami offered a slight apologetic smile, lowering her voice. Deeply sorry, Dr. Kureha. Kureha didn't respond, instead twirling the bottle in her hand with a nonchalant air that carried hidden depth. She began to speak with a knowing tone. If you kids truly want to invite Chopper aboard, you'll need to cure that boy's heart sickness first. Heart sickness? Nami blinked in confusion, echoing softly. Kureha gave a slow nod, then uncorked her plum wine, tilting her head back for a small sip of the rich, cool drink. The liquor warmed her throat, cutting through the winter's gloom. Her gaze drifted far away toward the flurry of snow outside the window. Her voice was calm, but laden with a heavy melancholy as she began to unveil the past buried deep in Chopper's heart. Indeed, that child's heart sickness was planted from the moment he was born. Chopper was born different from ordinary reindeer. While others had common brown noses, he alone bore a rare. This single distinction made him an outcast among his own herd. From childhood, his herd mates shunned and alienated him. Even his own parents refused to accept him, treating him as an illumined aberration, never offering him a shred of warmth. Nami listened quietly, a pang of sympathy welling up in her eyes. Her fingertips tightened, her heart aching with bitterness. Kureha continued.